So it's and when they found another data, they do they change to another model. So they are doing assumptions on top of assumptions. That's it. Okay.
Yeah, making assumptions is part of science, but moving forward, trying to work out what's going on.
What science? They collect some data, they make a model, and when they found that model doesn't work, they change to another model and to another model. That's it. Okay.
Geology is not science.
What?
Geology is not science.
The word science is.
How is geology not a science?
Okay, well, let's see. You would need to go through the scientific method for it to be a scientific study, right? So we would have to have an observed natural phenomena and then this presumed cause that we could test. Why don't you see a naturally observed phenomena as far as geology is concerned?
Fossils.
Fossils? Okay, so you have a fossil. Is that your naturally observed phenomena? What is your presumed cause of the fossil?
Organism that has died, then its remains, the hard parts, have been somehow preserved, that whether that be like full body preservation or like burial and replacement or privatization or whatever preserves it like that. The different methods.
Yeah, I understand that the process that's presupposed, obviously, but you have a fossil. What is the cause of said fossil?
I'm saying,
the death of an animal?
What do you mean by the cause of fossilization?
You just said that the observed natural phenomena is a fossil. So you find a fossil, right? A dead bird or a horseshoe crab or some shit like that. Okay, you found a fossil. What caused the fossil?
A creature dying and then being unable to decay, or if it does decay, the hard parts are preserved and then replaced.
Okay, replaced with some sort of mineral, right?
Yeah, in most cases, unless you have
Okay.
like carbonization or like solidification or something.
All right, can you give me an experiment that demonstrates that?
An experiment
By
demonstrates.
the way, we're not trying to figure out what a fossil is, we're figuring out the cause of fossil. So it's the experiment.
Yeah, there's quite an easy way you could do it. Well, we've had when you have corpses preserved in amber, you could literally, if you preserve something, that is fossilization in a way. Like putting something in a pickle jar, you essentially, like, by keeping oxygen away, keeping organisms away, and by basically preventing decay, that creates a fossil.
Okay, so pickles are fossils.
It's also a bad example. I'm saying that if you put something in anaerobic conditions where decay is not possible, then it will not decay, and therefore it's a fossil.
Okay, where's the experiment?
Well, if you go and get your like fucking cat corpse and you put it in a box with no air and no possible method of decay, then it won't decay.
Okay, so that proves if you put a dead cat in a box with that oxygen, it will not decay and then create a fossil?
It proves it for any organism that, yeah, if you put an organism in a place where it can't decay, it won't decay, and therefore, if you then compress it with sediment, it's going to fossilize.
So now we're adding
trace fossils.
compression.
Trace fossils. You can prove trace fossils in that you can make imprints on sediment. If you press a corpse into sediment and then remove the corpse, there'll be a mold left behind.
Okay, great. So we have the naturally observed phenomena, which is dead bird. Is that a phenomena? I'm actually not sure. Can anybody tell me if a fossil is a naturally observed
While we were
phenomenon?
talking about this, I had a better example of a natural phenomenon because I rushed into that. Crystallization.
A dead thing is not a phenomena. A phenomena is something
Crystallization.
happening.
That's what we can 100% prove. Like chemists do it in a lab in like
Okay,
2 hours.
crystallization.
That is undeniable.
Well, now that's chemistry.
No, it's
That's chemistry. That's
geology. Geology involves chemistry, physics, and biology. It's a mix of the three.
What is the definition of geology? What is the study of geology?
And rocks. It depends on how you define it. Some people like to define it as rocks. Some people define it as the study of the Earth.
Study of the Earth. Okay, so
But
we're
at the same
studying
time,
the
it
Earth.
can involve planets, so it's kind of it's iffy. Google it.
Well, this is your claim. Why am I Googling your stuff? You present it.
I can Google it if you want. I was just playing Fortnite.
Okay. So the study of the Earth.
What we do at the
Okay.
college I go to, we describe it as the study of the Earth and rocks, but at the same time, we also study Saturn. So like, it doesn't really,
Saturn?
Yeah,
You guys went to Saturn?
No, we study Saturn.
Other planets? You mean Earth is a planet? That's begging the question. Yeah, but that's begging the question.
Okay,
Earth would have to be a planet
geology
first.
is the science that deals with the Earth's physical structure and substance, its history, and the processes that act on it.
Physical structure. Great. So all we need to do is figure out if the Earth is another planet like you begged the question for. So that means we would have to measure some kind of curvature over distance, right? Do you have measurements of curvature over distance? We'll see if the Earth's a planet or not.
Wait, what?
Do you have measurements of the Earth curvature that we can test?
How would you measure Earth curvature?
Well, you said it was a planet. That means it must be some kind of ball floating through space, right? So there would be curvature that we could measure.
Well, you could argue that in reality, if you actually look, it's like classic one of you stand on a fucking mountain, you can see it's not like flat because it's not infinite, is it? It's curved.
I didn't see, nor am I going to go ahead and affirm the consequent. So what I need is measurements of Earth curvature.
What?
And now when you go on a mountain,
Let
you
me
still
pull up
just
a
see
phone
a
again.
flat horizon.
Yeah, everywhere I look, the horizon's flat.
Then how come you can't see to Japan?
Why would you be able to see to Japan? You study geology, right? You're aware that the
Because it's
air
flat.
is not perfectly transparent. It's opaque. About 200 to 300 miles, it becomes so dense that you cannot see through it. So why would you be able to see Japan?
Okay, then why can't you see that far away? Like, what I mean is, you got like a fucking giant telescope.
How far
you
do you
can't see
think you
that
can
massive
see?
distance.
I just
How far
told
do you
you.
think you
I
can
just
see?
told you the air is so dense between 200 and 300 miles that you can't see beyond that point. Were you not listening?
Look at,
How far can
look
we
at
see,
this.
though?
You cannot even see Mexico City, right there. Even pilots
question
account
is-
visibility. Even the
far-
pilots account visibility. Go on.
Okay.
How far does he think we can see?
I want
I don't know.
Googling that curvature.
Yeah, well, this is what you need to figure
Right.
out. You need to figure out how far you're supposed to be able to see being on a ball and how far we actually can see, which debunks the ball.
Here's one. They haven't measured direct curvature, but there's been multiple experiments. So they've argued that ships, when they sail over the horizon, the bottom of the ship disappears first.
Oh, dear.
The Bedford level experiment.
Oh, that was level. That was Robotham. He just showed that the water was level. That would be flat.
No, because apparently, according to this article here, it's saying that with accurate instruments, basically your experiment was just
That's
wrong.
just the cope. That's just the cope. Yeah, it's flat. Like water. The water is level. That's why it's called the Bedford.
No, but if you do it
level.
properly, it's
Yeah,
curved.
if you it doesn't. Yeah, there's no way to do that and make the water not level. The water is always level. That's why it's called the Bedford level. You see? You know what level means, right?
Yeah, I know what level means.
Yeah.
The Bedford
So
level.
flat, horizontal.
Hello.
So they've
Hello.
never measured curvature in 2025.
How do you go
So
about
you
measuring
think-
curvature? Do you know how hard it was to measure the Earth's mass? How do you work
Alright,
that out?
so-
Density. They literally like the
You
amount of
much
experiments they did to
curvature?
work out density. How the fuck do you measure
How much-
density when you can't
how
measure
much
mass?
know what an astrolabe
How
is?
much curvature? Hold on. How much curvature do you think there is over 10 miles?
I don't know. I've not measured it.
Have a guess.
I don't know the
This is your
diameter.
argument, remember?
I don't know the diameter of the Earth, so I don't know.
Well, isn't this what
Very,
you're
very,
arguing
very,
for?
very, very little because the Earth's fucking humongous.
All right, so like a centimeter?
Oh,
More?
no,
Less?
not even that. Fucking less than
Not
that.
even a centimeter. Less
Not
than a
much at
centimeter
all.
over 10 miles.
10 miles
Okay.
isn't much.
What? Okay, so what if I told you that you're very, very wrong?
What do you mean?
Would you be surprised?
Wrong in what way?
Would you be? Well,
You
because
can't be
they
wrong in
say
saying I
that
don't know.
it's supposed to be over 66 feet. of curved drop over 10 miles. So how are you
That's
getting less than a
100%
centimeter?
wrong. Where'd you find that?
100% wrong.
Yeah.
Well, just go onto Google, type in curve calculator, go on one of the calculators.
You googled
And type
curve
in 10 miles.
calculator when the Earth's curvature hasn't been measured.
All right, so they don't know the size of the
What?
Earth.
Yeah, mate, if I Google, like, fucking, like, psychic ghost talking thing, it will say it can talk to ghosts, but it doesn't mean it can.
So you
Like,
think they don't know the size of the ball that you believe in, that they
they
taught
know
you?
the size, but I don't think they know. Well, according to what I just read,
So
they
if
don't know the curve.
the
Maybe they do.
size, if they know the size, then they know the rate of curve, don't they?
But no, because the Earth's not a perfect sphere.
No.
No,
So what about
it's
all those images of a sphere that NASA's been showing us?
No, NASA themselves claim it's not a sphere.
So why are they showing all these images of a sphere in space?
Because it looks pretty spherical, but it's not really. As in, the same way that when you have
it looks
when
like
you draw a
sphere,
circle on paper,
but it's
it might
not
look
really.
very circular, but it's not a perfect circle.
Yeah, it looks like a perfect sphere in their photos.
It's slightly elliptical.
Images. Nah, it looks
What
like
are you arguing? When you
doesn't
look at
elliptical.
things like when you look at anything, it's never a perfect rectangle, even if it may look to your naked eye like it probably is.
So it's not 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles.
That's fucking impossible. No.
That's impossible. All right, welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah.
'Cause that's what the
No, I'm
globe.
saying that I think the study is wrong.
Well, no. That's the globe claim. So you disagree
what?
with the globe claim. That's fine. That's the globe claim.
The global
disagree with
claim
it?
is that when
You're on our
10
side.
kilometers distance is 66 feet drop.
10 miles, 66 feet.
Actually, wait. Now I think about it, we use metric measurements in England. We don't use. How much is
I just
66
said
feet
miles.
in meters? Sorry, I'm in a Fortnite fight. Someone Google that. How much is 66 feet in meters?
Maybe you should pay attention.
6 foot's 2 meters or
wasting your brain
thereabouts. So
cells
therefore, 66 is going to be about 11 meters of drop.
So it's impossible to measure 66 feet of drop over
Give me a
10
sec.
miles, you're saying?
Oh, you're not actually
That's
wrong.
funny.
It says actually it's about approximately 8 inches per mile.
Squared.
Inches per mile squared.
8 inches per mile would just be like a slope.
No, you're about right because you said 10. Yeah, it's a slope. Yeah,
10
that's what I'm
miles.
saying. It's a slope.
No, it's supposed to
No,
be a curve.
it's a curve.
Ball.
Yeah.
It's a rate of
when you're
curve.
walking down the
8
side of
inches
the
per
curve,
mile
it's like-
squared.
Why are you squaring it?
Because it's a curvature, not a ramp.
Yeah, but on a single
Yeah.
2D plane, I'm
You're
looking at
going
the
like-
slope.
It's fucking right.
You're going like,
It's a rate of change of curvature, 8 inches per mile squared. If you don't square the mile, you'll end up with a slope. It's a curved surface we should be finding. It's 8 inches per mile
Yeah, but
squared.
if you do a cross section of a curve.
you're not arguing for a disability ramp, are you?
Holy cow.
What? Mate, what do you think happens when you cut a sphere in half? You get a cross section. You can measure the curve
Wow.
with a cross section.
Yeah.
Well, the curvature, according to the globe, is supposed to be 8 inches per mile squared, roughly. And that would make it 66 foot of drop over 10 miles.
No, oh my
But you
god,
said
do
you don't believe.
you know how SI units work? When you have meters squared, right, what it means is that when they did the equation for area, so area is length times width,
Yeah.
or one length times another length. Because the unit
you've
for
already
length
said-
is meters.
you've
It's
already
meters times
said that
meters,
you
which is
don't
meters
know.
squared. The
Hold
curvature
on,
doesn't
dude, you already said you
square.
don't know the size or the curve. So why are you now arguing like you do know?
Because I study physics and I know how SI units work. That's not
yeah,
how
but they
I
never
fucking
told you. So you studied physics and you don't know what the claimed size of the ball that you believe in is, or the claimed rate of curvature.
I'm saying that we haven't worked out. I don't claim to know everything. I don't know. Well, according to
Right, so
according to
why are
Google,
you
it's 8
arguing
inches
then?
drop. So I'm agreeing with you. It's 8 inches, but I don't agree. It's 66.
Per mile squared.
Would you like the diagram and the math? Would you like the Earth curve calculators based on the math with the radius of the Earth? Would you like those?
What
No,
do you
I
mean?
laughed at the
What
idea
is that,
of a
sorry?
curve calculator.
Yeah.
No, the Earth curve calculator seems to be correct, and it's 8 inches.
8 inches per
Right,
mile.
what does it say for 10 miles then?
10 times 8, 80.
No, that's not. Put it into the calculator, since you can't do it in your head, obviously.
The use
Put 10
trick.
miles into the calculator and tell us what it says for the geometric drop.
66
Oh
feet.
man, why are you doing that, bro? Why are you doing that?
66 feet.
Yeah. I was talking about
so
over
it was
1 mile.
correct then.
Over 1 mile, it's
So
8 feet.
I was correct. So I was correct then.
Maybe we misunderstood. Were you talking about 10 miles? Because I was talking about 1
You
mile.
said-
1 mile is 8 feet.
Right. So when I said 66 feet over 10 miles, you said no, that's impossible. So are you still? So is the curve
No, I
calculator
think there
wrong?
must have been a misunderstanding because I was talking about over a mile.
Hey,
No, I
Mark,
said over 10 miles, and you knew I was saying 10 miles because you repeated it back to me. You said
Well,
over
no,
10
because
miles,
I responded saying,
66 feet. No, dude, don't start lying. I said how much over 10 miles, and you said less than a centimeter.
I reckon it wasn't much. I was wrong.
Okay, so now
I'm not denying. I'm not denying it's 66 feet because
and that's
Google
fine.
says it's 66
That's fine.
feet.
Well, no, but you were denying that it was 66 feet when I originally said that.
No, because I thought we were
said,
talking
no,
about a
that's
single
impossible.
mile over 10 miles. According to Google, it's 66 feet.
Yeah, which you said was wrong when I told you that.
Well, I
You said, no, that's
apologise because I must have
impossible.
been confused talking about a mile.
So now you do believe that it's 66 feet
I
of
agree with
drop.
science. I'm not arguing that according to
Agree with
Google,
science.
it's 66 feet.
Google isn't science, but okay. Anyway, so you do now agree that the globe is claiming 66 feet of drop over 10 miles.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Okay, and you also claim that that's never been measured in reality.
I didn't claim that. When I Googled it, it said that, but I
You
don't
did.
know.
You said no one's measured curve
According to Google.
according to Google. So Google
Yeah.
doesn't think that anyone's measured curve.
Mate, Google's
you
just a
think
collection of people
someone
saying
has?
stuff. Google said it hasn't, but it was a Google 8 hours ago. Obviously, it's wrong.
So it's wrong. So who did measure that 66 feet of drop over 10 miles?
Should I find out? I'm only a first year geologist, dude. I don't know all the stats.
Yeah, I don't expect you to. They don't teach you any of this because it would make it too easy to debunk the claim.
So why would they be trying to lie? Exactly.
Why would they be trying to lie? Yeah, why would the government try and lie to you?
No, but it's like independent scientists all say it.
Did any of them measure the 66 feet though?
No, but we kind of, in science, we
Or
go
they
off
just
other people's
assuming it?
measurements. Peer
So they're
review.
just assuming it. They're just assuming it.
No, a bunch of them did it, and then they all, different
did it?
independent scientists, agreed
Who
with
did
each
it?
other after conducting the
Well,
experiment.
who measured it? Who measured it?
Well, at first it was the ancient Greeks, according to this.
No, they didn't measure 66 feet of drop
No,
over
listen.
10 miles.
And then, essentially, there's modern tools that use lasers.
Lasers. Okay, so who used the laser and measured 66 feet of drop over 10 miles?
Okay.
Because, they're putting robots on Mars and stuff, hundreds of thousands of miles away. So they should be able to measure 66 feet of drop over 10 miles, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so
I wouldn't argue that the fact they can go to Mars means they can, but I would argue that if they can measure the density of the Earth, or the average density, I would guess they could probably work out curvature.
which is strange because no one's ever measured it.
No, I'm saying that I was wrong that they have. It was Google AI getting it wrong.
Yeah, you can say they have, but no one has, which is why you won't be able to give us anyone who has. You just think they have, and you think if you Google it, you will find someone. But you won't because no one has.
What was the question again? You're saying
You've got
who
the
did it?
66 feet of drop over 10 miles, yeah? 66 feet,
Okay, let me Google it.
right? So that drop from point A to point B, that's 66 feet over 10 miles, we need that measured. We need that demonstrated to be a real thing.
So they didn't measure it, these are calculated values, so essentially what they did...
There you go.
Yeah.
That's what I'm telling you. No one's measured it.
Mate, what do you want them to do? Get a tape measure?
You said a laser.
Yeah?
Why didn't they use a laser?
No, they use lasers to measure elements of the curve, but you can't measure like fucking 10 kilometers.
Elements of the curve. Well, yeah, you can get lasers that shoot.
I'm saying you can measure a slight curve for a
10 miles.
laser, but for the 10 kilometers, so the 10 miles.
No one's measuring curve with a laser. That's the problem.
Where are you going with
measuring
this?
it with a laser.
Are you arguing that the
Well,
government
I'm already
trick me?
there. No, I'm already there. There's no curvature. That's why no one's measured it.
So your argument is that no one's measured curvature when they have. They've done calculations.
Okay, so
True.
no,
Therefore-
calculations, that's not a measurement, that's just an assumption.
So when you measure the
can
100
assume it
milliliters
in
of water,
calculation.
it's not a
No,
measurement.
if you actually measure something, you can measure it, but if you assume it in calculation, that's not a measurement.
It's not an assumption, is it?
Well, it is,
It's
because no one's
calculation.
measured it, have they?
So
Well,
you're
who
saying that
measured it
maths is an assumption?
then? Well,
Oh,
who
God.
measured it then?
It's not
Before you
what he
try
said.
and...
I'm not saying they measured it, I'm saying they did a calculation.
Okay,
Not
so no one's
trigonometry.
measured it. So no one's measured
Yeah, I'm not
it.
saying they've measured it, but I would argue that a calculation
Right.
is a measurement.
So it doesn't exist. Well, a calculation isn't a measurement. That's why they're different words. So
To do calculations, you're going to need measurements.
But then they multiply stuff. You don't just like the same way that
multiply
if you were to measure, if you measure
No curve
density, you
times
don't measure
no curve
each
equals-
atom of it in grams, do you? You measure the whole volume and the whole fucking mass, and then you do a
they
calculation.
measure the whole Earth, but they can't measure 66 feet of
They didn't
drop
measure
over
the
10
whole
miles.
Earth.
Okay, yeah, they didn't
They
even
didn't do a
measure
measurement
any
because there's
curvature.
no fucking tape measure. It's like
So there's no measurement, right?
thousands
So
of
we
kilometers
don't.
long, is there? Like,
So we don't observe curvature, and we don't measure any.
but I'm saying that we calculate.
Why do you believe it?
curvature.
All right, so it's just imagined and then calculated.
And there's other arguments I've got. For example, rocks that have come from deep within the Earth. Are you saying they're like fake or something?
No,
What in the
I'm speaking about
world
the rock in
What
the
are you
Earth. I'm
talking
speaking about
Oh,
the fact
wow.
that you've got no curvature. No curvature. Doesn't matter what rocks you pull out of the ground. It's out of a flat ground.
So, as I was saying earlier, what are you saying is under the ground exactly? This is like an important bit of clarity, isn't it? What are you saying is under the
Not
ground?
really. I'm not really saying what's under the ground. More ground.
Well, I'm saying that when you go down, are you saying it's infinite? Are you saying when you keep going down, you
I'm not
reach a point
making
where
a
you're
claim.
under the
I'm not
Earth? What are
making
you
a
saying?
claim. I'm not. What are you talking about? When was I talking about digging into the ground? You know well what I'm
You
saying.
talked about
You're just trying
boreholes
to
earlier.
avoid it. No, I didn't. You're
Yeah, I brought that up.
Was that you? Well, what are you saying? That's
Yeah,
Yeah, I brought up the Kona super deep borehole.
This is a genuine
They-
question.
they
I
dug
don't think it's
down
like
there.
a ha got
Don't
you.
try
I'm
and
literally
Yeah, we're not going to
asking
go
what you
back to
believe.
that.
Don't try
Why
and
not?
deflect, bro.
The borehole is not going to help us determine curvature. So if you want to go back to the curvature, can you give us where they got values to calculate the curvature of the Earth? What did they measure to get those values to calculate?
Let me do it.
Yeah, where's that 66 feet of drop coming from if it's never been measured or observed?
They measured how much of a distant object is hidden below the horizon, and they measured the angular difference. So they measured the angle of the sun rays between two locations at the same time.
They measured what? Sorry.
The angle of the sun's rays at two locations at the same time, and the angle
Good.
difference is proof of curve service.
Sorry, what's an angle?
What?
What is an angle?
Fucking hell, how do I define an angle? I never learned a definition for that. I just kind of like
Okay.
did it.
So you know what a triangle is, right?
Yeah. But how do you
Good.
define it? I mean, it's the point between two lines, the vertex in the middle. It's the distance
Yeah,
between
good.
the two lines
Good.
in like degrees. There you
Good.
Or
Good,
radians.
good. Those lines, are they straight?
go. I'm not that high of a physics
Uh-oh.
student. I'm going to guess that the rays from the sun are straight, yeah, but I don't know that.
No, I'm talking about within an angle. If you have an angle, do the lines have to be straight to fit the definition?
No, it's about the vertex.
Yeah, the lines meet as the vertex. You can measure
Yeah.
the separation of the straight lines in degrees, like 40 degrees and 90 degrees, but you must understand that the lines will be straight.
They don't have to be
Right.
straight because you can have the point of intersection between a circle and a line.
No, that's a tangent.
No. When the line goes through the circle, like cuts through it,
Okay, if you've got a straight line going through a curved line, how do you measure the separation between a straight line and a curved line? Is that an angle when one of the lines is curved? No, when one of the lines is curved, is that an angle?
what does that mean?
Well, an angle is a very specific definition. If you're going to start curving lines, that's not going to be an angle anymore, is it?
Well, yes, it will.
No. An angle is like you try to get through the intersection of two straight lines meeting
I
the
didn't say
vertex,
straight
and
line.
but it has to be a straight line. Do you know what a triangle is?
Yeah, do you know what a circle is?
Yes, that's a curved line. Now, if I have
Yeah.
a curved line and a straight line, for example, I've got a vertical line that meets a horizontal line at 90 degrees, but I curve that horizontal line. Is it still 90 degrees?
It's about the point of intersection. It doesn't matter if the line's curved.
All right, you might need to go back to school, dude.
Yeah, just all you need to do is just Google angle, and
Do you know
then
what differentiation
read some
is?
definitions.
Yeah, we're
Read
just
some
talking about
definitions.
And saying
Check
that when
the
you have the
images.
line, you measure that. Using differentiation, you can
All
bring
right,
it
dude.
down to the exact point of
dude.
intersection.
Okay, dude. We all know what an angle is. If you don't know what an angle is, go and look it up.
Do you know
We're
what
still
differentiation
waiting.
is?
For the
Do you know what a triangle is?
curvature.
Yes, I know what a fucking triangle is.
Good. Can you answer the question at 53 minutes past the hour? Can you point out which one of the four triangles A, B, C, and D are not triangles?
What?
Can you see
What are
the
you
image?
yapping about?
Right, I'll do it slower for you. Can you see the image at 53 minutes past the hour of triangular shapes A, B, C, and D within
Oh,
these
sorry,
four
I'm playing
images? Can you
Fortnite.
point out
I'm
which
not
ones?
on my phone.
Not what? You can't access.
So
the
are you
side
sending
chat?
images on like side chat? I'm on
it's
Fortnite. I can't see.
in the text channel. Turn your Fortnite off. Come on.
No, I'm
He's
playing
playing.
Fortnite.
He's playing Fortnite. He's 14. Let's talk to someone else.
Wow.
Yeah. Who else have we got?
He's not willing to put his game down to understand what a fucking triangle is. Let him play his game. He can ruin his life.
I don't know
Yeah.
what a triangle is.
Well, what's a triangle? Let's try again, Fortnite.
A triangle is when you've got three lines that intersect and the
Okay,
angles add up to 180 degrees within the triangle.
Good. The angles measure 180 degrees within the three straight sides that meet at 3 points.
Yeah.
If you curve one of the lines within that triangle, is it a triangle? And can you measure the interior angles to reach 180 degrees?
No.
Thank you.
There you go.
Good. So when you were talking about measuring the angles to the sun, you understand that you're going to require a horizontal plane to measure the elevation angle of the sun. For example, with the example of Aristophanes, right? The sun directly
What
above
do
the
you
well
mean?
at night. You brought it up.
So I don't know what I don't know what you're saying. Sorry, I'm not trying to be that rude. I genuinely don't know what you're saying.
Google elevation angle.
He's playing Fortnite.
Oh yeah.
But he read something out earlier. What did he read?
Yeah, I died in my 50-50 match.
He was
Did
trying to
you read
read
that
out Eratosthenes or something.
Yeah, what did he read out? Read it again. Because I made him stop at angle.
I wasn't arguing. I was arguing with angle that you can use differentiation to find the angle between a curved line and a straight line.
Yeah, you're going to need a tangent straight line. So, what were you reading?
What?
You were reading
What, like
something
half an hour ago?
About 10 minutes ago. Do you remember when I interrupted you and said stop when you said angle?
Sure.
Yeah, good. Could you read that back out?
Just the last thing you Googled.
Let me just finish this.
Oh, God, I'm not wasting my time, dude.
Yeah, come on, dude. You've already realized that no one's ever measured the curve. That should be enough for you to think, shit, I actually need to pay attention. That shit's just rot in your brain. And it shows. We got any other guys in here who think they have measured the curve? Because this global believer thinks they've never measured it.
I'm saying they have measured it. What the fuck? I literally said I was wrong that I googled it.
Because when I asked who measured it, you didn't tell me anyone who measured it. You talked about angles to the sun, which require straight lines. Yeah, that's calculations. We asked for measurement, not assumptions.
Okay, so when they measured in your argument, so would you say they measured the size of the Earth as in your disk? Are you a disk flat earther?
No, I'm not. We're not claiming a shape of the Earth. We're not claiming the Earth is a disk in space. No.
Then what do you think it is?
Flat.
It measures as a flat, motionless topographical plane. No, space doesn't exist either.
Not in the way
that you fucking God, I'm done with this shit, man. You guys are
nuts, see you later.
What the fuck?
Come back when you have some evidence. Rip.
Bye, Fortnite.
Oh man, that triggered him, didn't it?
Good evening, Cyclone. Good to see you, mate.
Yeah, you too, buddy. How you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, man. Not too bad. It's been a nice day, bit of sunshine. A little bit tired, actually. I think the sun took it out of me. Typical Englishman.
Yeah. It's getting pretty nice up here as well. Probably not as nice as down there, but
Nah, it's good stuff. Man.
Fortnite. Bye, Fortnite.
I didn't like losing space. See, even just that, right?
think he was
Because their
playing
worldview,
Fortnite.
because their worldview is so consensus based. Just hearing other people disagreeing with it is enough to shock their foundations. So when they're like, "What about space?" No, space doesn't exist. That's like a big slap in the face because their whole worldview is based on just everyone believes this. So when they start hearing that people don't believe it, that's a big thing for them. So they're like, shit. What if he's right? That's why he's spazzed out.
Howdy.
What's up?
Hello?
Looking for some flat earthers came through here.
Okay.
Took my measurements.
What do you want to know?
Which way them boys go?
They went back to Fortnite after hearing that space isn't real.
So, Rob,
Guys.
you were saying that the triangle, what was it, B, right? You were saying that the angles add up to 180 degrees in the side chat, weren't you?
Sure. It has three sides and it connects. It's got to be a triangle, right? Unless you can name the shape that it is. There is non-Euclidean geometry. I know you guys don't want to accept it. but
Oh, no,
there is.
we understand there is non-Euclidean geometry. We just want to know where it's practically used on the Earth.
Nowhere, ever.
You can say spherical triangles all you want, but let's do that on the Earth. See if that holds true.
You can triangulate or navigate the Earth. You can start in one spot, go a certain direction, change direction twice, and end up where you started. It's only possible on a spherical object.
So going around in a circle is only you can only do that on a sphere.
No, it's not a circle. It's 390-degree turns.
Oh, okay. Can you measure this then? Have you done this at the North Pole?
Absolutely.
Okay, 2 seconds. So at the North Pole, at the North Pole, at 0, 0 on the equator and 90, 0 on the equator. Can you measure that for me, please?
Yeah, you don't have to be at the North Pole. You can be anywhere. Anywhere in the world works.
Indeed, you need the distance because I keep making triangles everywhere and they're fucking straight sides. So you show me the 3 points on the Earth directly where they're not straight sides.
It's amazing that the Globers think anyone's actually doing this.
I mean, if I put 3 points on my basketball and I connect those 3 points on my basketball with lines, then I'm going to beg the question that the Earth is also a fucking basketball that I can do this on as well.
Yeah.
Go and do it.
They're shaped like a basketball for sure.
Go and do it.
I just proved it in chat. I just posted in chat.
No, it's been done. Is it?
390-degree angles on a sphere.
Oh my
All
God.
those angles are
It's like
90.
you didn't listen to what I said. I'll do it again just to humiliate you. Yeah, you can do this. Put 3 points on a basketball and join those 3 points up on your basketball with lines. Well done. Now do this on the Earth.
You can't because you can't draw 390-degree angles on a flat surface and have them connect. Checkmate.
Well, go and do it on the Earth.
You can on a flat Earth. It doesn't work.
No. You said that you can draw points on a sphere, a basketball. Now go and put your 3 points on.
Yeah, it's been done. It's called triangular navigation, brother. You can do it. You can do it.
Triangle.
Triangular navigation.
Triangular
It's very,
navigation.
very simple. It's been done, guys. It's been done.
Explain it to me.
You can pick any spot on Earth, any position you're at. If you go a certain
Who did
amount,
it?
I believe it was
Who did it,
24.
Rob?
Let me get it out. You asked me a question. 24%
Rob, who did
of
it?
the Earth's distance in any direction. You stop. You make the change to a line, create a
Go on,
90-degree
Rob.
angle, go
Who did it?
24% that way, and then you turn and go north back to or whatever side you came from. You'll end up right where you started. It can only be
Right, Rob,
possible
who
on a
did that?
globe.
Go on,
Rob, who
then.
did that?
Off you go. Show
Rob,
me the
no one's done that.
documentation of where it's been done.
It's been done on a sphere because it can't be done on paper. It
So
can't be
show
done
me
on
the
a 2D.
documentation it's been done.
Oh, triangular navigation. Hold on.
Triangular navigation.
Triangular navigation. That's what I was laughing at. You're so full of shit, Rob. It's amazing.
And I want been done, not could be done.
How did you measure those angles on your baseball there?
You just heard the word triangulation, and he's just going, "Oh, hey, they navigate like that, triangulation."
Triangular navigation. You just go straight for a few hundred miles, turn 90 degrees, go straight 100 miles, and then end up back where you started. Triangular navigation. Amazing. These clowns.
First of all, it's a lot more than 100 miles. It's like 24% of the Earth's circumference.
More chat stuff for us to read.
So
Please don't miss it. Don't miss it.
in one heading for how long? So how many miles?
Talk over me.
How many miles, Rob?
Rumpus through me. I believe it's like 24% of the Earth's diameter or something, circumference. Like I said, I'm not a math guy, but the bottom line is it works. People do this. It's been like done. It's like a science.
So they're going in one direction. They're going in one heading for a few thousand miles, and then doing a 90-degree turn, and then doing another few thousand miles.
Sorry.
Yeah, like I'm in Detroit. So if I just pick a south heading, it doesn't matter which direction you go.
Yeah, no one's done that, Rob. Yeah, Rob.
So if I go south and then I go to
Rob, that's your imagination.
like Brazil. Well, no, it's actually. What do you mean? No, it's been done. It's
that's your imagination.
You guys laugh at the word, but it's a real word. Triangular navigation is real.
Yep, we get it. What are the PZX triangles? In the thing that you got from your chatbot, what the PZX triangles? What are they and where are they? This is the thing when you Google shit you don't understand. Tell me what a PZX triangle is without Googling it.
I don't need to. That's the whole thing.
What is it?
I don't have to. I don't have to. The fact is, you said something doesn't exist. I prove it does exist. I don't even know shit about it. I know it's real.
Exactly what PZX
You're just trying to do a gotcha. Oh, what does this mean? What does this goddamn equation? You don't know what's equation. You don't know anything. That's an all or nothing fallacy. All or nothing fallacy.
Sorry.
Rob, shut up, dude.
It's like you want to talk through me to avoid your embarrassment. Don't do that.
No, because you're trying to embarrass me. I'm not going to let you. I'm going to sit and let you embarrass me.
Sorry, what is a PZX triangle and where are they? If they don't know, then fucking delete your citation because you don't know what you're posting.
I don't need to know. The bottom line is
I don't need to know what I post.
I don't need to know because triangular navigation is real. I told you it was real.
What's the triangle? What's the triangle?
3 sides that connect, buddy. 3 lines. 3 points.
Earlier up in your citation, 3 straight sides.
Cool, man. Yeah,
good.
And
so triangulation, 3 straight sides.
Yeah, and you can go straight on a globe. I know you guys don't want to believe it, but
no, you can't. You can't.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
No, you'd be going in an arc, Rob, wouldn't you?
Okay, man. In your guys' eyes, that's how you guys see it. I don't know how to make it.
You don't understand the shit you posted, do you? I'll ask you again. I've given you enough time to Google what a PZX triangle is.
I don't need to know what it is. That's not my argument. My argument is not PZX triangle.
Your argument. Rob, this
No,
is
I'm
your
not. You're just trying to fucking
Rob,
do this stupid.
Rob, this is your argument, but you don't know what your argument is. It's literally, you've just thrown an elephant in the room that you don't even understand.
Wow, you don't need to understand it. Because the bottom line is that it exists.
Rob.
You said it didn't exist.
Rob, you've given information to people that you don't understand. How do you know that information is valid?
Same way you know all your information is valid.
There's no you. Fucking hell, it's like talking to an 8-year-old with you.
Oh, sure, buddy.
This is crazy, Rob. I do not know why you would lead with this thing that you do not understand, haven't even looked at. I don't know why you would come in with this.
This is the biggest deflection in the whole fucking world, dude. You don't need to know anything about it. If it exists and it's real, then you guys lost. You guys said it doesn't.
No, you don't even know that you don't even know what it is, let alone that it exists.
I'll ask you this question: where are the PZX triangles? Where are they? I'll give you 2 choices. 1, are they on the Earth? 2, are they in the sky? Clues in the P, the Z, and the X. Oh, for fuck's sake, that triangle's in the sky, dude. The P, that's your pole star. The Z, that's your zenith. The X, that's the star that you're measuring to. The stars
I understand, man. I understand. And when you're on the ground and you measure to these stars, you can get angles, dude. No one's arguing that, dude. You're trying to get a gotcha, dude. I'm just not going to participate because this is
an angle.
Because the argument wasn't whether I know what PZX triangles. The argument was that is triangular navigation is a thing. Is it real? Yeah. And now we're not talking about it anymore because you guys got proven wrong. I told you it was a thing. You laughed at the name, and it was real.
Good. Yeah, you understand that everything that you posted is fucking great for us, but shit for you. There's no sphere in here.
Okay. Everybody, when you add the measurements up, they show you that you're going to.
It's a fucking triangle. All you've posted is references for us. I'm going to copy and save this. Thanks.
Thank you. Man, no problem, dude. Whatever works for you. I'm trying to make you go platinum. I want you to go platinum, bro.
Yeah, I'm going to flat smack people with the information that you've given. Thanks.
Hell yeah, brother. Do it up.
That's
no problem.
You've helped us now,
no problem.
Twice, thanks.
Hey, that just goes to show you, dude. That's how crazy flat earthers. Even I can give you fucking information on flat earth. That's how dumb it is.
Rob, high five. Thanks very much. You're going to be a flat earther.
High five. Oh, I missed. Sorry.
Next time you post something, understand it, please.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. It's just some advice for life, dude. Otherwise, people are going to call you out for being a bullshitter.
Yeah. Listen, the best part about it is, let's say I do post something, which you guys say I don't know. You guys know it. So the fact that I'm showing you something that you guys know is the truth, that's all that really matters to me.
Yeah. All of this triangles, triangular navigation, also known as celestial navigation. Yeah.
Yeah, celestial navigation. Welcome to the globe Earth.
No, angles, triangles. It's in your citation.
Yeah, we know. Show me a fucking flat Earth angle to Polaris from fucking South America. From South America.
What? When I can't see Polaris, how am I going to measure an angle to it? You fucking idiot.
That's your guys' problem, not mine.
Sorry, exactly. Does that mean the Earth is a globe now?
Yeah, it does.
Really? Like, why can't I see? Sorry, why can't I see the star in South America? Why?
Because there's different stars that you're viewing from South America.
No, you're not following. We were referencing the North Pole. You brought up South America, a place where I couldn't see the North Pole. Fuck's sake.
Yeah, exactly. So you're hold on. No, Jenny, you think you got me, but you don't. Because your model does not explain why on one side of the equator I can see the Polaris and the other side I can't. You can't just say it's because it's too far away because I'm only going on the other side of the equator.
My model says what?
Model says what?
Yeah, my model, apparently.
Yeah, I know. We're going to use it. I don't give a fuck. I'm using that term.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's the only way you can explain it. You said, we can't see Polaris because it's too far from South America. If that's the case, then why when you get closer to the equator, you can see Polaris? On a flat Earth, it's a flat plane. The star isn't over there in the corner. It's up in the up above us in the fucking wherever that is.
Sneaky pivot
you're not gonna-
away from your.
So you should be
claim,
able to
Rob.
see it no matter what. All
This is a
stars should be
sneaky
visible.
pivot. Sneaky deflection from your actual claim, which you can't even claim. You just farm your brain out to a third party and say, "I don't need to know."
You might as well just be a fucking brain in the jar at this point and get somebody else to do your thinking for you, Rob.
Yeah, just plug in your Chat GPT straight into the.
You guys gonna shit your pants when I come in here? I'm gonna be linked to that Google shit.
Not really, babe.
I'll get that chip put in me, dude. I'll be unstoppable.
No,
I
not
know
really.
you will. You'll be first in
I'll come
line.
in here like
Shit me.
fucking. I'll come here like Android 17.
Okay. It's a weird one, is Rob.
Earth is glob. You're
I hope
already
ad-
shifted.
I hope ads don't pop up in your chip. You know, you'll get hacked.
That'd be fucking. That would suck, dude. You're just walking, all of a sudden you start doing it, man.
Yeah, that's what you're desperate for. Just to get fucked up by anonymous people in your brain.
I love it, dude. I'm a sadist.
Yeah, no doubt.
You guys got my number.
Hold on, brother. I'm going to sell a mod where your girlfriend can hack your chip and see your search history.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm married as long as I have. It doesn't really matter. That shit don't bother
I'm just hack into fat people's and then make them run.
me. Yeah.
Dude, what the heck? You got nervous about your search history or something? Set you up real quick.
No, I'm just. Room was quiet. I don't want to take too much thought, take too much time. You guys ever watch videos in here and like critique them and shit?
Not usually in here. We do it on the home server usually.
You watched all the FTF or the TFEs videos?
No. I've watched a few of them. I watched a few of the early ones, not recent ones. Lost interest in it, mate.
Lost interest in it.
I gave up at no footprints in Antarctica. That was it. I was done after that.
You never walked on a frozen tundra, ice tundra?
Yeah.
I have. I've never left footprints on a frozen lake I was walking on.
Yeah, exactly. It took me a little bit of research to understand that, but yeah, exactly. So
and you're from Michigan. Why are they running around with no shirts on?
The same reason people jump in they cut holes in guys and jump in there butt naked in Michigan. People, you don't get hypothermia in like 10 seconds. You know, you can, as long as you got clothes to put back on and they're dry, you'll be all right.
No, they're just walking around like that. Not a dare. I dare ya.
Yeah. Well, it was summertime there, so the sun is like the closest it's going to be. So the sun is relatively, the air temperature is cold.
Be warm,
But I think it was like
snow stays solid, frozen.
Well, yeah, because it's just the system. It's frozen solid. Yeah, it never thaws or nothing. Just the air temperature is still like 15 degrees. It's still cold, but You know, it's like 90. It's like comparing 90 degrees in Michigan to 90 degrees in Florida. Like the sun is just, even though it's the same air temperature, the sun is just hotter in Florida. Doesn't make any sense. But anybody who's been to either places knows the difference. That's just the sun's so bright there. And that's why they're getting.
There's always a reason.
Yeah, usually there is.
It's called weather.
Well, that's not really the weather. Like I said, 90 degrees is 90 degrees. If you have 90 degrees in Detroit, 90 degrees in Miami, guaranteed Miami's going to feel a lot hotter.
It's just going to depend on the humidity of the air.
Yeah, well, relative similar humidities.
It's going to be fucking weather. Yeah, meteorological reasons.
Yeah. So you're saying it's warmer at the equator because of meteorological reasons?
the city do it. Montgomery
I don't want to pay more than 10,000. I don't want to pay more than 10,000.
10,001. Final offer.
I have to get off the roof and get my headset. I have to make you listen to my roofing. It's dark. Dark over here. This roof is ugly, bro. Got a big lump right in the middle. Got curvature. So I put these straight boards on this curvy roof, and they became curvy. Match the roof. Ay, ay, ay. It is what it is. All right, I guess I'm going back to roofing.
Oh, what? Nobody talking here either? What's going on?
I don't know. We got some kind of dead. The guy at the, what the hell is his name at the bottom?
What's meow?
Says Johnny something. And then we got Zero. Saying Zero.
Yeah, I thought, oh, yeah, it looks pretty populated. Something's going on here. But nope.
Drop that Zero. The other guy's deaf, and I don't know what his name is. Japanese, Johnny's, something's Wrangler Burger Doctor. I don't know. What was that? Little G. You're almost Big G now, aren't you, Little G?
They grow up so fast.
I don't speak to nobody.
You shut up. Yeah, you do.
What up?
What up? You talk to Democ, damn. You already know better. How you been?
I'm good. You?
Pretty good, pretty good. I was just noticing you've been around for a long time. Now it's time to grow up to Big G. Change my
Yeah,
name.
big time.
Yeah, but now I'm a Big G.
Hey, DJ, MacGyver is. Oh, sorry. You did send me. I'm gonna send to you. He's trying to join here, but it's showing a lock.
Oh, from MacGyver, Johnny
Yeah.
MacGyver.
The MacGyver, the guy that did that song, Most Fucking Americans, the Flat Earth song, parody.
Oh,
He's trying to join here.
Yeah, I don't know why he would have a lock on the channel unless he's been permabanned in the past from this channel. I'm not sure.
It did say, show me a print stream. I'm gonna save it.
permabanned.
No, he's just locked the channel to him.
Oh, okay.
Let's see.
I'll say, I wonder what he had to do. I mean, I know what you got to do, but like, you know, most regular people don't get permaban, do they?
Yeah, it's like this. It appears a lock, you know.
Yeah, I'm not a mod. Yeah, it's talking out my ass.
He's saying, I will log on, try. But you see that lock? He is new to the server, so...
I have no idea, man.
Did you get banned for making fun of Jesse Patholite too much with the meme? Dude, I love that meme. Dude, what did you do? Did you tell freaking AI to freaking put a toilet paper roll on top of a fucking telescope or some shit? Like, how the fuck? Funny as shit, yo. And it's just like him too. It's some freaking Jesse Patho horse shit. You know? I I want Jesse with a monocle, like the Planner Peanut guy, you know, like the monocle, the single monocle.
I have
like
that
sighting
with.
into like an Abrams fucking gun turret, you know? Like
No,
I'm gonna
already got the skit. Already got the skit for him. He's going to win the linear race. They're going to be like, everybody, run linear. And all the people who don't know, linear means run back into a circle where you started. Jesse's going to be like, and he's going to be like winning the race, you know, running real slow. All these people are going to be running real fast. They're going to just take off. He's going to be left in the dust. But he is going to go take a left to come back around. And he's going to be like,
oh God.
the whole time he'll be by himself, just running 2 miles an hour, while all these other people are like, 40 yards sprinting it straight that way. You know what I mean? And he's running linear in a circle. That would be a funny skit. He's going, ah. And then the winner's thing's coming up, and he's going to hit it, and he's going to run through it, And then right before he runs through it, he falls. And then the other people notice. Yeah, then the other people notice they're running the wrong way. And by the time they get back and cross the finish line is right before he gets up to touch it.
Stupid.
And he's going to say, but I ran linear.
You could do like the Globra Sniper, that kind of cartoon, but except, him with like this stupidest freaking like magnifying glass for the long like a railgun sight, He's like using like stupid shit.
2 magnifying glasses, duct tape on top of a pool stick.
Yeah, he's leveling freaking like 2 mile long freaking like foundations for a freaking warehouse with like a little 4-inch freaking speed level. I'm telling you, he uses the wrong fucking tools for the like. I don't know.
So he's measuring the earth curve with the ruler.
Something. Pretty sure it's like almost the same, like exactly that,
Well, it would be okay if he was. Well, no, it wouldn't be so dumb if he put the ruler down to the earth curve and say, okay, we're going to show you the earth curve. I'd be with him on that. But what he's doing is he's taking the ruler up to the top of the mountain and leveling it out and saying, earth curve that away, boys. Straight that away.
Dude.
What's your mathematical foundation, Jesse? That way. Earth curve. Must be.
So is Miguel still there? That's AI, right? Dude, I don't know anything about AI. I know it's this question, but that's AI, right? That meme, like you just, I've seen people do some pretty wild shit with it.
Yeah, someone did make that one. I just save it.
Friggin' hilarious, man.
You can tell which one's AI. You can tell AI, usually. You need to get an AI and program the ability to, like, say something back or be rude or, like, cuss maybe a couple times. Like, maybe not bad cuss words, but just, like, something, shit, something.
People done some funny ones of me. Like, they must have put, like, really fat guy in a wheelchair, like, roasting beans. This one guy came up with this one that looked so freaking funny. I'm going to see if I can find it and share it in the chat. It was, dude.
No, not that. I'm talking about the one that talks. When you conversate with them, yeah, you know that you're conversating with them because they always compliment you. They're like, "Hey, buddy, okay, good guy, Slugger. That's a good one, yep. But you're wrong. You're wrong, Slugger. But you're great. Let's think about it this way. You know what I mean? It's weird, like."
Dude, I have no idea, but I got a feeling. Like I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I was talking about the art, like art.
No, I know.
Obviously.
Right, we just crossed. Yeah, I was talking about the AI. Cool. You were talking about the art, but either way, both
See,
AI.
I can find this silly picture of this guy. So.
But those are funny, like the skit. Yeah, that's the skit type thing. Yeah.
You just ask the AI to be rude to you, Demont, and it will.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you just put a little rudeness in there. No, it needs to be pre-programmed and to have like 2% or 3% rudeness in its mixture of stuff. Then it'll seem more real. then people would have a hard time actually, because it's like, forget you, man. You guys are kind of stupid in here, man. Don't be that way, And then it started talking to you. You wouldn't think it was AI as much as you would. Hello, bud. Okay, let's try another one. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're right. It would sound more realistic if they did that. It's kind of like that movie Interstellar when Matthew McConaughey keeps changing the AI. He's like, turn your humor setting to 95. Actually,
Yeah.
What's crazy to me is that I'm younger than you guys, and I feel like, what are you guys talking about with those AIs? Nobody wants to touch those AIs. What are you talking about with those AIs? I'm sorry, that's just how I feel. I feel like the old guy, and I don't want anything to do with the AI, but you guys are older than me, and you're talking about AI. It's just funny to me.
Well, I mean, it's however, whatever can happen is going to happen. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Oh, trust me, I agree 100% with what you're saying. It's just funny to me that you guys are older than me. You're discussing AI. I always had the thought of discussing things with AI, but I always hear about in relation to what you guys were talking about, how it learns and how it would be able to start deceiving you just by listening to you talk. So I don't know. It's strange to me. Yeah.
Oh, you can best believe that somebody in the warehouse is like, yeah, it's too nice. It's just 1,000,000% passive aggressive program.
You see that in the chat? That's some guy freaking program that's funny as shit. It looks like I'm cooking up meth or something. It's freaking creepy.
Dude, that's like you're on the ISS.
You need to put your logo there, the coffee logo.
Is that Demolition Man?
Yeah. It's very.
That's one of my favorite movies, Simon Phoenix.
You know about the Demolition Man with Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Yeah, that's what that's what he was referencing in the chat. You see the GIF?
Okay. Yeah.
Sylvester Stallone.
Yeah, right. And dude, what's funny is he learns how to knit. He's like, I don't know. He's like, I know how to knit now. Remember?
What
Like, I know how to
It's like post mode. It's like post New World Order / The Giver, where they get a program with certain things inside.
Okay, I was thinking of the other one, Blade Runner or something with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah, sorry.
Well, you're probably thinking of Running Man, probably. Anyway, yeah. So Wesley gets taught freaking like jujitsu and shit while he's freaking frozen. Sylvester gets freaking like educated and learns freaking knitting.
Home economics. He can sew you a blanket, like knit you a jumper.
And everybody eats at Taco Bell. Dude, freaking Dennis Leary is pretty funny in
Not
that.
anymore. Not anymore. They changed it. So every copy now, when they go to say Taco Bell, it says there's this voiceover that says Pizza Hut.
Yeah,
man.
You're
yeah,
lying.
they changed it. No, man.
No way.
Who owns Pizza Hut? Trillionaires, huh?
Well, Pizza Hut does own. No, they don't. Pizza Hut owns.
Pizza Hut loses so much
Taco
money,
Bell
dude.
and KFC are freaking like partners now, right? You can go up to like those weird, like double. Like I don't know if they have them in other parts of the country. They don't have them out west.
KFCs?
But on the East Coast, you can have these like weird double, like Taco Bells on one side and like Kentucky's on the other side.
The KFCs got closed down here, a lot of them, where I'm
Really, the same way they did. They got like they did these like not a Sonic. It was like an A&W and another company. They did these weird like combination.
It's Long John Silver's.
Fast food.
Yeah,
A&W Long
A&W
John
root
Silver.
beer. Yeah, Long John, stuff like that. Yeah. I think
And
it's the Kentucky Fried, where I'm at, the Kentucky Fried had something weird go down, and I think they closed it. Because, like, people at the drive thru was arguing with some of the DoorDash people, and then it was some kind of thing. Yeah.
got in an argument over the 11 herbs and spices.
No, the Kentucky Fried Chicken workers were calling the other people like other stuff they shouldn't have been calling them. I guess at the time when that was so predominant, when it was so predominant that it shut them down. Because the two drivers of the DoorDash were like whatever, and then they were like, hey, they had a problem. And they were like, F you, you know, this and this and this because you're this, and they were like, what? You know, it was a big thing. They were discriminating their sexual orientation, basically.
I've noticed a lot of the KFCs city. If I ride through the city in Baltimore, a lot of them are like hip hop freaking fried chicken or some shit now. I was like, hip hop fried chicken. Freaking wild.
Does anybody think it's weird that Sprite kind of selectively like all of their advertisements? They're all targeting black culture.
We didn't hear that. We heard Sprite, and then it cut out.
What did you say about Sprite, Mish Kane?
I think my internet connection's messed up. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. I was saying it's weird that Sprite, I've always noticed, like even when I was a kid, they've always marketed towards black culture. Like they used to have that little puppet basketball player. Then they had Jay-Z. It was always rap music. I just always found that weird.
It was Curtis Blow with the latest trend. You got to know what's out and what is in.
Yeah.
Something about the feeling is right now more than ever. It's right. Curtis Blow used to do the commercial. Yeah. Yeah. Remember that shit.
Yeah, because when I was a kid, I always thought that maybe I was like kind of black. Loved Sprite, and I always felt like I was weird for liking Sprite so much, like I was part black or something.
I'm gonna tell you what. One of the first cans of soda that I had that was Sprite was a cherry Sprite, and it was good as hell.
Yeah, we had out in the county. We had a 7-Up bottling place. Guess that was the Caucasian drink.
It could have been cherry 7-Up too. Either way, it was cherry.
7-Up.
Yeah.
Dr. Pepper. I guess it was a Pepsi. I don't remember Pepsi and 7-Up being a thing though. Maybe it was. I just remember everybody used to take their bottles there. That was back when you got 10 cents for a bottle. That used to be the shit when you were a kid.
Yeah,
At least
I
it was
remember
for
it.
me.
Well, yeah, you got to fight them from your uncles and aunts that are older or whoever, you know, and then like other people that are poor in the neighborhood trying to get them too. But yeah, as a kid, yeah, if you could get your hands on about 8 or 10 of them, you're good to go, baby boy. You had a bag of candy.
Can you get your hands on, Common Sense?
Yeah, you're not on the globe.
Maybe get like a little bit of common sense.
Yeah, I got my hand on a penny right now. My icon's a penny. I
Okay,
do have my hand on one common
here's a
sense.
good idea though. Get a hold of some common sense to tell
Yeah,
you
I got one penny.
the
Is it
fact
dropping
that
for
Earth
you?
isn't flat like you think. That isn't common sense.
Well, then you're the one that needs to get a hold of common sense because all you can prove is the Earth is flat.
NASA.
Is that why you're
Anyways,
laughing? Because you have no globe proof and it's the globe
no,
is
I'm
a funny
laughing.
joke?
I think I don't have any globe proof.
Well, where's the globe proof at? Show me where you measure it at. Show me where you measure the water curve.
Okay, I'm gonna show you a NASA article. No, you can cope with the fact.
No, I don't want. No, I want you to show me where the
Yeah,
water
that's me
curve
showing you
in
as
your
all the
aquarium.
information.
No, I don't need information. I need water to tell us the truth on how it curves.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you. Hold on, because you think
You're gonna get some water and it's gonna curve.
No, I'm gonna show you the evidence. Hold on, give me a second.
Yeah, the
and
evidence
water
would
does
be a
curve,
water
actually.
hill holding itself
According
as a
to
hill.
our current Earth, which is reality. Yes,
which water doesn't stack on
curve.
itself.
Yeah, water does curve. Anyways,
Water
to show
doesn't
you,
stack on itself.
it does. Water curves.
No, it doesn't. It stacks on a
Water
container
curves.
in a container. Water does not stack upon itself and stop itself upon
Water
the top of
curves,
itself.
bro.
Prove it.
Okay, I'm gonna prove it. I'm gonna show you. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds.
I want to see water at rest in your aquarium.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you. A YouTube video where water literally curves, and then you can cope. Okay. So give me a second. I'm gonna go on
Keep
deck.
stacking it. Don't stop there. We need 8 inches, 12 inches, 100 miles, 2 miles, 2 feet, 30 foot. We need all these big hills of water. Keep going, brother. Don't stop wherever you're going to stop. Let's go from the most smallest amount you can stack on the table and keep stacking it till you got an 8-inch hill of water on that table. We'll watch. It's going to be so simple, right? Pour it out. Just pour your water into an 8-inch curve on the table. How far away do you need to take it and sit it on water for this to happen? Hello? You can take your wooden tabletop, go put it out on the ocean, and pour your damn water on there, and let's see it stack up 8 inches. We'll wait. Make sure you have the board diagonally down in the water like a cord. And then pour your water on top of it, and it's going to curve. It's going to be 8 inches worth of water, top to bottom.
Okay, I'm back. You can look at that video and cope with the fact that you're wrong. There's curvature in the video. You can watch it.
Well, I know. I want curvature in water.
Yeah, that's literally curvature in water in the ocean. So you can cope. Okay.
Is that ocean moving or still?
Yeah, it's still, brother. How does an ocean move? Can you tell me? Do you mean the water?
Are you stupid?
I think
that was a dumb question, right?
I think you're
You
trying
are
to gaslight
stupid.
yourself into the fact that you don't know how the ocean.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Listen, let me give you a chance so I don't have to ban you for your own good. Please, for the love of God, please, for the love of God, admit that the ocean moves. For the love of God, please admit that.
Well, the ocean curves too. I already acknowledged the fact the ocean.
Okay, okay, cool. Because for a second I thought you said, "How's the ocean gonna move?"
I didn't say that. Wait.
All right, good. That was a close one. That was a close one, dude. I almost had to fall off the roof, dude, because I was so flabbergasted.
No, he did
that
say
I let go of my rope.
He did say it, but he took it back.
I don't think you are me, but okay. But anyways, go ahead. Go ahead.
So the water at rest, where does it curve?
It curves at the point.
Go take something there, pour the water on it, and show us how it curves and stacks.
It curves at the horizon point.
Take your board out there and pour it on it.
Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna go. Give me a second. I'm in Galveston right now, so I can watch.
You should just pull your aquarium out, and then when you set it out there to that point, right? Then the water in your aquarium should all fold over to the left side of the aquarium towards the shore, not the horizon, and then it should be a gap between that right side of your aquarium that's out towards the horizon. We'll take a peek.
Okay.
It's gonna be fucking awesome. Gravity's gonna be cool, bending water. straight in front of our eyes
Yeah.
like this in your aquarium in front of our eyes live. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. You know, me
You just
showing
need
you.
to drop your
But
aquarium
here's
out.
a test for you. Hold on, Democ. Here's a test for you, bro. So I posted a picture of the roof I'm working on. And I put these boards on, right? I want you to tell me how high I am off the ground. From the photographic evidence, I want you to tell me how high I am off the ground. Was it not sufficient data in the photo for you to be able to tell?
I see a line. I see a point. I see an angle there somewhere. I think he should be able to Eratosthenes it out.
I know you got shadows there. You could get the shadow angles and assume parallel light and tell me, that the roof is a globe. But I don't know. I just want to know how high I am off the ground. That's what I'd like to know. I got a photo here, and photos are proof of things, right? So you should know how high I am off the ground. If you say I have a photo and it tells me the Earth's a globe, then you should be able to look at this photo and tell me what's going on in this photo. So I'll give you a hint. That wood is called a 2x4, which is a nominal measurement. It's actually 1.5 inches by 3.5 inches for very particular reasons, which we don't need to go into. So now that you know that the 2x4 is 3.5 inches wide, now how high am I off the ground?
He deafened Overlord.
Well, I would too.
Hey, guess who came in earlier? You would never guess.
Who did?
Good times for all.
Oh, cool. I missed him. Too bad. Whatever.
Yeah, he was kind of like passing by because I think Iron Rail Media was going to be. They were going to do a show or something, and he stopped by in here. He got the link from Dr. Law. I don't know if you remember him, Dr. Law.
Is it Issa?
I think so.
Pretty
And
sure that's who it is.
He dropped the link to him, so he came in here, and I spoke with him for a little bit, and told him thank you for creating all that the videos that he did, which the gas pressure with a gradient pressure in the container with the tank that has the the pressure differential inside that tank. So
yeah.
I was telling him about it. I was like, yeah, we often use this video a lot. So by proxy of your video, you've been shellacking Globers, in our arguments for a while now. So, and yeah, he was like, yeah, I create that content for that reason. So he's a real cool guy, man.
We should ask him. We should ask him if he wants to do like a little interview type powwow session. We could talk about some of those arguments, and maybe even before he arrives, we could get some clips of it being deployed in the field. That would be a cool little hangout.
Well,
we were supposed to be doing those, but I got so busy with doing other things the past few months, catching up on work.
You think you're gonna find some time because my time's coming. I'm about to go move to my place, so I'm gonna set up my studio and gonna start actually buckling down with content. So
yeah, that's good. I gotta do that too because Helio was supposed to be getting a second machine. He may have already done it where we're gonna do live powwows from the main server. Like more flat earthers talking to each other, explaining things, going over content, reliving classic content, stuff like that. You remember the old meme? Remember the old meme where it said it was like a dude hugging somebody with a long beard, and it said, "The way I feel when Indio teaches me something." Remember that? We got to do more of those, like where we're actually hanging out and teaching people, and not having a confrontation or anything, Globers or nothing.
Well, we had one last night. We have Yadolf. I think his name was Yadolf. He came through, and we had, the longest eye-opening experience for him. It took us like almost all night for me. So we started like about maybe 1 o'clock my time, and we didn't stop till like about 4 or 5. And he was just hungry for more input, just like a short circuit, more input. he just wanted more, and that was like, dude, giving him the solid arguments. He was, kind of coming back with what his arguments would be, and we were like, no, that's not good. Like if you're gonna propose it, say it this way. And so he's really just trying to absorb as much as he can. So if you see him, he's like a sponge right now. So we're trying to give him the best that we have accumulated over the experiences that we've had of the arguments, and
I think
kind of honing them to perfection.
I want to do a powwow tonight once I get home. I want to. So I got the 5 videos from. Oh man, what's that guy called? Curious Life of a Flat Earther. He was a guy that was out and been about way back in the day. One of the first guys talking about the angular resolution stuff like that. That's a classic. His channel got nuked, so it took me a while to find all the videos.
You know what's real good? If we could some way get into the archives and find out that planar walk experience that you had with.
Well, yeah, that no, Helio already republished that, dude. It's live. You can go watch it.
So do we have
listen, the link might be private though, so it might not be searchable. So you have to be given the link. Maybe I'm not sure, but he found it. Yeah, because remember it was we had that strike on that one channel because who's that guy? Dr. Bob got butthurt that we had a picture of him on our streams, so he copyright struck our channel like a little punk, and then he said, "I'll only release the copyright strike if you let me be a moderator so I can mute Miggy." Remember that?
Yeah.
By the way, what a punk.
Yeah, he was at the sleaze bag. I think that's the beginning of like cancel culture, or like right at the beginning when all that stuff was really popular for canceling, people that wanted to speak out.
What sucked was so the footage that we had of his visage, as lovely as it is, was from a political campaign, like an ad for a commercial for a political campaign where he was running for office, which makes him a public figure, which means he can't do a copyright strike on it. But for some reason, YouTube didn't see it that way, and either that or they just didn't respond. I can't remember. But basically, Helio had to wait like 6 months or 8 months before his channel came back.
So do we have our old content still?
Yeah, he's got that channel, and then he sometimes he plays some of them, and it's like so now he has 2 channels running. And one of the channels has the old content, but however, a lot of the old content isn't public. You have to have the private links.
Hey, Alpha and AI, there's MacGyver. I'm going to post his name in the side chat. He's trying to access our room here, but to him it has a lock. Can you guys help him? Is the
trying to access this channel?
Yeah, he's the guy that did that song, "Most Fuck Americans," the flat earth guy.
Yeah, well, what rank does he have in this server?
In our server, he had silver, but he cannot access.
No, what rank does he have? Oh, so he lost access to his silver.
Yes, yes. But he's trying to. I did post his profile name there at the side chat. He's trying to access this room, but he has a lock. I'm gonna post it. How it appears to him. So he's trying to access.
He may need to verify. So like use a phone number or something to verify with the server.
Yeah, if he doesn't have enough rank and he hasn't verified, that can be waived, but it's basically just a time frame. So it depends. We have to vouch for him, make sure it's actually him.
You see that I did post. He has a lock, but I'm gonna say it to him.
Yeah, MacGyver's a legend, by the way.
Yeah, he's cool. He was one of the guys that I think he told. So you remember back when they were saying 100 volts per meter, 100 volts per meter? Right?
Yeah, I got corrected on that.
And he was like to some of the Ethereans, he was like, "Hey, where's the measurement for that?" And they're like, "Oh, but this guy said," and that guy said, "Yeah, but where's the measurement for that?" And nobody could give him a measurement of that. They could only give him lectures where it was said.
Yeah, it was
Like,
a model. It's
nobody
model
actually
based.
had the measurements.
And so yeah, it's model based, and it's like there's like how did they measure it? It's like you know, me and Jedi were kind of like, well, isn't that what it's always been? Like we it's just.
There's a lot of things like that out there in both the globe side and the flat Earth side, where they, you know, there's these cool stories that fit with your opinion of how everything works, and so you, for some reason, just whitewash the scrutiny that you normally should do because you're like, oh, this fits in my wheelhouse, so I like it, so I'm not going to scrutinize it as much as I would have otherwise scrutinized it. And then, you know, somebody you know says it, right? And then somebody else says that somebody said it. And then you think, oh, that guy certainly vets his information, so I'm going to trust it. And then on the daisy chain goes when nobody actually ever measured the sucker. That's why it's your responsibility to be scrutinous, especially of people you trust. Because they're the ones that you make a mistake. Because they've made a mistake, and then you double down on their mistake by trusting them. It's like Reagan used to say, trust, but verify.
And the weird thing is that you advocate for that type of mentality, and then you're, you know, being hypocritical by not doing it yourself.
Yeah, or you say that to people, and then they try to lambaste you as some kind of pariah. You know, it's like, oh, how dare you question the panel? How dare you? Who are you to question the guys on the show? It's like, dude, that's my job, is to show up to shows and tell them that they're a bunch of retards. That's my duty.
I've been tasked with this mission in life.
I learned it, dude. I learned it in college, bro. So when I was doing my art series, right? You know, art is kind of subjective to some degree, but there's plenty of objectivity to it. You know, like complementary colors, they're an objective standard, et cetera, et cetera. And obviously we have, you know, perspective and all types of things that you can actually metrically judge art by. And so what would happen is after we'd make our art, we'd get to certain stages, and then we do a critique where we put all the art in front of everyone, and then we each get to critique the pieces. So, okay, your piece is up. Everybody say something about it. Every single person would say something good about it, even though there's glaring errors in the artwork. And when it got to my turn, I'd be like, well, since all of you are too much of a coward, I'm just going to say, dude, your perspective in this image sucks. You did it wrong. And the thing is, if you don't tell them that they did it wrong, how are they going to get better? Because they're going to get a bunch of they're going to get a bunch of positive feedback, which is negative, because they're getting positive feedback on failure. Like, how is that good for you? Like, we had an example of that the other day, bros, where somebody came in and he said, you can't, none of these things have to do with measuring curvature or this or that, right? And so I asked the bro, I said, do you know how to measure curvature? And he ultimately said, no, I don't. And so I said, well, if you don't know how curvature is measured or how to perform measuring curvature, then how can you say things that are not part of measuring curvature? You have no knowledge base to be able to say that. So what did he do? Did he say, oh, that's very wise, and I agree with you, maybe I should learn how to measure curvature? No, he just bitched and whined. Ew, you're mean, you're on your period. Oh. I'm like, well, it's not my fault, you're dumb as a brick, bro. Maybe your friends were telling you stupidity, being like, oh yeah, you're so great, your conclusions are awesome, dude. Why should we critique you?
So MacGyver did say that he did verified with his cell phone number.
Okay, so then you need to have a rank. You need to have rank number 3. So if he just joined the server and he hasn't interacted with the server, he won't be able to join any of the guest created rooms. So he needs a petition put in to rank him up, or he just needs to interact with other channels he has access to until he gets to rank 3, which doesn't take too long. So it's either you got to wait by either waiting for the server side mods to get in the queue to approve his waiver to get the rank, or he just has to rank himself up, whichever happens first.
Okay, I will say that. Thank you.
So, like, I'm pretty sure you can rank up just by joining and listening to chats. So, tell him to pick a chat he can join that he might be interested in, and just join it and be in there for a little while. Maybe type a few things. Yeah. Flat smack. Tell him to go flat smack some dudes in the main channel. All right, I got to go on mute because I got to use my blower to blow off the granules so I can caulk this wood up.
Pause.
I got to do it in the dark, bro. I wasn't fast enough.
Get a friend.
No, hurry up and get home so we can have a.
Yeah, I'm already a third of the way done caulking because I did some the other day, so I only got to caulk 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 32-foot runs that only have to caulk like 2 or 3 inches every 2 feet to cover the screws. And that's it. And then I just got to clean up. All right, I'm going on mute.
Love the caulk.
Dude, caulk is the perfect like quadruple entendre. Before I go on mute, I'll tell you the story. So obviously caulk sounds like it's an entendre, right? It's shaped like it. It squirts out stuff. So lo and behold, somebody told me, I wonder why they named it. They must have done it as a joke or whatever. So I eventually one day, years later, I looked up the etymology of the word, and it's actually named after, you know how birds have like a single orifice for poop and peeing and mating? And basically it's named, caulking is named after the white stuff that birds squirt out. So it's actually appropriately named.
Bird shit.
No, dude. No. The other stuff.
No, I know, but I just called it.
All right, I gotta go on mute before I laugh so hard I fall.
Wait, Flat Earth is still going after the 24-hour sun in Antarctica? How is that possible?
What? Looking at the sky is proving the ground?
Who is that?
They don't give up, man. They don't give up. It's like round 30.
It's Rivo
Who is this man that?
Rivo 027.
Hey, Migo, you want to talk to this guy?
No,
It's Robert. Go ahead, man.
It's Robert. Robert Utah.
Who is Robert Utah?
Oh, it's Robert Utah? Okay, never mind then.
Yeah.
Gentlemen.
At ease, gentlemen, because Robert Utah is the most powerful debater you guys have ever met. He's my
I do like this guy. He is good, dude. He is good, man.
I destroy all flat earthers, man. I go around putting them in the dust, D-U-S-T, every day.
Show me that water curving.
And he sounds good doing it too, fellas. He sounds good doing it.
You have that it.
The horizon is the earth curving. What's wrong with you?
What
Come on.
horizon? What's the horizon? Show me that earth curve edge. Where's the edge of the
horizon
earth?
is, by definition, the earth curving away from you. Come on now.
Stand on it. Stand on that.
Stand on what? Brother, can you stand on
the earth curve?
Can you stand on oxygen? Stand on oxygen and I will stand on the earth.
No, you're trying to talk about earth curve. I thought you were a good debater. You can't even stay on fucking topic. The earth curve, go stand on it. Don't talk about air.
I am on topic. You just can't follow.
What are you measuring air curving to?
Yes,
Where's that at?
We can do that as well.
Where's it at? Show us.
What do you mean? O2. What does O2 have?
Show us.
2 oxygen.
Quit talking to yourself. Show us.
No, you're not listening. It's not me.
I'm not seeing is the problem, Robert.
Darn right you're not seeing. Show me
Robert
oxygen and
of
I'll show you the earth.
imaginary stuff.
No, what's imaginary is your
Everything
inability
you're talking about.
to decipher things.
Everything you say is imaginary.
The horizon is by definition the Earth's curvature.
Imaginary.
No, it's imaginary because you don't understand it.
Where's it at?
I mean,
where's it at? Go stand up.
9 definitions out of 10. It's not the Earth curve.
If the Earth was flat, if the Earth was flat, if the Earth was flat, what's the horizon doing there? If the Earth was flat,
bro, you screwed yourself, Robert. Hold on, Robert. Let me go for a second here, real quick. You said the horizon is Earth curve. If that's the case, then that means that the Earth gets bigger and smaller throughout the day. I think you might want to retract that statement, bro.
No, it does not. The horizon is specific for a certain observer height. It is for a 6-foot observer.
Really? Dude, you wanna die on that hill, dude? Because we got numerous observations where the horizon exceeds your claim, dude.
No, I have a million observations that the Earth is a sphere. Come on, now.
The Black Swan observation by itself debunks what you said, dude. Are you sure you want to die on that hill, dude?
Oh no, Black Swan is fake and it's been proven as fake. Come on, now. Don't use that.
Why did you change your name? Because you claimed to do stuff with people, and then you retracted your statements earlier on that. And
what?
I accuse Rado of being this guy because this is the pair of clown shoes who refused to come to Florida to view facts. Reality 30 miles away.
I have been waiting for the invitation. You have not. Don't lie on these people. You have not sent me the invitation. My DM is open.
I'm sure.
My DM is open.
This is a new page, sir. This is a brand new page.
Send me the DM now, and I am going to prove to you that you cannot see Bahamas from the West Palm Beach.
How do you know what I'm talking about? And I didn't give you the details yet. I didn't even give you the details, my guy. Hold up. Wait. I didn't give you the details. How did you know those details?
Because you told me. You said, "Hey, I went up 5 floors and I see Bahamas from the West Palm Beach." You have not.
Did you just hear those details just now, or did you remember those details because you are that guy?
I would never forget because I know you can't see Bahamas.
Yes. Why did you make a new page? Because you were supposed to be that guy. Sorry, Rado. You already know what's up, Rado. But this is a pair of clown shoes.
All my pages are open. I check them all day.
Yeah, why'd you make a brand new page when you're supposed to come to West? Shut up. When you're supposed to come, shut up. When you're supposed to come to West Palm Beach to see the Bahamas, 100 plus miles away, and see across Lake see across Lake Okeechobee, 32 miles away. What happened? Why'd you make a new page to go?
Where is my
This is the guy. This is the guy. What's up, Rado?
Sorry. Cool story. Listen, bros. You guys are literally repeating the exact same sentences ad infinitum. It's boring as crap.
Yeah.
So move the conversation forward, please.
But this is the guy. He remembers those details because he refused to acknowledge those details. So he made a new page so he wouldn't have to acknowledge those details. What's happening, guy?
Yeah, we know it's Robert.
Holy crap, dude. I said move it on because you're saying the same thing over again, and you literally just said the exact same thing over again, dude.
Yeah,
Robert.
I want him to acknowledge it this time.
I don't know. I could care less, dude. Nobody cares. You can announce that in your DM. So Robert, bring something up interesting about the server topic, please, or get yeeted. Those are your options.
Oh yeah, brother. Yes, the horizon is the Earth's curvature. If the Earth was flat, you would not see a horizon 3 miles for a 6-foot observer. The Earth is flat. Why is it only 3 miles? Why? My Earth is flat. Come on now, guys, wake up.
It isn't. It isn't at that distance.
Yes, it is, brother. 100%.
Okay. Well, you need to present your evidence, Robert. We've been over this 100 times. You've never presented anything.
I have presented the evidence. Did you forget the one I showed you about the National Geographic? Did you remember that?
The one that it didn't show a horizon at 3 miles. Like you said, it didn't show a horizon at the distance you said it would, and you agreed it was a mirage.
It showed you the horizon, and the balloon showed up at 45 feet as predicted. Okay, brother. At 45 feet, as predicted, the boat disappeared. The stripes were disappearing, as predicted. You saw it on the video, and you just ignore it. What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you?
I want something that's not from a piece that was made with flat earthers and globe earthers. I want something from globe earthers that was done prior to the advent of the blowing up of flat earth on the internet, because there should be millions of them, right?
No, brother. The Earth has been proved to be a globe for 2,000 years.
I want an example of what you're talking about prior to the contesting of the claim.
The only people who care about the curvature as flat earthers, we left that 2,000 years ago. In 1940,
if you're an academic, if you're a professor, then give us an example prior to 2015.
Yes, Eratosthenes measured Earth's curvature to the T.
No. Of the geometric horizon.
It was measured. It was calculated to the T. And we actually have satellites that are doing polar orbiting and measuring the Earth to the T. Today.
Are you telling me that nobody went out to check if the horizon was geometric prior to 2015?
Bigman, they already did that 2,000 years ago.
No, they didn't do anything with the geometric horizon back then. No, they didn't.
You guys were the only when astronauts
Eratosthenes didn't do anything with the horizon.
Yes, he did.
He did something with shadows. No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. What do you think what do you think the arc is? The curvature, the circumference is? That is
curvature. He didn't use the horizon. He wasn't checking to see if it's geometric.
Big man, a sphere has a horizon.
You're an academic, right? You're an academic. And you know about all these thousands of observations of a geometric horizon. They must have existed prior to 2015, prior to Eric Dubé, right?
Yes,
so give us an example. Post one.
In 1945, we sent up a V2 rocket and we took a picture of the Earth. It's over.
Are we allowed to identify these mental issues and call them out?
I'm just speaking passionately. Please don't get disrespectful.
So provide the data that was taken by the V2 rocket that shows that horizon is geometric.
What? Are you saying that you have never searched up the V2 rocket and you're talking flat Earth?
Post the data that accompanies the image detailing how that horizon in the imagery it took is geometric.
Big man, the Earth is a sphere for 2,000 years.
Chant it some more, you religious zealot.
No, you're a religious zealot because you think the Earth is flat because you read it in the Bible and you talk about dome. You're the religious one.
So I'm wrong.
Where did you read it at?
Not me. I'm not the religious one.
Yeah, where did you read it at? How did you know the Earth was a globe, huh? You read it on some textbooks?
Come on.
Hold on, no, stop. Let me answer. Did you read it on some textbooks?
Brother, I've witnessed.
Oh, so you are religious then, right?
I have witnessed.
You are religious.
I have witnessed the curve.
You haven't tested it yourself. You haven't looked. You haven't measured curvature. You haven't measured the spin of the Earth. You're religious, man. Stop it. You're religious.
Why are you using the word measure? All you have to do is observe.
How do you do it? You're not going to measure the curvature of the Earth?
No, you just observe the sphere.
You observe, so you think your observation is definitely the truth about the Earth. How are you seeing the Earth? Are you seeing the curvature of the Earth?
Yes, I've seen it at 40,000 feet several times.
You've seen it at 40,000 feet, but yet Neil deGrasse Tyson says you can't even see it at 130,000 feet.
He never said that.
Yes, he did.
No, he never said that.
Yeah, this is the guy who denies facts. When I say I can see 30 miles across,
dude, there's videos of him.
It can't happen. This is the guy you can't talk to. It's useless. It's pointless to talk to this guy. You say you can see 100 miles across to Lake Okeechobee from West Palm Beach. He denies it and makes a new profile and denies everything that happens. This is pointless to talk to this guy. I'm sorry, guys.
That's true.
It is completely pointless. Yeah. Hey, Robert, look, we're going to finish you off really quickly. You made a direct claim of the geometric horizon being where it should, right, according to the globe math, right? So present your evidence into the side chat, and then you can be unmuted, and we'll go over the evidence. Until then, you have to stay on mute.
Finish him off, Robert.
Same challenge to you, Rob.
I'm retarded.
I know.
Yeah, Rob's a meathead, and he knows that he can only advocate. He can cheerlead for the guy he thinks is a champion. I would talk to Robert, but I'm eating ice cream, so I don't have time for him.
Sorry to interrupt earlier, but yeah, that's why I brought the receipts. These are the people we can't talk to, the people who won't get it, the people who won't persist.
Who cares?
He's a religious zealot, man.
Yeah, that's fine. He's easily smoked.
Yeah,
He's easily smoked.
It's fine. I can say that. It's cool. I can say that.
If people
His
are struggling with Robert, Robert right now, it shows that you got to step up the game, man. You got to be able to smoke him with whatever he's giving out. It should be obvious that his points can be easily taken out, so you have to lay it out for the audience in a way that's going to make him shut his mouth. Not because you're shutting it, but because he can't refute what you're saying.
I mean, you've never spoken to Robert, dude?
Yeah, like when you bring up a specific example of how he couldn't refute what you were saying. Yeah.
Yeah, he just
Robert he don't have to agree. He don't have to agree. You just have to demonstrate where he's wrong for the audience and make it salient enough so that it's unmistakable, and then you can let him frickin' spaz out all he wants. Then you get rid of him.
Yeah, what I was saying is that that's happened before, multiple times. You know what I mean? That's all I was saying.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen 10 more times because we run a 24-hour stream, dude. It's got to happen like 300 more times.
Indeed.
But notice his claims. Parse out his claims. His claim was the curve of the Earth is the horizon. So if that's the case, then that means the Earth is getting bigger and smaller, because we all know that the horizon isn't always where it's supposed to be. In fact, many other globers argue that the horizon changes location based on optical effects. So there we have two globers at odds with each other, and they need reconciling. So Robert would have to argue with them. Same thing when he said, Eratosthenes measured the horizon. How? Because he measured Earth curve, because Earth curve is synonymous with the horizon. That literally makes no sense. That's incoherent retardation on its face. This dude claiming to be a professor and being that stupid is embarrassing, dude. I'd highly doubt he even is a professor. But then again, you never know, because, there's a lot of diversity hires, if you know what I'm saying.
Same. He always appeals to information that's been published by collaboration between flat earthers and globe earthers, right? Such as the Jeranism, the Jeran demonstration with the light through the cardboard, or the National Geographic blunder, right? Where's all the stuff that he studied in university? He should be going back through his textbook saying, "Oh, here you go. Take a snapshot of that, post that in the chat. There you go."
Ultimately, that's what I'm saying, T-Dub. He's just rinsing and repeating. He's not absorbing any information and rebutting. He's just going back for counter to this bullshit. That's bullshit. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, if I had the tenure that he did, I'd be appealing to what all the information and knowledge I'd gained throughout my years of study. Not some half-assed on YouTube.
It's my opinion that he's a LARP. Professor Phil is a LARP. A lot of these guys are LARPs. They're not actually anybody in anywhere. And they couldn't prove it if you asked them to prove it. And if you actually find out, usually they're like a tutor, or they just, audit internet classes. They're not actually real professors. They're absolute losers.
Yep, credential individuals, whenever they speak, it sounds like they don't have a dog in the fight. They don't really care one way or the other. If you've ever spoken to somebody who's actually in academia, The ones who actually sound they have a dog in the fight, you can tell they're trying too hard. Somebody in academia they don't feel that way whenever you speak to them. Like they're not trying to prove a point. They're just putting information out there. These guys are trying really hard. So you can tell there's a difference.
1000%.
Yeah, why do you think he keeps coming back? He can't get enough of being wrong. They're gluttons for punishment, these guys.
Dude, his equivocation of the horizon with Earth curvature in all categories and all instances, that was just embarrassing, dude. Like, that is like stone cold retard level. It was almost as dumb as earlier. The guy was arguing with you guys about 8 inches per mile squared because he thought per mile squared meant square area, not squared function. Good grief. But at least that kid didn't claim to be a math professor.
I mean, you get 99% of them if you ask them for receipts, pretty much.
Yep. Dude, there's still people that are banned for years, and the only thing they got to do to be unbanned is just provide the evidence that they said they had. They just gave up. They never even tried after that. They just moved on to different servers. Flat Earth is so insignificant, so irrelevant, and we're all such a bunch of losers that we got people begging to come in here that are banned and creating multiple accounts to try to get in here to get their fix.
Yeah, there you go, Robert. Why don't you try opening up a channel in this server and see if you can beat the stats, beat the Flat Earth stats. If you're winning.
Yeah, there's no comparison. We're the hottest ticket in town, man. All day.
Dude, I'm getting some ice cream now, bro. Well, when I'm done roofing.
I'm gonna tell you, AI, Burger King ice cream, bro. The best ice cream. The best.
I think I'm gonna get a milkshake drive on the drive home. There's one. Everything else will be closed. Actually, I don't know. It's 9 o'clock right now. I might not get off this roof till 10.
You better hot foot it.
I can't, dude. It's dark, and I've got to be methodical. I've got 2 lights, 2 LED work lights that I'm battery operated that I'm moving along on the edge of the roof as I'm scooching around with my little belay rope. Listen, if you guys want to take on a guy like Robert and you're not a mod, you could just ask, and we'll make it a little quick arena impromptu, where one of us takes over muting and unmuting the dudes, and then demanding, if you want to demand that he present the evidence for his claim, then we'll put him on mute till he presents the evidence. We could run that real quick. Wouldn't be hard.
Use duct tape in the Glober.
Man. All right, that's it. You got to listen to me, Ruth, then, I suppose.
Glurf out.
Rob Noxious, I'll give you a prize if you could tell me how high I am up by looking at the photo I posted. Keeping in mind that a 2x4 is 3.5 inches wide. That's your only clue.
Hold on. How high up you are? Okay, let's take a look at your picture.
You might have to scroll up, but it's the only thing I've posted recently.
Yeah, and you guys are going to have to tell me why the horizon is there. My Earth is supposed to be flat.
Wow. Do you think that if the ground is below you and the sky is above you, that you just see like all ground or all sky? Is that what you think would happen?
When you zoom, yes. Big
wow,
man,
dude.
Just zoom. But when I zoom,
well, let me ask you. Okay, I agree with you. Let's zoom. So how far? No, bro. Okay. All right, hurry up.
It's okay.
All right, so if you're zooming, how far? Like, what is the maximum range you think you could zoom if the Earth was flat? 500 miles, 1,000 miles. What do you think?
Yo, brother, at night you can zoom 1,000,000 miles. We
okay. I agree with you. I agree.
Yes.
All right, hurry up.
With an intensity of 100,000 lumens, you can see that guy 25,000 miles at night. Why can't I see?
You think so?
Yes.
You think so?
Why can't I see it if the Earth is flat? My Earth is flat.
So,
I have nothing.
Yeah, okay, let's say it's true that the Earth is flat, and you think you can zoom 25,000 miles. So then, you've never heard of the Rayleigh extinction coefficient? You never heard of that before? The ambient atmosphere becomes opaque at only about 300 miles. So how are you going to zoom past that, bro?
Big man, you're at night. It's 100,000 lumens. 100,000 lumens.
Yeah, hold on. Okay, I'd agree with you. All right, so let me ask somebody else, a third party. Let me ask a third party. Hey, does anybody here know what the word opaque means?
Non-transparent.
Oh, so you can't see through it. Interesting. So let me ask this question. Are things only opaque during the day, and then when it turns night, they become translucent?
Hell no. You got all the same shit going on at night, too.
Okay, so keep in mind, guys, this is a as far as I've heard, this is a professor, and this is the level of intelligence we're dealing with.
No, guys.
Pretty embarrassing.
Do you know what lumens are? 100,000 lumens. Let me tell you something. A lighthouse has 100,000 lumens. You can see that. You can only see it 20 miles. You know why you can only see 20 miles? The Earth curvature.
Cool story, bro. So let me ask you this question.
It could be 100,000. Didn't he just say it could be 25,000 miles? Didn't he just say that?
Of course you can. You listen. The lighthouse is 200 feet in the air. It has 100,000 lumens, and I can only see it 20 to 30 miles. Give me a break.
Yeah, bro.
They've seen that shit on further days, on clear days. They can see that shit further.
No.
Past
okay, but
where the curve's supposed to be.
Okay. Let me respond. Robert, calm down. So I just want to point out a fact. So there seemed to have been a confusion about the atmosphere being opaque at a certain range. So I just want to ask, do the sailors inside the hull, with wood and there's no windows, can they see the lighthouse?
Oh my goodness! Why would you ask such silly questions, brother? We're talking about
because, dude, you're the one who's supposedly a professor that doesn't understand what opaque means.
No, how you mean I don't know what opaque means? I do. I know what that means.
Well, you didn't seem to really demonstrate it in the past 5 minutes. Let's ask somebody else. Let's ask a third party.
I thought you were
not me, not you. Hold on, bro.
You were asking me.
No, bro. You said that you could see something that is 100,000 lumens through opaque atmosphere, dude. That's what you said, bro.
Yes, a light that is 200 feet in the air. You can, if the Earth is flat, you can see it 25,000 miles away at night. At night.
Cool story, bro.
I want you to look it up. Tell you what.
Freaking come up with that?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
How
man.
would you come up with that? That can happen.
100,000 lumens is visible at thousands of miles, but you can only.
For you to actually make out something like that, the light has to be 2,000 miles wide to see 2,000 miles away.
No, sorry to tell you.
Can you just say what's opaque? Could you just say what opaque means?
Opaque means you can't see through it. It's not clear. That's not clear. Okay. So check this out. There, those little light bulbs on the bottom of the aircraft. That's 70 miles up. Sorry. I apologize. That's 7 miles up. Those little lights, you can see 7 miles up underneath the aircraft. So if something is 100,000 lumens, you will see that sucker 1,000 miles away. Come on, no guys.
You will see through what you can't see through to see it 1,000 miles away.
Okay, listen. The troposphere is 12 feet.
Well, would that be yes or no? You can see through what you can't see through?
The what? What are you asking?
You're saying that you can see through what you can't see through.
The atmosphere is not completely opaque. Who told you that?
Oh my God! He claimed that it is, acknowledged that it is. Not only that, is no. Hold on, just a second. Is no one's gonna acknowledge that all of these Google search claims are just slipping through the radar here. We're just gonna acknowledge that he's Google searching. He has a list of Google search claims, stating them, getting them debunked, and he's just going on.
Give me a break. You want me to lose this debate so badly, and you're just
it's not a debate. It's just you spiraling and scrambling for answers.
No, you just don't listen. You just don't listen. I never said that the atmosphere was opaque completely. What I'm telling you is that at night, the atmosphere, 100,000 lumens, the atmosphere is not going to block that. And I tell you why. Check this out. The sun, which is so bright, right, is shining through the atmosphere in the daytime. What the heck is that?
This guy's so dumb. So check this out. Check this out, man. Hold on, dude. Okay, dude, hold on.
Let me go.
Here we go. Check this out.
Let me go.
No, check this out. No, stop. I was actually started talking before he did. Anyways. The human eye cannot resolve a light source at 1,000 miles under normal circumstances, even if the light source is extremely bright, such as 1,000,000 lumens. Here's why. Atmosphere scattering. The human eye. Resolution of the human eye. So, not even at 1,000,000 lumens. Not even at 1,000,000 lumens, you cannot resolve it at 1,000 miles.
Exactly. He never did the observations, he's just talking about, bullshit talk. He never saw, looking at night, the moon above the horizon, yellow, and a few hours later, it's not more yellow. So, yeah, he doesn't know shit.
Oh, really?
Fucking shit, man.
lumens is the sun?
You're so dumb, but you're
Hey,
a fucking dumb.
Robert, we don't care. We don't care, Robert. Listen.
Of course you don't. That's why you speak.
Robert. Don't make me have to mute you, dude. Just yield, for goodness sakes. Okay. Homeboy presented a citation, right? Some evidence, something written. So do you have a counter to that that's written down, please? That's what's appropriate right now. Not you running your mouth. You need to post something, okay?
Oh, I didn't hear what he cited. I apologize. My phone had cut out there for a second. What did he say? Go ahead.
Holy crap, dude. Okay, we're going to give you one chance to pay attention. So when you're ready to pay attention, you let the homeboy know, and he will tell you what he posted.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, brother.
I mean, I already tried to identify people by their merits, so.
Oh, my goodness, dude.
Oh, Lord.
All right, listen, dude. When I clear the floor for somebody to give a response and somebody else speaks, I'm just banning that person the next time. Does that make sense? I hope you all understood what I just said because I'm not repeating it. Now, hopefully Mr. Elbow will volunteer to say his quote again that he got from the internet, all right?
All right. So the human eye cannot resolve a light source at 1,000 miles of the number of circumstances, even if the light source is extremely bright, such as a million lumens. Here's why: atmospheric scattering and absorption, the resolution of the human eye. Do we need to continue?
Did I say human eye? I said telescope. Telescope. Did you hear when I said that at the beginning? Big man, the Earth flat, and if I use a telescope, I can see something 100,000 lumens, thousands of miles. All I have to do is zoom.
So you're saying a telescope it makes it extremely that big that 1,000 miles can 100,000 lumens compared to a million lumens, it can resolve it at 2,000 miles.
That's crazy, brother.
It will
see. All right, let's agree. Let's agree in theory. Let's agree in theory that at that range, a telescope could receive some light. However, we still are left with the problem that, according to the Rayleigh extinction coefficient, at the base level, the atmosphere becomes opaque, which we already all agreed means you can't see through it at approximately 300 miles. So you're not going to see it, dude.
My friend, you see the sun during the daytime. That joker is 300,000 lumens. Brother, with the sun doesn't set 3 miles. The sun sets much further, and we are seeing that guy in the day.
Right, dude. So pay attention. Hold on. You forgot a very important part, dude. Okay. When you see the sun, you're seeing it in the sky. You're seeing it above you. It's high. It's not on the ground. We're talking about ground level, which is where the atmospheric extinction coefficient reaches its peak at approximately 300 miles. Not diagonally, not vertically, not in the sky. We're talking ground level, dude. What part don't you get? I hope you get it by now.
And he said, did he say 300,000 lumens?
No. Give me a second. The sun is setting on the horizon, and you are seeing that sucker. It is at ground level. It is cutting
Did you just
through
say
the horizon. Please.
Did you just say 300,000 lumens? Is that what you said?
About what? Yeah.
About the sun?
Yeah.
300,000 lumens?
I think it's 300,000.
Holy crap! You got to get. Listen, before you answer, don't answer, bro. Before you answer, what it actually is, I just want the audience to know that this is academia at its best, being represented by Robert. Hooray! Everyone, clap.
I don't get it. What's your point? Again, the sun is setting, it's right in front of your face, and you're seeing it. It is not above your head. It is at that horizon, and you are seeing it.
But on the next hand is 333 fucking miles away. What the?
What? 33? What? Who said it was 33 miles? Brother, I said...
You want me to say AI? You want me to say the answer?
I said lumens.
Yeah, but on the other hand, it's 93 million miles away like you claimed earlier. Oh, my God.
Hold on, dude. I'm asking AI a question. Yeah, you want me to say the answer?
Oh yeah. We gave the impacto
Yeah,
for
the
the
answer
audience
to
to
what?
understand
What are you
that.
talking about?
That
How much
this man
lumens?
represents academia, dude. Yeah, go ahead and tell Professor Lumen Boy what it really is.
36 octillion lumens. That's 3.6 times 10 to the 28th place, which is equivalent to 36,000 trillion lumens.
Yeah, so let me ask you this question, Robert, Mr. Smarty Pants. Is there any light source on the Earth that could compare to the sun? Can you please answer? The answer is obviously no. You don't need to answer. Good grief, dude.
Oh, sorry, I was wrong. It's 100,000 lumens by time the sun hits the Earth's atmosphere. It's 100,000 lumens because of the inverse square law. So it's 100,000, not 300,000. Thank you very much. We're not talking about its output. We're not talking about its output if you're sitting on it. We're talking about its output by the time it hits the atmosphere is 100,000 lux, and you're seeing it at the atmosphere. Please.
You're a dipshit.
Right. And then, dude, listen one more time. Just let me point this out one more time for the slow kids in the back. I really want them to get it. So, according to the Rayleigh extinction coefficient, sunlight cannot penetrate 300 miles of ambient atmosphere at ground level, dude. Can't.
Yes, it can, brother. Whatever you're reading is a liar because the sun is at the horizon. When you're at sea level and you stand up and it hits the horizon, you're steering directly at it, parallel to the ground.
That's your claim. That's your claim, dude. That's your claim, but it's not true.
Can't you see it?
Dude, just because you see everything converging at what you think is parallel to your eye line doesn't mean it actually is, dude.
Brother, it is hitting that horizon. It's right in front of you, and you are seeing that.
So what I would like you to do, since you're a professor and you could be my sponsor, I would like you to formally write that up so we could submit it to the Nobel Committee to prove the Rayleigh extinction coefficient wrong. I would love to do that with you, and we could get the prize and share the money. How about it? You want to do it?
Let's do that. I can do that.
All right, awesome. All right, awesome. So here's how we're going to do it, bro. Hold on. What you're going to do is all the writing work, and I'm going to do all the charisma and public speaking because you suck at it.
Please, there's no such thing as this Rayleigh criterion that's affecting the sun. The sun right now is at that horizon. When you zoom into it, you do not see the bottom of it anymore at 11 p.m. So what I'm saying to you is that sun has hit the horizon.
You don't believe in
It's
the
perpendicular
criteria.
to you. It is parallel to the ground, and it is going through the atmosphere, and you're seeing 100,000 lumens hit your eyes.
Yeah, I'm gonna debunk you right now. Watch this.
No. Hold on, bro. I'll let you go after this. But we're not talking about the Rayleigh criterion. We're talking about the Rayleigh extinction coefficient. Two different things, okay?
At 100,000 lumens, your eyes will resolve that object, depending on its size. Yes, sir, it will. At night, it will. 100,000%. And I tell you what, you have lighthouses that are outputting 10,000 to 100,000 lumens, and you're only seeing them 20 to 30 miles away. And by the way, when you're approaching them, they're coming from the bottom, from the top down. When you're approaching them, that means your Earth is curved. Why is there a horizon on a flat plane? Why? Tell me why? Come on, somebody, please.
I just debunk you. You see that sunset? The sun is above the horizon. It's dark.
What are you talking? You have a listening issue?
Yeah, watch it. Just watch it. It's a sunset. The sun is above the horizon. It's dark.
No, it's
so cry about it. Just watch it. Just watch it.
No,
go watch it. Go watch it. Go watch it.
A fake video. What if you're watching this?
Are you blind? Are you blind now?
No, please, brother. Your Earth is not flat. Why is there a horizon on a flat plane?
Just
watch it. Why is there a flat plane on a flat plane? Huh? I don't know.
Why is there a horizon on a flat plane?
Keep spiraling. Yeah.
One sec, Miguel. One sec, Robert. One sec, Robert, please. What you're essentially asking is, why is there a flat plane on a flat plane?
No, that's not what I'm asking. Come on, stop it. I'm asking you.
Yeah, the horizon's a flat plane. No, the horizon is a flat plane.
Your plane that you're standing on is a y-axis out to that line. Why is that line there? Why?
Because it's a flat plane.
No, you can't have a big man. It's the y-axis is
Hold on.
infinite. Your y.
Hold on. Can we please mute Robert for a second? Robert, we got to mute you because we got to clear something up. We got to get a direct answer to a direct question. So I'm going to ask this question. I asked it before. Keep in mind, Robert, I'm a fully licensed art teacher. Okay. So when I tell the students, okay, what I want you to do is I want you to take your paper and I want you to draw a horizon line in the paper. So that's going to separate the ground from the sky. The ground is what's below your eye line and the sky is what's above your eye line. And they seem to meet at the horizon, kids. That's called the horizon line, kids. Look, here's an example. And then I show them an example. There's like green on the bottom of the paper and there's blue on the top of the paper. Okay? Now, I want to ask you this question, bro. Do you think that if the Earth was flat, that you would see all Earth or all sky? Or do you think that if you're looking out, some of your field of view would be filled with Earth, let's call that green, and some of your field of view would be filled with blue, let's call that sky, and there'd be a transition between those two colors somewhere in your field of view? Do you think that would happen or not happen? Go ahead and answer. We're waiting patiently. Go ahead.
You answer, River, Robert.
Robert.
Dude, silence is actually the best answer, to be honest.
His mic is
because
open,
if he
but
says,
he's not answering.
If he agrees with me, he knows he screwed himself. If he doesn't agree with me, he knows he's going to look like the biggest retard ever.
He just left.
Yeah, that's why he ran away. That's what I was going to say.
He left.
I know, bro. That's the way I like to do it, homie. I like to snatch them wigs and glue them to my tarp.
Yeah.
No. But he'll be back in like 10 or 20 minutes and he'll say, I'm sorry, bro, I had a phone call.
Yeah, and then he's going to totally negate the fact that question was even asked, and then he's going to be having this talking point once again where he left off.
Someone remember the question. That's all we have to do.
Yeah. Everybody in here has to remember that.
Yeah, but keep in mind, dude, think about the question and think about the claim. It's like, what else could it be? The ground is below you, the sky is above you. You can't have double inversed angles when you're looking. You know, the bottom half is the upper angles and the upper half is the lower angles, and it flips in your brain, right? So what would you expect to see? Like literally, how could you even explain it any other way? But you're going to see half of your vision filled with the ground and half of your vision filled with the sky, approximately. Like that's going to happen no matter what the shape of the Earth is, no matter what. Like how could it be anything else? Like what are we dealing with? Kindergarten dropouts? You can't even, listen, I'm going to put it to you guys right now. You cannot even think of some other way that it would look. You can't even think of it. It's impossible. By the way, friends, I gave him that trick. I gave him that trick question with the it's either going to look like all ground or all sky. Because when you're drawing and you're being taught how to draw, and you're being taught perspective and atmospheric perspective and all of those things, you're taught that the more of the ground that's in the frame gives the illusion that the viewer is looking down. And the more of the sky that's in the frame relative to where you place the horizon in the paper, it gives the illusion that the user is looking where? Up. Yeah. So if your image is all sky, the rational conclusion is this viewer is looking up. If the image is all ground, the rational conclusion is this viewer is looking down. If you're looking partially up and down to where you have sky and earth in the same part of your view, what do you think's going to happen? It's got to be divided somewhere in your field of view. Like, what are we dealing with, dude? Crayon eating retard rejects?
They said it would
I've
be a
asked-
dot above your head.
Essentially.
Yeah, no,
So-
I've had them reply to that question before, AI, with it wouldn't be such a defined line. It'd just blend in together. You wouldn't be able to see, like it'd just merge slowly like a gradient.
I was going in and out because went through a dead zone, but is that what he was arguing?
He said you can't have a flat horizon on a flat Earth. It wouldn't be that. Like, I said,
Yeah, that's what he
like,
said. Yep.
like what,
Yikes.
dude?
That's
Don't you
pretty much.
understand? With a curved freaking surface, you should have a curved horizon, right? I don't freaking know. I mean, I don't live on one, but I think that's what you'd see.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Pretty much anything you put to him, it will be a nuh-uh. Everything put to him has been a nuh-uh. So
I mean, that's all well and good and great, but in case you didn't notice, dude, I just juicified his corpse for public consumption in the audio stream.
oh yeah, I 100% agree. But I was just saying.
He'll just reset and come back to his point about the Atmos not being opaque, because you could see the sun through it on the horizon.
Oh, by the way, this is why art class should be mandatory and should not be cut in favor of the sciences. They always cut art first, and they want to keep science, math, technology classes. But guess what, dude? If you don't have a robust art education, you usually end up a spatially devoid retard.
What was this thing? You could see 300,000 lumens at 20,000.
Oh, no, who cares, dude? Who cares? Who cares, Bear? We don't even need to go into those details.
Like, hilarious.
That's great. That's great, dude. Dude, it's irrelevant. Let me tell you why. He said you can see through something that's opaque. That's the red herring, dude. I'm sorry, the red alert, the red flag. He literally said if something's opaque, if you get enough lumens, you could see it through it. It's like, dude, opaque means you can't see through it, dude. It doesn't matter how bright the light is. For goodness sakes. This is a professor, kids. People listening, this is a supposed professor, a supposed academic, a supposed, I don't know, PhD or master's degree or whatever, dude. And this dude is like a quibbling retard, dude. It's like he can't even eat solid food or something.
Yeah, like most people, education or not.
But AI, what would you say to someone who says, well, you just see it like a gradual blending and merging between the land and sky?
Oh, that's simple. You just say, what makes you think that? And then you let them offer their answer because they don't usually have one. They usually just say, oh, well, that's just the way it would be. Well, why? What principles are in play that would cause that to happen? They can't answer those questions. You know why? Because they never actually researched anything about perspective, about light, about the Rayleigh criterion, about the fact that artist perspective, linear one-point perspective, isn't actually how we see. It's just an approximation. And it actually, in real life, there's actually physics involved. And the cutoff at the critical angle is actually like hyperbolic, not linear. Yeah, but they don't know any of that because they're too dumb.
The people that do know better, they cherry pick and choose whether or not they want to apply these things to reality or not, or the subject.
Well, that's fair, but also it's not always the case that they're too dumb. It's just that they've never learned it, and so they have a limited knowledge base to work with. And so that's just what they think would happen. And so they just say that's what would happen, or they've heard someone say it. Because there's no reason why that should be the case. But the reason why they're assuming that is because they think that things wouldn't be cut off. And so they think like there's this fine line that cuts things off from the bottom up, and that's the way it always happens. All observations are like that because the Earth is a globe, but that's not even true. all observations are not like that. There's numerous, all types of various observations that you see when things go out in the distance. It's not a universal observation. In fact, the horizon isn't even always where it's supposed to be. Isn't that funny? Bros, you want to see this dude? This dude is supposedly a professor, right? And I'm smoking his butt while doing this. Look what I'm doing. Let me show you what I'm doing, dude. So easy, bro. Holy crap. This is what I'm doing right now. I'm hanging off a rope on a roof, dude. Going up against a professor from academia with credentials.
You mean you're not sitting with Google at the ready? No way, dude. You don't have ChatGPT at the hand? Come on, bro. You mean to tell me you're multitasking while flat smacking? No way, bro.
Well, let's do a poll. So I said I was a fully credentialed art teacher, right? And he's supposedly a professor. So let's do a vote. Who do you think is actually, just based on our what happened in this conversation alone, who has actually got real credentials and who doesn't? Not whether we do or don't, just who do you think does based on your impression of what happened?
Real world examples included, obviously, you AI, obviously.
Is this thing on?
Yeah. A bit muffly, but yep, it's on.
Oh, so we're live?
I think so.
All right.
Wait, let me check. Yes. Wait,
And
I better
we
double check.
All right, he's going to double check for us real quick, chat. Good? We confirmed? Are we confirmed live?
We're good to go.
And we are live. What's going on, chat? Who's here?
Uh-oh, Mr. Roboto.
Oh, I think
Wait, we're roboting?
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
Bro.
Everybody calm down.
Yes, everybody calm down. You have a question to answer.
Yeah. I mean, I've been asking flat earthers to tell me why is there.
No. You have an answer. You have a question to answer. You have one.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Ask me the question. Ask me the question. Go ahead.
You left right after AI Overlord asked it.
Did you hear what he said? Did you hear his response? Right, you were saying, how can you have a horizon on a flat plane, right? And he was explaining to you, right, that when you look out into the ocean or anywhere, right, you have a portion of the frame which is sky and a portion which is ground. Yeah, right. They meet at a particular point, right, roughly eye level.
Yeah. Why do they meet?
We also have, right, that's because we also have perspective convergence, right? So if you look down a hallway or if you look out into the ocean, right, the ground appears like it ramps up and the sky appears like it ramps down, right? Roughly half of your view is sky, half of your view is earth or water, right? They meet at a certain point, right? This is called a horizon line. It's taught in advanced architecture, art, right? That's what a horizon line is taught as, right? That's what we experience in reality, right? So if you want to deny perspective, right? If you want to try to draw us a picture, right, of a scene of the ocean where there's no horizon, be my guest. It's not even possible, like AI said, to even imagine, right? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, tell us what we should see. Should we see all land or all sky? What should it look like?
Brothers, what is the number? When does it converge?
Don't say it.
Hold on, dog. At 6 foot, give me the number of the perspective in which the conversion occurs.
You said you can't have a horizon. Robert, you hold on a second. Stop.
You're not going to have a horizon. You're not going to have a horizon.
Let me mute you. All right. So you said you can't have a horizon.
Give me the horizon. Why is the horizon a flat plane?
Forcing me to mute you, dude. Unfortunately. All right, dude. All right. So your claim was that you can't have a horizon on a flat plane, right? I just explained that you can't not have a horizon on a flat plane. You didn't respond to what I said. Now you're asking at what distance is the horizon, right? That wasn't the question, right? So do you admit now that you can have a horizon on a flat plane?
No, you cannot. Because when you zoom with a zoom tool, it opens up. There is no horizon on a flat plane. Give us a break. When you zoom in, it will open up into infinity. Give us a break.
Shut the fuck up. Cheese on bread. Cheese on bread. You can't have horizon on a globe tard, moron. Shut up. Bumper clap. Tell him why you can't have a horizon on a globe tard.
Y equals mx plus b.
Because according with the
Slope-intercept formula. Shut up, T-Dub. Stealing my shit. You just had ease down there. Fucking guys.
Quantum, he's
slope of 0.
Robert is asking you, how can you have a horizon on a flat plane?
A flat plane requires a horizon. Because flat means horizontal. Horizontal comes from horizon. Need a horizon on a flat plane, morons. Can't have it on a globe, though.
I was going to unmute him for you. Oh, well, he took off.
Bumba clap. Don't need to talk to him. Why is he even in here?
Cheese on bread.
He's back on an alt. Yeah.
Is he?
Yeah.
Well, at least he doesn't steal gifts.
Whoa.
I come rolling on in there just to check, see who was in there, and I see my friggin' gift there. No one posts that but me.
Is he still here?
Hope to God not.
I'm running out of Jamaican fucking sound clips.
Grass clot, boy.
Rasclad, bomba clad, cheese on bread. That's all I got, chat.
Fuck your mother. Hello, wife. Hey.
You got that shit right. Now bring me that beautiful horizon.
Horizon? How do you have a horizon on a globe tard?
You can't have horizon on a globe tard. On deck, you scabrous dogs. Hands to the braces. Now bring me that beautiful horizon. Drink up me honey, Joe-ho.
We're cooking tonight, chat. Dad, we cooking? Jedi.
What?
Who's here right now? Is Jedi here right now?
Yeah, I'm here. I've only just jumped in.
What are your thoughts on cheese on bread?
Cheese on bread. That's half a sandwich. Put another bit of bread on it. There you go. Problem solved.
I see Crypto's here. Holy, bro. What is Crypto doing here?
Bumbo ass.
Oh, Crypto. She's going to leave us hanging.
Read the chat. He can't talk, but listen, you bumba clap.
Bomba Cloud. W Crypto in the chat, guys.
CB doesn't have time for chat? What the fuck?
Anybody got time for that?
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Has anyone talked to Disinform?
Why would we? He's been disinformed.
Why would we?
Facts.
He's French.
Yeah, it's funny as shit when they do that. When they think they're labeling like you by self-identifying something as themselves. There's that guy who used to come on Nathan's like way before Sharona. He used to call himself educationally deficient. And I'd be like, dude, like, why would you join the Flat Earth channel and call yourself education deficient? He's like, oh, because you're education deficient. I go, not me, you. I can see your username is educationally deficient.
Facts. The heck? All right, so who are we cooking? We ain't just bring out the big guns for nothing. QE's here. We gotta cook somebody. Timbo.
People sometimes are afraid to speak up because QE will send his wolf pups after him.
What wolf
pups? I'm a wolf pup, bro. I'm bloodthirsty. We hungry. What about Raktar?
Oh yeah, he's a good one.
Pebble?
He just got unbanned this morning. Maybe he'll say something today.
Welcome, Raktar.
Is Woolpuff like a new brand of cannabis or something? Because I think I heard Creed saying Woolpuffs. Well, I was thinking something else.
Maybe.
Okay, you're up. Raxar, you are up. Welcome, caller.
I'm up for back.
Is that him? What's up, dude?
What's up?
What do you think? What do you find like the most confusing part about flat Earth?
It's not confusing. People believing crazy shit all the time. Like religion, it's like 95% of the human being believing something crazy. The flat Earth would be one of them as well. Yeah.
What is the flat Earth belief? Can you tell us?
Can you say it again? You cut off.
Well, yeah, you're saying like flat Earth is a crazy belief. What's the belief?
That you think you think something is true without any evidence. So
Something like what?
You think the Earth is flat. That's the thing.
What does that mean?
You don't have a proof. You don't have a proof.
What does that mean?
It means you believing something. It's not something that's actually true.
You know when you're in math class and your teacher says solve for X, do you just say X equals X?
No, that's the thing you're describing is that it's something based on something else. I'm saying people can believe in anything, but that doesn't mean that thing is true.
He got it right. Belief is acceptance of something without evidence. Yeah, he got it right. It's true.
I don't think you know what flat Earth is, bro.
No, well, I wanted to ask him: would observation be considered evidence?
By human beings?
No, by amoeba.
No, I mean, if you observe something in a quantum realm, you change the outcome. So you cannot trust that.
Yes,
either.
by humans. Yes, by humans.
Awesome.
Like what you observe. Is what you observe considered to be evidence?
No, because of the quantum mechanics. So that's the reason I'm saying you can believe in anything, basically.
Well, you shouldn't have said quantum mechanics, man.
But why?
Put the definition in text chat right fucking now.
Citation, please.
You glue sniffer.
Yeah, but honestly, believing the Earth is flat is like
You don't
10
know what
times.
that means, dude.
Let me just finish. Believing in the Earth is flat is like 10 times better than believing like 50% of the people thinking about some invisible guy in the sky. So
That's weird. That's weird. No one in this room. No one in this room believes the Earth is flat, man.
That's good as well. That's another belief that I support. I support the both beliefs.
Okay, I'll finish my sentence. We know the Earth is flat because that's the way it's measured. Would you consider evidence? Sorry, would you consider measurements as evidence?
No.
No.
What?
Because it's the same thing. I don't believe measurement is the evidence. You see the word believe in that? And I can say the same thing you said. I can say, I know the measurement is not the evidence. It's the same thing you did as well.
Say that.
Sorry.
Why you cannot say that? Why?
You can't say that.
For example.
But why?
For example. Right, okay.
Sorry.
So for example, if I wanted to prove to you that I was 6 foot tall, I would use a standard of measure, like a meter or feet, and I would measure myself to be 6 foot tall. Now, would you accept that measurement of me being 6 foot tall if we use the standard of measure?
Yes, I would. But at the same time, that's not the same thing.
No, I'm just giving you an example of a measurement and a standard that we can use. Because when we're talking about the Earth being flat, we're primarily talking about it being horizontal. Now, I understand that English isn't your first language, but you understand what I mean by horizontal. Okay.
But just tell me something.
Probably
you using...
Don't interrupt me.
Yeah, good.
if I won't take long, and we'll go back and forth. I'll let you speak, but you understand what horizontal is, right?
Yes.
Good, straight line from left to right. Where do we get horizontal from with regards to the Earth? Do you know?
Basically, you cannot do that in a sphere, so I don't know. It's a sphere.
Okay.
We shouldn't have horizontal or vertical in a sphere.
Well, yeah, I know there's a problem for you having a sphere, but you understand that water, liquid, when contained and at rest, is level upon the surface, level meaning horizontal. You understand that we use water, for example, as a leveling tool to find horizontal. One of the ways that we can do this is by observing the horizon. You know what the horizon is, right? Where the surface of the water appears to meet the sky. You understand that all horizontals will be parallel with the plane of the horizon, right?
Yeah, but you're talking about observation. Observation is based on light, and light can bend. You're talking about the water, that's right. But what about the light?
I'm talking about the water at the moment and how we have a standard of level.
But it's based around lasers, and lasers are light, and they can bend.
No, it's water. When did I say lasers?
Who actually can measure the level of water in two places without light involved?
You said level.
Yeah. You need the water level to see the horizontal. You're saying something about the measurement. The measurement is the level of the water.
Okay, good. So you understand what level means, right?
Yeah.
Good.
What does that mean? What does level mean?
Yes, you use the same measurement in one place, and you use that same measurement in another place. If you have a line of sight, you can call them level in a small area, not a big area, because light can bend.
Is that curved? Is level curved?
But my main point is what all of you said. You're using a unit for the measurement, yeah? You are not inventing a new unit. You're using a unit. The French guy who actually standardized the unit, he said the Earth is not flat. You're going against everything you said by using his unit.
What unit?
What unit you using? We can find the guy and see what does he believe.
I'll tell you. Feet, meters, miles, kilometers. You understand these are straight line distances, right?
Yeah.
Straight line distances.
Yeah, and those units invented by
welcome to
those
Flat
guys
Earth.
who believe.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back, bathrooms on the left. DJ spinning requests, smoke them if you got them.
You got them.
They're all linear measurements, doofus. You atheist scumbag. How in the world can you appeal to quantum mechanics and then talk about an invisible sky daddy? You're about a clueless gif, aren't you?
I said in the beginning, I don't care that much. So
shut the fuck up. Observation doesn't change the outcome either, you dumbass.
Yeah,
you know about as much quantum mechanics as you do about your own globe tard. How can you have horizon on a globe?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not the right.
The guy you're using his unit that doesn't believe.
Are you using these units? How can you have a horizon on a globe tard, son?
I'm telling you, you guys should invent a unit for everything, because the guy who actually you're using a site. You're using a site, and a site is well defined by a guy who believes the flat is a square.
Hey, how do you have horizon on a globe tard? We'll get the units in a second.
I don't care.
You don't
it's
care.
The same answer as you guys said.
According to the slope intercept formula, dumbass, shut your fucking mouth. Shut up.
Yeah.
Shut up, glue sniffer. According to the slope intercept formula, y equals mx
I actually
plus
sniff glue.
You will not fucking shut up. Shut up. Ignorance is bliss, isn't it? Keep on laughing, Mr. Dumb Fuck.
But I'm not laughing.
I heard you giggling like little Nancy.
I'm vaping.
Shut your fucking mouth.
What?
What a clown. You atheist dumb fuck.
glue sniffing, basically. You're vaping your glue
Right,
right now.
Quantum Eraser has unlocked 2 new powers. He can do a moderator or an objection, in which case the opponent will be muted for Quantum to explain his thing, and then the other guy will be unmuted to answer, and only to answer what was asked and nothing else.
Facts.
Are we in the arena?
Yes.
It's the arena. It's the impromptu arena light mode.
It's fun mode.
Arena light. I'm trying to find something. I can't find something you said. Hold on a second.
Boomer detected.
Well, see, the problem is, Quantum, that you want to say what you want to say, right? And to be fair, it's somewhat scripted in a way where it follows in a cadence, right? But you can't do that if the other guy's going to talk through you. So you should just let people know you're about to do that so that they can mute the guy. And then that guy can understand he's about to hear something he should pay attention to because he's going to need to answer it.
I understand, but he was talking through me, so I am not going to give it to him anyway. He's already a dumb fuck. Doesn't know anything about quantum mechanics. Doesn't know anything about linear measures. He's a fucking atheist moron. Thinks something can come from nothing. Ink, paper, and glue molecules can author technical instruction manuals and blueprints. And he stands in direct contradiction with the laws of thermodynamics and quantum mechanics. I mean, what else is there? What are we going to talk about? His favorite color?
We could talk about Hoffman. Do you know Hoffman, bro?
Hoffman?
Yeah, bro.
Dustin?
So Hoffman is basically Donald. So he's basically that dude. Yeah, he's that guy that wrote the book, The Case Against Reality. And he basically says that So basically he said evolution, quote unquote, cannot provide a mechanism that accounts for the propagation of truth. It can only do the propagation of survivability. Therefore, our faculties aren't necessarily designed for truth. And therefore, our interpretation of what we see in the world isn't necessarily the fundamental truths. And he also is an evolutionary psychologist, supposedly. But he deals with a lot of physicists and stuff that are also in the same vein. And you know how they've always been searching for the smallest time state, the smallest matter state, and the smallest energy state. And so in his work, in this book...
I got you. I heard of him. Yeah.
But for the people who haven't, real quick, what he basically said is that if the heliocentric paradigm in evolution is true, then basically what we arrive at when we do science, quote unquote, is that we find that the fundamental unit of reality is the sentient agent. The sentient agent must exist before matter, energy, or time can exist.
Oh, he's a fucking rocket surgeon. I knew that before he did.
Of course, but the problem is for the butthurt atheists is that this guy is an evolutionary quote unquote scientist. So he's not a specific theist in any general sense, and none of the guys he necessarily quotes are, but they're arriving at the same conclusion.
Evolutionary scientist, contradiction in terms.
No, it isn't, because I said quote unquote, sucker.
Sucker.
No, but the point is that these are the supposed theologians of that guy's worldview, for lack of a better term.
They don't know how to tie their fucking shoes without a fleet of slobber nurses, dude.
Thanks, man.
So in other words, if atheism, fundamental evolutionary materialistic paradigm is true, then the resultant is that sentient agent exists in the first instance, meaning that it's false. So if atheism is true, atheism is false. I rest my case.
Yeah.
Got him.
I got that in the spill. I used to friggin' destroy evotards, atheist evotards. Nice background noise. What are you doing? Digging for those mason jars again?
Who is that?
It's AI.
AI?
Yeah.
Are you building your house again? You climbing on your house? Spider-Man?
I'm going back up on the roof. I gotta be quiet now.
W's in the chat, guys.
Where'd that go? Is it Supernatural? Yeah, it was.
My husband got me a new phone, so I'm on my new phone. How do I sound?
Sounds like you should be back in the kitchen.
I just got out of the kitchen. I just made pizza and sausage balls.
Oh, those sausage balls again with cheese.
Sausage balls? What the fuck?
Yeah, sausage balls. She makes.
So yeah, you
Aren't
do.
they called meatballs? What the heck?
You do breakfast sausage, and I did the cheddar biscuit mix from Red Lobster, and cheddar cheese, and I just roll them into balls after I mix it really well,
Globetard.
and then I air fried them, so they were good.
Did you hear D-Dub? He said Globetard. Nicely done.
She's making balls? Seize her.
Get her.
The
We
only
gotta
type
cook a
of,
Glober, dude.
the only type of balls I mentioned were sausage balls. Those should be allowed.
Hey, yo, pause.
Where the fuck?
Where the fuck are the Globers at?
Around your sister's house.
Yo. Hush. What about Hush? Just right the hand. We can cook his dumbass.
No, that's left the foot.
Left the foot.
Oh yeah,
please.
left the chat. Left the
Yeah.
chat.
Yeah, left the chat.
Mhm.
He just train wrecked himself and said evidence, not proof. Again, like a fucking moron.
Dude is just fucking. Somebody hurt him, dude.
Well, just call
Holy.
any girl.
Hey, QE, is talking a demonstration? That was a good quote, bro. What are you going to demonstrate it by telekinesis, you dumbass? No, you can demonstrate it in reality with a demonstration. Quantum Eraser
Bro.
thinks talking is a
Shut the
demonstration.
fuck up, you dumbass.
This is, yeah, I know, talking is a demonstration. Yeah, good job, QE.
What are you talking about, bro?
That's what he said. He said he said talking is a demonstration. I have the video.
What was the context, sir?
You really need context for that? It's a retarded. Here, I'll post a video. You can listen. Watch. It'll be in the chat.
Who hurt you, bro? That's what I need to know.
Where'd the black swan touch
It's
you?
my fault.
Craig got him?
I
wow. Wow.
rolled
Yeah, that's
him
why
hard
talking
and
is a
put him up wet.
demonstration, right?
He rode him hard and put away wet.
Yo.
Britt, your mouth is wet, dude. Shut up.
Yo, bro.
Now, back to the regular scheduled program.
Yeah, just a bunch of losers patting themselves on the back.
Left the chat. No, honestly, honest question, bro. Who hurt you, bro?
Ranty.
No, seriously though, like you sound like flat earthers like hurt you, and now you don't want to
sound
be
like you're
like flat earthers.
projecting. You sound like
What
you're
do you?
projecting.
No, these are yo flat earthers are the homies.
Yeah, no.
I'm not
Let's go.
projecting.
You protect your boys. You would never call
not
out
projecting.
QE saying something stupid like.
Okay, if they're my
talking
boys,
is a
how am I hurting?
demonstration.
I'm not
Hold on, let's see
hurting.
if listen to the context here. Hang on, listen to the context.
The stupidest thing I
All right,
ever
bro.
said is 5 orders of magnitude greater academically than the smartest thing you ever said.
Facts, bro.
Yeah, if you think talking as a demonstration is smart, okay, yeah, okay, man.
Yeah, well, go ahead, post it,
bro. Post it.
We're waiting.
Well, there it is.
Boom,
wait,
there's this
bro.
one.
My bad. Wait. Sorry.
Hey, bro, we'll listen to it. But I'm gonna unequivocally prove that talking is a demonstration right now. So I'm gonna give you a demonstration of how to talk in this manner. Oh wow, you just got debunked.
Ooh,
If you think you can demonstrate a unicorn by talking, okay, man, that's cool.
No.
What?
See,
Yeah, no. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you can't.
bro.
I know, yeah,
That's
talking.
why,
I bet if a baller,
projectile diarrhea of the mouth. He's a fucking idiot. Bastard.
Chill out, dude. My God.
There you go.
Dude,
Quantum
notice.
right there.
Okay, you're repeating yourself. Dude. I don't want to have to raise my voice. Okay, listen. When you say talking is a demonstration of a unicorn, I said talking is a demonstration of things that involve things that can be demonstrated with talking. So that is why those guys asked you, what's the context?
Okay, watch the video. If you think you can demonstrate the veracity of claims from talking, okay, man, that's and again, he's interrupting because he's just
Demonstrate what?
No, who hurt you, bro? Honest question.
Demonstrate what?
Hey, watch the video, dude. If you think, hey, he said talking is a demonstration. It's his
demonstrate
words.
what? Demonstrate
what?
Tell all the professors. Tell all the professors that they're out of a job thanks to Left the Foot.
Yeah, tell. Well, then who would QE quote? Who would he?
All right, right the hand. I'm gonna give you one. I'm gonna give you one chance, bro. I would like you to tell me the context so I don't have to watch the video because I'm kind of on a roof. And you should be able to tell me in words. You should be able to demonstrate to me in words what you're saying about this video without me having to watch it. So please.
I think you guys are using the word demonstrate instead of explain.
Can you just help a brother out, bro, and just tell me? So I'm going to unmute you. For the love of God, please use your words and tell me. Go ahead.
Okay, so the context was I was saying how they don't demonstrate anything. They just sit on Discord and talk about it. And he said talking is a demonstration.
That's not in the video.
You see not in the video. See how he couldn't control himself for 5 seconds?
Not in the video, you fucking liar.
Well, you asked me, and then QE had to interrupt.
Not in the video, dumb
wear his feelings on his sleeve.
It's not in the video.
Guy, pull your shirt up, lady.
Not in the video, dumb fuck.
Go have another drink, QE.
It's not demonstrating is doing, explaining is talking.
So talking is not demonstrating, it's explaining. Exactly.
No, it's not.
So whining is whining. Whining.
Shut the fuck up, percentage.
I know he was wrong.
Go back on fucking.
Now, a demonstration can be explained, but demonstrating is actually doing it.
Go back on fucking mute.
Look how mad QE gets. I love it. He's like a little 5-year-old.
What else is new now? I've turned him down already, like years ago.
Yeah, shut the fuck up,
He can't control himself. That's the problem.
Right the hand.
That's what he comes in here
right
to get his ego.
At least a
boost,
girl
and now he's
didn't
just
whoop my
screaming
ass.
uncontrollably.
You fucking clown.
Because he got called out for
pussy.
saying talking is a demonstration.
You're a pussy.
It's an explanation.
Yeah,
I mean, wait,
you're
you
also
got-
a fucking
you got beat
liar,
by
you
a
dumb
girl?
fuck.
What the fuck?
Hey, dumb fuck. You're also a
Oh, yeah.
liar.
Oh, so
It's
now-
not in your video. Shut your fucking mouth. Fucking clown. Why don't you tell everyone how the second law of thermodynamics is false because a flat tire didn't spontaneously inflate? You fucking glue sniffer.
He laughed. Soy boy.
He did. Sorry, fucking.
Hey, I'm very upset because I actually already demonstrated that talking can be demonstrating.
I know.
Because the only way to demonstrate verbal techniques and rhetorical techniques is by talking. So it's required to demonstrate it by talking. It's the only way to actually do it. It cannot be done any other way. So those two guys are both morons.
You see how fucking that pussy percentage came in? White knighting for fucking Left the Foot. Piece of shit.
Wait, oh, he left too. Wow, dude.
You bet your ass he left.
Wow, bro.
It was a circle jerk.
Jeez, dude.
All right, now back to my mission. Where the fuck did I put that shit?
AI's on the roof. QE is cooking right now. Chat's going crazy. Right the hands. Chat skanking.
And Flatsy just cooked sausage balls. Dang.
Yo, pause.
Hey, can you demonstrate rhetorical speech techniques through invocations, timbre, and pitch changes in any other means than talking?
No. Nope. And those are some key elements right there, folks.
So you could explain how to do it in words, right? In text form. But you can't demonstrate it unless you actually speak. So one more time, percentage and right the hand are so wrong on this point that put together, they're dumber than Robert Utah.
Facts. I don't even know who that is, but facts.
That's Bumba Clap.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Robert Utah. That's him.
That's his name?
That's your cheese on bread.
Cheese on bread. Dude, I literally only got that from Fresh and Fit. That's the only thing I know. Anytime there's like a Jamaican girl, they're like, "Where are you from? What's your age? What's your body count?" They're like, I'm Haitian. I'm Jamaican." They'll be like, "Boom,
Yeah, so for yeah, so brothers, for example, before you guys came, I was demonstrating to the audience via interactions with Robert Utah how stupid he is. Oh, because I was talking to him and demonstrating it how dumb he is. Wow, so you can demonstrate things by talking. Oh, wow. Listen, let me ask you this question. Can you demonstrate things in textual form?
I mean, depends on what you mean by textual.
Well, let me ask you this question. How can you demonstrate just listen, how can you demonstrate the correct spelling of a word?
You say it out letter by letter?
Or write it. Those are the only two ways, right?
Yeah.
So one of those ways is writing it in textual form so you can demonstrate something with text. And the other way is to say it, which is talking. So one more time, percentage and right the hand are dumber than a box of rocks.
What was percentage trying to say?
He was trying to say that demonstrating isn't talking, and talking isn't demonstrating. Basically saying nothing can be demonstrated via talking, which I just proved in 3 different categories that they're wrong.
Yeah, I think you can demonstrate by talking.
You might say that I demonstrated my point.
Exactly. Yeah. You can demonstrate things via speech.
Define demonstrate.
Please,
here we
AI, why don't you just go ahead and demonstrate and tell us all of that all over again, please? Yeah.
Flatsy.
Yes. Let me
Find
guess.
us a Glober.
Yeah, or I thought I was like, let me guess, get back in the kitchen.
Well, that, but also on your way there, find us a Glober so we can cook.
You make some sandwich, some bowls.
Yeah,
or
we'll take a
sausage
round of
balls.
sandwiches. I'll take, yeah.
Sandwich and
This
sausage
entire
balls.
household doesn't necessarily hold any Globers, so I ain't got any here. I have flat smacked this entire household, and everybody's like, they don't know. They're just like, I don't know.
W. W Flatsy. She's like top 304 in the whole community right now, for sure.
Why do I have to be a 304?
I mean, no one's even as active as you. It just has to be you. So shout out to Flatsy, guys. But let's get a W going in the chat for Flatsy.
Oh, well, thanks, guys. Oh,
There we go.
I'm not a
Get the W's
304,
flying.
though. Just saying.
What does that mean, 304?
304?
I got it. I want to.
The thing he wasn't supposed to use.
Uh-huh.
So on a calculator, you know how if you put in
Yeah, I got it.
8008.
Yeah, he got it.
Yeah,
He got
I got it. I got it. Put it together. I wasn't thinking about like how spelling the word out. Yeah, I got it.
304. And I just gotta teach you. I gotta teach you guys about the lingo, man. We gotta keep you guys updated with the DLC.
Just like putting W's in the chat. It's some new shit. Just gotta teach the Gen Xers and the Boomers and all of them about the new shit.
See.
But it seems like it's clicking, though. You know, I hear you guys saying stop the cap and all this, that, and the other. Good. Let's keep it coming. This is cultural development.
Well, that was a dunce cap. That's like old school. Like when you were
That
a
works.
naughty kid in the days of yore, you had to sit in the corner of the classroom, facing the corner, and you had a dunce cap on.
Yeah. Exactly. Don't be the one with the cap on. Stop the cap.
What do you mean? They used to make you wear a cap while you're sitting in the corner.
Timbo, what the heck is that kangaroo? That kangaroo looks like
You like that one?
I am scared of that.
That's me at the gym.
That's you at the gym.
Let's get a Glober, guys. How do we ping people in here? Can we do it, everyone? Or should I say Mr. Beast is here? Dude, when I said something about Mr. Beast in 24/7, and we had like a panel of like 70 to 80 people. I said, Mr. Beast called in from Antarctica, and there were like 74 people in the chat.
I remember that.
Yeah, that was crazy.
And then we started like picking maybe a couple a week, different shout outs.
Like that time Speed was in the chat.
Did we do that? I don't even remember that. What the heck?
No, it didn't happen. I
feel
was
like
trying to recreate
a
it.
lot of these guys in here don't know who those guys are. Like Aiden Ross, like that's a younger audience who would know those names. But yeah, we did Mr. Beast, and so many people have joined. I heard there was like 65 people in here the other day, but I missed it. It's like 2 days ago.
I saw Adrian Ross when he met with Trump during the election season, and he bought him he gave him like I think it was a Cybertruck that had like the Pennsylvania event as a wrap.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah. Dude, Aiden Ross has talked about Flat Earth recently. Oh, man, I don't have my iPad. But maybe I could drop the clip in the chat. Someone can play it.
Didn't Lizzo just...
What? Really?
This is hilarious.
Okay. Can someone play this in the speaker?
Yeah, because whoever was trending right now was in the chat yesterday.
What was?
Chaplain, do you think the
Wait, it came through for a second. Who was that? Go and start it over.
Oh, was it loud enough? Yeah, I can start it again.
It only came through for like 1 second and it cut out.
All right, let's try the
Check your, might have to check your sound settings.
Scaffolding. Do you think the Earth is? I don't think so either. by the way.
strong. I think you know how what I think.
What?
Photographs.
But those are not.
Look at this.
Yeah, so this is it was cutting, but basically Aiden Ross was talking to Vivek Ramaswamy. Vivek ran for one of the Republican presidents during 2024, and he's actually from my hometown, Cincinnati, and Indian guy. He was actually supposed to go on Fresh and Fit, but it didn't actually happen. But Aiden Ross talked to him, and Aiden asked him if he thought the Earth was flat. And he's like, "No, I think pictures from space is the proof." But the fact that he was willing to bring it up to him, I find interesting. And I've said this many times that there's not much incentive to talk about flat Earth in front of your community, especially if you have a large audience like Aiden does. But he does it anyway, so shout out to him. There's a second clip. You can try to play that, but you might have to turn your noise suppression down. If you go to your settings and put on the sensitivity all the way down. Play the second clip. Right, the hand's still in the chat squeaking away, bro. Holy.
Hey, what he's saying is facts. Everyone follow the stream right now. Hit that follow button. You're tall as shit. The game rolled that shit up. What the fuck? And yes, the Earth is flat. I know because I went to space in my sleep and I dreamt of it, and I can see that it was flat. W's in the chat.
You know what's crazy? My first stream, my big debate that popped me off was a flat Earth debate.
Really?
And they think you're like joking, but we're serious, right?
I'm dead serious.
I love
Look
this.
at me. I'm dead serious.
I love this.
Legend.
I love that. That's the goat. That's the goat right there. I love that. I love that. He's not sold. He has not sold out like all those globetards. Hey, sir. Yo, what up, man?
What?
Okay, now I want you to chat. I want you to ask yourself one question. Tell me where's the first time, where did you hear globetard? Huey.
Yep.
There, exactly. I'm telling them. So Zerka, that was Zerka, by the way, talking to Aiden Ross. And Zerka was like, yeah, he's not a globetard. Bro.
Can I just say I've been over this and I've evaluated the mainstream mentioning of the subject, and it's only me subjective, my own opinion. It has to be like infiltration. I don't want to say any specific agency. It's just my opinion. It just has to be like infiltration. People gathering information, going out saying, yo, it's no way we can stop it. Let's just talk about it. It sounds dumb coming from him. He obviously doesn't know what he's talking about, but it's like, yo, we won't be able to stop this. Let's just mention it.
Nah, I think he's for real, bro.
That's
But
not
not
that's
Aiden,
not what I
but Zerka.
Zerka, yes. Aiden, no.
Aiden's like, yeah. But no. What I'm saying is I'm giving him credit for at least bringing it up. He has a huge audience, bro. Huge. Younger guys than
1000%,
us,
and that's
too.
why I feel like that's the only way that's the only reason it's being mentioned. That's just me, though. That's just me.
I don't know, because it's easier to be quiet about this subject. It's just easier. Just be quiet. If you can know the truth, you don't have to say anything. You don't lose sponsorships, followers, whatever. But he's just saying it. So I just give him props for that.
All right, so I do a lot of traveling, and like on the streets, people are really talking about this stuff. Like it's coming up in conversations. So from my perspective, I feel like that's the only reason why they're talking about this. This is he has all the young people. That's his audience, the young people, and the grown ups are waking up and people are talking about it. And I feel like that's the only reason why they're mentioning it is because it's getting so big. More people are coming in the Discord. More people are hearing about it on YouTube, and they have no choice but to enjoy the chaos while it happens. I guess I don't know.
I don't know. I just appreciate it.
Oh yeah,
There's probably a lot of people in this world that know it's flat, but they just don't say anything. And I can understand why they would do that. So when I see people who do know, or maybe they don't know, but at least they're saying it to their audience, I have respect for that. The easier thing to do is just to be quiet.
Yeah, but
And they're not.
at the bigger picture, most of the time it's consensus based. People will say, "Yeah, because I learned this or I was told so." And when people like their favorite influencer comes out and say it's a dynamic shift. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but see, that only benefits us. All press is good press.
Oh yeah,
The more flat Earth
100%.
gets
I agree.
out, the better. So
I agree, but I only see one thing happening. Like most things, it becomes radical. Like, oh yeah, your favorite guy is talking about it, but a million more people over here are talking about it, and they're more unstable. So it becomes radical, and that's what they expect to happen.
But dude,
Yeah.
even
But then they start making
ahead.
Then you start making stupid arguments and actually argue for the point of flat Earth when they don't actually understand anything about it.
I mean, still, I still think it's overall a net positive. And even in
I don't know about
24/7,
that,
we've
man.
had people come here. No, dude, we've had people come here for 24/7, and they're like, "Yeah, I heard about Flat Earth through Zerka." You came to 24/7. Now you can hear from us. You don't have to hear from Zerka.
Yeah, like how many people
So
came through from the final experiment, right? So, I mean, if Aiden Ross is going to keep talking about it, imagine how many people we're going to have saying, I heard from Aiden Ross about ice walls, right? So at least we're getting more traffic that way.
that's what I'm saying. Overall, net positive.
You're saying
It
you
might
get them
not
to come
be
in with
on the
their
surface.
dumb arguments. Oh, sorry, man.
That's fine. We can teach them.
So you get them to come in with their dumb arguments and then correct them on it. I get you.
Yeah, that's where I am. On the surface, it's good, but overall, I disagree. I think it's more like, yeah, they want this to happen, so it causes more chaos. So people
Yeah,
are
I'm with
people
you on
pick
that.
sides. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is all fucked up.
But if we all agreed on things, then we wouldn't be here, would we? We'd be
Indeed.
globers.
Yeah, that too.
CB the Glober.
You talking about me? What'd I do?
You know what's crazy? That's my initials, Clip Brown, CB.
Really? Dude, people have been calling me Chris Brown my whole life. And like I had some
Not
guys
Clip,
from New
not
York
Chris.
that met.
Clip, not Chris.
No, I know. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah.
But it's like I had some guys from New York that I met recently, and they were like, CB. They were like calling me CB out of nowhere. And I was like, damn, that's crazy. That's like my online fucking name.
Oh, is that your initials, is it?
No, I'm just saying, like, because I'm mixed.
Why were they calling
right?
you
'Cause
CB?
I'm mixed and I'm fucking not ugly, I think. And they were just calling me Chris Brown
Yeah,
and shit.
I've seen you before, man.
Yeah, they were like, Chris Brown, CB. That shit was mad fucking funny,
Oh,
bro.
no shit.
Yeah. And it was funny because he like fucking smacked the shit out of Rihanna on some misogyny shit. So it's like extra funny. And they don't even know that about me.
Coincidentals, that, man.
Yeah, it's like crazy. When they were like, yeah, CB, I'm like, damn, that's wild.
ACB,
What up?
you can be beautiful, but that blonde, it was more to me. Bring that
Yeah,
blonde, please.
yeah.
Even
Miguel, I
I
mean,
took some sprint scripts.
she's a red flag though, bro. She's a red flag, dude. Telling you, she's for fun time only, recreational use only.
Okay.
I need a church girl, CB.
Nah, see, the church girls are probably worse off than just a regular normal girl.
Why?
But she'll wear a cross on her fucking neck, but then be on OnlyFans.
Oh, no, not one of them. Not like, I mean like a real one.
I
Not
mean,
not an OnlyFans Christian. That's fucking an oxymoron.
just saying, bro.
I have a question. It's been about 6 years since I've heard you guys on YouTube. Can somebody post the link that I'm clicking on that I
It's
have?
in the chat. The in the call that you see right now.
Channel.
No.
Click on the
There's
bot.
2 YouTube bots in the call right now. Just click on the bot.
One's
There's a link in the
Skeptics and one's Flatleroids, yeah?
Okay, I got it. Thanks.
there's a link in the description. Yeah.
You've been listening for that long.
That's
You
crazy.
only came in
How
like
did you
a
not
year
know?
Bro, I've been talking to people face to face since I was up on this subject for the longest. I only
It's like,
recently heard
where's the
about that. I
YouTube?
only recently found out that it was the internet. People were talking about this on the internet. Only recently.
Bro, I've been saying, are we live? Like every time I join the call, bro.
Yeah, no. I'm saying on the subject, I've never known that there was a subject on this on the internet. Like I just found out a couple of years ago that people were talking about this on the internet. I've been doing it face to face and converting people face to face. It's been crazy.
That's good shit, though. That's good shit.
Should speak to Orion.
Orion's on that too. Yeah, man.
Yeah, he goes out the front of shops and stuff and writes flat earth on the ground in chalk and fucking hands out pamphlets and shit like that, man.
Yeah, on the back of my Jaguar it says Earth is flat. So yeah.
No,
Really?
nice.
Orion had a really good tip too when you're chalking to like rub the chalk into the sidewalk because before like or if you don't do that, people can just kind of walk by and scuff it up. But if you like write it and then kind of like push it into the sidewalk, they can't really scuff it and they just kind of fuck their shoes up being a retard.
Yeah, Orion's on the street game heavy. He might be like top 1, top 3. I don't even know who the other guys are. I don't do a lot of that. Although I did see a girl with a NASA shirt on. She was in a big group. But if she was like on her own, I might have went up to her and said something about gas pressure or some shit.
I'm too busy, man. I don't have time to talk to people. Apart from
I don't
you
do
guys,
it.
because I can do it on my headphones while I'm working. You know.
I used to like wear like the Earth is flat like a T-shirt, and then I had like a spare tire cover that said Research Flat Earth, and I would wait for somebody to approach me, to say something about it. I didn't want to because if you address people on just going about their business, you never know where they're at. But if they come up to you, it's like a different, it's a different dynamic.
Oh, 1000%. I just found like the most clever ways to slip it into like casual conversation, and that's the best way.
Yeah, I mean, I could do it more, but it's just I don't know. I like this setup because we have our own fort and people come here. They came to us. So I don't feel bad dropping a whole bomb on them. They came here. I didn't go knocking on their door when they didn't want it. They came here looking for it. So we give them what they came for.
Oh yeah, this is 1,000% more entertaining than just talking to people on the street for me. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's a delicate thing too. Because I don't know. Sometimes it's short and sweet. You just want to like drop a gem and then get out of there. But I don't know. I don't do it a lot, to be honest.
Yeah, the one thing that's interesting is I've only had one negative reaction in real life, and it wasn't that negative. I'm just saying it was a little cringe. Like, dude, you're a little cringe here. And but like online, it's like it really seems to be the majority of the, well, not the majority, like 51%, a little bit more than center mass is people come in here just like completely stupid, like just dumb as shit.
/ trigger, yeah.
Yeah, like they come in slightly triggered already, and the concept was that do the globalists act this way in real life like they do online, and that's kind of what the final experiment was supposed to show, that they're awful online, but watch how they act in real life when they got a McDuffie kind of leading the pack. But it turned out that they're worse. They're even worse than in real life. Screaming where you're like following. I think I lagged for a second there. Okay, following Whitsid and Jaron around Puerto Reynés, whatever that city. Yeah, I think what it was.
No.
Following them around like a lost puppy. It's like going to their room and pouting when they told like, hey, that's not, number one, it's not very smart to just make yourself out to be a tourist and everyone can just see you walking around with cameras and shit. That's dumb as shit. It's not streetwise. And number two, you signed an agreement that you wouldn't do that. And then they go to their room and they pout. You got screaming into the ether, where are the guns? All that dumb, crazy shit. You think that was like, they had a kind of an excuse. Oh, I was online. I got carried away. I kind of lost sense of the conversation. It just makes you think. It really makes you think, like, it just takes one crazy motherfucker. Just
Precisely.
one,
How many times do we have people come in here and we evaluate their morals and they turn out to be complete a-holes, or like you said, just bricked? That happens 9 times out of 10. And rarely do we have people that are honest and can have a normal conversation and can come back and absorb what you said yesterday and not just Google search rebuttals and new facts to talk about while ignoring what happened yesterday.
Are they still loud?
Looks like it.
Okay. We need to go live on X.
X is disgusting. Every time I download it, it's like Pornhub. I can't.
Sounds dirty. It's disgusting. I don't know why they changed the name. It sounds dirty.
It's like intentional.
It just sounds like Not PG. Or you're selling drugs. I'm gonna hit you up on an X. So what?
It's full of poison.
Yeah, but I do think that the streams are cool. We should go live on there again. Maybe it's X streams with Pakistan with it. We should do that again.
Yeah, it was a push
But
for that like a couple of months ago. Like if it was more of that, I would be tempted to download it again, but it's just so disgusting. I don't know. It just pops up out of nowhere every time I download it.
so you've done the panel before?
Say again?
You've done one of the panels before?
No, no. Every time I download the app, it's just like the nastiest stuff pops up. I can't get it.
You
I've
gotta
never.
train your algorithm. You gotta like let it know you don't want to see that shit.
Yeah, I do that for all of them, and it still pops up. It pops up for Facebook, bro, and I have it like kitty settings.
That's crazy, dude. That's what I'm saying. It's 2025, dude. It's crazy out here. Imagine raising a
You can
family
destroy
or
all the
daughter.
electronics, dude.
Yeah, I
Maybe.
pretty much just read books, pretty much, and garden, and buy gold.
All right. So somebody read off who's in the panel, dude. I cannot look at this screen right now. Somebody do a call out. Let's go through the panel. Find out who the Globers are. Let's go.
From the top, we have Necros, AI Overlord, Apocryphon, Benno47, Bushel, Creation Bear, Crit, Daz, Earth is Flat, Elbow TV FN, Flat Lloyd, Flat Earth Ranger, the Backup Bot, Gemsy, Gimply, Grisp, Hell's Angles, Hush, Into the Break, Johan, Little G7, Majin, Migowigo, Miguel Sueza, Mick, Mike, Miss Doves, Morvis, Neil, Price of Adam, Quantum Eraser,
Shut the fuck up.
Quiet Noobs, Rayleigh Criterion, Roto Ox, Surfside, T Dub, The Honorable Shlomo, The Scarlet King, Trinity is Good, Eureka, Yapendos, and AG.
Hello, bro.
Let's go. W call out, guys. So who's the Glober then? There was like one name I did not recognize. Like two-fourths in the way in. I don't know, halfway in? Before halfway?
I don't remember like two of them. Is that Benno?
Well, yeah, Benno, you're up. Caller. There was one more. All right, let me just take a look.
Or is it Eureka? Or they're both muted or deafened.
Hmm. Man, what the fuck?
Those are the only two I don't recognize, and they're both deafened.
Dude, there's a crazy accident right here. This is wild. Hold up. Wow, what the fuck? Is this thing on? Are we live or what the heck?
Sister's live.
Oh, Kiwi still here?
Shut the fuck up.
Holy. Kiwi, where did you get your inspiration from?
Your sister?
I mean, people always thought my sister was really beautiful, though. I'm not gonna lie.
You have a sister, CB.
I actually do have a sister, bro. Yes, she's married though.
Then
I know.
She's kind of smart. She's my younger sister. It's kind of crazy. Like she's married, like smart, very smart. She married a dude with a bag too. Kind of W Masagan the move there. And yeah. But no, Kiwi, like you have a lot of work ethic and your show. You come on here, you cook a lot. Your arguments are up to date. Where do you drive a lot of your? You just love the topic, or where do you get all this energy from?
I'd like to thank your sister. I want to thank my mom for having me. All my fans. Y'all be cool. Right on.
It's there. W's in the chat.
I don't like to be lied to. I don't like to be lied to by people that are pretending to be something that they're not, more importantly. I find it excruciatingly contemptful. So my job is to expose them to the light. That's it.
Well, good. Yeah, I resonate with that. That checks out.
Well, of course it checks out. I wouldn't fucking do
Am I
it. If
coming
it
through
didn't
clear?
check
Because
out.
you were roboting for me.
Me?
Let me drop out. Let me drop out and rejoin real quick.
No. Was I road butting for anyone else?
No, you coming in clear.
For me, yeah.
Lima Charlie.
Okay.
it was crystal clear.
Okay.
Kiwi.
All right. Thanks.
This thing on?
Lima Charlie.
Dude, I'm roboting. What the heck?
Motherfucker, I said Lima Charlie.
What's that? Last chance?
Loud and clear.
Gotcha.
Right in the middle of something. Can't deal with your dumbass right now. Who the fuck let your dumbass back in here anyway? I know that voice.
He came to rebut my points
Yeah,
by demonstrating via talking that I'm wrong.
Yes. Could he do that, please? Oh shit! I gotta redo that whole thing. Fuck. Well, is he gonna do it or what? Or is he gonna go marry friggin' left the foot? If you would, your kids would have hooves. Dumb fucks.
What?
What?
What do you mean, what?
Did you rephrase what you just said?
I'm right in the middle of doing something right here. I'm talking
Oh,
about
gotcha.
percentage to fucking doofus. I heard his dumbass voice.
Oh, I got you.
Agreeing with right the foot. My God. You have to check your alliances. Fucking retard. I think he's smarter than... left the foot is smarter than fucking percentage anyway. That's shocking.
Yo, QE, someone told me that you were talking about me. Just so you know, I've turned you down. So,
Shut up.
like, keep that in mind.
Shut up, you pretender clown moron. AI is your huckleberry for agreeing with left of foot. Fucking bozo.
This whole time I didn't realize you're talking about me. You know, things lighten up. But yeah, keep my name out of your mouth, please.
Shut your fucking... Come make me.
Said them fighting words.
Pussy.
Them fighting words.
Fucking percentage. You fucking pretender clown ball-tard. Dumb fuck.
Pretender clown ball-tard. Dumb fuck.
That's right.
That was a demonstration of a vacuous attempt at chauvinism.
Existential. Are you ready?
I'm not sure who you're referring to, AI.
Vacuous.
But QE, you're low tier. You're not on my level. Simple as that.
Yeah, you're not. Your fucking level is below Gamma Llama Shama Panda.
Funny, I say one word, I see your thing light up for like a minute straight.
That's what your level is, retard.
Can you demonstrate he's not on your level via conversation?
No, I can't demonstrate something by conversation alone.
You sure about that? So can you demonstrate conversational techniques via anything other than conversation?
Say demonstrate. No.
Oh wow, dude, you really are dumb.
Now, if we're talking body language as well, then yes, you can demonstrate body language as well.
Fucking gain down on your gay bow mic, dumb fuck.
You're coming in like a ton of bricks, dude. Like, what? Why do you need to
Or a demonstration of people talking, sure. They could act
Shut the
out whatever.
fuck up. Just fucking do it.
His mic is audio chaos. Does anybody agree?
I agree.
Sounds like a busted chainsaw before AI tears a root out of his ass.
It's like 10 times louder than everyone else's.
Yeah, you don't need to. You don't just have it at normal levels, dude.
Yeah, he's overcompensating. Shocking surprise.
He's actually demonstrating bad mic.
Yeah, we do have some new people in here. We got Bam that's just joined us. You guys talk to him? Bam, welcome to the room.
Well, there was a conversation that was going on before you stepped in here again, Miggy.
Is it as important as Bam? Or?
Yeah, it was pretty important.
We can finish up. I'll ask my question later.
Percentage was about to get his ass drug around by his short hairs.
Please continue.
Hey,
what a feeble hill to die on, by the way.
Yep.
Like, It's like, what kind of petty victory did you think you win by saying you can't demonstrate things via talking? When I'm up to now 7 categorical examples of demonstrating something with talking, and I haven't heard why I can't demonstrate things with talking from one of the 2 morons that said you can't demonstrate things with talking. They haven't actually said anything of any merit whatsoever.
Well, because they're blowtards. Go ahead, percentage, dumb fuck. You were
He's muted,
talking
he's not
before with that fucking intrusive mic. You got overcompensating. What say you, dumb fuck? Oh God.
Now, is it the case that you can't demonstrate a physical object via talking? Yeah, perhaps. Okay, that makes sense. But to say you can't demonstrate anything via talking, that's just ridiculous. So, for example, in written form, this is how you pronounce this word, and then they give you the phonics cues, right, that you would know if you were taught phonics. But how do you know how those cues are supposed to sound? Someone has to talk to you and demonstrate how they sound. It's the only possible logistical way that you could ever know how they sound. They must be demonstrated for you via talking. Wow.
We got a couple more points to roast them. Like, fucking, we already.
Yeah, relax.
Oh God! All right.
What? Oh God!
So now I'm up to eight categorical examples now of how you can demonstrate something via talking. Goodness sakes, man! I thought this was something that's impossible, yet I found 8 examples so far.
Yoo-hoo! Percentage! Come on, play!
Percentage, you just gonna let them talk to you like that, or what?
He's a retard.
Somebody has him muted.
I feel like I've cooked him on my own. Like he's low IQ.
No, he's gonna get on the mic and he's gonna demonstrate to all of us that he didn't understand a word that was said via talking.
Facts. That's a
You
W
can unmute him
demonstration
and
via
you can
talking.
demonstrate the ability to speak.
So if somebody asks you in what context and you say it doesn't matter, right? That's a problem. So Right the Hand tried doing that. People ask what context, right? And then when he said what it was, QE said that's not even in this video you posted.
Yep.
Kid was out to lunch, man.
Yep, and he talked right through me, so no one could hear me saying that. The usual tactics by idiot baltards, which percentage is a shining example of one.
And even in his vocal explanation of what supposedly occurred in the video, he didn't even make much sense. Like I could tell he was wrong. He was off.
Yep.
He didn't answer. He didn't do what I asked him to do. So watch here. I'll give an example of what he should have done. So the Glober said, "Quantum Eraser, can you demonstrate quantum entanglement for me right now?" And he goes, "Yes, I'll demonstrate it by talking to you." Or something like that. Like that would be like the juicy parts of the video or something, But the guy didn't even say anything like that.
Nope.
Wow, language and physical things are being equated.
Go ahead, Maggie. You could take over. I think that everything was demonstrated. Hey, percentage, you glue sniffer. Take the night off, numpty. You're done.
No, percentage. Come off you. We need content, bro.
Oh, fuck
Is he
that
on
guy, dude. I don't
fucking
want to hear
mute?
his busted mic. No, we've muted his dumbass. His
No, we
mic needs
need
to be
content.
changed. He's got to fix his mic before he comes back on here. There's no way he's gonna
Is
let
it
his
that
mic
bad?
run. It's horrendous, dude. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
it's
not gonna
like
listen to
4
that
new
shit all
people in
night.
here. Yeah, it's like 4 new people in here. Go ahead.
Maybe we should just pop him off you. Let him cook himself.
AI, you're
dude.
back. Hold on. AI,
Yeah,
you're
go ahead.
back feeding again, man. Outstanding performance. So go ahead, Miggy.
Yeah, his mic is gonna have to be adjusted some way, and then when he's ready, he's gonna put it in the text chat. I fixed my mic, and then we can unmute him. Cause fuck that. Dude, as soon as he opens his mic, he drowns everything. Like no one, you can't hear shit.
He's overcompensating. I told him that.
What was his argument, though?
Oh my goodness, dude. But you know what that reminds me of, dude? Remember when we were talking to Witsit that one day, and he said something, and then he said, "Quit interrupting me," but it was himself who said it.
Yeah. Yeah, Percentage looks for a new angle to come in here and try to dominate the room with his baffling bullshit, dude. He always does that. And then now he's turning up his... there's no way. Fix your mic. Come back in here. Yeah.
I don't even remember what he was arguing, but... Is he still here?
He's here. He's just deafened. He's not listening to anybody now.
He's deafened? All right, we'll fuck him.
Yeah. My sentiments exactly.
All right, Maggie. Let's hook the next pawn car.
There's two fucking clowns that just walked out. Fucking fuck's sake.
Sorry.
All right, so let's see. We got going on the list. Oh God, we still got. Have you dealt with Robert touching rockets?
What?
Are you asking me? The Bumba Clot?
Bumba Clot.
Yeah, but no, never. I never heard of him.
Guys, the Earth is
Shut
flat.
the fuck up.
There can be no horizon.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
Guys,
we dealt with you earlier.
It's time to give it up.
Shut
You
up.
can't have a horizon permanent.
Shut up. Go back to Earth Awakenings, the land of misfit toys. You fit right in there.
All right. Yeah, but that's
I
it.
was giving him
It's just Robert that's in here. So
I was giving him an art lesson earlier about how you when you teach your kids about the horizon, you make the horizon line on the page, and if you put the horizon line low, it's like you're looking up, and if you put the horizon line high, it's like you're looking down. If there's no horizon line and it's all ground, obviously you're looking down. If there's no horizon line and it's all sky, obviously you're looking up. And so I asked him if you're imagining like the Earth, no matter the shape, there's going to be a part where there's no longer sky in your field of view, and then it's ground, or vice versa, unless you're looking straight up or straight down. And of course, he left the call immediately.
No,
we never got to the conclusion of that, did we?
No, I didn't do that. He asked a stupid question. Big man, whenever you...
No, you're not going to ask a question. You're going to answer what he just asked. That's the way it works here.
Is that Robert Utah?
Yes.
Oh, it's the world's toughest glober.
I don't know about all that. But he does need to answer what AI Overlord put to him. Go ahead, Robert.
Okay, all right. Answer what? He didn't ask me a question.
The question is, what is it going to look like if a portion of your view is filled with ground and a portion of your view is filled with sky? What's that going to look like?
If a portion of your view is filled with ground and a portion of your view is filled with sky, what is that going to look like?
Yep.
On a flat Earth, right?
No, wrong. What is it going to look like? He's asking you a question.
So like you make a you're drawing. Imagine the Earth, right? It's below you. You're standing on it. You're going to make a drawing. You're going to draw a line or a demarcation between the ground and the sky. That's your task that I'm giving you as an art teacher. This is art class. So why don't you go ahead and draw it for me? And then when you're done drawing it, submit it in the chat, and then you'll be allowed to speak in this forum again.
Agreed. That's one thing you have to do, Robert, if you want to be unmuted.
Dance.
Yeah, you know, if you want to, you can draw one called flat Earth and one called globe Earth. And what we want you to draw is an image of you're standing on the ground. Part of your view is filled with ground, and part of your view is filled with sky. Draw that.
He says
Now,
I
keep in
can't
mind
post
what
pictures.
I said is. Keep in mind what I said is if you put your horizon line high, it's like you're looking low, like you're looking down, because the majority of your field of view is filled with ground. And if you put your horizon line low, the majority of your field of view is filled with sky. So that gives you the appearance that the viewer is looking up or down. If you have the horizon generally at the center, it gives you the appearance that you're looking straight ahead. So with that knowledge, and you're genius level, you know what the Earth would look like if the Earth was flat, because there can't be a horizon on the Earth if the Earth was flat. I want you to go ahead and draw that. See if you can manage it.
Yeah, and if you can't submit them in the text channel, just send them to me, and I will post them. Send them to me. I will post them, but that's the only way you're going to get your unmute here. From this point forward, if I see your name, you'll be instantly muted until I see that. If somebody else unmutes you, I'll mute you back again. You're not going to be able to speak until you submit that to me if you can't post it in the text. Yeah, you don't have to put it in the text. You can send it to me.
Hey guys, keep in mind, listeners, this is supposedly a professor level intelligence, okay, that we're dealing with here. Doesn't even know how to DM somebody an image that he's going to draw. Probably doesn't even know how to draw.
Well, AI, he did in chat admit that he lied about that. Well, ironically saying he didn't lie about that because he never said that.
He needs clarification. If you're not paying attention, then you need to rewind the stream because he's going to have to tell you all over again, and we're not going to do that. So rewind the stream. Otherwise, it's your loss. Your voice will be taken away from you in this chat for good. So you better rewind the stream.
You can rewind the stream to the past 5 minutes, or you can rewind it to the previous conversation we had the last time you were here, because both times I said it, and each time I said it in a different way, so you may get a better from the previous one. Because I actually talk about when you're teaching kids in art class, like how to do the horizon line.
Yes, post the image. Give it to me, like I said. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to speak. Simple as that. All right, we got somebody else new named Eureka. Eureka, welcome to the chat.
Mickey.
Oh, you guys spoke to her?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm almost done with the roof.
Well, it's 10 o'clock. Did you miss your...
Are you working in the dark?
Dude, yeah, man. Don't you have night vision? Oh, never mind. Sorry, I forgot. I forgot you guys are just humans. My bad.
I got Superman vision.
All right, Eureka just...
What are you adding?
Nice.
Flashing and a roof vent? What the hell are you doing, man?
No, I'm putting car flashing.
We also got Henry the Brit, who's a staunch Glober, just popped in here.
Good morning.
What's going on, Henry?
So I just popped in the voice chat. Did Robert have any globe proof?
No, we're not speaking to Robert until he posts an image of what a horizon would look like and send it to me. All right, so we got the fuck.
AI. Thanks, man. Go on, Meggie.
All right. Yeah, the fuck. You're in the chat, and welcome to the room. Are you there?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm here.
What's going on, man? So what brings you by the room?
I wanted to hear all the theories on the Earth being flat. It really piques my interest.
Oh my God! You just compromised yourself.
What? No, how?
Unwittingly, how? Because
it's about to tell you.
I'm going to tell you how. Because you said you want to hear all the theories, aka scientific theories about how the world is flat. Natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. Has nothing whatsoever to do with shapes. That's geometry. Heretofore, rendering your science acumen right around the beginning of 3rd grade, and you just sacrifice your science acumen on the 2nd grade dumbfuck altar.
Okay. I'm not really sure what to say to that.
We still friends?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just that when you identify this topic, the category that it fits, it's not the one that you believe that it's in right now. You've been using these terms, and basically they've been bastardized. So you're throwing them around, thinking that it has something to do with science, and that's the reason why he pointed that out to you.
Right. Well, I said that because people have their own theories as to whether the Earth is flat or not. That was my thinking behind it.
I get what you mean, but because the terms have been bastardized, you're using them like they mean something. That's why he pointed that out to you.
Okay.
That when we start talking about natural
time.
and we start talking about
I'm sorry for doing it a second time. I didn't
old
mean
habits,
to step on any toes. It's very old habits.
I get it, but it's going to take some getting used to if you're in a forum like this. All right, so because that's the case, do you think that the Earth is a globe in any way? Like, would you say that you're 100% sure?
I don't know if I'm 100% sure that the Earth is a globe, but I would like to think that it is because it would bring me comfort to think that.
Okay, interesting. Well, why is that?
Because it's been taught to me since I can remember that the Earth is round.
Well, I'll challenge you to say that it hasn't been taught to you, but told. Big difference.
Right. But it's hard for me to break out of that, when you've been
for sure
told something.
I mean, it's not lost on us that's probably why most people think what they do, right? But the situation is because you've never heard anything else other than what's been going on in the internet and people just spouting off and saying ideas. There's nothing been coherently put to you so you can think about, right? And in this room, it can be.
Well, so I mean, if the Earth is flat? What's at the edge of the Earth?
Those are the wrong questions, right? The right questions are the ones you try to figure out whether or not you can discern for yourself if the Earth is what they told you it is or not.
I can answer.
Go ahead.
A container. So whenever you get to your quote unquote edge, there will be a container. Guarantee that. You know why?
Why?
Because you're fucking still breathing. You understand? You can't have gas pressure without a container. This system that we're in must be contained. So, you ain't going to run into an edge. You're going to run into the container. Eventually. Where that is, I don't know. But you're going to run into it because if you don't run into it, well, that's impossible because you're still breathing. You have to run into the container. Or being in violation of the second law of thermodynamics. 1.
You can ask relevant questions, the fuck, if you hear something that he's saying that you don't understand.
Right. Well, what I don't understand is, so do you just think that no one's been to this? I'm not going to call it an edge because I don't want to insult your intelligence, but no one's been to this container in the history of human existence?
I don't know that. Personally, I could speculate. I think people have been to the edge or to the container, either personally or by indirect, like hitting them with weapons or hitting it with weapons. But I can't give you that person. All I know is the compelling factor in the matter is gas pressure. The necessary antecedent for it is a container. There must be a container. Our reality, we must be enclosed. Period.
It's a very provocative. It's a very provocative statement that I think you should ask more about. The fuck.
I absolutely think it's very provocative.
Right. Well, you should ask him what he means by what he's saying. I think you're lacking those right questions. You're asking the wrong ones.
I'm sorry.
I think he understands it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
no, I
no,
think
no, no, no,
I'm
no,
taking
no.
it
He
in.
absolutely is. But to make it for me, from my perspective, I would put it to him to think of a terrarium and how that never needs to be open, and it has pressure inside of it. It has its own pressure. You should think of a terrarium for you to
So
understand.
I'd rather go with the second law of thermodynamics, but thanks for the help.
Same thing.
It's not terrarium is not a second law.
What's the second law?
Second law of thermodynamics. Basically, it states that all spontaneous processes produce an increase in entropy of the universe. That is, high pressure always goes to low pressure. Hot always goes to cold. Heat always flows to cold. Right?
Okay.
So you don't pump up. You know, when you're a kid and you're pumping up your bicycle tire because it's flat. Well, you actually have to have the tire. Right? You don't pump up around the rim. That's the second law of thermodynamics, basically. An example of it.
Okay, but people who claim that the Earth is round claim that there is an atmosphere around the Earth.
The atmosphere is a
A
contradiction.
gaseous atmosphere. Okay. So that
Sorry for interrupting you, but as soon as I hear something that's wrong, I'm going to interrupt you. So
Okay.
atmosphere, atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. Period. Number one. Now, is there gases? Yeah, there's an atmo, but it takes no sphere shape. Yes? That doesn't answer my question. Atmo means air or gas. Gas is still under pressure. You still need a container.
Okay, so it's a fact that our atmo is in a lid shape to said container.
No,
so
it's
it's
not
flat.
in any shape. But the gases don't take shape. It fills the container.
Okay.
You get it?
Right, but okay.
You're
but
asking
solid-
relevant questions, and you're on the right path. So hopefully you continue.
Yeah, well, solids take shape, right?
You can form solids into shapes, yes.
So what shape would you say that the Earth is in?
I don't know. All I know, I don't
If you
know.
think it's flat,
because
you're
I
a
haven't been
retard. If
far-
you think it's flat, you're a retard.
Hold on.
See, you don't know what that means, retard.
Shut up.
Go ahead,
I
Kiwi.
thought he was asking me questions.
Yeah, a pair of clown shoes came in, talked shit, and then he left.
Oh, I'm sorry.
ahead.
I don't know. I haven't been far enough away to tell its shape. All I know that it's measured, observed, navigated, and aviated as a horizontal plane.
Facts.
Okay. But I mean, when I'm in an airplane and I look out the window.
Stop.
Okay.
That's cat, bro.
Stop.
Okay.
No. He
Okay.
doesn't have
I'm
to-
sorry. I do apologize. I don't want to offend anyone.
No, you're not offending anyone. I'm just stopping you when you're wrong. You're not offending me.
Okay.
So we have demonstrated. In fact, flight was one of my first flat Earth proofs in 2016. Now we have black box data from the NTSB showing without a shadow of a doubt that the Earth is flat and non-rotating. You want to see the data?
Yeah.
I'm busy doing something too, but that's okay. I'll step.
You
out.
got this, Kiwi?
Yeah, I'll step out of it. Who am I speaking with?
Wait. Where's the data? I don't.
It's he's about to put it in the text channel. The fuck.
Oh, okay.
Look at the text channel.
Just relax, dude. I'll get
Okay,
there.
I'm sorry. Is this the data here?
Well, it's some of the data. People's been posting it in here. Go ahead with Flat Earth Ranger. You know what? Let me post. I'm going to post two of them. Hold on one second. And we'll go through it. It's quick and it's painless.
Okay.
Auxiliary photos. 1 second. Let me do it here. No one posting there just yet. Just relax. Necros,
Hold on,
don't post
Necros.
anything.
He just.
How do hurricanes happen?
No, he's fine. He's fine. He didn't post.
But my name is Negros, and I'm going to post.
No, that's okay. That's it. I got it. All right. So at 18 minutes, who the fuck is talking?
I'm looking for him.
Stop
He's
fucking
at the top.
mumbling. Shut the fuck up. So, who am I speaking with?
The fuck.
Nice one. The fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, go to where the fuck is it? 18 minutes after the hour?
Okay. Well,
So-
there's okay.
Yeah. So it's not that complicated. So this is from United Airlines flight in 2018. Had to emergency land in Honolulu, and it was traveling out of San Francisco. It's from the black box data, and it's from the National Transportation Safety Board. All right. So if I can direct your attention to the upper half of this graph, you see pitch. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Let me first state that we cordon off the blue box. This is 2 hours. As you can see on the x-axis, it has from 08:05 to 10:05. See it down there on the x-axis?
Yeah.
So that's a 2-hour flight. If we've already converted the ground speed, it's roughly, or the airspeed, sorry, it's roughly about 500 miles an hour. So 500 miles an hour for 2 hours, that's 1,000 miles, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And as we can see, if we look at, I'm going to direct your attention to 2 lines, the pitch data and the altitude pressure. The altitude pressure is the second from the bottom, and the pitch data is the brown or orange, and it's up in the upper part of the graph. So the pitch of the plane for 2 hours straight had its angle, that's its nose, at 2 degrees the whole time. It's flatlined, right? You see it?
Yeah.
And the altitude pressure itself is also flatlined at 34,000 feet. Just take my word for it. The legend's over on the side. Don't worry about it. Take my word for it. It's flatlined.
Okay.
Right? So if this plane was flying at a pitch of 2 degrees, maintaining flat and level flight, and its altitude pressure didn't change, it's flying over a flat plane. The reason being is the next slide. Because if it was flying over a globetard, you see the plane and the Earth and space?
Mm-hmm.
If this plane was flying flat and level with a pitch at 2 degrees, not adjusting, over 1,000-mile distance, it would accumulate 124.3 miles of elevation.
Right.
Above. You follow what I'm saying? Because the Earth is continuing. Yeah, you got. He's pretty quick on the uptake. I knew that just by how he conducted himself.
Yeah, it's making a lot of sense to me. I'm completely understanding what you're saying. I feel like I've been sold a lie.
Yeah, you have.
Yeah.
So that's just one proof. If you can entertain something, let me give you my website, and you can go there on your own accord. I'm not going to hold you to anything here, because it seems like you're pretty quick on the uptake. Let me go ahead and put my website in the chat for you, and then it has Flat Earth. Son of a bitch. You still with me? Am I still here?
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry about that. Let me go ahead and address it to you, and then you can go to the website at your leisure and check out the Flat Earth proofs and go through them. And then if you have any questions or you say, wow, that doesn't make any sense. If you find that, and you can always contact me here. Just ask somebody. So I put that in the chat for you at 23 minutes after the hour. Good?
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mickey, it's all yours.
Do you have any more questions? And now we can entertain any ones that you might want to have that aren't relative to a discussion that you're having. So if there's any other things you want answered,
I have
even if you think they're dumb. So
I have no questions at this time. He was very clear in his explanation. I would like to hear from other people, their questions, as well as answers from the panel, if you will.
Yeah, 24/7 has a group of people in here that have curated this platform that make it what it is today. So we don't really have like a lot of others that come in here and, you can ask, random people things, and maybe like on the internet, people claim to be flat earthers and they're talking about, these other topics that are more on the esoteric side. This is more of an empirical take, right? So if you're going to ask questions, we want to give you something you could ground yourself in, versus like when you're on the internet, it's just like all wild speculation and such, which is probably why you came in with those questions you did.
Yeah.
This is more informative to give you a better stance to have a conversation about the practical reality you and I exist in, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is very much a serious forum, but although people come in here and try to make it a joke, but we redirect them to the seriousness of it. So
Right. I gathered.
I have a question.
yes, what's your question? Dreaming.
Are there any criticisms about the latitude longitude coordinate system?
People would say there would. You mean critiques in like what we say versus like the globe? What do you?
Yes, the sort of the flat earther take on why this coordinate system is nonsense.
As in, go ahead and give me an example, Dreaming, so I can.
No, this is a question. So I'm asking, do you have any criticisms or do you think
I
that
doubt. Well, can I answer this?
Sure.
Alpha.
Yeah, go for it, man.
Yeah. So, what do you think the latitude and longitude coordinate system even is? Where are the coordinates?
So the way I understand this is that they represent coordinates on some kind of spheroid object.
Right, that would be incorrect. That would be incorrect.
Okay, cool. So
No, it's easy to prove. It's easy to prove. Right now.
Sure.
I'll give you from now to eternity. Close your eyes. Well, don't close your eyes. If you can't see the sky, star, sun, moon, all that, how do you find your latitude and longitude?
This is going to be a mathematical thing. So it's like it's not an absolute.
What does that mean?
As in,
it's not absolute.
You just
a variable coordinate system.
Yeah, sure.
What?
You understand what he's asking, though, right? Like if you
just said it was a variable coordinate system, what good would that be?
It means that.
Do you understand? Hold on, Dreaming. Do you understand what he's putting to you right now? If you're not able to see any of the sky, if everything's like really cloudy, you can't see sun, moon, or stars.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how do you know where your coordinate system is?
Oh, yeah, I want you to find your latitude and longitude using the Earth.
Oh, it's like I said, it's not an objective thing, so you can't actually do this. This is a man-made construct.
Yeah, but there should be that coordinate system should quote unquote map to the ground, right? So I want you to map the latitude and longitude to the ground using only the ground.
Oh, this is not my question, though, right? So the question
this is my criticism. This is the criticism, dude.
Okay, cool. Right. So the criticism here, if I get this straight, is that since you can't map latitudes and longitudes to the ground based only on the ground that you're on, that the system is wrong. Is that fair to say?
No, but you don't fucking strong man, dude. You don't understand your own argument. You don't understand any of this, dude. It's like I don't even know why you would come in with this. Like,
notice I didn't make an argument. I was just asking if you have a view on this.
Yeah, but like you don't know anything about it, so it's like I would have to teach you how the coordinate system fucking works, even to have a conversation with you about it. You don't know anything about it.
Yeah, you came in. It sounded like you had a question.
Dude.
It sounded like you had a question about it, right? But upon further explanation with Indio going through this with you, you don't understand what he's saying. So he'd had to teach it to you, and then you could build your argument on it. Because right now you don't know. So it seemed like when you came in, you had a question, right? The question was with the coordinate system. Did he leave? Okay. That's
Damn, he left that fast. Wow.
Well, he didn't know. He was asking something he had no knowledge on, so India would have to tell him about it so that he can have an argument about the question he came in here with. Like,
yeah, he's just telling me, yeah, it's a man-made system. Yeah, okay, great, but you don't know how it's made. So what am I supposed to do with that? Like,
nothing.
Yeah, like it just amazes me. The arrogance, dude, amazes me. Like how little they know versus how arrogant they are. Like that gap is so fucking wide.
You could have just said, "Well, my bad. I misspoke." Or
he knew less than like even an average person. Like even someone not even involved in this topic. I bet my 13-year-old knows freaking more about latitude and longitude than that dude did.
He's yapping in the text. That's crazy.
Yeah,
boy.
Bing.
We got Luna that just jumped in here. Welcome, Luna.
Who was that guy's name anyway?
It is Dreaming. Thank you for the cough. Luna, welcome to the forum.
Mute. He said he was muted.
Yeah, I muted him.
That is how I know you. Go
What the fuck?
Dude, who's strangling a cat?
304?
Fucking someone's strangling the shit out of a
What are
cat.
you doing out of the kitchen?
and space.
What are you doing out of the kitchen?
Between us.
So check this out.
You have come to show you. Go
Shut up,
on.
304.
Shut the fuck up.
All right.
Why
Shut
isn't
up,
she in the
bitch.
kitchen? Get in the kitchen.
That's fine. Politics Shogun, she is. Yeah. She's in the server. Agnostic, straight, pro-choice, student, troll, pro-gun control, based. All these other tags. So, I mean, it's kind of crazy. I mean, all you got to do is just have a conversation. Don't see why you're afraid of that. In the number one room in the server, Luna. Yeah.
Facts.
All you got to do is have a conversation.
She was still singing. I mean, we
singing.
evaluate the mental capacity of these folks, and it's
All right.
304s, bro.
Who else we got in here?
See if she's at the bottom. We got Yedoff, top guy. Welcome,
Yeah.
Yedoff.
Oh, facts.
So let me
Facts.
just little backstory here. Yedoff spent most of the morning and all night talking to me and or like T-Dub. So we were kind of giving him the lowdown with all the arguments. So he has a lot in his arsenal right now to digest. But since we have most of the group in here now, I'd just like to welcome Yedoff once again. Yedoff, welcome back. And I guess we might want to tell everybody like what transpired over yesterday, and perhaps if you have anything else to add to anybody new that's in here. We got most of the team on right now is why I'm telling you.
Many updates. I just want to say I have a big loadout of weapons to use now. Got the RPG.
Load, pause.
Got the M4. Got the grenades. I haven't used any of it yet. I haven't gotten a target designated yet. But once I do, I'll just let you know.
Yeah, he's just absorbing information. He's the guy I was telling AI Overlord earlier about.
That'd be a profile.
I know, right? That was a great interview.
Yeah, you know who I think could talk to Luna? I don't know if he's here or not, but Crypto. Maybe Crypto could have a word with Luna.
Crypto.
Go.
Wait, is this 304 still here?
Yeah. No, but hold on, like Luna, because perhaps there's some questions you could ask instead of singing.
You can't even sing. You're trash. It's gonna be a no from me,
Dude,
dog.
that's what I'm saying, man. Who's strangling a cat, dude? Cut that shit out.
Bring back sanatoriums.
Do better.
We need to get the stones out. We need to stone her.
Crypto said no, he's just listening for tonight. He just
no listening aloud.
All I gotta say is,
oh word, dude. Hold on, man. Shout out Crypto, man. Haven't seen him around
W
in a while.
Crypto in the chat.
No, let's give Crypto W's in the chat, man.
Let's get some W's in the chat, guys. Let's get the W's flying for Crypto.
Yeah, but a politics shogun is just trolling the number one channel. I don't get it, Luna. Crazy, but it's true. What else we got in here? How about Ray Ark? Ray Ark is in here.
Ray Ark, welcome caller.
Luna, your singing might be better if you stop smoking blunts.
Facts.
Ray Ark has the SpongeBob avatar. Ray, if you're there. Yo, Ray Ark, are you there? Okay, that's a no-go for Rayark. Anyways, we were rocking with 60 people yesterday. We're still moving right along with 47 tonight. Well, we take 2 off for the bots that are in here, but we got Aurelius just jumped in. Aurelius, welcome to the channel.
Oh
All
man,
new
I
people
thought
are
you
welcome.
meant.
Hello.
How's it going, man? Welcome to the #1 room in the politics server.
Is it the number
Absolutely.
one?
It is.
Absolutely. We hold the title for months now.
is.
Oh, really? Okay.
Absolutely.
Why is that?
Dude,
Because
why the
we're
fuck's your
#1.
mic
Everybody
so
wants,
loud, dude?
everybody wants
The
to be
hell?
here, man. That's why.
You can turn me down if it's an issue on your end, my man.
Or you could turn your gain down to some normal level and not plus 40.
Or you could just turn me down.
Or we could just mute you.
Yeah. Oh, he's picking on my voice. Whatever am I going to do? At least he didn't call me the N-word.
Why would I do that?
Because your mic is overcompensating for your inability to intelligently articulate any points you have in a conversation. That's why.
Yeah, it's a gimmick. Dude.
Are you going to stutter the next time you...
Yeah, well, it's hard because when I'm dealing with the doofus, I don't know how to put it into words. Yeah? All right, so do you have anything to add, any value to this conversation about the topic of the room?
I'm just here to listen to you guys.
This is the
Okay,
no
then.
listening panel.
You can
Then-
continue.
Yeah, you could sit here and listen. That's fine.
Hey, go for it.
No worries.
Continue.
All right, so we got another non-starter with him. What else we got in here?
Another lipstick.
Yeah, introverts all around, right?
Oh, it's got no nuts, dude. They can't stand on, like you say, on all 10 toes, man. They don't have the guts.
Yep. We got a bunch of worms.
Delete this room and tell.
I have a question, please.
Hold on, dude. But they'll leave this room and talk mad shit about how stupid we are and all sorts of shit. But they don't have the guts while they're in here.
Yep. Where's all that energy when you're presented the floor? Fucking bankrupt.
Hey,
Are you guys okay?
Yeah, we're good, man.
Don't worry about our emotional state, dude.
Nobody said anything.
We got
Why are you
we got
so
50
mad?
we got 50 folk in here.
Nobody's
We're
mad.
damn good, bro.
50.
I know.
Holy.
You
Dude,
guys better chill out, man.
Listen, we're not a bunch of fucking. We actually have testosterone in our blood. As opposed to
I
a bunch
can
of
hear that.
estrogen.
Yeah, I can hear it. Yeah.
He's like I can hear that as if it's some sort of insult. So men are supposed to have testosterone, not estrogen. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Stop drinking your soy. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's much better than whining about our feelings.
Mm-hmm.
Fox.
All right, so we do have the fuck with a question. The fuck, did you have a question?
Yeah, I did have a question.
Go ahead, sir.
It's in regards to other planets. Would you say
Here we
that
go.
are all planets flat?
Okay, so
Earth is not a planet.
What? Okay, so let me just address it in a way that makes sense to you. What can you tell? What information can you tell by looking at them? The fuck.
Yeah, by me looking at them, I can't tell much information, to be honest with you. It's just
Well,
specks in the
could you tell
sky.
me-
I've been told that they're planets.
No, I know, but like as far as like what you can understand by your observations, what can you detail about them? Could you tell any like what I would say, any relative information that they've told you about them? You know, they told you like a story about these balls that are in the sky and they're terra firma. You could land on them and all kinds of shit. Can you tell any of that information by looking at them?
No. All I know is that the moon has a round silhouette to it. When I look at it in the sky, it looks round.
All right. So if they're gonna give you a story about what they are and their elemental structure, then how is it possible that you can investigate any of those claims? You can't, right? Is the answer. Should be anyway. Right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So therefore, everything they give you is like a story. It's a just so story. They're just telling you, this is the story. Trust me, bro. And you're like, okay, I will do that. So you have a choice, right? You don't have to trust it. you can be like, well, how do you know that, right? You can ask them that. So that's the level of scrutiny you should give anything that you can't verify. So if somebody hands you some information, you're like, okay, I can look through my telescope, but I don't see the thing you're telling me that I'm supposed to. Right? I don't see nickel iron cores on anything I see up there. Like you're telling me to imagine things. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's a story attached to the thing that which is why the question was the way. Like I said, it's not a dumb question. I'm pretty sure there might be some questions that sound dumb, but the thing is, you have to ask the ones that you think make sense to you in your mind, and we're going to give you an answer the way I just done.
Okay.
It gets you to think. It gets you to think because obviously, at some point, you're going to have to realize either you can know some information based on what they've told you, or you're not going to be able to verify the information they told you, and it's just going to be a story that you have to believe if you choose to.
Right. But if I choose not to believe anything that they tell me, and I make my own, I come to my own conclusions. When I look up at the moon, it looks round to me.
Sure.
So that would tell me that the moon is round, and the moon.
Yeah, but that's fine. Nobody's arguing the fact that what you see is what you might think it is. But then there's also the next step. How do you know it is? It's not just about thinking that it's something that it looks like. There's also the part where you verify what it is.
And I would only be able to do that by going there?
Well, by actually interacting with it tangibly.
Okay.
So does that make sense? Because if you're trying to investigate to the fullest, you have to be able to tangibly interact with the thing that's in question. You can't do that.
Right.
It's a limit to what you can know. So you can say it looks like what I think it is, but that's the limit. That's the limit of what I can say, what it looks like to me. However, if you say what you know, you're going to have a little bit more meat on the bone when it comes to like the information.
Okay.
Cool.
Understood.
Can I ask him a question?
Yep.
Can you name one resemblance between the Earth and the Moon?
They both exist in our universe.
Okay, what else?
I don't want to say anything else. That's the only resemblance that I can name at this time.
Okay, so why
That
are
they
you so
exist?
quick to compare the Earth to the Moon then?
Because
If
you would
they're not
assume
alike.
that, right?
No,
But you
they're
would
not
assume
alike.
that
You haven't given us any. You haven't given us any
Okay.
similarities.
Yeah, but I said
So
that they're
why are
both in
you?
the universe. Okay. I said that they're
Okay.
both in the. I said that
So
they're
is a
both in the
rainbow.
universe.
A rainbow is
Right.
in the
what?
universe.
So are cats. So
Is
are
the
dogs.
Earth like
So
a
are coins.
rainbow?
But okay,
So are
but you would think that
What the
most things
fuck?
you would think that most things follow a certain law in the universe that we live in.
No.
I have
I would
Nike
like to think
sneakers.
that.
I have Nike sneakers. They're in the universe. Is there pair of
A
Nike
rainbow's
sneakers?
in the universe.
Yeah, you'd like to. I heard what you said. The fuck, you'd like to think that, but the problem is when you identify one thing you see and try to compare it to the next. Like CB is trying to make you, or Creation Bear is trying to make you think about it. In what way are they alike? You're gonna have to be honest with yourself and compare them. And when you can't compare them, that should be a red flag to you. But like, wait a minute, I can't compare them. Because I would have to if I want to say that they're similar. You'd have to be able to. If you can't, there's no way that you can say they're similar. It's pretty basic logic, dude. It's not really difficult to think about. Okay?
Yeah, because you're trying
Pretty
to say
basic.
the Earth is like the Moon. It's not.
Well, I've been fed this agenda that it is.
Yeah.
Oh,
What
it's
we're
cap,
doing,
bro.
what we're doing right now is called critical thinking. You have to think about what's being proposed to you and then parse it out in a way that makes logical sense. And if it doesn't, you have to realize that. This is a moment where you can actually think about things in a way probably you've never thought about. That's why there's a little resistance when you're saying things so that it gets you to think, right?
Yeah.
There's no agenda. There's people, they said, hey, this is what we think reality is. And you were like, okay, I agree with you. And that's it. There's no agenda. Just like there's people out there that believe in fairies and ghosts and all sorts of things. They're not running into your house say, believe in fairies, believe in ghosts.
I
You
have
see
a
the
question.
information and you're, wait a second. So You see the information and you just say, "Hey, man, I accept that. I believe that." That's it. That's all there is to it.
Right. So none of you
if I
believe
told
in.
you, so let me ask you a question real quick. If I told you that the Earth was unique, not like anything else, what would you say to that?
I would say, okay. I'd say I'm gonna have to do some critical thinking on this and figure it out on my own.
Excellent.
Well, that's a good start.
All right, we got Aurelius with a question. So if we want to go to him.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you could explain why the sun sets in one place, but not everywhere, at the same time. It's
simple.
a flat.
Yeah, it's simple.
Flat Earth.
So, it's simple. So in perspective, it's viewed as that you are the center of the universe, perspective-wise, right? Because you see the sun in relation to how it moves across the sky. So somebody else in another geographic location views the sun moving across the sky very differently than you do. So it's not centered on the Earth, it's centered on your vision. So you would see it moving across the sky and doing something very differently than another person in another geographic location. It's a simple answer to a simple question.
You get some proof for that?
Yes, you're standing in Italy. I'm over here in the United States. I see the sun move across the sky differently than you do. That's a true statement. Would you say that's not true?
When I see the sun come up, I see it, it's a bit of a
if you're in a
curve
different,
there. I see it halfway,
think about this.
You know what I mean?
Remember what I just said? Two people, two different geographic locations.
Mm.
Can you comprehend that?
I don't think I can. Nope.
Okay.
Seriously?
Okay. Well, we'll dumb it down. Hold on. Let me dumb it down. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
So,
Please
so
do
you're
that. Yeah.
so you're on one side of what's the biggest department store that you know of, in your area, like Walmart. You might be in Europe, so you might not have Walmart. I'm sure you have giant stores, right? Giant buildings.
No, we don't.
That you can see. You don't have any giant buildings.
He's being obtuse.
I mean, we have big
where do you live in
buildings,
the
but not
fucking
department
Sahara?
stores.
He's being obtuse, brother.
Well, whatever. So if you're on one side of the building, you see all the way across the other side.
Okay.
Somebody on the other side, they see certain lights over their head, and you see different lights over your head.
Okay.
I don't know why you're confused that people have their individual perspectives. How is that confusing?
I mean, do you have proof?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's more.
I mean,
than
you're just saying.
Do
stuff
I have
to
proof
say
that
it.
people have subjective experiences?
No, you're just saying it to say it. Science already backs my claim that the Earth is round. I don't know what you guys are yapping about.
That's actually not an argument. That's a logical fallacy.
It doesn't go
yeah,
to your
it's a logical fallacy.
Aurelius, I'm going to stop him.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. It's a logical fallacy.
Going back to your premise, the original claim that you came through with, it's not the statement you made didn't address the premise that you started off with, the claim, right? How can two people see differently in two different places? And it was a very basic question, very basic answer too. So what you're not understanding is you're trying to make it sound like you have the ultimate proof to say that the Earth is a globe, but yet you can't even comprehend something very simple. So you're very simple-minded. So how can you?
I mean, there's videos of astronauts in space that actually look.
Yeah, I know that you listen. I know they can show you things, but you're still slipping away from the premise that you came in with. Do you understand? You can't comprehend what's been told to you, dude. About your own question. You guys listen up? No, sir. That's not how that works here. You listen up. Either you back up the claim that you came in here, or you drop it and say, I don't know. Maybe I was wrong. I need a concession from you saying that maybe you don't even understand the question you proposed. Go ahead, concede that you can't understand the question that you put forward.
He doesn't understand that's something like a milestone for child development. Like the idea that other people perceive things from their own perspective is like a milestone in 18 months. Like seriously,
this is shocking to me, and I need to hear his concession that you don't understand that simple truth. Once we can hear you say that, everybody will know that you can't even understand basic things.
Okay.
Concede,
to understand.
Concede, sir.
Are you
concede? Done? Yeah. After you concede, we're done.
No, I'm not. No.
Oh yeah. Red mic for you then.
I don't have to be embarrassed if I get banned. It's same old tactic, dude.
Yeah, red mic for you, and then put it in text when you say, I don't know, and then I will unmute you. You will have the privilege to talk again in this forum once you say, I don't know. Because that was your claim that you came in here with basic understanding, and you don't even know that. You can't proceed forward to talk about anything else or reason with anybody because you can't even understand basic things. So there. Moving on.
All right,
Going to Based White Swan.
yeah,
Welcome,
dude, come at me, dude. I'm ready, dude. I'm a white
Come at
swan, dude.
Do you think the Earth's a globe, sir?
I think it's rounder than my goddamn head, dude.
Okay. Do you have any evidence for it being a
cube?
globe, sir?
I have no evidence. I'm retarded.
Okay. Thank you.
Come at me, bro. I'm retarded. Yeah. Typical.
Dude, you
All right.
take yourself too seriously.
Perhaps there's somebody else we can speak to in here. So a concession from Mr. Aurelius would be great, and then you can get unmuted, and or we can move off to somebody else.
Well, I mean, I think we should get a hold of whoever his caretakers are. That he hasn't reached certain milestones in early childhood development, man. Like he doesn't understand that other people see things from a different point of view. Physically, like what?
Yeah.
Like what? Not everybody's looking out of your eyes, dude.
It's the most basic. You couldn't even make it more simple. At this point, it would just be, redundant to unmute him and try to reason with him.
You can't deny that a coin has two sides depending on which side you stand. And if he does, then end of the discussion, I guess.
Well, that wasn't his argument. He was wondering why some people see the sun one way and other people see the sun another way. It's because they're standing in different fucking places, looking at it from different positions. It's not really...
It's not hard. Yeah. You're over there in the US. You're in, whatever, UK. You guys are going to see the sun in a different position in the sky, right? Does everybody agree with that? Because that should be, duh.
Yeah, and let's go back to the coin analogy. There's two sides to a coin, right? So let's say you have two people. They're on each side of the coin. Fat Aurelius in here thinks people both see heads or both see tails. Fucking even though they're on different sides of it.
Crazy.
Some people.
He wanted to talk like the ability to reason. I don't think so. He's going to have to concede. It's the only way forward.
Dude, this dude just posted a freaking cartoon in the side chat. He's a cartoon, Arthur.
Oh, classic, bro.
My God. This just proves the whole point. You can't even tell the difference between what is admitted to be just a CGI cartoon globe and the real thing. You've lost the plot, bro.
Well, I was walking by and I heard him say that science, because of science, he believes in a globetard.
Bruh.
We got a problem here, and I'm sure no one called him up on it, so I guess I'll do it. Maximus Aurelius, you dumbass. You know you just unwittingly sacrificed your science acumen on the second grade retard altar. You see, natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. It has nothing whatsoever to do with shapes. That's geometry. Heretofore, rendering your science acumen, like I said, sacrificing it on the second grade retard altar. You compromised yourself immediately when you said that. You understand that, son?
I'm going to mute him so he can respond to you, QE. Only because you told him that. See what he says?
Sorry, can you repeat yourself?
Yes. Oh, nope.
Well, it's up to you. If you want to be gracious enough. I just thought maybe he wasn't listening, was good enough to say no.
Yes, you said because all the science, natural science, or the science all pointed to a globetard. Well, you got a problem, a big problem. You see, natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. It has nothing whatsoever to do with shapes. That's geometry. Heretofore, rendering your science acumen on a second grade retard altar.
$50 says
Are you
he
gonna
has to
mute me
say it
again?
You hear what he said?
Are you gonna mute me again?
That's all you got? Yeah.
If you keep asking that, sure.
Yes, we are. Yes.
I'll oblige.
You're already done. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it. You can't recover. You can't respawn after that. It's like a brain surgeon coming in and saying, "A cerebellum? What's that?" So go back to your cake decorating forums or whose favorite color is the best forums and see if they don't laugh you out of there. You follow their sunshine. Don't do it.
Skin that smoke wagon, see what happens.
You skin. That's exactly right. So I leave and it all. If I leave, it all goes to pot. You guys didn't call him on that, did you? I know you didn't.
I was in chat.
I was in chat. Because you know why? Because Indigo had his Indigo agenda, and everyone else, Alpha Veritas had the Veritas agenda, Creation Bear, Creation Intensive Care Bear agenda, right? You didn't catch that.
That was a logical fallacy.
A logical fallacy. It's. I guess it's non sequitur. Yeah.
You forgot he needed to drop Anchor at the basic reasoning courses. He doesn't. He needs that like badly.
So what was he doing? Stonewalling you guys? I guess you could deal.
He'd fail.
He'd fail what?
Entry to 5th grade science.
No,
or some
3rd
shit.
grade. He'd fail intro to 3rd grade general science because he sacrificed the science acumen on the 2nd grade retard altar.
Oh, I'm back. What's up, guys?
What's up? Your sister's ankles.
Oh, nice. Are you 12 years old? Sister jokes,
he's
really?
on demon time. He's on demon time.
He's on meds.
You're the guy who doesn't.
Meds, at least I have a science acumen.
Mm-hmm.
You don't. Mm-hmm.
He doesn't understand how two people in two geographic locations can see the sun differently. He thinks they both see the sun the same way.
Is he retarded?
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Affirmative.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Baron, you could probably move out because there's no hope for this dumbass. Go back to your cake decorating forums, dumb fuck.
Him making it into 2nd grade would be an overachievement. Okay, he's that fucking dumb.
Yeah, it is. You're that stupid, dude. You can't recover. Don't try. You'll just make it worse.
Okay. Yeah. Whatever helps you sleep at night.
Helps me sleep at night.
You done?
You don't
You
have
done
a fucking
coping?
science
You done
acumen.
coping?
That's how I know how I'll sleep at night. Next to your sister.
Dreaming still in the chat. He dipped after I muted him that one time.
Dude, he's still saying stupid shit in the chat.
Well, that's when you mods take over.
Need to bring him back in here.
All right, chat. Who's next?
Why? What works so well? You're in the middle of a pragmatic fallacy, you dumbass. Oh, how does underwear work on a globetard?
Exactly.
Bring his dumbass back in here.
من
Luna
در
back in the
تب
chat.
تاب توام خانه خراب توام من
Oh my God, 304.
What language was that?
304.
That was
Hebrew.
Hebrew. Yeah.
Oh, 304.
Luna, what is your malfunction?
She's a ethertard. Go
That is a
over,
very
you know,
deep question,
she got
Alpha.
open-toed sandals and really bad breath. Go to that server.
You say Evotard or Ether?
Ethertard.
Oh.
لبخند
Shut up.
Look at what Planet posted, man.
Sing the fucking dreidel song, dude.
You know any show tunes, Luna? I'm just kidding.
Potato latkes.
Yo, Platter. That shit has me dying, bro. Alan Keller. Oh my god.
Still going.
Let's, you know.
You
It's
wanted?
a bit
You just
colorful.
wanted to check.
That's a bit colorful, yeah. I thought I'd bring some sunshine to you guys.
We need some of that around here. Let me tell you that.
Yeah, just a little bit. Kind of gloomy in these streets.
Yeah, after we got tornadoed, then hailed to death, then we're gonna get fucking flash flooded.
Yeah, I heard that a couple storm chasers died over. Was it Missouri or Oklahoma?
I wouldn't.
In a tornado?
I wouldn't be shocked at that.
Yeah, so my girl out in Arkansas, she was like, she saw storm chasers. You know that they're called storm chasers. They're like on
Yeah,
YouTube. Right?
yeah, we know. And
She saw them over there in Arkansas driving around because like there was a tornado and they were like getting a lot of warnings in Arkansas.
yeah,
But as he said, but I think it was Missouri. Like a couple storm chasers already like they died today.
yeah, that's what you said before. What's their names?
I don't here. Let me look it up. she just told me just like about 15 minutes ago. I was literally just talking to her.
Bro,
about
you know that what form you're in right now, man. You need to come locked and loaded, man.
I did
this
not.
This half step is just not gonna do, bro. We gotta have a.
I'm on my 15th beer and I'm a little tipsy. My bad. I think come on.
What he
You're
had?
speaking to
He
QE,
only
bro.
had 36 beers.
I'll be right back.
He built like 3 pyramids, but he's working on
Three
his 4th.
pyramids.
And I started with the baseline that was horizontal, just to remind you.
Look at that fucking baseline right there. No wonder people got their asses handed to them.
What you got going on in the chat?
Yeah, that shit. Getting our asses whooped.
You find shelter, safety?
Barely. I'll tell you
Fucking
what, I
hell,
might
bro.
be in the market for a fucking storm shelter. I'm about had enough of this shit.
I'd say we got room on the West Coast, but we don't.
Look at that
Look
motherfucker.
at that shit, man.
That
Is
shit.
that what you were?
Yeah.
You were facing that?
It's right around. No, that was in Texas earlier today.
Good God.
Damn.
You know what the official term? I'm serious. You know what the official? They are SLCs. You know what SLCs are?
I haven't heard the
Super
term.
low climate.
Scary looking clouds. That's official term or official phrase.
Damn.
Jeez, man.
Yeah. That's not the half of it.
I seen that driving home one day, dude. I was fucking flying, dude. I was like, I better get to the house. Fucking hell, bro. I'm not gonna beat that storm by the time I get, because it almost looked the same. Well, the angle of it was a little bit more to the right, but it looked like death itself, dude. I was like, dude.
Yeah.
I was flooring that son of a bitch. I can just imagine being a trucker looking at that shit and just driving into it like, oh my God. Like,
Dude, back when I was in Arkansas, I was at the hall, the Union Hall, for our union meeting. And the president, he's like, "Hey, whoever needs to drive like far, leave right now because the tornado's coming." And so I lived about an hour away from the hall, so I started driving home. And sure enough, on the freeway, I've never seen this, by the way, because I'm from Southern California. Everybody on the right side of the road, they just stop and put on their hazards. I'm like, why are people stopped on the freeway? So I'm like, hell no, I'm out of here. I just took off along with several people, and we were driving. And dude, there were tree branches, there was so much debris. But I looked to the right, dude, I could literally see the funnel of the tornado way left. I was like, oh fuck this! I just took off. But that was, I've never seen that, bro. Ever. That was a cool little experience. Made it home safe, obviously, but it was cool.
No.
I bet you were white knuckling it all the way home, huh?
No.
Hell yeah! I've never witnessed. I've never seen that much lightning.
Why are you such an old guy now?
It was like a paparazzi, bro. I've never seen
I don't like it.
U.S. flashing, bro. It was crazy.
I didn't want to do this.
Who's this?
Who's moaning in the mic?
Says who, you're hot micing, bro. That sounded a little, you know what I mean?
Hey, yo.
Oh, my.
Kansas. Some people do say it like that.
Now look at the other one that QE posted. Jeez.
We got someone in the call right now underneath Apocryphon. Cat. Above me. Pause.
Cat, welcome to the forum.
Cat.
Bah. Introverts these days, CB, you know what I mean?
They leave? Did they leave? What the heck?
I did.
Bro.
They bounce.
Introverts be introverting.
We have Mushkane.
Introverts be outroverting.
Who put that? Platter put that image of a, what is that, a tick?
What up?
What would you say is your biggest complaint with Flat Earth?
Probably the arguments around gravity.
Which is?
Just whenever I get into arguments about gravity with y'all. Oh, and the other thing is, you're so specific about certain words and stuff, but then you're like, but evidence and proof are the exact same word. They're obviously not.
Yeah, there obviously are. They're synonyms.
Oh, you too?
You too? They're synonyms, you friggin' Egypt.
I've never heard you say that. I've heard other people say it.
They're synonyms, you Egypt. I've been saying it for years.
All right, so in a court of law, when you present...
Okay, let's fucking deal with it, you dumbass. Just shut the fuck up. Shut up.
Well, proof, right?
So prove it. Okay, I will. You fucking moron. And if I do prove it, will you leave?
Maybe.
No, not maybe. We need some guarantees. If I show you that proof and evidence are the same fucking thing, you will leave.
Yeah, but you got to prove that to me.
Yeah. No, we just got to prove it to the Kant Fogomirians. And then it's your ass. You don't know the definition of just fundamental fucking well-done terms. Right? And you fucking try to play your fucking idiot retard globetard game.
Nobody uses
you're a
proof and
fucking
evidence
clown.
of the
You're
same
just a
word.
fucking clown. Say goodnight. This is your death notice. At 10 minutes after the hour, there's your death notice right there, glue sniffer. Proof, evidence, Merriam-Webster, evidence, an outward sign, indication, something that furnishes proof. Fuck. Oxford Dictionaries, proof. First word out of the gate, evidence.
Yeah,
You
something
glue
that
sniffing
furnishes
fungus
proof.
muncher. Shut the fuck up. Proof, synonyms, confirmation, evidence. Validation, you're done. Get the fuck out of here.
All squares or rectangles, but
Yeah,
not
shut
all
the fuck up.
rectangles.
You're a fucking square. You just been compromised. Again? How many times in a row this time? You're done. You're finished. You can't fucking respawn. Duh.
Like who does that? Who doesn't understand that proof isn't evidence and evidence isn't proof? Like what the fuck? Did you go to school, bro?
Evidence is proof. Proof
That's
is
what I
evidence.
was fucking saying. You're agreeing with me.
No, I said who says that? Like what the fuck? No, I'm agreeing that proof is evidence and evidence is proof. I'm saying who says that it's not? Like who in the right mind?
Muschamp?
Muschamp.
Yeah, the ballers do, because it's damning for them.
Yeah.
Okay, so if something happens, you can show evidence, but that doesn't necessarily.
Dumb fuck. You can't explain your way out of this. If somebody showed evidence, right, and it didn't prove anything, then it wasn't evidence in the first fucking place, glue sniffer.
Facts.
That's what they don't get.
My God, are you retarded or something?
Yes.
That's when the judge will say, okay, we're dismissing that evidence because it's not proof.
Because it wasn't evidence. Yeah, no, because it wasn't evidence to begin with. It was a sham.
Right.
This is well done. I'll tell you what. What is a fucking door? Let's try that. Hey, Meggie.
You just made me spit my beer out. Hold up. Slow up there, Kiwi. Holy fuck. I gotta clean this shit up. I'll be back.
We're going to have him violate the law of identity, too? Fuck's sake, dude.
And he'll give
He's
us
going to be breaking every law.
He'll give his little fuckwit scenarios, right? Well, if this happens, your death notice is up here.
What's the argument
fucking
about?
10 minutes after the hour, dude.
What's the argument about? Let me hear.
It's not an argument. It's fucking retraining retards.
What is he being trained about?
What is he being proof and evidence?
Let me see if I agree with him.
Who gives a shit what you agree with?
I do.
It's not an agree-disagree genre. Go back to your cake decorating forums, dumb fuck.
Okay, Dad. That's cool. Like, I want my
All right, 10 man.
Fuck up,
10 man.
man.
All right, got to mute him. 10 man, you got to fix your mic or go somewhere where there's not a lot of noise in the background so you can have a conversation.
What's the conversation about then?
Shut the fuck up.
No.
At the moment, is assessing Mushkane's ability to reason with the idea that proof. I'm talking to the guy, dude. Relax.
I'm curious.
Jeez, oh man.
I'd like to join in the conversation.
Yeah, I was telling you, but Mushkane was interrupting. So, reasoning with Mushkane of how proof and evidence are the same. That's
what. They're not.
Oh, okay.
My God.
Bro.
Okay,
Way to step into that one. Way to step into that one, dumbass. We just demonstrated it.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, you stuttering fool.
Whoa, whoa.
Whoa, shut the
Proof
fuck
can
up.
be
Whoa.
proof can be evidence. Proof can absolutely be evidence.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh.
You need to prove something more than
Shut the
once,
fuck
dude.
up.
That's
Shut
just
up.
how things
Shut
work.
up.
Fucking citation for that bullshit you just said. Put it in the text chat where it says anywhere that horse shit you just said right now.
Yeah.
Let's see. Back that shit up. I mean, if your statement is correct. If your statement... Shut up. I'm talking to that guy. Spooky, back that shit up. Let's see it. In the text
I'm not done here though. You
not
just
talking to you. Yeah, we dealt with you. We dealt with you.
Okay. All I was saying
Nope.
is that
Nope. Saying is what you've already done. Now you're going to show. That's the next step. You've already said, we heard you. Now it's time to prove what you said is the claim that you just stated. Go.
okay. The scientific method.
Now, okay, now tell you what. I'll leave you on mute until you put it in the text chat. Your voice is removed until you put it in the text chat, and then it'll come back again. When I see that you can prove the statement that you made, yeah. Okay.
Hey, for the latecomers, what statement did he make? If you don't mind me asking.
For God's sakes. That proof and evidence are not listen, the proof and evidence are not the same.
Look, I can explain it
not
like this.
talking to you, Mushkane. We dealt with you already. Attempt number 2. Number 3 will get you a mute. Being gracious to you. Lion, that's what we're talking about.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Do you agree? Disagree? What's your take?
Oh shit, you're setting them up.
Yeah. We might as well start knocking down some bowling pins. I mean, the bowling ball's on its way. Lion?
Yep.
Do you agree or disagree? Proof and evidence are the same or not the same?
I mean, I thought they were synonymous, but
they are.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, cool.
All right.
You're in good shape.
So
somebody's saying otherwise. I'm assuming that the gentleman that you muted.
Two
okay.
people. So two people so far.
Yep. Oh, interesting.
Well, you would have been a third, but you chose correctly, so you avoided that.
I dissent.
Yeah, I know that.
Fucking moron.
All right.
Wait, so all
how about Tin Man? Let's see if Tin Man. Say Parsival. Do you agree or disagree?
That evidence and proof is synonymous?
Yes.
Oh.
No, what?
Not synonymous.
They're not synonymous?
They're not.
All right.
They're different
Fuck's
words.
sake, dude.
I came in late. Like, I don't. What's the
That's
point
what
of that?
synonyms
No, it doesn't
mean.
matter if you-
different words that have similar meanings. What the fuck?
Yeah, you're late
Similar
already.
but distinct, right?
No,
It doesn't matter.
similar. We're
You're
saying
a
they
late
mean the
bloomer.
same thing.
Shut the fuck up, Muschange. You're the dumbest fuckwit in here.
Now, Parsival's objection is they're not synonymous.
They're not.
Hey, look in the chat.
Check
man.
it out.
Close to
So,
thesaurus.
from Merriam-Webster. Proof, synonyms, confirmation, evidence, validation. You're a dumb fuck.
I always thought that synonymous meant the same meaning.
Just shut up.
Jeez, oh man. These guys.
It's just like they walk right into it. It's not even a bear trap, but they fucking they build the bear trap and then put it around their necks.
No, I think it's just like a long tree branch. They walk right, like they're not paying attention. They get smacked right in the face with it, and they're just laid out on the ground, and they're piling up one on top of the other on the same tree branch, and we're just looking at their dumbasses walk right into it. Like,
yeah, it's a little different scenario than getting smacked with it. It's more or less like this scenario. See if you can understand this. They do this by themselves.
You know what it is? It's actually because you
A flat earther said proof is evident. They cannot agree to that. Nope. Anything you say is wrong. But then you got to teach them. No, this is
The
right.
fucking words are synonymous. How the fuck are you gonna say they're not? They're defined that way. Like it is.
That's like saying because you got milk and flour
Shut the fuck up.
ingredients, you
Shut
got
up.
a cake. No, you
Shut
don't
up.
have the cake until
You're
you
a
make
fucking cakehead.
Unbelievable.
Angel's just shaking his head constantly. It's not stop shaking of his head.
What's the point?
And the point is, that's the reason why you guys always shellac yourself in arguments that you bring forward, because you try to make these points that are not points at all. That's why. Proof is not evidence, yeah.
Charlene did the same thing the other night, man. Dumb fuck. It turned into a brouhaha when Gemsy said, because Charlene, come on, Charlene, I swear what I mean. At this
It's Eileen.
moment, sorry about that. Charlene came in and he goes, well, I don't have proof of a globe. And then a couple minutes passed, and then Gemsy said, well, Charlene said that he doesn't have evidence. And then Charlene said, I never said that. Because he said proof before that. So I fucking jabbered his dumbass. Oh, you in that dress. Oh, I must
In this moment.
In this moment.
CB's like when you don't know the words, so you just kind of like.
Bro, that's the song, man.
Speaking of the song, does the N word appear as one of the lyrics in that song?
No.
Really?
Yeah, there's like a specific part where you can sort of like you can accuse it of being there.
You can accuse you.
Like if you play the record backwards?
Do you mean like when you say vinegar? do you mean like
something like that? No, the lyric is no never, and then somebody said, "Hey, is that the N word?" But
Thanks for that enlightenment. We do have Lemon that's in the chat. Lemon, are you there?
Lemon Bird? Is he
That's
back?
what I was thinking, but it's not because it.
What happened to Lemon?
Hey, dude,
he turned into a lemon.
I'm working over here.
I'll find out if it's lemon. Lemon, what do you think about the ether?
Oh,
Ether. What the?
no such thing, right?
Lemon, are you there? Hello? Hello?
Is it possible to have evidence of something but not proof of it?
No.
Just drop it already, dude.
I'm just wondering.
You saw the definitions. Like, work them out.
Hey, colloquially.
Fucking moron. There you go. There they are again. Read them and weep.
Text messages can be evidence of cheating, but it's not proof. Right?
Okay.
You need many.
That's enough of you, sir.
Shut up.
Shut up, Parsival.
Well, let's debate the physics.
Debate physics. You wouldn't know what physics was if it climbed up your arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in Carolina Reaper lace concertina wire. Fucking idiot.
When they say stuff, I know it annoys you, man, but it makes me curious of what stupid shit's going to come out of their mouths, man. It's like
you want to let him go, Meggie? Go ahead, let him go.
Dude, I want to hear his. I want to hear his physics.
Let him cook, bro. Let him cook.
I want to hear this train wreck, man.
What physics do you want to debate, Parsival?
Any? Do you have any?
Pick a flavor, man. If you got something. You brought up the topic. You brought up the topic. Now put forward an argument.
Yeah, I do. I got some. I got some. It's in your hope chest over at your sister's house.
I told you that text messages can be evidence of cheating, but it's not necessarily.
Shut the fuck up.
Jeez Louise. There you go, Indio.
That's his physics, Indio.
Yeah, his physics is text messages.
Jeez.
God damn. What physics class did you take?
What is
Okay,
physics,
so-
by the way?
Oh,
I'm
God.
sorry. I'm sorry, Indio. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask him. Is it even possible for physics to prove a globe?
Oh no.
Here we go.
Oh, Parsival, you got a question?
Yeah, so because I'm kind of curious, why you're bringing it up. Like, can it even prove a globe in the first place? Because if it can't, then there's no point in talking about it.
Every time you put a question to these guys, it always sounds like a car trying to start, like those old time cars. Like, he can't get it going, man. It's like fucking.
Yeah, it's like
there's
10
nothing-
degrees out. The freaking battery ain't doing too good.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like
I would say
everybody's like, yeah, go ahead, and he's just like,
model of the platter.
He's turning
No
into
elevation
bladder.
versus
Bladder.
The
And
fact that you can't provide one suggests that the Earth is not flat.
look at bladder and jet. Maggie.
oh, he's got the one you turn the fuck, you crank that son of a bitch.
So did you say something about the Earth not being flat? Is that what you said?
So that since you don't have a model that explains
neither
the
do
physics
you.
of flat Earth,
Neither
There we
do
go.
you. Post the globetard model in text chat right now.
like Newtonian physics. Okay.
Post the fuck Newtonian physics was debunked 110 years ago. You abject idiot.
What's the debunk?
What's the debunk? Albert Einstein, dumb fuck.
I don't think they contradict each other.
You don't think that should be the title of your autobiography?
He doesn't think.
Okay.
I don't
explain
think.
why
You
the
fucking
Newtonian
bozo.
model contradicts the.
You're a bozo, dumb fuck. Okay, get
Explain
ready.
why the Newtonian
your,
model.
Your death
He's
certificate
gonna.
is about to be fucking
You're gonna let me
timed.
finish?
Your death certificate is about to go into fucking overdrive. Sunshine, you ready?
Wikipedia, are you serious?
You ready, dumb
bro?
fuck? I'm not Wikipedia, moron. You don't even know what Wikipedia is, you dumb
He
fuck.
posted,
Here's
no,
your
Percival
death notice.
posted Wikipedia.
Here's your death notice right there at 26 minutes after the hour. You're fucking dead. We want to go over them? Yeah, we do. From your alma mater wiki, Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity, dumb fuck. From Science Alert, the mathematical equations of Einstein's general theory of relativity, tested time and time again, are currently the most accurate way to predict gravitational interactions, replacing those developed by Isaac Newton several centuries prior. From Douglas Klein, professor of physics, Phys Libre text, Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the fucking throne by Einstein. From Nature.com, just the most prestigious science, quote-unquote, science journal in the entire fucking world. In 1916, Albert Einstein published his general theory of relativity in full mathematical detail. That opened the window on a radically new framework for physics, abolishing established notions of space-time and replacing Newton's fuckwit formulation of the laws of gravity. And finally, Science Daily, Andrea Ghez, UCLA professor of physics and astronomy. Einstein's right, at least for now, said Ghez, a co-lead author of the research. We can absolutely rule out Newton's law of gravity. Dumbass. You're about 110 years backwards dated on your continuing education credits. Fuckwit. What's next? Achromatic rainbows? You can't recover.
It's all over.
Hello, glue sniffer.
Glue sniffer.
Miggy was supposed to say, no, not yet. And then it was supposed to beep, 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 flatline.
Yeah, oh, that's right.
Clear. Wait,
Clear.
Classy, I was just thinking that. That's crazy.
Here we go with Omnivore. He's got copy pasta, this dumb fuck. Copy pasta. Yeah, it's called a bibliography or a works cited page, you moron, dumbass.
Hey, QE. Earlier, I was talking to Omnivore, and I said, "Hey, why don't you come in and be the undercard, and do the arena against QE?"
Oh
He didn't
shit! No, fuck you.
He didn't want
He
to.
doesn't want that smoke, bro.
You fucking do it.
He didn't want to.
I'm not dealing
Yeah,
with
but
that retard again.
It'll be talking like his sister's kids, so he can't do that.
So next.
See, we got 30 minutes. We got 30 minutes left. Let's see what else we got.
Yeah.
What do you mean 30 minutes left? What do you mean?
Yeah, that's the bewitching hour.
That's when I'm fucking leaving.
No,
And he
you ain't
doesn't
leaving.
say goodbye anymore. He just fucking where the
That's
fuck did Q-
bullshit. That's
He's gone, bro.
bullshit right there, man.
You ain't fucking
Oh,
leaving,
shit.
dude.
I didn't say that.
Here we go.
Oh my God, this fucking omnivore. The other day, we said that Newton's laws and gravitation were debunked. But because all of my citations don't say debunked, they say supersede, replaced, toppled from the throne, and rolled out. Omnivore said that doesn't matter. They didn't say debunked. Therefore, Newton's laws are true.
Wow.
I shit
What a
you.
moron.
I shit you not.
You can't fix stupid.
Stupid. No, you can't fix delusional Dunning-Kruger retard. You fucking clown. And you say that. What you should do is you should put your real name on that and then say it. You know, represent. What a clown. These fucking Globers, man. They're getting dumber.
Indeed.
They can't even comprehend distance versus elevation. They're supposed,
Oh, they are getting worse.
they're supposed to do the same thing on a ball.
There's a clown car that comes at 1 o'clock and one at 3. So fun times.
Omnivore bingo. Look at Clipcord. Put it there.
Clipcord, where you at, brother?
They're like the buses at Disneyland, bro. On time, all the time, just loaded with clowns.
Yeah.
Yo, Cox.
Hey QE, it's Wooly.
Hey, what's up, Wooly?
Did you hear about those tornadoes that hit the Owasso area north of Tulsa?
Now, I heard about the tornadoes that hit the Ozark bottling plant today, but no. What happened?
Would have been on Wednesday. So my house is on like the street that got hit the worst.
No way.
Ooh, man. You all right over
Was
there?
that? I'm okay. Like, fortunately, knock on wood. Like, somehow, like all the trees in my yard are gone. Basically, like just 10 feet from my house, and for some reason, my house is like hardly any damage at all. I felt like somebody was watching over me, dude. It's crazy because I was like upstairs asleep, and the sirens were going off, and I couldn't tell. It was like there was a lot of noise, and I couldn't tell if there were sirens because there was like a bunch of other crap outside my window. So I'm like, and then my cat goes bolts under my bed, and he's like, and he doesn't come in my room when I'm sleeping, so I knew something was up. So then I realized that was a siren. So I'm like heading downstairs, and as soon as I head downstairs, I just hear crash, crash, crash all around me. Like the house is still good, but like everything outside is like going crazy. And sure enough, when I look outside, it's like the 50-year-old oak tree is like uprooted. Luckily, it went street side, not the house side. Man, it was scary, man. I've never been in a tornado before. I've lived here my whole life. It's crazy.
Wow. Wow, dude.
It was a nighttime tornado, yeah?
5:30 in the morning, but yeah.
Oof, man.
See, that's crazy. That early in the morning, it usually doesn't happen that way.
Yeah, but like apparently, and then just like almost every house on my about every third house on my street, it took the roofs off pretty much of every third house. So they ended up like closing the street because some people weren't, because of looters and stuff. They had the cops been sitting out here, and I had to show my ID to come home and all that. And
wow.
But now we're just waiting for it's mainly all I have is just a tree mess, like these huge, because the people already cut it up, and I just have to wait until we can get people with the proper things to help me get rid of it all.
I'm seriously considering a fucking storm shelter, man. I got to do it.
Only a couple grand, yeah.
It's a few grand, but yeah, I got to fucking do it. I can't be messing around. It's funny.
I know I'm going to remember it forever.
When I retired in 2010, it's the first thing I started looking into, and for whatever reason, I got off of it. But this past week has brought that shit home to roost again. I'm gonna fucking do it.
That's probably smart. Good news on my house though, like if I get downstairs, it's like the indoor bathroom is surrounded by it's like these rock. It's not just brick. It's actually like a rock wall. It ain't
gonna matter, dude. It's not gonna. It's not gonna matter.
Right, you're probably right, but
some of those tornadoes, Meggie, it ain't gonna matter, dude. Basement ain't gonna fucking matter. These days, we're getting around the end times, man. It ain't gonna fucking matter.
You're basically, the hammer of God is coming down, and there's no escape, dude. Like, you try to run away, basement or otherwise,
I'll show you the one I'm looking at. It can withstand 250 miles an hour. It stands upright. Storm shelter.
It says in the scriptures, even those will run and hide, and they won't be able to.
I'll show you the one I'm looking at. It's fucking. It's bolted to the fucking slab.
Nice.
It's that one.
What's the slab bolted to?
Bolted to the fucking ground. It can withstand 250 mile an hour winds and anything. It's like almost ballistic.
No, from what I heard, though, you have to have professionals do it right, because there are some companies that are just doing it for.
Yeah. I already got the inside scoop on that. Yep.
I dig down about 8 feet, pour a frickin' 2-foot concrete slab with rebar and attach to that shit. I'd make sure that like whatever's attached to went way the hell underground.
I'm going to put it in my garage on the slab on the garage.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do it.
It's better safe than sorry.
There's room for 4 in there, Platter.
Stack 2.
Might as well put a bed in there.
Have a double barrel.
I'm just saying. So,
how many ribeyes can you fit in there?
Plenty. It says 4, but you could probably fit 6.
If you're Mexican, you might be able to fit 10.
Nah, 2.
No, yeah, he's right.
Prove me wrong.
Yeah, it's EF5 rated. It can withstand EF5.
What do you do?
It's funny the whole EF.
Second.
Just stand in it?
No, there's seats in there, but you can have a couple people stand up in the middle. You're not fucking baking a cake in there. You can, stand in there for at least 20, 30 minutes. That's good enough.
Right.
Well, if we're talking end times, though, you probably want to at least get a bed set up and at least something to store some extra food.
Not to
and
guard
stuff, right?
against end times, just
fucking
what? Like,
just
somebody else mentioned that, though. I just thought maybe that's what you're doing too.
Bro, it's not like, it's the end times. Good thing I brought this storm shelter. Like, what?
I mean, that's what somebody just said, so I thought you were talking about that too. So
we just connected to end times and storms and stuff. are getting worse and worse.
There ain't no God-proof shelters for sale, dude.
No.
At least not made by man.
Actually, you could probably sell one to a Glober because they're idiots.
Yeah, yeah. It even says in the end times prophecy that the people will cry out, "Let the rocks fall on them," because that's how they don't.
Bad.
They're hiding their face from the face of the one that's coming down. So, yep. There's nowhere to run.
Yeah. I remember a long time ago, I had a dream, and like it was very visual, and like I saw this big crack in the sky. It was like blue skies, and all of a sudden there was this big like crack, and then it was like black, like as if you're looking at nighttime. And I told my dad, and he's like, "Yeah, that's because it's gonna go down like that in the future." Like I remember him telling me that when I was younger. He's like, "Yeah, that's gonna be that's end times right there." He's gonna, and then God's gonna look down into us, upon us.
I had a similar dream to that, by the way, only like 3 weeks ago.
Oh,
Isn't that
really?
weird? Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounded almost the exact same thing I had, kind of.
Some people dream about the ocean being on fire, like gasoline.
Kind of a hard read when you see that in prophecy when it was talking about in the book of Amos, where people are wanting the Lord to return, and then it says like, yeah, I don't even know if you guys actually would want that, because he's like, in paraphrasing, in those days it's going to be like you put your hand down, you get bit by a snake, you turn around, a bear's there waiting for you. It's like everywhere you go there's calamity. So it's almost like you think that that's what you want, but it's going to be like a terrifying sight, when that it's just like it's coming to that, you know what I mean? Like it's all
Yeah. It's going to be chaos everywhere. What's crazy is as I think about it, way back then, I wasn't a flat earther. I never even thought of that. But yet my dream like was explaining like the firmament broke, like cracked open. And then like God came, like looked down upon us through there. That's pretty crazy.
You know what's weird? You know what's weird? I just want to say real quick that the earthquake that just took place, the 7.7 magnitude that hit what is it, Myanmar? It was destroying a lot of the religious sites, the Buddhist sites. It was completely obliterated. And there was one where there was like 200 of those individuals that were worshiping there in those sites that passed away because of the. It's like took I don't know how many lives over there, but earthquake of like epic proportions, followed by an aftershock of 6.5 on the Richter scale. It's like it's worldwide.
God's talking. I did see like a photo, and they're like, wow, like a centuries old like temple collapsed and fell over. I did see that.
Hey, QE, I don't like this shelter. Okay. The door opens out. So what if you put it in your garage and your garage collapses around it and you can't open the fucking door?
Weapons company. They're a weapons company. They make weather weapons. They've been doing that for years now. So a lot of the stuff that you're seeing, it's all just man-made stuff. You can't say it's just natural because they physically they have machines that make hurricanes. They make these things. They make earthquakes. All these things that are happening around the world are man-made by NASA. They actually have technology that can make these things. That's why Bill Gates is busy spraying the sky day and night, using weapons to the sky. So it's not, you can't blame God.
That's a hard sell, though, man. The hard sell is that you're making a claim to something that some technology that exists that you can't provide evidence that it does.
Are you talking about HAARP, bro?
Yeah, no. Whatever he's claiming, it's a hard sell because it's technology. So, what technology that you've known or that you can show that actually can do the thing that you say that it does?
Dipole technology. Dipole. That's how they make hurricanes.
Yeah, I mean, have you seen such a machine that can do this?
I've researched it a lot.
So I think that's the other thing. HAARP. Yeah, doesn't matter. Like whatever it is that he's claiming, it has to come to where there's a technology that you can say that this is it right here. This machine does what you say it does. Where is that machine?
I don't know if it's a hurricane creating machine, but there is a plant that's in the middle of I'd have to try to find an article on it, but there was this place. I think it's in the middle of Missouri or Kansas.
Yeah,
but
I see it.
supposedly
they call it the cloud making machine. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
There's one
But
in
what,
Texas.
what we're talking about though is like this tornadic activity being created by a machine. Really?
Supposedly, jets can create certain things.
We know all the fires, what they come from. They come from the lasers, those laser planes that they're busy making fires all over the world. It's obvious.
Just a hard. What I'm saying is a hard sell. You know, you're gonna have to bring receipts. You know, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but
I just heard about the government trying to do
they don't want to
tsunamis.
believe anything, but you can also there's some things that are true. You know what I mean?
I just heard some tsunami type.
Hold on. What was that about Globers?
Nothing exists, right? But there are things that exist, and we can see that there are certain things that do exist, and there's no like point in just ignoring them. I mean, we know that there's
you're right.
Yes, we know that there's all these things. So you say, "Oh no, we're just going to pretend they don't exist." No, that's not
that's not what he said. He didn't say that. He said it's a tough sell. I need to see the receipts. That's much different than it don't exist. Right? Right? Yeah, of course I'm right.
It's a deep rabbit hole to go down for sure, and there's a lot to go over, but not worth the time here.
Yeah, but look, a lot of people like that kind of stuff on our main server, and who's really studied a lot of that stuff is called what's his name now? He changed his name so many times. Fibonacci. I'll find his name and ping you with it, but he does a lot of research on that stuff. He usually posts it in the mod chat though, so I don't know if people can see it that much, but he likes that sort of stuff. He'd be happy to talk to you about it.
Yeah,
and he's got a lot of research on it.
Yeah, weather manipulation has been around for a long time. Even just like the receipts of it all. I mean, even by their own mouths, they have admitted that they do this, that, and the other. But I mean, if he's trying to say that, oh, it's not God doing it, it's man. Well, hold up. Like the prophets, they're just saying what they saw, what was given to them by the Spirit. So then essentially, who's to say that it's what they're seeing was because man is going to be obviously the one that curates this environment, but that was God's will and intention, because that's what I don't know.
What prophets and what prophecy and what scripture and what talking about? That's very vague. Like a lot of everything happened in 70 AD at Jerusalem. It was talking to Jews. The whole Bible's written to Jews. It's not even written to Gentiles. So it's a Jewish
that's
covenant.
false.
It's got nothing to do with us, actually. It's got to do with them. And they were judged in 70 AD with all those things. Everything in Revelations is speaking about 70 AD. It's not even talking about some future time.
No, that makes no sense. No, I'll tell you. No, bro.
Who is Romans written?
They're using the fear religion.
Bro, that makes no sense, and I'll tell you why. I'll give you an example, Trinity. I'll give you an example. For instance, it talks about 100 million horseback riders. In those times, that wasn't even the population, bro. Like, so just think about this. Someone prophesies 100 million horseback riders were going to ride through the river, and the blood was going to rise to the valleys. That wasn't even the population. So technically, like, no, it wasn't written way back then.
Where we got 100 million horses at ready.
Exactly. Like way back then, that wasn't even the fucking population. So stop. So, but you have to realize that the prophecies weren't all fulfilled within the 70 AD, like you're stating, but you're claiming that.
It might be right, because listen, we use cars and they got horsepower. Holy.
Okay. You guys got to move it to the religion chat, dude.
Yeah, let's just talk about flat Earth, bro. Enough with this.
This is gonna get out of control. I'm starting it before it even stopping it before it starts. Because someone's gonna come in and they're gonna hear half the conversation. They're gonna get all fucking triggered and fucking start.
Dude, if the world was flat, there wouldn't be enough mass to produce gravity. Be quiet. You don't know what you're talking
Tracksuit
about.
Timmy.
Holy shit, these dumbasses.
Tracksuit Timmy? Are you there? Back
How
to
does a
Timmy.
flat Earth? How does a flat Earth?
That's a remix, by the way. How does a flat Earth?
Hey, bro. I got a paper for that written by a physics professor. So I'll post that for you. Give me a second.
Want to know how you get enough mass? Like, what is it that is being collected so that you have enough?
Tracksuit Timmy never disappoints of how much of an idiot he is.
I'm gonna mute him so you guys can. Not unless you don't want me to. All right.
Let him lose.
Dude, he's more like Timmy from Fairly Odd Grandparents, dude.
No.
Come on, Buster Brown. You got to have an argument this time.
From South Park.
What argument? You just made a baseless claim.
Dude, I told you. Gravity.
Yeah.
You can't say, "Oh, gravity doesn't exist." You're lying.
Yes, you can. Watch this.
No, you can't.
Gravity doesn't exist.
Gravity
Oh,
does
that's
not
great.
exist.
Hey, you know who else is delusional?
You.
Every man's wife when they get a divorce. Oh,
What?
Yeah. They're all the women are delusional. They're like,
personal life into this conversation.
Dude, I've never been married in my life.
She's not coming back.
I've never been married in my life.
Wait, so you've never been married and you're...
I'm a young man. I don't need to get married right now. I'm chilling.
Bread. Anyway.
Women are delusional. They'll be like, "Oh, I'm gonna take all the kids in the house." Who do you think was paying for all this shit?
Dude, it sounds like you got
who do you think's paying for it?
Wow.
How are you gonna take care? How's a single mom gonna take care of a bunch of kids, right?
Are you drunk?
You see what I'm saying? So, basically, you're delusional. You can't afford the kids. You can't afford the house. So please tell me, how are you going to take care of it?
Susie alone. She's a good
First of all, we're in a society.
Right? You're delusional. You can't say gravity doesn't exist. Oh, gravity doesn't exist.
Hey,
you're lying.
Does your speakers work? There's other people here.
They're not worth the time to talk to. I'm talking to this guy.
You can just get banned then.
Yeah, you can ban me again because you can't believe.
Yeah, bye.
Yes. So this guy's equivocating his failed marriage to Globe
He's
versus
never been
Flat
married. He's never even touched a tit.
Yeah, he was definitely bottle fed.
Never been married, but yet he had all these opinions about marriage and kids and paying for houses and divorce.
I think
Yeah,
he
but
might
he
have
forgot
got I think he has a bad relationship, to be honest. He just got
Yeah, right there it is. It just is a demonstration how dumb some Globers are. He forgot the answer to that question, which is, how's a woman going to afford it? Simple. She's going to take the man's money.
It's like the guy who says, I have 5 theories about how to raise kids, but no kids. Then 10 years later, he says, I have 5 kids and no theories about how to raise kids.
Yeah, that's about accurate.
That's funny. It's funny because I have 5 kids, and I.
It's funny that when you have kids, like your first kids, you're like hyper, like you're all over them, right? Got to do this. You try to like micromanage fucking everything.
Right.
By the fucking, once you get a couple under your belt, you're like, I don't give a fuck what you do. Get out of my face.
Yeah. Hey, I'm not even gonna lie, Indio. Like by the time we had our 4th child, we're like the other 3 will raise them. We're good. Like they'll take care of them.
Here, you have a new little brother. Get out of here.
Yeah. Watch your sibling. We'll be over here. And then the 5th one, god damn, poor guy. Like he poor guy.
Well, it turns out that children learn how to behave from other children more than they do from the adults.
True.
Which is, it took me, unfortunately, I didn't find that out till my kids were almost grown.
Yeah, our youngest, he observed the other 4, and like that was his example in life for everything.
Yeah, like if you ever go to like say a family gathering, right? Well, so it's all kids, all different parents or whatever, and the parents are doing whatever, drinking their wine, beer, cooking out, all that stuff, and the children, they self-organize, right? They totally self-organize, and there's like a little pecking order, right? And then there'll be the 2 all this, and they'll fight over who's controlled, and usually the freaking female wins. And then she's bossing everybody around, right? having the little kids do little tasks. It's kind of like, it's very interesting to watch, like how they do that, and they don't have to be instructed. They just like start doing it. It's very weird.
It's like natural order.
More efficient than the government.
Certainly.
It's like it's just watching nature at work, like the way things naturally happen. It's pretty interesting for sure.
It always ends up being the oldest girl bossing everybody around, though. I just always find that super interesting. When they're young, when they're below like a certain age. As long as like they're like the oldest one isn't like over 12. If like the boy's over 12, then he don't listen to any of them. And
Dude, I know the exact moment that changed in my household. My sister used to run roughshod over us till one day she chased me up the stairs. I turned right around and booted her right in the face, and that was the end of that.
Dude, I have a similar story. My sister, I'm the youngest of 5, but my sister that's 3 years older, like we came to a point in age where she can no longer bully me, and I remember the day very vividly. I literally took my hand and I grabbed her face and I just squeezed, and she like realized like, oh shit, you're strong now. And after that, never picked on me again, bro. Never.
That's hilarious. How old were you when that happened at Proc1?
Let me see.
Last Thursday.
Finally. No. Let me see. We were in Montebello at the time. I want to say I was 13, 14. I was ninth grade. So that was like, about 14. Yeah. That's when I was 14 years old. I finally was tired of her shit. I was 14 years old. She was 17 years old. And one day she was just picking on me. And I just fucking grabbed her face and I squeezed and I have big hands. So I grabbed her whole fucking face and I just and then she was like, I saw in her eyes, bro. She was like scared finally. And after that, she never fucking bullied me again, bro. Like
Do you remember what she was trying to make you do?
No, I don't remember. It's probably something stupid though, because we fought over the dumbest shit.
She was trying to make him demonstrate something through talking.
What? I didn't hear that.
Oh my goodness, dude. That would have been funny if somebody didn't have their open mic back feeding.
Percentage.
Was it me?
No, let's test it. I didn't hear anything that time.
I know it's not echoing now. It did echo earlier though. maybe it was AI just echoing himself. I don't know.
Anyways, AI demonstrating something linguistic by talking, that's like the exception to the rule. The context was demonstrating, if I recall correctly, quantum entanglement, which you cannot do by talking. Like if we're being real and we're not glazing QE, you can't demonstrate quantum entanglement by talking. You can explain it, but you can't demonstrate it.
Okay, if that was the thing in question, then I would tend to agree with that. But that was never mentioned. Right the hand never said something so coherent, concise, and short. He just kept on yapping at the mouth, saying the same thing over and over again that you can't. QE says you can demonstrate by talking. And then people were asking, what's the context? And he never gave it.
Oh, okay. I wasn't aware for that. Like, I wasn't here, I guess. And if he didn't specify the context, if he said, like, without context, you can never demonstrate something by talking, then that would be wrong, because, like, linguistics would be the exception to that.
The hand is just a contrarian asshole.
I mean, I used to think that as well. Like, when I was kind of a noob, and I thought time was real, and he was like, time doesn't exist, and and I thought he was just being contrarian, but he's right. Time is, it's not an actual physical thing. It's this time bending and warping and stuff is all hokum, and he was right about that. Like,
I don't know who did that though. Who just?
I disagreed with him initially when he said it to me. It was the first time I ever heard it, and I thought it was crazy initially. And then it's like, wait a second, he's on something. Because I first heard it from him.
Well, my problem with him is, in all the Bevites is, they only want to say what's not flat, but they won't say what is flat. So it's like, how do you know it's not flat if you can't say what is flat? So they won't give an example of something that actually is flat.
Yeah.
Because I got him like, oh, a sheet of paper. Well, if you zoom in on a sheet of paper with like a microscope, it's not flat, right? And it's actually rougher than what the surface of the Earth would be. So like, well, and then he goes, well, it looks flat. Well, the Earth looks flat. So what? Like, so mountains are flat. And then he kept making the fallacy of composition and just kept doing it over and over again. I don't think he's ever been called out on it. Fallacy of composition is when you say the parts have the same property as the whole, right? Which isn't necessarily true.
Yeah, and the opposite of that is the fallacy of division, which where you say the whole has the same property as the parts.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You got to say, well, mountains are flat. No, mountains are part of the Earth, right? It's a part of the Earth. The mountains can be not flat, but the Earth can be a whole. As a whole can be flat. To within a degree. Obviously, it's not perfectly flat, but no one says perfectly flat Earth. I never said once I'm a perfectly flat Earther.
Seems like something that could be easily just solved by using the word planar. The sheet of paper is planar.
But it's semantic bullshit. Like, we all know what we're talking about. The purpose of words is to communicate ideas, right? It's not.
Oh, he was doing that like he was doing like the pedantic Bev type thing where it's like it's not.
Right. Purpose of speech isn't like, to have fucking mathematical fucking precision, right? I mean, there's supposed to be some precision, but like, we're not going to be like, when I say flat, it doesn't mean the abstract mathematical fucking flat. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the real world.
Right, but they say that that's what flat means, and then they apply that token meaning pair to all instances of the token FALT, which means, FLAT, which means they're actually committing another fallacy called the lexical fallacy.
Yeah, it's like saying, oh, here's a pair of dice. These aren't cubes. Because if I zoom in on them, right, the corners are a little slightly rounded, and there's a little freaking dot, there's little divots in them. So they're not cubes anymore because they've been altered from the abstract cube form. Which is pedantic bullshit, dude. It makes you want to just slap these people upside the head.
Yeah, it's a waste of time.
Yeah, but it leads them to, like India was saying, it leads them to having no coherent, practicable definition of the term flat for any object that exists in three-dimensional free space. Like they can't point at any object and define it as flat by their own stupid standards. So the term flat must now be just thrown in the garbage, and it doesn't exist in their world.
Yeah, it's a word that has no application to anything in the physical world, even though they don't believe that in practice. Because if we go to their house, or if they go to their house and the wife goes, "Hey, is the kitchen table? I think it's warped," and he'd look at it, and go, "No, it's flat." Right? He wouldn't go, "Well, it's not perfectly flat, dear." Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you zoom in with a microscope, it might have little bumps and
yeah.
So, like, they do perform. It's just, that's why I said he's just a contrarian. He's just here to be a fucking asshole. It's not any other thing. He just wants to argue.
Yeah. Into the break. Flat surfaces can be sloped too. So I don't know where you're getting that.
Because slopes aren't flat, then, right?
Slopes can be flat.
That's
yeah,
right.
You can have
slopes are flat,
So
bro. What are you talking about?
Even?
Yeah. But in certain
Dude, horizontal is flat. Listen, horizontal is flat, but not all flats are horizontal, dude. Goodness sakes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just had said that planar wasn't a sufficient description because horizontal
is flat.
Well, yes, but check it out. Planar has the same problem as flat, is that planar has a geometric ideal definition, right, which doesn't exist in practical reality. So you could do the same pedantic nonsense with planar.
Well, slopes aren't even.
How would a nearly flat and level surface of water with topographical features on the Earth? I mean, do we really have to go there? Like, is this necessary?
Yeah, but see, the problem is, well, yeah, but like the practicable definition of flat actually is what is it? All points on the surface oriented between two parallel planes. Something like that. I can't remember it exactly, but it's something like that. And it basically just means you take two parallel planes, right, in a tolerance, and all the points on the surface rest between that tolerance, those planes. Like, that's the actual practical definition of flat, which idiots like Bev never actually employ. They always employ that ideal geometry definition. So, like, the two parallel planes would be two ideal geometric planes, you know, basically a measuring thing. And then what actually is in between the two is reality.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying.
That's literally how it's defined in the engineering and mechanical textbooks, dude. You know, it's like, it's not that hard to find that. I post that all the time for the BevTards. They never answer it. Never.
Well, like in machining, don't they, like, I guess after a while, like the surface, machining surface gets warped. So they take like three planes, they take three chunks of metal and basically grind them against each other.
Yeah.
And when they use when they use these three, it ends up being that the bottom surface will end up as flat as possible.
Yeah, so I think, so you know, like a granite surface plate, which is basically how they make them, like you were describing. Drop, you know, it's basically just letting the weight of the thing do the work. But like when you buy one of those, it's like the flattest thing you can get, and it's like, I think it's 0.00054 tolerance. And the Earth is 0.0054 tolerance, I think, or 5 something. So it's one order of magnitude flatter than the Earth.
Yeah, so I found that thing. It says, if you're trying to create a truly flat surface, if you just lap two surfaces together, they end up with equal and opposite curvatures, one convex and one concave. If you lap A, B, and then B with C, and then C with A, and so on, then all three end up flat eventually.
That's interesting.
Yeah, and granite surface plates cost a lot of money. Way more than granite countertops. So, like the surface plate, you buy that, and then let's say you have a home shop and you're fabricating flat and straight parts. You put them on that plate to straighten them and flatten them.
I'll straighten and flatten. You can't. How about that?
You're gonna come over and straighten and flatten me?
No.
Sweet.
I got a theory, boys.
The weirdest shit.
I got a little theory. So,
hypothesis.
Yeah, hypotheses. You know how all the governments are like warning and complaining and like want to stop global warming, and they're like, "Oh, the water's gonna rise, it's gonna flood, everything's gonna burn up, blah blah blah." Here's the real reason why they're like investing so much into stopping global warming. It's because the fucking ice wall's gonna start melting, cunt, and we're gonna see what's on the other side of it. That's fucking why, bro. That's the only reason they care, those cunts.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're so edgy.
You really do.
Are you trying to
believe
bore
that,
us to
though.
death,
That's
bro?
the irony.
Hello?
I'm serious. I'm
oh my
serious.
god, thanks for unbanning me, guys. I really appreciate
She's muted again.
Insta mute.
I bet she's still talking though.
So no one's investing in global warming. They're just stealing your money to pocket. Okay, it's really fucking simple. Investing in global warming. Whose money is that? Where'd the money come from for that?
Yeah, but the reason they want people to stop it is because they don't want us to see what's on the other side of the ice wall. That's what it is.
Yeah, what ice wall?
Have you not? Fuck, are you not a flat earther?
No, no. Ice wall comes from Globers. What are you talking about?
You not seen the Arctic Circle, bro?
So, have you not seen Great Ice Barrier on maps since forever?
No.
Well, I suggest you look. So the term comes from Captain Cook. You know who that is, right? Sound Australian.
You should see the map before that.
Sound Australian, right?
No, I'm from Ethiopia.
Okay. We'll come back when you talk Ethiopian, dude. Fucking weak ass troll, dude.
Bruh.
Freaking Luna's got a higher IQ than that dude.
That's kind of rude.
Okay, thanks. You're really gonna get laid in college.
That's cool, man.
So, Ivan.
Ivan.
Are you a globe person? You think the Earth's a ball?
My name is Ivan, not Ivan.
Ivan. Okay, that's a distinction without a difference.
Yeah, your American says Ivan. Just like Irish.
Ivan means that he's Mexican.
Ivan. My name means
Ivanovic.
God.
That's how you say Ivan in Spanish.
Where are you from? Like,
it means Dalbayop. It means Dalbayop. That's what it means.
No, you shut the fuck
it means
up, man.
It means Dalbayop. That's exactly what it means. Dalbayop only blood sugar.
You just got busted. You thought you were clever.
I ain't clever. It's a fucking Dalbayop.
That's not cool, man. Don't insult me.
Don't insult me. Oh, not cool. My name is Ivan. Dalbayop. That's what your fucking name is.
Ivan, not Ivan.
Dalbayop. I'm done.
Cool.
Isn't Ivan a girl's name?
No.
No, it's Ivanka.
No. Yeah, not Ivanka.
I'm having my doubts. Anyway, why are you here?
You mean Ivana? Ivana might be a girl's name. Ivana.
I'm just trying to listen to you guys.
Are you a glober, Ivan? Yeah, you're gonna try to
Am I what?
A globe earther. Do you think the Earth's a ball?
No.
No? What do you think
I'm
it is?
I'm just an idiot, man. I'm just trying to.
I'm sure of that. Those things aren't mutually exclusive. Those things are mutually exclusive ideas. So you can be an idiot and be a globe earther, flat earther, or whatever. They're not correlated.
I'm gonna shut up.
Let me ask you. Well, okay. So why are you here? To listen?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Just listen.
Well, if you have any questions.
I will not dare to.
I'm just saying, if you have any, then, whatever.
Ask. Even if I do.
I scared the poor little Russian. I'm sorry.
Shut your ass. I'm not Russian. Don't insult me.
Oh, Ukrainian. My bad. Even worse.
Bruh.
Are you Ukrainian? Where are you from, man? You Belarusian?
Doesn't matter, man.
Then why aren't you telling me if it doesn't matter?
It doesn't, man.
Then why aren't you telling me then? If it doesn't matter, just tell me.
Ivan, you can find it everywhere.
Yeah, that doesn't tell me where
Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, Kazakhstan. You can find Ivan everywhere, man. Probably China? Even in the Arab Muslim countries. So
So
It's
you
a
live,
common name.
you live on the Turkish border. You're in Turkey, and the line you got on the side of the border.
No, I do not like Turkey because actually Turkey feels like Syria. To be honest, too much ignorance everywhere. Even the restaurant you go to, it's just don't feel like a Turkish
Too much
restaurant.
immigration into Turkey? From where? Who's trying to break into Turkey?
I would say Arabs, mostly Syrians, and if there is a Turkish person here, they can confirm. Yes.
Hey, bro, you can come to America, bro. We'll welcome you, but we're gonna call you Ivan.
Yeah, sorry, I apologize.
I mean, Syria, yeah, I can understand why they're trying to break into Turkey, but everybody else, I'm not really too sure.
What do you think about sending Syrian refugees back to their countries? Yes, they say that we have safety and stuff like this.
You don't want my solution to that problem.
They don't have war anymore, right? So we should send them back.
What? What do you mean there's no war anymore? Are you kidding me?
No war?
Yeah, there's still a war going on. It's just different.
Let me guess. They're just killing my people. They're killing Christian people. They're literally genociding Christians in Syria right now. They trying to make it a Muslim country. They're killing everyone who's a non-Muslim Sunni. Yes.
You really think that's the reason?
They're gonna genocide your ass if you're a Jew, Christian, or whatever, right?
You really think that's the reason? I think they're really killing them over a religion.
On the internet, man.
Yeah, that's what it says on the internet, but I doubt that that's the real reason.
Arguable
Arguable that they want, and they're just committing murder for theft.
CBC, man, I got it recommended on my YouTube, even though I don't even watch news.
Who's the wealthiest demographic in Syria? That's who's going to be killed.
Imagine you have
All the money
as an ex-terrorist leader. Just imagine, man.
That's what they tell the foot soldiers, right? They convince the foot soldiers that they're fighting for a righteous cause, like purging the infidel and et cetera, but the leaders just want the cake.
Bruh.
Look, man, I'm taking like that Sam Kinison view. Don't give them
It's gonna
food.
be like Afghanistan.
Give them
man.
U-Hauls. You live in a fucking desert, move away.
We need some serious in this VC.
No, man. At this point, I'm considering moving towards the desert.
Yeah, no doubt.
Live in a desert, have like a simple, maybe a mud house with some animals. Get away from this crazy society.
It's not about living in the desert, man. I would rather actually have some Syrian people in this VC, but they probably don't even live in Syria. They probably live in Germany, and they were probably protesting to have Sharia law in a Christian country. They're trying to have a fucking terrorist lifestyle.
We have a couple Syrians in here.
We should have Sharia law in the entire world, bro. The entire flat earth should have Sharia law.
Come on, dude.
Say something.
Dude, hold on, dude. Chill. Necros, I think, is Syrian. And Cole Murray, even though I haven't seen him in a while, he comes in here. I know for a fact he's Syrian. He's living in Europe. So,
Yeah,
No,
but
Necros
you're
ain't
right.
Syrian.
He's not Syrian. Say something.
About what?
Syrians. Say what about going on in your fucking country, man? They're killing Christians. They're killing my people.
Well, go save
You
them.
gotta relax, bro.
Let's go. They're Christians. They're genociding Christians. You think that
Only ones that don't pay the jizya.
by fucking bombing your fucking Muslims. Yes.
Ivan, just tell your Christian brothers if they are killing Christians in Syria, if that is true. Just tell them to pay the jizya and all as well.
We don't kill people, man. We don't kill anybody. We're peaceful.
Yeah, turn the other cheek. I get that.
There's no such thing as a peaceful people.
With crusades.
We are peaceful, man.
Yeah, everyone claims they're peaceful when they're at the wrong end of the sword.
We never. Let's say. Please name some terrorist organization that.
Look, let's flip the script, right? Let's say all the Christians. Hold on. Let's say all the Christians became armed, and all the people that were previously killing them all, they got disarmed. What the fuck do you think's going to happen? They're going to go, oh, we're just going to turn the other cheek. You guys just go along. No, they're going to fucking wipe them out. You're just complaining because you're at the wrong end of the sword. Because you could very easily put the people at the other end of the sword. Well, maybe not very easily, but if you were in their position, this high moral ground that you're taking, you wouldn't be taking it. What do you expect us to do in America, dude? We're the most brainwashed fucking people on earth. You think the fucking propaganda that we spew is bad in the world? What do you think it's like here? It's the thing that blows me away. Like, America, they do all this stuff to the whole fucking world. Yeah, what do you think they're doing to us?
I actually got a story about that, Indio. So when I was in Iraq, there was, I can't remember the name, but obviously, there's Sunni and Shiites, but I can't remember who was in power when we went there in 03. But basically, whatever party wasn't in power, after we took over the area around Baghdad and we started doing some camps, we started having the locals come and talk to us, and their attitude was basically, oh, well, now that you're upsetting the other power, now it's our turn to start killing them. Basically, that was their attitude.
Oh, when the Shia lost power and the Sunnis lost power and the Shia, yeah, of course. Now if the shoe's on the other foot, right? Then now they want to do what the other guy did to get revenge.
No.
Yeah, but they said it it was kind of like in a way where they were insinuating that it was the United States' intention to help them do that. So it's like, oh yeah, now you and us we're gonna go kill all the guys now.
Oh yeah, so it seemed rational to them that that was like our intention. Like we knew the consequences.
Yeah, that was the next logical step.
Yeah.
Yeah, the next logical step wasn't let's all get along. The next logical step was, oh, now it's our turn to do the killing.
The enemy of my enemy. They didn't realize that that the states had their own kind of independent kind of intention with the place.
Yeah. We were like, oh, we need somewhere to test these bombs. Hey, let's try this country.
They got oil too.
Dude, I got screwed, man. So there was basically 3 different veins that we went. And the one guys went to a place that had gold 9mm and gold AKs. It was like a weapons plant. The other guys went to a place that literally had trash bags, like those big 40-gallon trash contractor bags full of $100 bills, like millions and millions and millions of dollars. And I went to some dump, which had nothing. Their dudes sending 10 grand back home in envelopes, and then the other dudes they got their gold AKs and 9mm, and they brought them back. They got them through customs by spray painting them black.
Nice.
That's crazy.
I'm surprised you guys even had to go through customs. Oh, you guys took commercial flights, huh?
So most of the stuff does go through the regular customs, but you can there's commander's privilege where he can put his signature and a seal on certain things. But the general connexes, they just get, onced over by the customs. And so, a customs guy ain't going to know, what's what. If he sees a solid gold, something, maybe he'll draw attention. Because, normally you wouldn't even expect an AK in a regular unit, if it's not special forces or something.
Even on the military transports go through customs? That's what I'm confused about. So say you got C-130 coming back to the United States.
No, not that kind of stuff. A lot of our stuff went on a big container ship.
It's going to a civilian port, right? Yeah. There are no military ports, are there? Do you know if there's any military? Not, and I'm not talking about a naval port, but I mean an army port where you can ship shit.
I really don't know. I mean, I know
that's dumb as fuck.
So Savannah's pretty close because you got Stewart, and Stewart is the Rapid Deployment Division. So we've got our own air base, and then we've got from Stewart to the port is we got our own train station, and so we put all our equipment on the train and we take it right to the boats. But I don't know. I don't know how they run it once it gets there.
Yeah, but it's a civilian port. But maybe they got a military section of that port. That's possible.
So in in 2003, we didn't have to do the train because in Kuwait is a depot with a mirrored copy of our division, basically. We just have to fly there, and it's already there waiting for us. So that's the really fast deployment. And then when we're not using that depot stuff, we'll put all of our actual stuff that we possess in Georgia on the boats, and then we have to wait for it to get there.
So that equipment, who maintains that shit?
In the Kuwait? I don't really know who maintains it in Kuwait. All I know is we arrived, it was there. All we had to do was load it with our main weapons, and then go to I don't know what to call it, where everybody meets, basically.
But it was pre-stationed, right? It didn't come from Romania or Poland or something like that.
No, it's right there in Kuwait.
Permanent arms that are sitting in Kuwait just waiting for you to just jump in it.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm just curious if they had locals or personnel operating on it,
Yeah, imagine. We didn't really stay there that long, but I imagine I can't really remember, but I'm pretty sure it was just an American military base. So I imagine there was regular staff.
How much equipment do you think it was?
How much?
Yeah.
Our whole a mirrored copy of our whole units, dude. Literally that depot is bigger than most countries' armies.
What? So
it's already there. Yeah, tanks, Bradleys, Humvees, helicopters, artillery pieces, everything.
And it's just sitting there.
Yeah, it's waiting in case somebody gets spry. If somebody gets spry over there, we just fly over and man it and whoop ass.
Yeah, but okay. So here's my problem. Okay, here's 1,000 pieces of military equipment. The 1,000 people that have to operate those 1,000 pieces, they're not there. But there are 1,000 people that live over there. Why don't they just jump into shit?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly, dude. And the worst part is, dude, like a tank, like an Abrams tank, right? You think it has keys? Well, it sort of does. It has a padlock. Usually we padlock them to get into the the drivers and the turret, right? But once you get in, just start that thing. It's just you just press a button. There's nothing. There's no keys, no secret codes. You just press a button.
Crazy.
It's out of sight, out of mind, Indio.
Yeah, but the thing is, like at an Abrams, you can't just get in and take off with it because it actually has to warm up before you can drive. But a
Oh
Bradley,
yeah, and you're not going to go far without logistics. Those things go through fuel pretty quickly.
Dude, it takes 8 gallons to start the thing.
Well, it's a jet turbine, right? It's like a fucking jet turbine engine. They're not doing too good over in Ukraine. They're too heavy.
Oh, for yes.
Yeah, they're like 60 tons or something. And they have a high profile.
Yeah, so like when we invaded Iraq in 03, like we had to do recon on the bridges because there's only certain bridges that the Abrams could actually drive over. And in this one area, there's only one bridge that we could drive over. And I guess they got it in their minds, okay, we're going to blow this bridge or something. So when we got there, guess what they were doing? Freaking sleeping. They had like pallets of C4. They didn't even put it on the bridge yet. They didn't even have their socks on and shoes on. It's like, dude, you knew we were coming. This is the only bridge we can use, bro. Why are you slacking?
So recently in the Ukraine, the Ukraine had invaded Kursk, and the Russians basically traveled through 15 kilometers of pipeline and ended up behind enemy lines and caused the Ukrainians to fucking panic. But they had a bridge wired with explosives so that they could jump across the bridge and then the Russians couldn't get to them. Well, the Russians used the drone and they figured out it was rigged with explosives. So they just took a drone and flew it into the fucking explosives and blew the bridge up before they could cross it. So now they were stuck. they fucking couldn't escape. But it's crazy though. That's like another use of drones. Is that now you like if someone booby traps something? Because I've seen them using drones to clear minefields. Using drones, so the drone will have like chains or like shit hanging off of it. And they'll be dragging it to try and set off mines ahead of them. So like, drone thing, dude, is pretty crazy, man. And this is just the fucking beginning. They made like these net tunnels over the roads, so they like strung up nets so drones can't fly in and like blow shit up. But then like obviously, you can fly if you reach the end of the tunnel, you can fly into the end and then like and
yeah, but dude, I invented a drone. I invented a drone with scissors, bro.
Scissors. So that was another one. Like the drone had like shit dangling off of it, like almost like a net. MacGyver. And what they would do is they would fly over another drone until its propellers got caught in the net, and then it would crash. So yeah, a lot of crazy stuff. A lot of ingenuity with these drones, man. It's pretty. Because they're making them with like 3D printers. That's the messed up part. Like they have forward operating units that have 3D printers and computers that are like, oh, what kind of drone do you need? Oh, you need this one that can carry 3 kilograms? Okay, we're going to 3D print those motherfuckers. Oh, you need a bigger one that can carry 6 kilograms? Oh, this. Oh, you just need one that's recognizance lightweight? Okay, we're going to just print you another one. They're like they're like printing them in the field on the fly, dude, which is crazy to me.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time before they can reproduce and have little babies and make families and then revolt against humanity.
Can't wait. I can't wait to see that party, man. That's gonna be great.
Then the drones will get hypergamous and then start OnlyFans and then.
So they bring 3D printers to in the field.
Yeah. They got them fucking out. So they'll have their trench line, right? And then like in the trench line there'll be like a bunker where they dig it a little bit deeper than everything else. They have like 3D printers, all that shit in there.
Now, are these winged aircraft or are they helicopters?
Oh, they're drones.
Or drones?
Oh, they can print winged aircraft. I did see some of that. Like they're like little model airplanes.
Right. Well, that was the first drones. The first generation was like that. The thing's about the size of your car, you know.
Yeah, now they're using like the handheld drones, the 4-copter drones, the 4-bladed drones. But they also got 6-bladed ones. Dude, it's so out of control, man. I'm probably the only one in here that has been keeping up on it because I'm just like intrigued by. I've been watching kind of it evolve over the last 3 years. How it's changed. How they're like destroying. So they have one that like. I think they call it the Dragon or something. So it's a giant. So they can make some pretty big ones that can carry, a lot of weight. So they're like the size of like, half a car. And this one shoots napalm, or not napalm, thermite. Fucking shoots square. It looks like it's spitting lava out of it. Dude, like, so they like pour it into the trench line, and because thermite will burn, like the water doesn't put it out. It burns at like 4,000 degrees. So like they'll just fly over a trench line, pour out all this fucking molten fucking thermite, which is molten iron, right? In an exothermic reaction. So that's one thing. But they also got mostly what they use are like what's called FPV drones. So it's basically they have a VR headset on, and they control the drone by like turning their head, right? So they can steer this thing, and just the thing's got basically an RPG strapped to the bottom, and they just fly it into something.
You know what's hilarious about that, dude? The outfit that they have to wear, and like that one headset, right, where it's got the goggles and then it's got the fins out the side for the antennas. It's so interesting how it looks exactly like those old manga and anime robots.
I know, right?
Predictive programming? Are we talking about?
So I had this epiphany while you were talking, because I've seen some drones that are done for art. Like they had like a Santa sleigh, right, flying over, and each drone had some colors on it, but it was like this massive flying Santa sleigh. And there's a couple others I've seen. So I was thinking like you could send the drones over, and like the drones are all explosive drones, but then they could like make a shape real quick. So like right before they're about to bomb you, it just says, "Hey, F you. You're dead meat." So they just rearrange themselves to say a bunch of things to you before they blow you up.
Dude, that's funny because the Chinese do these like 100,000 drone shows, right? So the drones got lights on them, and they go up in the air, and they form like dragons flying around. Basically, it's like a screen in the air, and each drone is like a pixel.
Yeah, so you could get one of that napalm drone or whatever as the mouth, and he could breathe fire, and then the whole dragon could come at you, and then at the end it could turn to like this giant, big middle finger sign, and then blow you up. Or we could send massive Trump heads.
There you go.
So like Canada refuses to drop the tariffs, and all of a sudden this giant floating Trump head comes over and just bombs the place.
You pay now. You pay now. That's hilarious.
Dude, I just want a drone that gets me a milkshake whenever I want one. That's all I need.
Yeah, I mean, I told you guys about the self-driving cars in Phoenix last couple months ago. I was there.
Yeah.
And they're fucking everywhere, man. I mean, I felt like I was in a movie. I was like, holy shit, man. We're getting invaded. At some point, man, is the skies just going to be full of drones delivering fucking Amazon packages and beer and groceries and shit? I mean, how far off are we, you think?
You know, they should make like a secondary interstate highway system that has only automated cars on it. Right?
Yeah.
So there's no worry about crashing into each other. And then they can go at like fucking ridiculously high speeds, right?
Well, until you blow a tire, you know, you're fucking fucked.
Do you know why we have the main interstate system?
Yeah, wasn't it for some military purpose?
Yep, it's for rapid deployment of the military.
That's right.
Yeah, because the Soviet Union was gonna fucking invade any day, man. Really, they really were. I swear to God. You know the ridiculous amount of ridiculous bullshit got foisted on America and paid for under the idea that the Soviets were gonna invade the United States. And if you thought what for 2 seconds how much of a logistical fucking nightmare that would be either way.
Yeah.
Because right now Russia's doing whatever they want in Ukraine because for us it's a fucking logistical nightmare. How are you gonna get Russia has 180 million people. Let's say they can fucking mobilize 80 million people. How are we gonna get 80 million of our people over there?
Forget
right?
It's not gonna happen.
Yeah, we can't go into the Black Sea because the Bosphorus Strait isn't gonna. Number one, Russia would never let everybody go through a fucking goddamn 2-mile fucking wide strip of fucking water, like with fucking thousands of military ships. That'll never happen, right? So we can't even get our people there. So the idea that they could get their people here is just as ridiculous. It's like it'll never happen. To do what? Like what? Like why would they like? Think about it.
Yeah,
I want to send 10 million people. Well, I'm going to send like how many people would it take to take over a country of 300 million people when you have 180 million people? Say you mobilize 80 million. We want to send 80 million people to the other side of the fucking world. We got to send all their equipment, arms, food, fucking water, everything. Yeah, we're going to do that. How much money would that cost just to do? Just the money part. It would be so prohibitively expensive, it wouldn't even be worth it. Even if you took no fucking casualties, you'd be broke by the time you got here.
That's such a good point, man.
Yeah, but think about the bullshit that we put up with, right? Like to defend against the Soviet, the evil Soviets. You lived during the Cold War. I lived during the Cold War. I'm embarrassed now that I bought that stupid shit and I actually believed it.
I'm embarrassed too, man. I live next to it's called the Seal Beach Naval Weapons Station. And according to, the propaganda, it was the number 2 site that the Russians would bomb. Number 2. First they would bomb DC and then they'd hit us. Because this thing's like, 10 square miles of weapons. It's fucking huge. And I figured, fuck, man, I'm going to be like the first to go. And the nukes hit and I'm toast. And I used to worry about that stuff, man. Now I'm like...
That's what everybody thought, right? Because everybody would think of a place, what are they going to hit first? Some military base or a nuclear power plant, right? So one of these places, and like everybody is within 60 miles of one of these two things. Doesn't matter like where you are in America, unless you're like in freaking. I don't even think you're safe in Nebraska. Like I don't know where you'd have to be far enough away from military base.
Montana, they got all those fucking Titan missiles there in Montana or whatever. I knew some guys that built that Titan missiles. So it's trippy, man.
Yeah, but the point is like the idea of the Soviet threat, like, because you remember Red Dawn.
Sure. With
yeah, so like so I was like in 7th grade when that came out, and I'll tell you, it had a huge impact on like kids my age because that's like it's basically propaganda for teenagers, right? It was the first PG-13 movie, and I could get into it, right? And like it just totally it idealized that. It gave you the idea that Russians could invade America, and like the kids have to rise up and defend the country. You know what I mean? Right. The whole idea. Like, but now it's so implausible and so ridiculous.
And you had toy soldiers, and then not long ago you had
toy soldiers. Yeah, that's right. Oh my God.
Oh,
That was a good movie. And then Tomorrow When the War Began. That was an Australian movie, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Similar to Red Dawn.
Fear, baby. That's what they're selling.
Yeah, but that's but now in retrospect, it was an irrational fear, dude. Because it's like,
but they're still selling like.
Remember Red Dawn? They're showing like Russians parachuting in. How the fuck are they gonna fly from Russia, dude, to the fucking America in a fucking plane and jump out of it? Like, it's so
you don't
ridiculous.
realize, Indio. There's a lot of us sleeper Russians, right? We're just.
Oh yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, there's that, right? The Falcon and the Condor, is that it? And then there's the.
Right.
Oh my goodness.
No. We came in as refugees and immigrants. We seek shelter, but in reality, we're just sleeper agents, fucking waiting to strike.
Yeah, but how did China get a balloon over America?
I've been on to you, Vlad.
Fuck. Well, I just told you how it is, man. It's just coming close to the time, you know. The element déclencheur is coming, you know. Yeah.
Vlad's really a Russian super soldier, man.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you guys didn't figure this one out yet?
He's in
Shit.
pretty good shape, man. He looks like he could hit the battlefield pretty hard, man. He's fucking. Yeah.
Oh, you guys don't see me play Call of Duty? You guys don't see how I play Call of Duty, friend?
I was watching you earlier, man.
Yeah.
Oh shit, no way.
Watch you play that shit. Come on.
I said what's up, nigga, but you didn't listen.
I didn't see it. Where?
In the chat.
Oh, I don't read the chats. Oh, YouTube. No, I don't do. I totally, completely.
Not YouTube. Who's in here? Right?
No, I stream on 7 platforms. YouTube just automatically turns on sometimes, you know, and I just don't even pay attention. I hate YouTube. Like, that's just garbage. I just turn it on for whatever.
Well, I watched for about, 30, 40 minutes.
Oh yeah, which did you watch a good one, or like did you watch me dying so much?
You were playing Call of Duty, Battle Royale, and
Warzone, the new Verdansk, the old Verdansk.
Yeah.
Verdansk. Oh, it's so good. It's so fucking good, bro. Oh my god.
I saw you fighting in the pit, dude. You fucking shot the dude on one side, then ran the other side. Threw a grenade, then you shot him on the other side. Then you came around, and then you blew him away. Then you respawned.
Did I won? Oh, okay, so if I won, then yeah, it's a good one. Then yeah, okay. Sometimes I'm on, sometimes I'm off, bro. That's called the gulag. Yeah, I won that gulag. I fucked
the gulag. Yeah.
Yeah, I fucked them up good. But you know what I'm playing now? GTA Online, GTA 5 Enhanced Edition. It's so good. They enhanced the graphics on it. I redid the whole storyline. Oh my god, it's just, and I do it in first person, so it's like really, really like.
Which one is it?
Fuck, GTA 5.
Actually, I think I have it.
Enhanced. You should if you have
my
it.
Kid
bro.
has it.
If you have it, the enhanced
it's on
edition
Steam,
is free.
right? So he's on my account. I can just download it and play it if I want.
Right, but it has its own like a separate, like, you know how you have Steam and then when you open up the game, it has its own little separate box that comes out. So it's like Rockstar Games, right? So you have a Rockstar Games account regardless. So if you have the game, you should have the ability to get the enhanced edition. And that's where the shit's at. I'm telling you, bro, I'm having the time of my life right now. It's so realistic when you pop people in the head. It's like no fucking way.
You're sick.
It's too realistic. It's too real. It's too real. No, it's crazy. It's too real. How the animation and everything. It's too real.
You ever play Battlefield? You play that ever?
Yeah. The older
dude,
ones,
I watched a video today, dude. That's just so funny. So the dude drove his tank onto the top of a plane. And they took off.
Yeah.
So he's on top of the plane while the plane's flying in the tank. And he shot another plane out of the air from inside the tank.
Oh, shit.
It was so fucking funny, bro.
Which Battlefield?
I think it was whatever the latest one is. Battlefield.
The latest one. They do all that crazy shit 17. On it, yeah.
Oh, man, I want to get back into it. I haven't played since, like, number 4. I think I tried number 4 and I went, I like 3 better. And then I stopped playing PlayStation altogether.
I like Battlefield 1942. I'm old school, dude. I love that one. That was so fucking good.
I used to play that for fucking hours.
That sounds like a lot more fun, man. 42? Yeah.
Oh, dude, it was so fun. That game was so fucking fun.
It was. It was the best, man.
Yeah, because you can control battleships and shit. Dude, I got like 160 something kills on a map, dude. So like, you remember the Mount Sarabachi, like where there's a fucking hill? Like it's like one of the flags is the top of a hill. They were all stuck at that spawn, dude, and I was inside the battleship, and every time they would spawn, I'd send fucking 6 fucking cannon rounds at them, and I'd watch them all blow off the fucking island into the air. Dude, and then they'd respawn like 10 seconds later, and I'd do the same thing. And I'm just shooting rounds, bodies are flying off the top of the mountain like freaking, 1,000 feet in the fucking air. Dude, it was so funny. That game used to be so fun, running people over. Dude, you could just do so much crazy shit. Yeah, that game was fun.
All right, you gamer mongos.
Sorry. I don't game anymore, dude. This is back in the day.
No. I mean, I just want to ask the gamer mongos some questions. Is there any bitching like space games, man, where you're in outer space?
No, everything's garbage. Unless it's StarCraft 2.
Mario
I don't play that either.
What's it called?
StarCraft 2? StarCraft, like the best game in the world? Like, yeah.
Yeah, it was like a Star Wars kind of space fucking trip.
Eve's pretty cool, but it's
Star
more
Wars is
slow paced
shit.
though.
What about
All
Star
right.
Fox?
It doesn't sound like you guys are into the space game.
I'm not into space at all. Like,
Man, it's
the only reason I
the
say
best
StarCraft
space
is
game.
because it's
That's
If you like an MMO, Eve is awesome because you can play
Dead Space.
player versus player pretty good, and you can also do the whole society thing and all that too.
Hold on, Doom is a space game.
Doom's okay, but the good Doom, not the shit Doom.
Well, they're on Mars, so it's a
Mass
space
Effect.
game.
Oh well,
Mass Effect was pretty epic.
I'm talking like
Oh,
Star
Mass
Wars.
Effect is badass. Like that game.
Yeah.
You go
Or
to
the
like
Mass Effect 2, I think, is the best one.
Hey, you know who's playing Warzone right now? Judas is playing Warzone right now. Did you know that, India? I saw him on fucking.
Who,
You
Jose?
know Judas? Judas.
Oh, Judas. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's playing it right now. Yeah, whatever his name is, Deuce, but he calls himself
Vault.
Judas. Yeah. Oh yeah, Diaz Vault. Yeah, that guy.
Now, Ratchet and Clank, that's where it's at, man.
I wish he would come in here, dude. I wish Dude's Vault would come in here and talk to these. That shit would be so fun. Dude, take the dick out of your mouth, man. Take the dick out of your mouth, man.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ, dude. You fucking deep throating your mic.
dude, that was
Cup the balls,
worst.
man.
That was the worst thing I've
Hey.
ever heard, man. Congratulations, man. Anyway, space games, man. Yeah, I was just curious, man.
StarCraft 2, man.
Mass Effect, dude. Mass Effect was a great ass game because it had like different aliens and shit, and like
Yeah.
there was actual
There you
story.
go.
I don't know if you ever play. I don't know. You
No,
don't play games.
No.
If you're looking at that storyline,
it's like role playing. It's not only a role playing, so you have to choose like depending on you have a lot of choices of like what you can do, and then that affects your dialogue with other people, right? So like you can be a total fucking asshole, and like all your attributes to be bad, and it changes the way people interact with you in the game. Or you can be like a kiss ass nice guy, but you can also pick like different. So it's like a kind of like you can create. It's just playing the game kind of creates like a custom character almost, and it like changes the game experience.
Damn. Do you guys ever do like racing or air combat? You guys into that?
Yeah. I used to play all that stuff. I don't play games anymore.
Every
but I used to
game,
play all
bro.
that.
Every game, yeah.
The race, I like racing games, man. That was my thing. That was my go. Just
My
like
favorite
Yeah,
one was
but
Need
you'd
for
love
Speed.
GTA 5.
Need for
You'd
Speed
love
Hot Pursuit,
GTA 5.
man. That game is badass.
yeah. All that shit's fucking killer, man. I love it. Racing.
Well, it's because you got to run from the cops and shit. And it's
Yeah,
just crazy.
GTA 5, bro. GTA 5 is amazing.
I still ain't finished that one Need for Speed. I was like halfway through one and I never finished it.
Underground? Need for Speed Underground?
Need for Speed Underground.
I think so. Yeah, that's
Yeah, that's a good game. Yeah, that's one of the better ones. But
really
when
like that
GTA
one,
5 came out, it kills all the underground games because it's like GTA 5 on crack. I mean, Need for Speed Underground on crack. Like GTA 5, like you steal the fucking cars, bro. Do it. You know?
Dude, but the games are similar, right? Because when the cops are 100% aggro, they'll just like smash into each other and like flip their cars trying to kill you, dude. It's hilarious.
Well, not even. They'll bring out the tanks and the helicopters, bro. Shit.
That's not racing, bro. I was talking about racing.
No, but you're trying to get out of the fucking situation.
Yeah, this is a street race. It's a street racing game. So every once in a while, you'll blow by at like 200 miles an hour, and they try to pull you over. So that's part of the game of you're racing while you're getting chased by the cops.
Or you hit a pedestrian, fuck, and kill
My
somebody.
bad.
Fuck.
I fucking ran somebody over doing 200.
Yeah. Do you remember? Indio, do you remember Carmageddon?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. I remember that one.
That sounds
That one's
amazing.
fun.
I love the name, man. Carmageddon, bro.
Dude, the whole point of Carmageddon is to run over people, pedestrians in your way.
Yeah.
No, so what a fucking
Yeah, not even
zombies and shit, and then it was decapitations and shit. It was crazy. That was back in the days too. Imagine. How about Fear number one? No. Soldier of Fortune number. No. What about Soldier of Fortune number one? That game. You guys remember that game, Soldier of Fortune, the first one?
Yeah, well, they were giving it out for free to everybody, man.
Yes.
Right?
And the decapitations, and when you could shoot somebody's leg off and he'd be rolling on the ground holding his leg that's not existing, screaming for, like, I know I was a kid playing that shit. I was like, no fucking way. This is crazy. Oh, bro. No, you go. Sorry, guys. My bad.
Did I tell you a story? So in Iraq, dude, we were blowing people's arms and legs off, and they were still fighting because they were so hot on meth or whatever. Heck, they were pumping them full of drugs, dude.
For sure. That's how they do it. Yeah, for sure. Crazy.
Dude, our one gunner was sick in the head, bro. He liked to hit like dudes with the 25 millimeter in the head, just to watch their head turn into a red puff.
Well, you know what the thing is? It's not that sick. See, that's actually like an easy out. You know what I mean? Like that's actually better than torture. You know what I mean? Like if I was in a combat situation, right, I prefer getting my head blown off than anything else because I wouldn't feel it. Right? That's like the best thing. Right, so it's not like if he had like.
I'm sure he wasn't thinking about it like that.
No, but you never know. Maybe he was because he might have just had like a what do you call it? People react differently in like stressful situations, right? That was just his way out of it, you know. I'm telling you, man.
I'm sure AI has probably better insight as to his like mind state. It probably wasn't to deliver the least amount of harm.
Sure,
to
you're gonna
people.
listen to fucking robots. Yeah, sure.
What are you talking about?
Dude, he would.
Oh, you're talking about this AI? Okay, my bad.
Yeah, what the heck?
I thought you were bringing up AI from like fucking robots AI, like the computers. Well, I don't know. Fuck. Let's go ask Chat GPT what it thinks. I don't know. Maybe you're that far gone. I don't fucking know.
No, that's some weird stuff, bro.
Well, no, that's why you said AI, not me, man. I didn't think you fucking meant AI, the overlord.
Yeah, well, that's the guy you're talking to, bro. Come on, man.
Bro, I forgot. I call him something else. Fuck you.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, those guys go way back, man.
Anyways, anyways. Regardless of what we were saying,
we were talking about games and driving games and blowing up shit and people.
No. We weren't talking about no blowing up people's heads. We were talking about driving games. You're right.
I did.
GTA 5, amazing game for driving.
Yeah. Driving. I mean,
you can blow up people's heads in GTA 5 too.
My buddy,
right? But that's an all-around game. That's why.
My buddy had a steering wheel and this like little setup and the monitors. And, he had the controls and shifting. He had like
those setups can get expensive, man.
Expensive, yeah. He spent thousands of dollars on this thing, man. And it was like, holy shit, man. But when you were playing the game, man, it was just so cool, man, to fucking drive along fucking high speed and trying to keep it on the track, man.
Are you talking about driving simulator?
Yeah, it was a game, man. He had, I don't even know the name of it. This was years ago, but yeah, it's cool, man. To drive, driving, not killing people. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. But blowing people's heads off. I guess it's fun. What the fuck?
It's not real people. It's not real people's heads, my guy. Relax.
Said, but you're playing the game as if you're blowing people's heads off, which is
might be. What about aliens? So okay, let's say the thing is an alien, right? So does it change? Does it change anything? You're still blowing up an alien's heads off, right? What about like fucking animals, like deer hunting? You're blowing up deer fucking heads off. Does that change anything?
No, it doesn't change anything. But do you remember that scene in what was it? Men in Black, the first one?
Yeah.
All those like Marine guys are shooting at this simulated monsters and
he shot somebody else. Yes,
a little girl.
Why is she there? Yeah, why is she in the middle of fucking?
Did you shoot her? Shot her square in the head. One shot, man. Right?
She's the crazy one, but she is. She's in the middle of all this stuff.
Crazy. Yeah. So, you got to be careful what you shoot at, man. I think that's the message there. I don't know.
Yeah, but that's why you play games, so you don't have to shoot people in reality,
Well, yes, but that's a lesson. That's a life lesson, friend, what you just explained, which is this. Don't be xenophobic. Don't just think because the thing's got googly eyes and fangs and weird appendages that it's out to kill you.
Right.
It could be trying to be your buddy.
Right.
But what if I don't want to be its buddy? You know what I mean? Being friends is a two-way streak, right?
It's also making light of black people killing white kids.
Oh.
They're bad.
Oh my God. Oh, on the live
That's crazy. That's crazy.
This guy's a funny guy.
Mick. Thank you, Mick.
Shit.
I love you, brother.
Oh, that's really funny.
Yes.
On that note, I have to go take some medicine right now. Holy shit.
Be careful what you shoot at, man.
Well, don't shoot, period, unless you have to,
Yeah.
Unless you have to. If you don't have to shoot, don't shoot, man.
Anybody got any cool NASA shit to talk about? Did somebody do something crazy NASA shit this week or nothing? I mean,
Trump did put an 11% tariff on the penguins in Antarctica,
Nice.
so there's that. That's the politics that relates maybe to the room in a roundabout way.
Penguins getting taxed. Okay. And nobody's ever said that in all of human history. You're the first person, man. Congratulations.
It never fails when I open Google on my phone, and oh God, if I'm feeling daring, I'll scroll down, and there's always this news shit, if you want to call it news, and there's always NASA shit.
Yeah.
So I just did it, and this chance of asteroid hitting the moon increases slightly.
It's going to hit the moon in 2034.
Unfucking believable.
And it's probably going to miss Earth and hit the moon, bro. It's the size of like a school bus or something. It's not that big.
No. There's a 4% chance it'll hit the moon.
4% chance. That's correct. Yes. I heard that on the news today. I was driving with my wife, and I just put on like this talk show channel just to make some noise in the background, and they said, yeah, it's coming 2030, some 2030s, somewhere early 2030s.
Here's another
Anyway.
one. Early Earth's first crust composition discovery rewrites geological timeline. So it's like, so everything we knew was true is completely false, and now it rewrites it. It's all bullshit. Oh man,
This is rewriting. I remember when they changed the distance to Polaris, man. It's like 2018, somewhere in there. I was like, what? What do you mean they changed the fucking distance to Polaris? Okay, we just changed. It's instead of 433 miles, it's 466 light years away. I'm like, what? Yeah, they just make up the shit. That's what we're dealing with here. I hope you guys get it. I don't have to preach into the choir here at this point.
Here's another thing. I rarely listen to Owen Benjamin, but one night I turned him on because I was dying for content. And anyway, long story short, he had this show going where he was going head on with Grok, asking Grok, how could chickens evolve from dinosaurs if all of a sudden one day, okay, this big old rock allegedly falls and hits the earth, dinosaurs are dead. They're all dead.
They're all dead.
Now, chickens evolved from a new species from an extinct species. How is that possible?
Well, that's not possible. That's I think that's his point.
I know. It's just funny.
Yeah, it's funny.
It's like they're all dead.
They're all dead, bro. That's why you can drive your car, bro. They're all dead. The fucking 70 million years ago, those Mongos died. So you can drive your car today and go to the movies and get some groceries and go to work. There you go. Thank you, dinosaurs, for all your work. We really appreciate it. The sun shrinks in this video. What do you got there? I mean, oh shit! Yeah, mute that.
Well, you see, even though those Mongos died, they had Mongo rot cousins, and evolution didn't stop. So even though the evolutioned rocks that died already died, eventually other Mongo came out of rocks, and then those turned into chickens. You see, pretty simple.
Yeah, it's pretty simple, man. I like it. I mean, everybody can prove that, in their own kitchen. Right?
Yeah, you get chickens from rocks.
So instead of the phoenix rising from the ashes, we get chickens arising from rocks.
Chickens from rocks, bro. Complicated rocks. You guys are complicated rocks. You guys don't know that? Come on. You never heard Michelle? Michelle. I've only listened to her for a total of 27 seconds. But when she said that, I'm like, okay. I don't want to ever listen to anything she ever has to say again. I'm moving on, bro. I'm moving on.
Complicated rocks.
You're complicated rocks. What? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, crazy fucking world, man.
Should have told her you look like a fucking rock.
She does look like a rock.
Nah, she looks like the model for the troll doll.
She's what? Otto?
She's
what?
like the model for the female troll doll. For real.
Sad. The stuff we have to dismantle daily in here is astonishing. I mean, a lot of it's repetitive. I get it, but every once in a while, man, you get somebody in here and it's like, yeah, they just get them dismantled over 30 minutes, an hour, and it's always interesting to see them how they react to it and how they get frustrated and start making up shit all the time.
The Earth actually flat?
Yes, it is 100%.
Oh God,
We're lying to ourselves. Okay.
Fucking Mongo, it's flat.
They were lying to ourselves about what?
it's a pizza.
No one said
definitely a
that.
pizza, bro.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
fucking
so
pizza.
the only thing you guys can ever do is straw man. That's all you can ever do.
That's it.
It's a joke. It's
You
not.
guys
That's not what I do.
So let me ask you, how do you know the Earth's a globe?
Well, we can't know anything.
Oh,
Then you've already just conceded everything. So bye. You just
Well, what would you
conceded
define as
everything. There's no
knowledge?
reason we should listen to you at all.
What would you define as knowledge?
Good.
Because I go from a
Experience.
pragmatic viewpoint.
Experience.
Well, that's part of it.
It's all of it.
No.
Okay, if someone else experiences something, do you know that?
We can't know anything, as I said. So my definition.
How do you
for
know that?
know-
How do you know that?
Well, I mean, as I said, we don't know at all.
So how do you know that you don't know?
I mean, we can axiomatically test this out, right?
No. How do
He's
you
pointing
answer
out
the
that it's a
question? Answer
paradoxical.
the question.
So
Yeah, he wants to make universal claims and then claim that universal claims aren't possible.
Actually, how about this? Analytically speaking, which means that.
How about you just get muted because you're not answering questions?
Answer the question, Mongo. Get to the
Okay,
point.
Really simple, dude. You made a new universal claim that we can't know anything, but you have to know something to make that claim. It's a
Yeah,
contradiction.
philosophically, it's called a self-defeating argument or self-defeating statement.
Exactly.
It's fucking par for the course in global world.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're unmuted now. Are you going to address what your problem, your contradiction?
Well, I mean, yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Well, I mean, it wasn't even a contradiction, but
Go ahead.
Sure.
So making a universal claim of knowledge and saying that you can't know something, but you would have
from
to
the
know
pure
that.
definitions of it. Yeah, from the pure definitions. Like the definition of knowledge wouldn't allow you to know anything from the correspondence theory.
So what are you going to use? One definition of knowledge in one sentence and another definition of knowledge in another sentence?
Well, according to you, at least.
What do you mean according to me? It's according to you. You said, I can't know anything. I go, how do you know that using your definition of knowledge, dude? And you won't tell me how you know that you can't know anything.
Well, there's two different types of knowledge. There's analytic and synthetic.
That's irrelevant, dude.
No, it's completely relevant because I want to.
No, is it? Well, whatever definition you're using in this context, whatever definition you're using in this context, I don't care what it is.
When I say you can't know anything, I'm talking about the pure definitions as an analytic, right? But the analytic statement itself contains a synthetic.
Fire's hot.
Okay,
awesome. I can know that fire's hot.
You can't know anything. How do
I really hope I'm not
know
making this
that?
complicated for you.
Fire's hot.
How do you know that?
Well, if we're taking it analytically, then we can take it from the pure definitions itself.
No, with the definition you used in the first one, when you say you can't know anything, whatever you define that know as, okay,
Well, as I said, it's
how
due
do
to
you
two
know
different
that
types.
using the same definition as the previous sentence?
Well, as I said, there's two different types of
Sophistry.
knowledge. just
Shut
like
up. Yeah, it's irrelevant. That's a red herring.
It's not even.
Yeah, it's a red herring.
You're adjusting exactly what you said, and it's a red
No,
herring.
You're not adjusting what I said.
Okay, as I said, there's two different
Listen,
types.
does
of
your
knowledge.
first sentence, is it using two definitions simultaneously?
My first sentence?
Yes, your first sentence. We said, I don't know anything.
Well, I made an analytic statement, right?
Yeah, so the analytic definition of knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So when I say, how do you know that, I'm using the analytic definition of knowledge.
Well, yeah.
So how do you know that? So how do you know that?
Well, I don't because I don't know what you think. Right?
So you don't know that you don't know anything?
that has nothing to do with what I said. I just said I don't know what you think.
And you know it. You're caught, dude. You're caught like a dog.
All I said is that I don't know what you think. It's not.
Doesn't matter what I think. I'm using your definition. I've granted you everything.
What's my definition?
It doesn't matter. Well, I know what your definition is. Do you know what your definition is? Do you know what your definition is?
You assume my definition, so
No, I said whatever yours is, dude. Use that.
You said
I'm granting you your definition, whatever you think it is. And then when I say, how do you know that? I'm also using that same definition that you use. And of course, you got to talk over me. You're embarrassing
I'll ask one more
yourself.
time. It's fine. Right? So what's my definition?
I don't care. Doesn't matter.
Well, that just tells me that you weren't listening. Right? So there's no
it doesn't matter. It's in another irrelevant red herring.
What's the point of talking to you if you're just not going to listen?
It's an irrelevant red herring.
What?
Do you know what a red herring argument is?
Yes, I'm not trying to shift over towards another argument. We're on the same topic here.
No, you're
Right, so
trying
what's
to bring
the-
up an irrelevant point. Okay, it's irrelevant to the
knowledge? We're talking
substance
about
of the
knowledge the entire
question.
time.
It's irrelevant to the question you asked. What your
Why
statement
is
that
it
you
relevant?
made. Because whatever the definition you use in the first sentence, I'm saying use the same definition as the second sentence. Doesn't
That's not a
matter
red
if you
herring. We're talking
define
about the same
knowledge as
exact topic.
up, down, left, right, or whatever.
We're
When
talking
you
about
say,
knowledge here, right? That's the topic of the situation, right? or
yes,
the
you said we
conversation.
can't know anything. And I said, how do you know that?
So how is that a red herring? We
Okay,
haven't
so
shifted off into
because
another
whatever the...
conversation.
I told you already. Were you not listening?
No, that's not a red herring, though. A red herring is when you shift off into another conversation.
Okay,
the entire
so
conversation is
you
about
said
knowledge.
that.
It doesn't have to be another conversation, just another point.
You said that I didn't
Yeah, but
say...
there was no other
I didn't
points,
say
right?
what
It
the
was all
red
about
herring
knowledge.
is. And then I said, you did say it. And then you said, well, that wasn't good enough. Well, I thought I didn't say it in the first place.
Since when?
You're a dishonest
since when did I ever say
motherfucker.
that?
I'm just muting you, dude. You're just a dishonest motherfucker. There's no, like, I don't know what is wrong with some of you people on this politics server.
Dishonest motherfucker.
So fucking dishonest, dude.
Dishonest Mongo. He's even worse than regular Mongos. He's a dishonest Mongo.
You never said it wasn't a red herring. Yeah, I did. Well, what you said wasn't good enough. It wasn't really a red herring. I thought you said I didn't say it. Lying sacks of shit, dude.
Some weird stuff, man. He's trying to say that I know I don't know anything. The first no is synthetic definition of knowledge. The second no is an whatever he said. Just retarded stuff.
Analytic.
It's ridiculous.
Analytic definition of knowledge, yeah.
It's Space Wars thinking. It's outer space thinking is where he's at, man. You can't know anything because we're not real. We're simulation. What the fuck, man? Come on. Yep. This is what's coming out of college these days, boys and girls. I'm sorry. We have to deal with it, but it is what it is. Let's keep going. Unless you're a student of Matthew Learns, he'll teach you about the flat Earth and the globe, both, man, and computers.
Yeah, I think people should do their own research, do their own observations, and decide which explanation works best.
Yep, that's what I appreciate about you, Matthew.
Works best. What kind of standard is that? Works for what? Works to pacify you? Is that it?
No,
Make
I'm
you feel
saying
better inside, give you the warm, fuzzy feeling?
Kind of, yeah. Which explanation explains the observations the best?
Gotcha, bro. Water's level. We checked it out. It's pretty accurate, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's easy, Matthew. It's flat Earth with wraparound effect.
Wraparound effect. Don't forget.
You guys. You guys are crazy.
No, I don't agree. I'm just having fun with this one.
Hey.
Well, every time he says wraparound effect, I smile. I want to see this wraparound effect so badly.
It's imperceivable, bro.
No. But I want to see three Witsits, right? Type of Witsit guys, right? So I want one Witsit group to go from South of America, right? Then another Witsit group go from South of Africa, and one from South of Australia. All depart at the same time, going south. I want them all to fucking live stream this and record it nonstop, right? And I want them all to meet up at that one fucking point.
I like it.
They would.
That's what I want.
I believe that they would. And that point would be the ring, the southern ring on the azimuthal equidistant map.
I want to see the wraparound effect, my guy.
All I want to see is a trans-Pacific sail race from California to Japan using the most high-tech sailing equipment in the world. And how fast can we get from California to Japan?
So you want to finish the Atlantic?
The what? Atlantic?
So you want it to take place in the Atlantic.
No. Trans-Pacific.
Yeah, that identifies as the Pacific.
You know, California, Hawaii, Japan.
He's cracking a joke, Flat Earth dude.
I know he is.
Okay.
I'm playing along. I was playing along. Fuck, man.
Right.
You play along. Fuck. Anyway, that's all I'm looking for. I'm not a greedy dude, man. I'm a sailor. I would love to participate in the sail race from California to Japan any day of the week, man, using the most high-tech hydrofoil fucking sails. We are going to haul ass. We're going to be there in like fucking, approximately like 7.5 days, dude. We're going to be there. No problem, bro. We got it.
Now explain your interest. Why?
Well, the record from California to Japan is a solo sailor did it like in like 20 something days. It took a while. Anyway, I'm a sailor, man. If there's a transatlantic sail race, which is from England to New York, there should be a trans-Pacific sail race that actually transits the entire Pacific. Am I off on that, man? Maybe I'm off. I could be.
I thought it was a lot longer. I don't know why, but like 97 days rings a bell.
Yeah, there was something. It was like 36 days. I don't know, man. I'm being like super generous, bro. I'm like totally being ridiculous. Yeah, I looked into the sail records from California to Japan, and they're all solo. The records are all solo, and it's just weird, man. I mean, why wouldn't we use the highest tech shit? Fuck all, and get there in like 7 days, man. What's the problem, man? Nobody's doing this.
Yeah, it was 94 days. I just had to Google it.
All right. It's just ridiculous how long it actually takes.
I remember when you brought this up a few nights ago, and I brought this up too, and I did the math, and I was like, it was like 52 miles a day, or I think, or something like that.
That's ridiculous. I mean, come on. I mean, these modern sailboats can do like fucking 10 miles an hour, bro. It was like 52 miles a day. Fuck off, man.
6 miles an hour, 6 knots.
Yeah, even doing 6 knots, you can rip it, but but I can do, and in modern.
Yo, you can speed walk faster than that, man.
Dude, yeah, you can rip ass through this. We got this beautiful trade winds out there in the Pacific. It's warm. It's not cold. It's not freezing. It's great. If you guys ever been in the middle Pacific, I have. I've been to Hawaii. It's amazing, man. What a fucking tropical paradise, man. My goodness. Are you kidding me? Yeah. You can grow anything you want in Hawaii. I'm pretty sure, man. What do you want to grow?
Maui Wowie.
Maui Wowie, bro. Yeah, we can grow that. Oh, yeah. We can grow anything. Yeah. It's amazing out there. What a climate. The air's fresh. A lot of sunshine. A little rain here and there. Love it. It's beautiful. Anyway, Trans-Pacific Sail Race, man. I'm just looking for somebody who wants to do it. I'll help navigate the whole, let's do it. Let's break the record, bro. What's the record? 96 days? What the fuck, man? That's horrible.
The record is 96 days.
94.
Across the Pacific?
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, it was the same Japanese dude that did it from Japan to California and then California to Japan. If I'm not mistaken.
Is this a solo record?
Yes. And the records are always solo. Always a single.
All the records are solo, man. That's what I've been bringing up for years. I'm like, that's just weird, man. Why are they all solo? Why not a team of, experienced sailors of the highest tech, going across there in like 7 days, man? What's the problem? 90 days, 90 whatever. It's ridiculous.
Probably like men that had like got divorced and had midlife crisis and stuff like that, and want to go their own way.
You're just making shit up, man. Don't do that. Don't be making excuses. We want actual. Why the fuck? I mean, if I went down to my local port and talked to some sailing guys, and I'd be like, "Hey, man, what's the record from Trans-Pacific?" Yeah. I don't think any of them would know. But if I said, "Hey, man, let's break the record," I mean, I could probably get 20 guys to go, "Yeah, let's break the record, dude. Let's do it." What's the record? Oh, okay. Yeah, with the modern technology and hydrofoils and all that, you could pull 20 miles an hour around, no problem, man. No problem, bro. Yeah, we got it. We get there in no time. But no, there's nobody doing that. That's just weird to me. I find that an interesting anomaly in the Matrix. Is, hey, man, why isn't somebody trying to sail from California to Japan the fastest? With the best equipment in the world, NASA fucking technology, whatever. Let's go. No, they don't do it. Why? That's my question. Why don't they do it? And if somebody can come up with, a team that's willing to do it, I'm on board, man. I'll contribute. Let's do it. And my thought process on this is that if they were to do it, it's going to take a lot longer than they would think, even traveling at the greatest technology in the world. And they would just come up way, way short of what they thought they could do. And it would give away the globe. It would give away the globe, man. That's what I think. It would give it away if they were to actually do it. That's just my opinion. I have no, evidence other than look at the sail races. Look at why they haven't done it. Look at, they should have done this by now, for fuck's sake, man. I know surfers that would want to go, yeah, let's cross the Pacific, bro. Let's do it, man. Come on. How fast can we do it? 27 days? Cool, man. Let's go. 14 days? Okay.
Well,
no.
What would be the argument for that? Isn't it?
It's going to take you wait. Okay. The argument is if actual Trans-Pacific sail race goes from California to Hawaii, and it's been going on for like 50 plus years. And the record is like 5 days. Okay. And it should only take 5 more days to get from Hawaii to Japan. But apparently it takes a lot longer. Much longer. And it would give it away.
Don't they say that wind goes from west to east, right?
It doesn't matter what the wind says. There are, but it's the Pacific Ocean, dude. Everybody knows which way the wind blows in the Pacific Ocean, man. It's not a secret, man. It's been around for a long time. And you could just sail your ass to fucking Japan, no problem, man. But they don't do it, man. And that's just my, pet peeve or whatever you want to call it. Say, why don't they actually have an actual Trans-Pacific sales race? They don't have it. It's a fake one, man. It only goes from California to Hawaii. That's it. And it's just a weird phenomenon that I noticed over the years. Why don't they actually have a sail race clear across the Pacific Ocean? If somebody can prove me wrong and get some evidence for something, that'd be cool. I'm willing to, hang my hat and say, hey, man, I was wrong. But to this day, man, I haven't seen anybody, and it's been like 5-7 years. I've been talking about this because I'm a sailor.
Yeah, it's only to Hawaii.
It's only to Hawaii, dude. That's it.
From San Pedro, ending in Diamond Head, Hawaii.
Yep. Yeah, and it's a shit sail race. It's totally bunk. It's fake. It's not a real Trans-Pacific. And that's all I'm saying, man. I'm not being a dick or trying to say I'm smart or anything, but why wouldn't guys want to get together and go, hey, man, I got this killer fucking sail. I got this hydrofoils. I think we can get to Japan in like 7 days, dude. Let's go. We can break the record.
I'm ignorant about sailing, but I got to ask a question. How
Yeah.
can you sail against the wind? Is it possible? Like, how does that work?
Yeah,
Oh, tacking.
it's called tacking. You're not going against the wind. You're kind of going to sideways to the wind, like a 45-degree angle.
Oh, got it.
And then,
I get it.
you
Yes.
keep tacking, and then you switch after a while.
Yes.
Eventually, you end up on a straight line, but you have to zigzag. You got to zigzag through the wind. That's the best I can explain it. Yeah.
I watched a show a few years ago, and it showed this crew who was doing some race, and I don't know what race it was, but that's what their GPS track line was. It was just zigzagging like crazy.
Mhm.
Maybe it was going west. I don't know which race it was.
Yeah, it just depends which way the wind's blowing in your sails. That's all you give a shit about. And as long as you're moving forward, you know you're going in the right direction, and you just, you kind of zigzag after every hour or so, and
got it.
You end up, basically on a straight line. That's how they do it. I did it. I had to learn how to do that, all the way from the ocean to the dock, and it's called dead sticking. Dead sticker. I had to learn how to do that, man. Dead stick it all the way back to the dock in the bay. Yeah, it was kind of cool, man. Zigzagging all the way. It was cool. But yeah, it was a lot of work. Anyway, sail races are interesting way to look at Earth, and
I just found something interesting.
yeah.
Yeah. So, look at this thing. So if you had two halves of the globe, they overlaid it antipode.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, most of the continental U.S. is antipodal to like the Indian Ocean, southern Indian Oceans. There's only like a few little islands in there that match up with like somewhere in Minnesota, I think.
Well, what I'm noticing is a large amount of landmass that has no fucking antipode.
The notable exception is Spain and New Zealand, I think.
Yeah, so the antipode would be the orange, like where the orange is, where there's actually like land on the other side. Right?
Yeah.
The globe. But look, like almost all of Russia and nearly all of Africa.
Yeah.
Nearly all of Australia. That's pretty nuts.
Yeah, that's why there aren't any flights from New Zealand to Spain.
No direct flights.
No direct flights, yeah.
Yeah. Interesting, bro.
Yeah, but why, like, if I want to pray to Mecca, New Zealand, I have to pray toward Antarctica. Why is that?
Fuck.
I'm serious. They have a Kabbalah calculator, right? Where, like, anywhere on Earth you put in the coordinates, it tells you the direction you have to pray. And if you're in southern New Zealand, it has you pray toward Antarctica.
Did you?
Yeah, because that's the shortest path, right?
I guess, man, if you say so.
No.
Wait.
Way to the east, and you're standing in a certain place. The shortest path to be straight the fuck down at your feet.
Yep.
Wait a minute, India. Did you say Kabbalah calculator?
Yeah, but it's like a cube, Kabbalah or some shit like that.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that was funny.
How do you pray to a west wall on the globe? How do you pray to the east?
It's the Great Wall of China. Come on,
I got
Demonic.
a flat Earth Kabbalah calculator too. Hold on a second.
I do appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys letting me hang out and laugh because this shit's is hilarious, man. Damn.
Like, they should be putting their heads to the ground.
I love
Straight
you,
through.
brother. I love you, brother.
The closest distance from A to B.
Closest
Straight
distance,
through.
right? You just put your head to. Well, they do put their head to the ground, don't
Kibla
they?
or something. I was saying it wrong.
The question
Don't
is
they
what
put-
angle.
Nah, man, they put their forehead to the ground, man. Basically, right?
Well, with
Come on,
stretching, though.
I mean, it looks like a yoga kind of thing going on. It's cool. Yoga. Did yoga steal that shit from the Muslims, man? Did those? I don't know. I could be wrong. All right. Did anybody else hear anything really interesting that NASA's doing this week or last week or today? Anybody hear something cool other than?
Yep. They landed the 4 astronauts 5 miles off of Oceanside. I went outside to see if I could see it, but I didn't.
Wait, back it up.
Curve in the way.
Wait. They landed 4 astronauts off the coast of Oceanside, did you say?
Yep.
Like Oceanside, California. Like 70 miles south of me exactly.
Right. Yeah.
To the dot.
Like 3 p.m. or something.
Wait. Today.
Yeah, today.
How far off the coast did they land this bad boy?
Like 5 miles.
5 miles away. And it was coming back from where?
Some sort of second law of from outer space.
Okay. Outer space brought what exactly back to Earth? What was in the cargo?
The Dragon spacecraft that's owned by SpaceX with 4 astronauts in it who paid a bunch of money to go on a 4-day trip.
4 astronauts or 4 civilians?
Astronauts had to pay money to be at.
Four civilians. 4 civilians came back from going to outer space in a SpaceX vehicle called, what was it called again?
Prom 2.
And
you watched their video? Did you watch any of the video that they put up?
I did. I watch a little bit. Yeah.
Did you notice something very odd?
It was short. I think it was just short. It wasn't very long.
Kind of like their conversation don't match like what they're doing. Like, and I swear to God, someone was talking on the phone, talking about how they could see the horizon. And why would they call it a horizon? They see a ball. I don't think I never looked at a ball and was like,
that's a good point, man.
I see the horizon like that.
Say that.
Like,
I didn't catch that, but I did watch. And they were flipping bottles around, and the guy was really happy about being in.
Yeah, well, there was another one where they opened the door, the hatch, right?
Right. Yeah.
So they twist the freaking handle to open the hatch, but then it doesn't show them opening the hatch. It actually fades into that. So it fades into another fucking clip. So it actually is like a cut, but it doesn't cut hard. It's like a fade. That probably was like an additive. Might have been an additive, what do you call it, transition. That's what they call it.
Mm-hmm.
So in like video editing programs, you can transition from one clip to another and make it look smooth. So it doesn't just like cut from one to the other. It's called an additive transition. It might have been an additive transition. It should have been an overlay transition. But anyway, it was a transition, right? So like they showed him fucking with the door, and then boom, the door is like already halfway open. I was actually going to make it into a video that when they opened the door, but because they did the transition, I couldn't do it. If it was like them just actually opening the door. I was gonna have when they opened the door, and I was gonna cut in fucking McToon screaming, "Where are the guns, Nathan?" and then reverse it and have him shut the door real quick.
No.
Because they were over Antarctica, right? In the video, they're like over Antarctica.
That's hilarious.
Fucking, they open the door, they hear someone screaming from Antarctica, "Where are the guns, Nathan?" We can hear your big mouth from 300 miles up.
Did you guys see the video of people flying over?
Because that's how I noticed. Sorry, that's how I noticed the transition, because I went to edit it, and I'm like, "Fuck, dude! Like, I can't use this because the door's already open."
Right.
So how do I make it when the door pops open? You hear frickin' screams coming from the other side of it. So I couldn't fucking do it. It kind of pissed me off. But then part of that video, it showed her like standing on it. Did you see that part?
Yes. That's
With her
where I
feet?
said. That's where I said in my back chats is that, hey man, if it's 0 G, why the fuck is she standing on that glass, right, man? What's up with that? There's no 0 G. I think it's a high altitude balloon, man. In my opinion, I think it's a high altitude balloon.
That's
with a GoPro
that's a good
camera, bro.
possibility.
That's what I think.
Dude, that could have just been a fucking organic LED screen.
Yeah, that's true.
Like
You're right.
OLED screens, you can't see the pixels. You can't see
Yeah,
individual pixels, no matter what.
But why was she standing on the glass looking down?
Who would even do that?
Who would even? Well, I would do it for sure, man. I would do it. I would do that, bro.
Are you serious?
Well, we can tell they were in the sky somewhere, right? Because
They were in the
there's a live
sky.
stream.
I mean,
I'll give you that. Yeah, absolutely, Matthew. I'll give you the sky. They were in the sky. I think they were on a balloon.
I don't have to necessarily be in the sky. You guys act like that can't be all fucking completely fake.
Dude, we've been all. I've been on 35, 40,000 foot airplanes, bro. And I'm looking out, and I'm like sticking my face out the window, you know, and looking down and seeing Earth.
You ever seen that video? Someone made it a long time ago, and it was like the ISS, right? Or fucking. All they did was flip the camera upside down and took a picture of the sky and made it look like, oh, they're fucking orbiting the Earth. Then when he flips it upside down, you just standing on the ground, right? And then it's just the Earth wasn't in the frame. Because the color of the ocean in the videos they show is the same color as the sky.
I just meant because there was a live stream of them parachuting from the sky, splashing down. Then they put it on the boat.
Because the caption said so. I mean, think about it, dude.
No, I mean saying there's a video, a live video you could watch of this something coming down from the sky and 4 parachutes. It splashes down. They put it on a ship, and then they open the door and 4 people pop out.
How many women were in that?
David Copperfield made the Statue of Liberty disappear in New York City, Matt. Okay, and that was live on TV.
I saw it. I was there live on TV. I saw that. I watched that special, man. I did.
Matt, how many women were on that thing? I
2.
count at least 2. Yeah. So they spent 4 days in the capsule with those 2 women in their spacesuits.
2 men and 2 women. Yeah.
That would be hell.
Wait. It was 4-day journey?
Yeah.
3.5 or 4, something like that. I don't remember.
So let me ask you, Matthew.
Hold on. So 96 hours. So
yeah.
Hold on, Mongos. So this was a privately.
Where'd they go to the bathroom?
Privately funded rocket launch to outer space, right?
That's right. Yeah.
These people paid what? How much did they pay per ticket to do this?
I don't know if it's. I don't know if they ever announced it.
All right. If you had to guess, man, how much do you think they paid each? $1 million each?
They'll recoup the cost of giving bullshit talks all over the world.
10
million each. Okay. $10 million each.
Yeah.
All right. I can go with that. I think there was the first guy that paid $10 million to go to outer space was from like Saudi Arabia or something.
They didn't get to take their own footage.
They did.
They did take their own footage, Democ. They did.
So they filmed it all the way up.
No, I don't think they did that.
Oh, damn.
Damn, right?
So how do you get up to that part? Don't you go down that way like every other rocket? Don't you got to go up, then back down parabolically, and then? Because I want to watch them do that to get up. I want to watch
You
them
have to
go
like
down to
flush
get up.
out like you're getting a colonoscopy before you go up there, dude. Like,
No,
you don't have any gastrointestinal disturbances from the 0G.
that's it.
I
No, I
mean,
just want to watch
like,
them go
I'd be
up.
like, oh, I'm gonna eat a whole bunch of fucking Taco Bell, then go to space.
Holy crap! But I'm saying like a rocket supposedly has to go up and then fall to get to to get to the idea of space. So how come all this other stuff's going up to space? Isn't that weird?
$55 million per person. That's how.
So 5 million gets you up to space, but
I said
all the rocket.
55 million per ticket.
$5 million a ticket, bro.
55 million per ticket.
Oh shit!
How
Wait,
big was the interior?
What?
what's with the
Yeah.
tariffs, bro? I mean, you got to.
That's a big amount you just added on there. You added 50 million more.
No, I said it. 55 million. Google it. What is SpaceX dragging civilians into space price? It says 55 million per seat.
$55 million a head. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, but here's the thing: Shun Wang is a billionaire from his cryptocurrency
Yeah.
investments, and so if you have $1 billion, that's 1,000 million. So if you spend 55 of your 1,000, that's not much.
Yeah, it's not much. You're right, Matthew.
Yeah, but I would have just paid the other person that went $1 million just to bring me back their footage.
That's not going to happen,
Well,
Democ.
yeah, people
I appreciate
don't
you,
act
bro.
like that.
Not going to happen, bro.
Well, I just pay
hey,
him 55 million to put my camera on there.
If you send me $50, I'll go to your favorite restaurant and eat a bunch of food and take pictures, and you won't even have to drive anywhere. Just send me $50.
I'll send you
I'll give
50
you 50 bucks if
Matthew.
you hold on to the rocket.
Actually, it might take more because I know you have a good taste, Flat Earth dude. So it's going to take $100 for you.
All right, $100. I'm in. Let's do it. Let's do this.
You guys don't know this, but we went to a restaurant together. I forget the name of it. That one on the beach.
Matthew and I go way back. Back to 20.
no way.
Back to 2020, man. I met the guy in person. I put him. Yeah, I put him on.
BFFs. God damn.
Not BFFs, but I put him on a live stream. I'm say, hey man, you're gonna talk to this guy. He's gonna talk to you about some physics, and he was like, okay. And I put him on with New Perspective. The guy, those two talks for like 2 hours about physics. Am I wrong, Matthew? Something like that, right?
I don't think it was that long, but I can't remember who it was.
An hour, at least an hour, bro. 1 hour.
It might have been a while.
Yeah, it was an hour, bro. But it's like, hey, man. And ever since then, I'm like, Matthew's here to help, explain NASA's explanation for shit, man. He's really good at it. So, don't be mad at
That's
Matthew.
so bullshit, man.
I looked it up,
What
but the interior volume of a Dragon capsule is smaller than an average U.S. prison cell. And they got 4 people in it. That's technically cruel and unusual punishment.
Don't go there, man. Don't go.
Yeah, I am going there. So 328 cubic feet.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what they're saying it was.
Yeah.
Okay, 328. That's the number. Average prison cell is 6 by 8 by 8, which is 384 cubic feet.
I love that.
And that's for a single person.
Yeah.
And they got 4 people crammed in there.
Yeah, but if there's no gravity, you can use all the walls and ceiling.
Okay.
What?
It still smells like shit.
So I'm sure the Supreme Court was like, it's not cruel and unusual punishment. You're like, you take it up with gravity.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not going to space until they have like private bathrooms and decent toilets. Which
I'm not going to space till they have hookers.
No. Yes. I'm sorry. I'll be gone soon. But
Imagine
man,
doing
that was
drugs in
hilarious.
space, dude, or being drunk in space. Oh my God, you think you got the spins now?
Indio. Last night I was talking.
Dude, the throw up would be everywhere. Oh my God, dude, I can't.
Wait, where are you going to get the booze? They don't ship booze up there. It's expensive.
What about the Russians?
Since we're on the prison topic, same way you get it in prison.
No, you got a good point. The Russians are in space.
Russians bring me vodka. This is vodka.
No, they did have booze on the ISS. I've seen the pictures, man. They have photographs of the Russians. They have fucking vodka.
Yeah, I
they
forgot
have
about
whiskey
that.
or something.
Just don't ask them. Just don't ask them where they got the yeast from.
Oh, well, that's a whole different topic. But yeah, spot on. Are you guys having
Fungus?
fun yet? This is hilarious, man.
I wonder if they got fungus problems in space.
What do you mean by fungus exactly? I mean,
like mold. Just fucking mold, dude.
Well, I
I heard they had the opposite problem that there's not enough dirt up there, and so these mites and things don't eat the skin cells. Like there's also sorts of natural processes that happen down here. If you have like a sterile environment, it's hard to live there for a long time.
All right.
So they have mites or they don't have mites?
Well, if you have a super sterile environment, there's certain natural process. I don't remember exactly what, but you need mites to like get rid of dead skin cells or something. There's like a bunch of them living on your face right now.
Right.
Probably.
Yes, on my face, in my hair. Damn mites. They're little bitches.
Yeah, I'm never going to space. Forget it.
Hey, I appreciate you being honest, Matthew, that you and I are never going to space. We know that. And I'm sure most of the people in here would agree. We're never actually going to make it there. I mean, it's a cool concept, but...
I'll do it 1 million people on Mars by 2030, according to Elon.
Shut the fuck off.
That's serious, man.
Shut the fuck off, man. No.
Elon is like, if you're negotiating a price in Mexico, you go to Mexico and the guy says, 200 pesos.
Yeah,
you're right. I'll give you 10 pesos. And then you finally pay 90. Elon is like, it's going to be 2030. And like, no, it's going to be 2080. And finally, same thing.
Yeah. Yeah. I bought a chess set. The guy wanted $200, and I ended up walking out of there for $100.
The one thing you have to admit about Elon, he is a fucking amazing bullshit artist.
No,
that dude can paint bullshit like fucking Leonardo da Vinci, dude. Like because he makes these he makes these promises, right? And the promise is, like you said, it's freaking 200 pesos. And then he gives you the 90 peso deal, but he's still talking about it like he gave you the 200 peso deal.
And you're happy.
And you all said I couldn't achieve this. You didn't achieve it. You gave us some half-ass shit and tried to sell it for the same price. How's your driving car thing?
Yeah, but Teslas are cool, right?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, just self-driving car, and then it was like, oh, it only... You know what I mean? Yeah. That's what happened initially. He sold it as a self-driving car, but it only could do that on the highway. It was like, man, the FTC needs to come down on his ass, too, because he's, like, false advertising all the time.
Yeah, the self-driving car thing is fucking scary, man. I have a friend
the bulletproof Cybertruck, and it's like the fucking panels are, like, glued on.
I have a friend who has a Tesla. We took it for a stroll. And he's like, "Oh, look at this! It's not self-driving, but like semi self-driving or whatever they call it, right?
Yeah, like now it's semi-self-driving.
Yeah, supervised whatever, right? He's like, look at this, we're gonna do this thing, and we're on the highway, or we're getting on the highway, right? We're gonna take like one of those off ramps, cloverleaf type things, and the thing like the cameras didn't detect the thing was actually turning. It understood the curb as being the road, so it was actually like heading towards the curb. So you have to jump in and save it and force it to turn. Like it's not it's far from perfect, man. You let that thing go, it would have ran us right off the road.
That makes me even more scared than just driving, dude. Because you're gonna get complacent, right? Oh, this thing is just driving, and eventually you're gonna fall asleep or fucking something.
Yeah.
I don't want you guys to think I'm weird or anything, but I actually want to go in a self-driving car as a absolute proof that I did it once, because I remember talking about self-driving cars like 20 years ago, and here they are. There's a self-driving car. I've seen them in real life. I want to actually take a ride in a self-driving car. Is that weird? I mean,
no, I do too. They had them in Phoenix for a long time, and I've thought about
they
doing
still
one.
have them there, bro. They still got them there.
Yeah, there's some places in San Francisco, and I think somewhere in like LA,
downtown Los Angeles. Downtown Los Angeles, we can do it, bro.
You missed your opportunity, Flat Earth, dude, because you were there, you saw it, and you were like, you didn't do it.
No, I did, but I the reason I went to Phoenix was for a basketball game my nephew was playing in, and I seen these self-driving cars all over town, and I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, holy shit, man, they're everywhere, man. It was weird, man. They were like every light I went to, man, there was a self-driving car. I'm like, oh shit, here we go. This is, a different dystopia than I grew up with, man. I did not grow up with fucking self-driving cars. Are you kidding me? That's crazy.
I know you remember Johnny Cab from Total Recall? Come on.
Yes, that kind of crazy stuff. But it's not that crazy. Apparently, it's actually here, man. That's what I'm saying.
I just want to get in the car and be like, "Bring me to Miami," and then that's it. Door shut. Just fucking drives me to Miami. I don't think about anything. Take a nap. Freaking do whatever in the back, right?
No, that's not what it's meant for. It's meant for like people that want to get like from a mile or two down the road.
Yeah, I don't want it for that.
No.
I want it for long distance travel.
Nah, you're not going to get that, bro. It's not going to happen. Yeah.
I mean, hypothetically, it should be able to happen.
If every car talked to every car, yes. And they were like automated driving cars, I could see that as a realistic.
That's why I said, man, they should make an interstate freeway system just for automated cars with powered roads.
Yes.
Right. So the power's in the road. So now the car doesn't need external fuel. It doesn't have to carry on the weight of the fuel source. Right. And of course, it would cost billions of dollars.
Trillions.
Like
it costs trillions.
Obviously, there's a problem with the idea of like high-speed rail in the United States. No one seems to fucking want to do that because they like the autonomy of driving. That's the thing. People don't want to be stuck in a route, right? So you could like kill two birds with one stone. In a way, it would be super expensive. It would probably be a fucking, $1 trillion project. But you'd be able to like, hey, I want to go to California. Fucking pay the fucking car $200. Take me to California. Fucking that's it.
No,
that'd be great, though.
Oh my goodness,
that'd be great. What if you woke up tomorrow and be like, I want to go to New York, and like, you don't have to book a flight. You just go down to fucking wherever. Right, what kind of cars they got where they rent a car? What are those little freaking day cars they got? You can rent a car, just walk up to them. I can't remember. I don't even know if they're around anymore.
Still have train rides for that, Indio. I mean, you can go on a train.
I like trains personally, but the masses don't like trains.
Was it called Pink? The car, the Pink? No,
I can't remember the name of it, man. They had them in parking lots all over the place. You could just walk up to them and
that
with the app and just open and just rent a car.
Rent a car. Well, here's the next level, Indio, is that you're not going to rent the car. You're just going to show up, like put your app in and put your credit card in, and the car's going to show up and drive you wherever you want to go, bro. That's it.
China just approved. Just saw it today. They've allowed the first commercial personal transport drone that's automated. So that's an autonomous drone. You just get in, and it's for short flights, right? For like, a couple, 2-3 miles.
Yeah.
But it's a drone. It misses all the traffic. Yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
So that's like the first step. This whole car thing might be a moot point because people are going to be flying around in personal drones.
Is this the Jetsons we're talking about here, man?
Yeah, basically the Jetsons with helicopter blades.
We can't go Jetsons. Not yet. I don't think they're close to the Jetsons yet. I mean, they're definitely making some. But the average dude in the city, he's not going to be able to afford the fucking drone flight from New Jersey.
So the one thing about drones is that they're super fucking noisy, but there's actually there's like a program. What they do is they're in Africa and they deliver food to like rural areas, like super rural areas, and they use like drones to do it. They use like little fucking food delivery drones.
I love it.
The problem everybody had is that they're so noisy. So these people invented a freaking blades that are actually like super freaking quiet, dude. You can't even hear these drones coming with the way this blade is designed.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so I mean, there's like, there's all these issues. So that's one of the problems, right? So, the drone isn't powerful enough. Well, we can make the blade spin faster and have more lift. Well, then it's so fucking noisy that nobody wants to deal with it, right? So, like, that's part of the problem is noise. That's why, because if it wasn't for noise, helicopters would be everywhere. They're so goddamn noisy, right? You want your neighbor would like, neighbor's leaving for work and they're starting up the helicopter. I mean, dude, fucking. No, dude, your ears would be bleeding. It'd be like way too loud. If helicopters were quiet, which they're not. The problem with helicopters is because it's a single blade, you get that counter rotation, right? A gyroscopic torque, sending another blade to stop that. So the drones kind of, because you got 4 blades, you don't get all those problems. Then you also don't have single point of failure problems, which is a big problem with the helicopter. So, I mean, all these problems can be solved. It's just like, it's costly and you have to sell it to a mass market, and who the hell can afford it? People can barely afford cars. How are they going to afford a freaking drone?
Well, it's weird, man. People, I live in a super affluent neighborhood. By chance, and there's people driving $1 million cars around me, man. The fucking car costs $1 million, man. And you're like, how the fuck does that guy afford that $1 million car, bro? That's what I think to myself. You know,
I can afford to drive it.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, just owning it's one thing. Driving it's a whole other thing. I mean, imagine what's insurance. What do you think his insurance payment is?
Like $7,000 a month, probably something crazy, right?
If you have to ask, you're too poor to own it, and they do.
But I've seen $1 million cars in my neighborhood, in the last week. I've probably seen 5 of them. I'm like, holy shit, man! There's a Bentley, there's a Lamborghini, there's a fucking Ferrari, brand new.
You don't see that a lot here because you see like lower, you see expensive cars, but they're not like the $1 million cars. They're sports cars and shit.
Yeah,
you can't have that around here. Like, you're not going to have that car very long. Our roads are So it's like
I get
they're
it.
too low to the ground and shit, right? So we got
Yep.
so many potholes and all that stuff. You guys don't have weather, so you don't have to worry about frost heaves and nonsense
That's true.
like that.
Yeah, we don't have the snow and all
Well,
that.
the thing is, the frost heaves, right? So the frost heaves make the road uneven. So, like in the winter, like the water gets underneath, and then it gets cold, and then it expands the road. So the road will get like a little bump in it, and like this happens all winter: cold, hot, cold, hot, cold, hot, and then within 3 years, a perfectly flat road is just a bumpy fucking mess.
Yeah, it's a complete fucking pinball machine at this point.
Yeah. So imagine you're getting in a car that has like super low profile tires and it's freaking ground clearance. It's freaking 3.5 inches. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can have a car for very long. Not your.
Yeah, it's a little different out here on the West Coast, California, man, for sure, man. Because we got great weather, but our roads suck, dude. The roads suck out here. They're bumpy. But if you have $1 million car, you can find some roads that are pretty smooth, man. You can race that
you can only justify those cars to me if you live in a desert, right? So if you're out in Nevada or Arizona, where you have those long ass strips of straightaway, yeah, I can get it. I get that, but
yeah, but driving around LA in a sports,
yeah, that's what I mean.
High performance, race car, basically. Yeah, you suck. If you're doing that, you're doing it for show. And it's
that's like going to the track, right, and never leaving the pit. You just drive around the pit. You never get on the racetrack. Like, what's the point of that?
Well, yeah, what's the point, bro? You're driving out of the pit, bro. But they think they're cool, man. They bought $1 million car, bro. What the fuck? It's crazy, man. In my opinion, $1 million for a car, really? Damn, I thought that was crazy in the 80s. And now we're here in 2025, and I'm like, people are still driving $1 million cars.
Dude, I'd rather get like a beater, like a Nissan freaking NSX or RX, right? And just like pour ridiculous amounts of money into it, right? And then you'll have a car that costs you like $100,000. That's like, 20% faster than another car because you're blowing fucking nitrous and fucking.
Right. Yeah, I got a customer, piano customer. He's into Mustangs, man. Yeah, he built this Mustang, man. So it got like 750 horsepower. I'm like, holy shit, man. He goes, if you ever want to be scared, man, come out with me. I'm like, yeah, I'm good, bro. I don't need to, but enjoy yourself, man. But yeah, crazy builds, muscle builds. They're out there, man. They're all over the place. But going to outer space in a rocket, traveling at fucking thousands of miles an hour. Really? Okay, that's cool. I mean, that makes like my buddy's build look stupid, man.
That's Musk's next grift, right? His next grift is to use Starship as a military transport to ship like, weapons or whatever, military equipment, like say from Florida to Europe in like 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Like 50 tons of it. Yeah, imagine that. I'm going to put a freaking tank into a fucking rocket and blast it to fucking Europe in 45 minutes. Yeah, okay, dude.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
But he'll make a shitload of money for it to fail, right? But, he'll get rich in the meantime.
Yeah, I think Elon Musk is a bit of a Iron Man kind of folk figure. I don't know how else to put it, but
he's the modern day techno PT Barnum. That's all he is. He's the fucking PT Barnum of the 21st century.
Who's PT Barnum?
Do you know PT Barnum's favorite quote of all time?
Who is that?
Sucker born
Who is
every
that?
minute.
Does anybody know that? I
Yeah.
know
I
it.
don't even, I
Oblivion
don't
just
even know
said
who
it.
the
This
guy
is
is.
sucker born. He started the entire
Sucker
Ringling
born every
Brothers.
minute, and
The
two
Ringling
to
Brothers,
take,
like the whole circus freaking genre, he turned it into something.
and two to
Oh.
take them, bro, and two to take them. That's what I loved about.
I mean,
P.T.
he
Barnum.
convinced people to go pay a bunch of money to watch an elephant shit in a tent.
Yes, you watch elephants and like they're taking a shit.
Because before those elephants stand up, right, they clear their bowels, dude.
Yeah.
So
it's
just
the
fucking
great
so
movie with
disgusting,
Hugh
dude.
Jackman, the Wolverine actor. He did a movie that was based
He did
off.
a
It.
movie.
It was a pretty good. It's a musical. It's actually a pretty decent movie. But
reality says, "Hey, man, P.T. Barnum was a circus act that would sell anything at all, bro. Whatever it took to get people in the turnstiles.
Yeah, like a bearded lady, elephant man, all that now.
Crazy stuff, right? Yeah, but when he said there's a sucker born every minute and two born every second to take them, that's a dead giveaway in my opinion, man. You guys have to like take that into the reality form of what we're witnessing now. In reality, my goodness, there's some real cock shit going on, man. That's all I'm saying, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering, like, all these things you guys are talking about, all these ambitious goals and stuff, Musk and what and who have you want to do. It's like, after what happened yesterday, man, I wonder how feasible a lot of the things that were projected to be, or, to come to fruition, whatever, how that's all shaken up. Like the tariff thing that blew, excuse me, 2 days ago. Like after the tariff thing, it pretty much blew everything up.
I didn't know what you're talking about, man. Like a fucking
Tariff. 2 days ago. What was it? $2.5 trillion in 1 day off the stock market. Like everything's built up off of debt and stuff, right?
But the stock market's trash, dude.
Well, exactly. But like from that, the takeaway, at least for me, is that everything is built off of credit, right? So how much weight can everybody withstand in terms of credit issuance, right? Which would be basically the driving force for everything, right?
Yep.
No one has the outright capital to finance everything like that, in cash. You have to take it on credit, right? All this stuff. How much is it going to cost, and what are the potential pitfalls that they would see, and would they even be able to get off the ground given the shaky ground that we find ourselves in now?
Like, I look at it this way: everything's been running on freaking smoke and fucking mirrors for 30 years, and it's over. The party's fucking over. The delusion is over. Like little pieces of paper that say a bunch of shit on them doesn't actually have any real value, and the only things that have real value are tangible fucking goods. Now, Trump ripped the fucking Band-Aid off, and he dispelled the delusion. Now, like I seen a post, fucking Nike employees feed 430,000 fucking Vietnamese, blah, blah, blah. So I type in, does Nike produce anything in the United States? And it was like, very little, right? So are they actually an American company? If they're only an American company in the sense they said, our headquarters are here, and if someone fucks with us overseas, we want the U.S. military to come save us, so we'll pay our taxes. But other than that, we're not an American company, because the only thing we do is we make everything overseas and we ship it into America as an import. Like, they're not actually an American company. None of these so-called American companies are American companies. They're foreign fucking companies.
Indio, you remember in 2015 when Trump was on the debates with Hillary, and he was like, I use these tax advantages, and you do, and I know all you guys do. So until you change them, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You're gonna use it.
yeah. I mean, the tariff thing. I don't know whether it works or not. We'll see. But it's like one of those things where, like, who's in control? But if I'm the debtor and I owe you $10, you're in control. If I'm the debtor and I owe you $100, you're in control. If I'm the debtor and I owe you $100 million, I'm in control.
Yeah.
Because if I default, you're fucking broke just like me, right? So
wait, are we JQing right now?
America is a debtor's country, so we are totally in control. Like so,
Hey, Indio, we
Yeah.
can't JQ, right? We're on YouTube, bro.
we can't.
It's not
JQ?
JQ, bro.
No, he's not doing that. No, he's not doing
What are you
that.
talking about?
We can't JQ right now. We're on
Good
YouTube,
money.
Indio, bro. Chill, bro.
I
He's
didn't say
not.
anything.
What the fuck is JQ?
JQ.
We can't JQ on We can't JQ on
What's
YouTube,
JQ?
bro.
But we're not.
Quit saying it. We're not.
Guys, relax. We can't JQ right now, guys.
You keep saying it, but we're not.
But,
Are you
but you
You
know
guys are
what?
trying to JQ on YouTube, bro?
I mean,
Oh my
in a way,
God.
he's saying it without. We are saying it without saying it. You know, because the mechanism to allow for everything that has happened, you know where it comes from, right? Like
JQ,
fuck, dude,
bro.
the calamity. Yeah, the
Bro, where's
calamity
Matrix
from
at,
fucking
bro?
Wednesday. The calamity from Wednesday, man. Dude, like everyone, it's obvious everything's on margin, man. Everything's on margin. So everyone,
that's the
one thing
thing.
goes wrong, everyone
Someone hit
sells
the soundboard right
everything,
now.
right?
Hit
To
the
cover their
cha-ching right
fucking-
now, guys. Hit the cha-ching. Cha-ching.
Are you fucking high, dude?
Maybe. I mean, maybe.
Fucking stoner.
Yeah, bro, dude, you guys are JQing on YouTube right now, dude?
Yeah, we're ranking on the little hats.
Everyone put your little hats on right now.
India, can
The
also
whole system,
explain
the
something
whole
about this
system is
debtors
total
idea?
finance bullshit, right? So one thing that people used to look at whether they want to buy a stock was the price to earnings. What's the price of the stock versus the earnings of the company? And
Cha-ching.
for 100 years, it was if it was 11. So the price is 11 times higher than the earnings. That was considered super fucking high. You got companies, stock prices, like the earnings, the price of the stock compared to the earnings is like 100 times high. It's
Whoa,
ridiculous.
really?
The stock market is ridiculous, dude.
Thought it
It
might
is
have been
in
like
a
30 or
ridiculous
40.
state, dude.
Are you talking about wholeflation right now?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Basically.
Facts,
Basically.
bro. Dude,
So like
so much
Amazon's
hoflation.
stock price was ridiculous even though the company was losing fucking money. How does that even happen?
Hoflation, bro.
Leverage. It's leverage, man. Right? You buy one stock, but you borrow, two. There's a stock for $1, you buy two, right?
Yeah,
So
but
you
stocks
borrow
still
one.
represent a portion of the company, right?
Yeah.
So think about it. Like if you take all the stock and you sell it, the paper itself is worth more than the fucking company is. Like what the fuck, dude? Like it's ridiculous.
I think it's argued that like part of it, some of the stock is held by the brokerages, so as to allow this type of flexibility, right? Other people would argue kind of like the naked shorting situation, right, where people borrow stock that actually doesn't exist, and they sell it short, and then they profit off that. Like it's a mixed bag, right? So there's a lot of like phantom kind of ghostly virtual shit I think it's going on, right?
Yeah, listen to what we're talking about, right? We're sitting here talking about whether this piece of paper is worth more than this other piece of paper, and instead of like, what does the company do? What do they make? What is their products? Like, how efficient are they? Like, what's their fucking operating cost? What's their operating profit? That's what makes a company value. Not like, did I fucking manipulate this stock price over here of people shorting my stock? Like, did I float bonds? So that's what I mean by like the entire systems of Fugazi. And when you go back to like substance, right? Something has to give, right? You can't stay in the delusion that the fucking rigged casino called Wall Street is the economic activity of America or any other country, right? The stock market is not the economy. It is a fucking rigged casino where people speculate on the value of fucking companies. That's all it is. It's no different than Bitcoin speculators or shitcoin speculators. It's the same crap. It's just, and like the tariffs, like I don't know about how the tariff thing. Like we're gonna pay. Like consumers are going to pay the tariffs. Like, there's no doubt about that. Right? So, like, you have an importer. They import a product. They go, okay, there's 100 widgets. What's the value of the widgets? $100. Well, there's 34% tariff. Okay. So now it's going to cost me $134 to import these per unit. What do you think he's going to sell them at a loss?
So we should have more access to Chinese slave labor.
No. I'm not. And this isn't an endorsement. I'm just making a purely descriptive fucking thing. This isn't a should. It's an is. It's an is, not an ought. Right? So don't confuse the is with the ought. I'm just saying this is the way it is. They're not going to sell the product for a loss. Well, now the price goes up. Now what happens then? Well, it's at the price point that consumers won't buy. Their sales are going to go down. Importers are going to import less shit. Fucking foreign country is going to fucking produce less shit. Now either the foreign country lowers their price, or what? They have to lower their price to the price point where they, can make a profit and sell the amount of units they need to stay solvent. Right? So it's like no one knows where this is going to go. Some industries are going to disappear. Some are not. Some are going to come to the United States. But this is more like a long-term thing. This is not a short-term thing.
Facts, bro. Facts.
Yeah.
It's like people are going, oh my God, panic. Like, the fallout ain't going to happen this week. The fallout's happening in 10 years.
Facts, bro.
Well, if what happened over the last 2 days is not indicative of where we're going, like, I don't know what is, man.
Yeah,
in 3 years,
people aren't even going to remember it happened in 3 years.
Will be observed in 3 years, right? So maybe there's a little bit of pain that you feel when you pull the Band-Aid off, but then your wound starts healing. So there's a hemorrhaging wound, and there's only one thing that can end temporary relief. That may cost a lot.
Yeah, I'm all for this, man. This is actually kind of a shocker that it happens so fast, but like it's been in the making for a long time. Another 2008, 1929, whatever, because bullshit has been festering, right? It's just okay. Here we go. So
what's the good of it though? What's the good?
Well, apparently the strategy is to try and reshore things, right? Trump says, we want to build America up. We want to less reliant on other countries for stuff. So, I don't know. You ask him.
Did you hear the part, Dogs Are Gods, where basically these companies, even though they're quote-unquote American companies, they're only, as in they have their corporate headquarters here, but they're actually foreign companies? So we all know the multinational corporation. These are actually corporations that they say, yes, I'm an American company, but they're not actually American companies. They're foreign companies.
But why does that matter? What's the good or bad of that?
Trade deficits.
What is trade deficit? Why is that a bad thing? That just means that we like importing cheap goods. It doesn't mean that we're like losing out financially.
Okay, I'll give you why it's a bad thing. Russia never deindustrialized, and right now they're producing 7 times more. They're going to produce at least 7 times more artillery shells than the entire combined West can produce per year at infinitum forever. Okay, because the West deindustrialized and they sent all their ability to make real goods to foreign countries. When it comes to things that are super important, like war, where you actually need to make the things, the implements of war yourself, deindustrializing is a bad idea.
Buddy, the US is one of the largest military manufacturers in the entire world, and particularly when it comes to exporting goods, it has all of Europe, all of NATO, and a whole heap of other countries that it exports to. So doing these tariffs is considered an act of war, economic war against other countries, and there's already been moves by a lot of the EU to take US armament standard sizing and US armament manufacturing back to their own country. So if anything, what you're doing is you're saying the US, which was a hub of manufacturing before, and that has self-sustainable, is no longer self-sustainable or a hub of manufacturing because they've got no incentive to grow their military manufacturing.
These other countries can't produce their own goods. That's why they come to us. We're the only
Europe
country
can't produce shit. Europe doesn't have raw materials.
They're already doing it. They've already got all
Where are they getting their raw
infrastructure there.
materials?
They just have to start it again.
Where are
Yeah,
they
like
getting their
20
raw
years, they'll get a
materials?
plane done.
Where are they getting energy? Where are they getting raw materials? It's not native to Europe.
So Europe's trying to move away from energy, like fossil fuel energy, and move towards like renewables and nuclear as a way to distance themselves from Russia. And now
Okay,
the US,
so see you in 30 years when you build your first nuclear power plant.
Solar powered nukes.
See you in 30
Sorry,
years.
what was that
Like,
little
how long does it
childish
take to build a
interjection that
power
didn't actually
plant?
address what I said? It was just sort of like a thing that you'd heard once that you didn't understand.
No. Listen, yeah, that's great. They want to move away from fossil fuels. Good luck to you. But in the meantime,
They already are, idiot.
But
Have you
in
ever
the
looked at any of the
meantime,
graphs?
you're not producing
Have you looked
anything.
at the graphs, Indio? Indio, have you looked at the data? Have you looked at the numbers?
The numbers for
cannot
what?
move away from
Up until like
What do you mean
2.5
for
years
what?
ago, Europe was living off Russian energy resources. Now
of
they're
course,
not.
because part of their transition in energy is they want to shut down highly damaging coal, and they want to implement gas as a short-term solution between the
Uh-huh.
transition from nuclear and coal to renewable energy.
What did they transition
You've
to?
just
What are they using now?
You've got no deep reading or understanding of any of this.
What? No. What are they using now? What did they
It's a myth.
replace Russian gas with?
In Germany, they're replacing gas assets with renewable energy, so wind, solar, and battery technology. Also
That doesn't
imported
answer. What
to
are they
EU
doing right
countries.
now? Now, today.
They have a mix of gas, some like clean burning coal, which is fake, and some nuclear energy and renewables. But the
No,
renewables are
they
increasing.
replaced
others are
Russian
going
gas with U.S. liquefied natural gas.
Yeah.
And
so?
Qatari liquefied natural gas.
Yeah, so how's this, right? So now Qatar, because they're not at war with Germany and they're also not at a trade war with the US, are going to be the predominant producers of gas going to EU. How is that a good thing?
So this is what you're not getting, dogs. Did he just drop? Oh no, you're still here. So check it out. What you're saying is they're going to rehome industrial processes. Germany's been deindustrializing because they're paying so much for energy. Their electricity cost is something like 300% more than what pre fucking Ukraine.
But you don't know why that is, do you?
Let me
Can you tell
finish.
me why
Of
that
course
is?
you're going to interrupt me. Don't make me fucking mute you. I don't want to do it. So listen.
Alright,
So
I'll be
for
nice.
Europe to reindustrialize, they need cheap energy. Now, right now they're in a, I wouldn't even call it a status quo. I'd call it a slight decline in what, like, their energy balance of what they can do. There's no way they can ramp up industrial production and pay more for energy because the two are linked, right? I want to start building tanks. That's a fucking energy intensive process. You got to fucking melt steel, right? You got to do all this shit. That's very energy intensive. They're barely keeping their head above water. As far as energy goes, how are they going to reindustrialize, dude? They're deindustrializing.
Yeah, they're
What
not
did the
going
EU
to
grow? What did the EU
reindustrialize.
grow
They already
last year?
have industrial
1%?
sectors. They already have industrial sectors. They're not having to like triple and quadruple their industrialized sectors. They're just having to like add, or like change it or re-up maybe like 0.5% worth of what they're making at the moment, and instead have that as military contracts.
Yeah. Okay. How many shells did all of Europe produce last year?
Don't know. Doesn't matter.
It's like 20,000. How many shells did
doesn't
Russia
matter.
produce last year? 4.5
Don't care. It
million.
doesn't matter.
4.5 million.
How many shells did
Why does that
Americans
matter?
fire last year?
How many did they fire?
Yeah.
They gave them to Ukrainians. Ukrainians are firing them. Well, technically, there's Americans firing them too, but let's not get into that. You did see the article in the New York Times where
all
they've
of
been
this
running
is a red
command and
herring,
control
Indio.
for
Here's the
Ukraine.
problem, right?
None of it's a red herring.
Here's the
You don't know what
problem.
you're talking about.
That's just you
don't know what you're
projecting
talking
something
about,
I said
Dr.
to you
God.
earlier that you're upset about because you.
No one's upset. Don't try to divine my emotional state, dude. Typical
You don't.
bullshit
You
for
don't
guys.
understand. You don't understand that the manufacturing that Trump is trying to bring back is not manufacturing that the US wants. We don't want to be like making base products. We want to be
Who's
making.
we? You're not even in
products
America.
that are a lot of money. It's more productive to do that. because this will also impact Australia because we'll have less chance to bring in US goods. So we may have to get some things that are manufactured in the US, make them in Australia. Australia has very large labor costs. So manufacturing in Australia, even though it's a thriving industry, it's not quite as efficient as it is like over in the US. So this reshoring of manufacturing is incredibly harmful for the economies of developed nations because we already have more product, less labor, more productive, less labor intensive manufacturing we're doing based off the simplified goods that we import. And we don't want to be making those simplified goods because it would take people who could be running complex machinery to make like a end product car and divert them to be making just like base panel metal, which is less productive and like less efficient for the economy.
Maybe we do want to make those things.
What's the unemployment rate, India?
Here? I mean, well, the way we count unemployment here is pretty fucked up. Basically, when you're no longer eligible for listen, we don't count it probably like the way you count it in your country. So when you get unemployed from a job, when you get
current unemployment rate?
It's probably like 4% or something.
Yeah, but it's below 5%. 5% is considered.
Yeah, but that number shit. That number doesn't mean anything because of how they count unemployment. That number is incorrect. The number of people that had a job, and when they were eligible for unemployment insurance, they're considered unemployed. When they run out of eligibility in 24 weeks, they're not on the unemployment list anymore. They just fall off. Even though they might still not have a job.
Yeah, I understand you've got a whole screed lined up for this, but the reason why this is important is because
okay, goodbye. A screed.
Why has he been talking, bro? Why has he been talking?
I fucking don't know, dude.
You shouldn't even have a room to speak here, bro.
Yeah, that was
dude.
Dogs in cat, bro. Dogs is
Motherfucking Australian telling us how this fucking shit goes in the United States. Listen, everybody knows, and it's well known, that underemployment intentionally undercounts people that have a job. Because when people get off, when people become ineligible for unemployment benefits, they are not on the unemployment fucking count. Even though they still don't have a job.
And why would a developed country like the U.S. not want to build things, base things from the ground up? I don't understand that argument.
They have workers' rights and
like
regulations, bro. It's hard for them to do.
Look, China now has a burgeoning middle class, and they're doing the shit work that this dude thinks is no good. Well, maybe you don't want to make fucking sneakers, but maybe somebody else does. You know, there are a lot of people in this world very average. They have no fucking ambition. They want to sit there and fucking pump out fucking widgets mindlessly all day long, go home, drink their beer, wake up. They actually want to do this shit. Let them do it.
He wants to
I mean, it's not only that. Not only that, but like the you were hinting at it before, the actual raw materials business kind of ties into this, right? Wasn't it recently actually where China said, "Oh, you know, we're gonna like reduce or outright cut exports of, for example, rare earth minerals to the United States." It's like fuck, you know, like the whole technology sector relies on computer chips, which rely on all these things, right? So. You know, so you cut that out, like you're, you know, so it's like fuck it, let's just try and source all these things ourselves.
And here's the thing: dogs are gods. Doesn't take into consideration when you're in a military conflict. Even though you have a large inventory of weapons, once you start using them, right? Oh God, now I'm using the weapons. Well, I'm going to run out of weapons. Unless I can produce as many weapons as I'm using at the pace I'm using them at. And in the United States, that's not possible. The United States produces something like 500 Tomahawk missiles per year. Okay? So really simple. If you're only producing 500, and in your initial fucking opening salvo on fucking day one, you shoot 500, you're going to run out. I think the total number of, say, Tomahawk missiles in the U.S. inventory is 6,000 right now. That's about 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks of firing them against who, bro?
Whoever.
Yeah, I know, but
Russia,
they burn them.
for example. Let's
They
say
burn
Russia.
them in sea trials.
Producing
Let's
them
say
and
Russia,
using them.
China, Belarus, one of those. Iran. That's 2 weeks, dude.
It's 2 weeks, bro.
2 more
Okay.
weeks.
So the Houthis, they fired a bunch of missiles at the Houthis. How much do you think that cost? How much do you think this latest 3-day thing cost in dollar figures? $200 million of missiles.
So pennies for the U.S. military
Okay,
complex.
and in that meantime, they shot down 3 fucking RQ Reapers, which cost something like $1.7 million each. Right? So
why are we talking about tanks in this day and age? Somebody mentioned tanks 5-10
the original
minutes ago.
point was you're talking about tariffs, right? We're talking about point is to reindustrialize fucking United States, right? To rehome these industries. Dogs are gods making a case, fucking that it's dumb. I said, it might be dumb on one level, but on other levels, not dumb. Because if you need an industrial capacity for when shit really matters, right? In the case of military conflict.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Because you can't start in the middle of the conflict. You can't start like, oh, we're going to build the factory to make shells today. No, dude, they need to already had to start building it like a fucking half a decade before.
Facts, bro.
Yeah, Trump's literally preparing for war. Like, that's the whole idea. Boost the industrial complex and then prepare for war because there's threats.
The Ukraine, listen, I don't know about I don't know, like, if you guys know, there was a paper that came out of Rand Corporation called Extending Russia. Everything that's happened in the Ukraine-Russia thing, they said that they were going to try and make it happen. Okay? There's a whole paper on it, dude. It was a paper produced for the U.S. military by the Rand Corporation. Public knowledge. It's not a fucking secret. A lot of people know about it. It says it's called Extending Russia. The idea was to start a bunch of shit in Ukraine to make Russia, and they said it had a very low chance of success. Okay? And this is basically a fucking canary in the coal, basically a trial balloon. Hey, let's see what happens. Well, what they found out is NATO's fucked. They don't have enough fucking goddamn. They can't produce enough weapons fast enough in order to contend with Russia because they're fucking deindustrialized. They're completely living on Russian energy. They can't reindustrialize because they don't have any fucking energy to fucking reindustrialize with.
Facts.
I don't think that was a surprise to anybody, bro. So Russia before the war.
It was a surprise.
No. Russia before the war.
Listen, the surprise is how much Russia's manufacturing base, how fast that they can ramp up military production. They went from, in 2022, 1.5 million shells per year. Now they're producing something like 4.7 million shells per year.
Yeah, you're right. But your conclusion was that Russia has concluded that the EU is weak. That is incorrect. What Russia?
No, I'm not talking about what Russia thinks about the EU. What the EU found out is that it's weak.
Oh,
sorry. And the EU is not NATO, even though they want to conflate the two. And the EU has just tried to make NATO its army. What the NATO and the US have found out is that they can't keep up.
We knew this though, bro. This was part of the deal, bro. I don't know why it seems like a shock to everybody. So NATO forces mainly.
They knew that they could not produce weapons at the pace Russia could.
Yeah, I mean, this is why we rely upon American forces, bro. This is not news.
But the United States can't produce weapons at the pace Russia does.
Right. But Russia doesn't fight all of Europe at once, does it? So it doesn't matter. So
it doesn't matter. Like, listen, Russia fights wars of attrition. Its whole military infrastructure is set up that you're going to be in a long fucking war. So they're industrial bases that keep producing weapons. The United States, they can produce weapons at the replacement, right? The West can't. So eventually they will run out of weapons and lose. You got it? It isn't about sticking your flag in a fucking capital. We already know Russians let the Polish fucking walk right into Moscow and fucking burnt it to the ground. They let Napoleon walk into Moscow and burnt it to the fucking ground. They don't care about fucking land.
What, Russians don't care about land?
Land. Those are Western fucking ideas, dude. That if you go to the Capitol and plant your fucking flag, you won the war. That's Western bullshit, dude.
I mean, didn't you just say about the expansion of Russia is a pretty known thing?
I mean, the expansion. What?
So you just said Russia don't care about land, but I'm sure somebody about 4 or 5 minutes ago said there is a document by the Rand.
No, as far as the status of the military conflict is not about you holding land, right? So that is not their goal as far as winning a war. They don't think you can win a war. Oh, we hold these cities, and that's why we're winning.
Yeah, nobody.
They try to destroy the enemy force. That's their purpose. So, okay, I'll give you an example. United States. Let me give you an example, Pads. During the Gulf War, United States drives into Baghdad and says, George Bush flies down the aircraft carrier. Big banner says mission fucking accomplished, right? Because there's people in Baghdad. They ripped down Hussein's fucking goddamn statue. All the fucking leadership fled. The army disbanded, right? And they said, we won because we're in Baghdad. Well, that shit went on for another 20 years.
I think Russia did that with Crimea. They said the exact same thing.
Crimea had a referendum. What are you talking about, dude?
Yeah,
they had a referendum 990 voted to be part of Russia.
Yeah.
There was no war in Crimea. There was never even a battle. There wasn't one firefight.
The fucking defo was, bro.
In Crimea?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Not in Crimea.
Fuck, my memory must be bad, but I'm sure they were shooting fuckers in 2014, bro, in Crimea.
It wasn't much of a.
But you're probably talking about the Donbass.
Mate, it was
the Donbass. But that wasn't Russians. That was native. That was Ukrainians fighting each other.
Nah.
That was a civil war. So there was a coup in 2014. There was a coup in 2014. So the Russian-speaking part of the country didn't want nothing to do with it, and they're like, that's an illegal government. It's against the Constitution. Go fuck yourselves. Those dudes said, no, we're the legitimate government. You're a bunch of rebel terrorists, and we're going to fucking kill you.
All right.
And they sat there and fought for fucking, for half a decade and, ended up the way it is. And that's not the point. This is fucking getting into the minutia. I don't care about Russia can produce more weapons than the West can in any given calendar year.
Yeah, no, it sounds like you know your shit, bro. Like, it makes sense why they would have to.
Sounds like you're.
Well, that's the whole thing, is that Russia's producing more weapons. They have more anti-aircraft systems. They have higher quality anti-aircraft systems. Like, everything across the board, their shit's made for war. The United States products are made to make profit. Right?
No, I agree with that. Do you remember seeing all the footage of the Russian forces when it first kicked off in Ukraine, and like how kitted out they were with like equipment?
Yeah, I mean, you can look at that as almost like a civil war. They're all. It's a complicated area. Okay, it's a complicated area of the world. There's different loyalties and shit like that. Depends on where you are in Ukraine. Ukraine is right. It's not like people in Western Ukraine. There's even divisions within that part of Ukraine. So there's people that are on the Hungarian border. Then there's people that are fucking on the Polish border that are leaning more towards the Poles. And it's kind of like the central Ukrainians, the central West, and they have their own fucking idea of like Ukraine. But then almost the entire east of Ukraine is fucking Russian speakers, because that land was developed by like fucking Catherine the Great and like had tobacco farms back in the 18th century. Yeah. That's where Crimea comes from. It was basically the Mongol Empire. It used to be called the fucking Crimean Tartanate, right? Or Khanate. It was a Crimean Khanate, right? So it was the last holdover of the Mongols.
The Mongols can't be defeated, bro. Let's go.
Yeah, if they ever existed, I have my fucking doubts about that shit.
Indio,
I think that story might be a lot of bullshit. I mean, where was their fucking where was the supply lines, dude? Like seriously, like what? Like there's no evidence of any logistics. How did they fucking maintain an army that large over that fucking distance with no logistics?
They just followed, easy.
Yeah, they're just on their horses eating fucking grass with the horses. They just survived, yeah.
India.
Anyway, Oblivion, what?
This is past tense. What do you think about right now going to war? U.S. going to war against Iran on behalf of Israel?
It's stupid. Listen, okay. Iran's nuclear facilities that they quote unquote want to blow up are under a mountain. The only way they can actually successfully blow them up would be with a nuclear weapon. They can't use conventional weapons to get to this.
You think America should still be doing stuff like that on a world stage?
Huh?
Do you think America should still be doing stuff like this on the world stage?
No. Well, I heard this argument and I thought it was pretty good. Is that Trump is doing all this crap for Israel is because Israel controls the Congress. In this way, it's basically a deal with the devil. I'll do whatever you want on whatever you want on your side. But any domestic policy I come up with, you're going to use your AIPAC lobbying on Congress to get my domestic policies passed. So he basically traded his foreign policy for Israel to support his domestic policy, which is a fucking bold move, obviously. It's typically people use it like separate foreign affairs and domestic affairs. But using like Israel's ability that's totally geared to influence foreign affairs, using it to influence domestic affairs is fucking genius.
Genius on whose part?
Trump's part.
To really?
Be fair,
it's disgusting. Really, it's disgusting, but what are you dealing with, right? You're dealing with there ain't no good people in any of this. Like, what are you talking about? Like, it's not like Trump's the good guy.
No.
It's not really genius, Indio, bro. It's the same as lobbying, but on an international scale. It's exactly the same thing.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah,
it's lobbying.
Standard practice.
But there's no good guys in this. Iran ain't the good guys. There are no good guys.
America.
I'm confronted with America first. Is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Like he has to do this for Israel to make that happen, dude.
Oh shit.
America should be.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, dude. He needs the Israeli lobby, right, to help him make America first.
Oh.
So, like, say he wants to get some budget passed. He knows the AIPAC can do whatever the fuck they want. They control everybody. I want my budget passed. AIPAC, help me get my budget passed. Well, fucking Bob Iran, okay. Which is a fucking different game than what everybody's been playing, right? It's a totally different. It's using Israel to fucking get your domestic policy done. Using
why does
he knows he can't defeat it. Right? You know you can't, you know what I'm saying? Nobody's defeating AIPAC. It's not like you're going in and like, oh, we're going to get rid of these motherfuckers. He can't rip them out, right? If you can't beat them, join them. That type of thing.
Why does a foreign country influence our country's?
Yeah, good question. It doesn't matter at this point. They're embedded like a dick.
It's just how good you feel, bro.
You know. Look, the thing is, how would you do anything, right? Okay, you want to get rid of AIPAC's influence. Okay, let's pass a law against them. Well, that ain't happening.
Why not?
Because AIPAC controls the Congress. Who's going to pass the law? The Congress controlled by AIPAC.
Yeah, Akuma in the chat, bro. People didn't hate the US up until recently, bro. People love the USA. People flock to it up until recently. It's only since Trump, bro, that people really started laughing. Sorry, somebody in the side chat.
No, the people love Trump. Like, they love him because he won the election. Like, that's more people. He won the popular vote.
Yeah, I'm on about you. I'm on about like.
Look, no, they're voting.
Is there some what official polls are you looking at for the rest of the world?
What?
Yeah, but CB got the big money from guess where?
That freaking Jewish chick. Sheldon, is that the name?
It was like 99. What was it? 99 million or something.
Yeah, but I mean,
Israel.
Trump can't beat AIPAC, dude. So if you can't beat him, join him. I mean, what's his other choice? You got to think like, what's his choices?
Run the country.
I'm not gonna not do anything for Israel. I'm gonna
Maybe
fight
own
AIPAC.
Gaza.
Build a hotel in Gaza.
Owning Gaza would be cool. It's like, hey, you're just renting from us. Like that's good. That's good to establish that. Basically, we own Israel as it is.
India, were you talking
We
about?
own a lot of places.
It's the other way around, buddy.
Yeah.
India, were you talking about? Were you referring to Judy Shelton?
Yeah, the Shelton fucking billionaire, or whatever her name is. Judith.
Judy, yeah. The whole isn't she the one pushing the whole gold back treasury bond stuff?
Yeah,
gold back
Stone Age, bro.
stuff.
I don't know. I'm not really super familiar with it. I just know that her husband used to frickin' suck Trump's cock, and then, Trump used to suck his cock, and now he's frickin' munching her box. Because he's dead now.
Okay. Maybe it's a different person, but it's the same name.
No, it's the same person. She was married to that billionaire, the hotel family. He was a hotel billionaire.
Okay.
And Trump got like a lot of his money from the first campaign from him.
Okay.
It's like fucking dude. I can't remember the name off the top of my head.
Shelton, SHELTON.
Yeah, Shelton.
What do you reckon, Indio? Do you reckon America should be like the global hegemon?
No.
Like the world leader? No?
Sure, why not?
Hell no. No.
Hell no.
Isolation.
Who do you think should, if not America?
Nobody.
Nobody? There's always a hierarchy, bro. You know this, man.
Yeah.
There's got to be somebody. There has to be somebody.
Yeah, the U.S. should be.
But right now it's called Pax American, Pax Americana, isn't it? Yeah, Pax being like peace, so peace under America.
How's that working?
The world seems to be pretty peaceful. I'm not gonna lie. So we had Pax Britannica again, where Britain ruled the world, and there was no like major wars. Rome had a good spell at it, and it's America's turn, bro. There is no major wars.
No, it's not Judy Shelton. No, it's not her.
Okay, I figured not, because I'm like, I would not have assumed that story to be linked in with what she's doing. The whole.
Talking about the one who financed his campaign.
Oh, okay. I knew she was involved, or I thought I understood she was involved, but
Miriam Adelson.
Okay. Never mind.
So she gave Trump $100 million right before the election. And it was Sheldon Adelson. I think her husband was the name of the husband. That's why I was getting confused with the Shelton thing.
Okay. Yeah, that name goes back there.
So the thing is that was basically like a deal, art of the deal. Like, hey, I'll do whatever you want with Israel, give me money, but you need to help me domestically, right? They can't do anything to Iran. That's the thing. I just think that this is just a bunch of bluster. That's what I think. And who should control shit? Should be the UN Security Council should be running this shit. They should actually implement the fucking UN resolutions as they've been written.
Who enforces the UN though? It's backed by like 4 or 5 major players. The US being like Well,
that's the problem.
Until recently.
That's the problem. It has no credibility as an enforcement.
Yeah.
And not because of anything now, it's because of what they've done in the past. They have no credibility. They blew that.
Yeah, but they've got, the ICC and the UN are there in name only, really. Without any sort of like backing of force. It's ceremonial at best.
Well, the Security Council is a joke, man. Why isn't India on the Security Council?
They're a major power.
No, they represent a lot of people. That's the thing.
What do they bring to the table?
Poop.
Yeah. Poop.
I thought you said hope.
No, poop.
Carrying some big piles of doo-doo.
Exactly.
Like I mentioned in the side chat, though, like I honestly wouldn't worry about America. I really wouldn't. Won't worry too much. They got fucking military bases scattered across the globe, man.
Yeah, but those can easily be subverted. If there's some kind of corruption, maybe some rogue agencies.
It could be. Germany's been trying to get fucking rid of American bases for some time, though.
Yeah, but we're hurting now.
There, mate.
We're starting to
asking
hurt.
me who's gonna be in charge. That's like asking me, oh, how do you solve world peace? Dude, you're like that's way above my pay grade. Nobody knows how to do that shit. Like, I don't know why you're asking me. How do you make world peace? Indio?
Bro.
Let me grab my crystal ball and find out. Fuck, dude, I don't know that. I solve world peace, dude. People don't want peace. It's impossible.
You usually just have one.
Yeah, without war, you wouldn't know what peace is.
The one hegemon thing is no. It should be like I'm on Russia's side. It should be a multipolar world. It should be spheres of influence, and that's it.
Yeah, you can start
just for the purpose of stability, right? So if you have one stable nation and a bunch of other countries that are not as stable but dependent on it, they can always count on the stability of that nation to kind of like make their countries a little bit more stable. But I don't actually believe in government per se anyway, so it's like, eh.
That's been America's role, though, hasn't it? To go in, destabilise up, and then prop it up with like their form of capitalism and democracy, albeit very corrupt. That's been the.
Don't fool yourself. All wars are about resources. We're just fucking we just go into strip mine fucking countries. Not about democracy or fucking freedom or any of that shit.
Well, of course it defo is, bro. Because with freedoms comes open market, and with open market comes capitalism and profit.
It's about freedom and democracy. You really think that? I'm about to swim to your country and fucking slap you right in your head.
Yeah, you're delusional.
To be fair, Indio, most people don't know what war is.
That's fine, but it sure as hell isn't about. The United States isn't running around bombing people for freedom.
No, it's doing it so it can open the target up to American influence, like American markets, bring it capitalism, and American companies can profit.
No, so we can extort them and exploit them. We put our own government in, and then we abuse the shit out their resources.
That's pretty much, exactly what I just said. And then you put like a military base there and move on.
Yeah, so you guys say the same thing in different ways.
Yeah, pretty much.
Look,
but like I say,
listen, you guys have missed the fucking bus on this. The goal that you think exists is not actually the goal. The goal is the chaos. The chaos is the goal. Do you understand? If everybody else is in a state of chaos and you're stable, you're stronger than them by default. Okay? Was I explaining this the other day in here? I was explaining to somebody else. Okay, the neocons. I'm sure you heard this term.
Neoconservatives?
Yeah, neoconservative.
Yeah,
all the people that are part of that neoconservative. Bill Kristol, Victoria Nuland, Richard Pearl, fucking Paul Wolfowitz, all these neocons, they come from the same place. They all came through the Chicago, University of Chicago, under the political science, tutelage of a guy named Leo Strauss. Now, this guy named Leo Strauss was a buddy with this guy named Leon Trotsky.
Nice.
What did Leon Trotsky say?
Nice.
What did Leon Trotsky say?
I don't know what he said, but I know.
Perpetual revolution.
Yeah.
Perpetual revolution is that everything. There is no revolution where you reach a goal. The goal is the perpetual. And you know how we have this thing called this perpetual war thing going on?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the goal, is to have a perpetual war.
But like I say, bro,
The thing is to keep... Dude, it's like gaslighting, right? Like you gaslight your girlfriend. Why do you gaslight your girlfriend? To make her fucking crazy. To make her fucking insecure. To have her have all these thoughts and feelings, right? So she never can get their bearings, right? That's the whole idea, is to keep the whole world in a state of confusion.
We can see it in American domestic politics, how like left and polarized the left and right are, bro, due to external influence. Like it is prevalent, yeah. But I was talking about like war and shit, though, bro. Like, and the need to go to war, and you said it was fought over resources, and it's just not true.
Yeah, it's for resources, but the military part, they can get the resources. They can bribe their way to the resources. But the war part of it is to create confusion. Like that's the whole thing. It's like, so they blow up these places, right? This is like a multifaceted. This isn't like a single, like we have this single fucking goal that we're just like.
Indio, because he's a Glober, so he doesn't realize.
No, they do have a single goal.
Overarching principle.
No, there is not a single goal, dude.
It is.
It's a multifaceted goal because there's a bunch of interests that all have to align to this all happen, right? It isn't just war gets started on a dime. You need fucking bunch of interests. You got the military-industrial complex interest. You got the people that are going to go in the. They're going to go in and fucking strip mine the financial. They're going to seize the assets, right? That's what they always do. They go in, oh, you're sanctioned. We're seizing your assets that are in the International Bank of Settlements. And we're going to fucking take them. We're going to hold on to them. So everybody's like doing their part. They go, we've targeted you, your fucking country. We're going to take all your shit, right? And some of that fucking shit that we take, that we're going to raise the taxes. We got to tell the people we got to raise the taxes. So now we got to raise the taxes, and we're going to use that to buy the fucking bombs that we drop on these other people. And now these defense industries fucking, they just made a profit. So they're in on it. They want their cut, right? So then we're also going to have to rebuild we have to get paid back, right? So we're going to go in and take all their fucking resources. And we're going to fucking make the people that actually live there destitute. And we're going to privatize all their industries, fucking lens public industries. And we're going to do all this shit. And in the meantime, we're also sowing chaos. So now you have refugees that are going countries. Like it's a whole thing, dude. It's a whole system. It's not just like one thing. Oh, we have the goal. The entire operation is the goal. The fucking.
So that's what I was saying. They always operate.
Understand? It's the whole thing. It's not anyone. There's no goal. We're gonna do this, and then we're gonna have X happen. The fucking operation is the goal. To have all the fucking chaos happen is the goal.
No, the mission is the goal. The operation is the operation.
Right. It's like, think about it like this. You got a rock. You have a pond of still water. You throw the rock in the water. Your goal wasn't to throw the rock in the water. Your goal was to watch the fucking ripples.
Yeah, no, I'm not disagreeing with any of that, Indio.
But you think the ideals that the people are proposing are the reason why they're going to be doing the things that they do?
Don't listen to them guys.
It's a disarray that it causes. That's the reason why.
Yeah, like I said, Indigo, the act is in self-interest, bro. Yeah, definitely, I agree.
Yeah, like when people die, right? You know what that does to like a family? So now you have broken families. You have fucking orphans. You have widows. You have widowers. You have fucking angry fucking people. Like there's so much downstream shit, dude. That's the point, bro, is to create as much downstream fucking chaos as possible.
What is war, Indio? What is war?
3 other words starting with W.
Yep, but what is it?
Killing people.
Nope.
Absolute chaos.
Nope.
Well, I mean, it depends on you want to go with the Clausewitz definition.
Just any. Just any.
The Clausewitz definition is
the same similar sort of shit.
Was political goals for continuation of political goals by military means, right?
Right, we'll use that one. Right, so yeah, it's just political. So again, they're just acting within self-interest. Like it's not resource-based, is it? As whatever that guy was said, Clausewitz. Continuation of politics based on other means, right? Is what he said.
Yeah, but that is the traditional doctrine. That is not the United States doctrine, which is why we keep getting our ass whooped. What was the political resolution in Afghanistan? What was the political resolution in Iraq? The first time, the second time, the third time. What was the political resolution in Libya? So, like, if you look at it through that lens, what was the political goal that was achieved?
In Libya, obviously, it was leadership change. With Iran, it was regional based. Yeah.
Why?
They didn't like him.
No, but that's not a political goal. Leadership change is not a political goal. So that leadership would have had specific policies that we didn't like, and we want those policies.
Yeah, his own
different policies.
Yeah,
so what policies did we try to change? You don't even know, dude. Because it sounds good. It's a nice soundbite, but it doesn't fit into your box. It doesn't fit into the Clausewitz box. Because the United States isn't doing shit that way.
Let me respond. Gaddafi actually had his own full ideology, bro. I don't think they were actually changing one policy because he wanted to actually just fucking change the way his entire country was run. Like, he was doing too much good for his country, and we wanted to keep them fucked, essentially. So it's no one policy, bro. It's more of a...
Well, what was any policy? See, this is how you know. Listen, this is the thing. This is the pads. You're like missing the forest through the trees, dude. I'm trying to think if you're fucking slow or you're fucking just... Listen, when they say, oh, it's Gaddafi. Oh, it's Saddam. Oh, it's fucking Assad. Those are people. Those aren't policies.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said he had his own ideology.
Putin. Well, so what was the... But you can't tell me what the policy was. You can't tell me what the policy was. They want change.
I can tell you what his ideology was.
He was talking about the policy.
So what was the policy that the United States was trying to change by military means?
Individual policy, I have no idea, bro.
Any policy. A group of policies. The holistic policy. You don't know because it wasn't about that. That's why you don't know, Pads.
Well, let me tell
you. That's why you don't know.
Well, I can tell you about the ideology, bro. I just can't tell you about the individual
ideology.
Like,
I thought you said it was about the policy.
No, I said it was about ideology. Indio said policy.
Ideology.
Oh my god, he's switching it around.
Yeah, Gaddafi has like his own ideology. He wanted to totally change the country the way the country was run.
They didn't like what he believed in. They killed him because he believed in something.
No, that's not it. That's not what he was saying.
No, that's not. Yeah, you're right, Alpha. That's not what I'm saying. Yeah.
Pads, are you aware that Gaddafi wants to change things up so as to not sell their oil for dollars anymore, but use, I think it was either euros or gold, or actually in dinar. You're aware of that? Yeah. So it's that type of shit is what jiggers up the U.S. for example, right?
That's one. Better get your ass in line, man. There's nobody that's going to break free from this system that we're in right now. It's just monopolized by these countries, dude. I'm telling you.
Yeah, but everyone's arguing that, bro. Like, I enjoy the world with American being like the global hegemon, bro.
But
I don't know what we're talking about now.
You make a good slave, dude.
Yeah.
Fight for your cage, dude. Fight for your cage.
And that's the reason why Globers are content. They're complacent, content.
I'm not a Glober, bro. I believe in a flat Earth. What are you on about?
No, I don't know about that, man. Like, it's just, as long as you've been in here, man, you advocate for the position of somebody who wants to have a conversation about, global ideas. So the globalist idea is to talk about things that don't exist.
Well, I studied American foreign policy, so I like to talk about it.
Yeah, but the things you're talking about don't exist, and like, why would America, overthrow anyone, in any country, or at least help someone, like in the
the acts within self-interest. We've covered that. Because every country acts within self-interest, bro.
You're so fucking myopic, dude. Like, seriously. Take a longer view, okay? So, I'll give you...
Without interrupting me, though.
When the South and North fought the Civil War, did the South go, we got to go get that Abraham fucking Lincoln guy?
Because of his ideals?
Yeah, because of his ideals, right? They didn't say that. There were specific policies that they didn't like, and they stated what those were. If you look at wars around the world, right? Hitler didn't say, got to go get that Churchill guy. He specifically said what policies he didn't like and how he was trying to change them. When they start telling you it's this person that we're after, that's not the reason, dude.
Right, okay.
That motivates the individual to be like, yeah, let's go get that guy. But that's,
yeah, exactly. That's for the suckers at home.
Yeah, they
That's
have
for
a
the suckers.
spearhead for an overall issue. Yeah, yeah.
You're gonna go.
Sure.
You're gonna go headlong into like fucking grenades being lobbed at you and shit because you're.
Yeah, but
you want to get
again,
that
I think
guy,
you're missing what I'm saying, though, guys. So you know what keys are in leadership, don't you? So all leaders have keys. So when I say Gaddafi, it's not just him, but his keys as well. It's not like, yeah, you are right. It's not just that one guy. Yeah, yeah, you are right. That's not what I meant.
Libya now has like open air slave trades. Syria is now fucking, they're mowing down fucking people and having open air slave trades. So like the policy they wanted to change is that any policy existed in that territory at all. Okay, that's the policy they wanted to change. They wanted to make sure there's no government there to have any.
Sounds
They're
like
trying to make chaos. That's
yeah,
the
it
point.
sounds like
They're just trying to make chaos.
Ideological change, bro. Like I said, no one specific policy. Regional change.
Well, they don't want any policy. They don't want any form of government there whatsoever. They want complete chaos. They want to turn it into fucking road warrior.
Yeah. Well, again, they're acting within self-interest, aren't they? They're just doing whatever is going to benefit them, bro. It's not hard. In some ways, I do think we're talking through each other because you keep saying shit that I'm agreeing with, so you ain't disputing me on it.
Yeah, but at some point, aren't you divining like the thoughts of individuals in certain places that you're not privy to? There's information that you're speaking of, like, well, their motivations are because X, Y, and Z. Man, how the fuck do you know that?
I mean, same way any of us know anything, bro.
I just go by what they say.
Problem. Like,
do you know what I mean?
you can't divine the thoughts of individuals. You can only go based off what you see, right? And what you see could be.
Oh, like Indio says, like what they say. Yeah, it's not always what.
Yeah, but they say two different things, right? So there's things the scientists do the same thing. So there's the things they say to the public when they get up on the podium and talk to the fucking camera.
Jesus.
But then there's the shit they say to each other when they're in the same room.
Do you think I don't realize that? Is that the issue?
Okay.
Yeah, but you're
disseminating. Well, but the thing is, they also publicize the things they say to each other, but nobody's paying attention to that, right? Yeah. So when Victoria Nuland goes to the Council on Foreign Relations and say, yeah, we're trying to do X, Y, and Z, no one pays attention to it. They don't put it in the press. It's just saying, we're just trying to turn it into a fucking desert wasteland where fucking nothing will grow, and nobody takes that shit seriously.
Yeah, but nobody's saying they do. Nobody's disputing that. I think we all have that level of critical.
No, then they go, and then but then she gets in front of the TV camera and says, we're doing it for the democracy of Ukraine. And that's what people think is going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what you heard when I said it, I think. And I think that's what the issue is. I'm not talking about that like bite-sized fucking announcement they might make in the press on, Good Morning America or some shit. I don't know. I think that's what the issue is.
These motherfuckers said, we're fighting for the democracy of Ukraine. Those motherfuckers canceled elections, banned every political party except for the president's party, and banned all the fucking media except for the state media.
What's wrong with cancelling elections, bro?
You can't call yourself a democracy without an election, buddy. It's kind of required.
I mean, Britain did it when we were at war. We did the same thing.
Yeah, and you weren't a democracy when it happened.
Okay.
Well, yeah, that's how it works, right? Democracy is voting.
Yep. I mean,
all you're saying is we suspended democracy in Britain, but you're a monarchy anyway, constitutional monarchy. Parliament is a privilege. Yeah, you don't realize that though, that Parliament is a privilege. Yeah.
Why are you saying I don't realize it, or the UK doesn't realize it?
None of y'all realize it.
Only America.
Y'all are subjects of the Queen.
Bro, I think we know how Parliament works, bro.
Really?
Why? What has led you to believe that every single person in the UK doesn't understand how Parliament works, bro? What have you heard?
Most people don't understand how the law works in general, so they don't know how it actually works. They probably learned something in civics class in school, And that propaganda is how they think it works. That's not how it actually works.
How does it actually work, bro?
That you have, that Parliament is a privilege given to the people by the Queen or the monarchy. And that your allegiance isn't to Parliament or isn't to Britain, it's to the Queen herself as an individual.
Yeah.
Through heredity.
Can we ever get
Because your parents ostensibly were sworn to the Queen, and then you were probably sworn in their parents, and so on and so forth. Right?
Yeah.
So it's a different thing.
And can the monarchy ever get rid of the Parliament?
Yes.
Can the Parliament ever get rid of the monarchy?
Yeah, but it'd be treason.
Fair play. Fair play.
It wouldn't be awful. It wouldn't be awful. They could do it, but it wouldn't be awful.
It'd be pretty shit, bro.
It'd probably be civil war if that shit ever went down.
Yeah, they tried that once.
I think we tried it a few times, but yeah.
Well, I was thinking about the fucking Oliver Cromwell incident.
Yeah. But yeah, no,
He killed King.
you do get it. You do
Well, what was Charles III's last words?
Fuck knows, bro. No idea.
How come I know your fucking goddamn history better than you do, bro?
Yeah, I mean, you don't. You just. I mean, you might do. You might not do. If one quote.
He says you don't.
Means, I mean.
It's very
hard
important.
to tell off one quote, isn't it? Off one quote, yeah, you might know the entire history of the country better than me, bro. Yeah, sure.
His last words before he was executed, man.
I don't know. What were they, bro?
Rosebud.
Without Googling it?
I have it in a profile somewhere.
No, without Googling it, because I could. What, bro? He's a famous.
No, I mean, he gave a whole speech, but it was about jurisdiction. He said that you do not have the jurisdictional authority to judge me. Because they had a trial and then they executed him. But they didn't have the jurisdiction to judge him because they were his subjects.
It's treason.
Right? Okay.
Yeah. So you can only be judged by your peers or above. You can't be judged by people below you. So
there we go.
So his last words are basically telling them they had no jurisdiction to execute them because they had no lawful authority. And that's the truth because they're subjects, right? They have a duty of obedience.
Hey, Indio, do you think that's the reason why, people have this real bad, perspective on just politics and, government, ongoings because of the fact that they're just willful subjects.
Yeah.
They've given their lives over to the people that are ruling over them. And so there's no need to look any further past than their complacency. It seems that way to me.
Yeah, oh yeah, dude. They make the slavery is made to fall into.
Yeah.
And it's like a roach motel, right? You can check in, but you can't check out. They make it easy to check in.
Nice.
Yeah, but the moment, because we hear it here all the time, when we start talking to somebody whose mind seems to be breaking free from that, and here come the fucking, like in the movie The Matrix, the last one, where they were dive bombing off the buildings trying to take Neo out. That's what these guys do. They're just come in droves and just dive bomb off buildings trying to take the conversation out, playing fucking loud sounds, and because they don't want somebody to break free from that.
Crabs in a bucket, man.
In
right,
India,
what are you talking about though? Playing loud.
In India, or it's almost worse. It's almost worse than that now because they check you in before you're even of sound mind to recognize what's happening. Right, it all starts with the birth certificate. Right.
Oh, and they make it easy, dude. I don't know if you're I don't know if you have any kids, dude.
I don't.
Okay, so when you're in the hospital and your girl has a kid.
Yeah.
They fucking, dude, they wait on, when it comes to, the birth certificate and the paperwork, they make that shit as easy as possible. They bring it right up to you, hand you the pen. They'll fucking move your hand for you if you want to. They make it as easy as possible to fucking sign up for that shit.
Well, in that sense, yeah, but you're kind of forced to.
You know, they don't they don't let you leave the hospital unless you do it, type thing.
You start resisting, yeah. If you start resisting, they'll do everything. You technically don't have to, at least in America, if you want to register to live birth your child, you don't have to do it for 30 days. You don't.
I was going to say, yeah.
My understanding is that they get a for each birth registration, they get like a federal stipend or something in the United States. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's some weird.
You're saying that's a racket, but also marriage is also a racket, don't you think? Because you have.
Oh yeah, secular marriage is a racket of epic proportion.
Yeah, the whole
thing's and the state's involved, and it gets a piece of the pie whenever.
What is the point of a secular marriage? Think about it. What is the actual point of a secular marriage?
At this point, it's basically just tax related, right? Yeah, you can file as a couple and save on taxes.
Yeah, you get more benefits.
Barely, it's so minuscule.
I know, but that's how it's sold. You know,
it is sold like there's benefits and such. But like when I was looking into this, as far as the research goes, it blew my mind because I never knew that there was you don't have to use the state to be involved, like, you know, from a judge and such. But it just makes the system is set up to be where like that's just the obvious way to do it, right? So everybody's like going through that specific channel, you know, going through the state. But you can actually get married through a church and get it recorded in a Bible and have witnesses and completely separate from the state.
Yeah, it's ecclesiastical marriage, and you're still bound by the church governs your marriage. Say what state would govern your marriage.
Yeah, but it's tricky. It's tricky up here though, because even if one were to go down that type of route, right? You do a marriage in the traditional sense through you know, either like a native tradition or through the church or whatnot. On your book, on your Bible or whatever, you have it recorded. But if you live with somebody for like, what is it, 5 years or something like that, 2 years, under common law, you're declared as a married couple, and they start treating you in a similar manner with all the tax bullshit. So well,
not all states here recognize common law marriages, though, for some reason.
I thought.
Up here, it's, you know, part of the Commonwealth, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why, like, so in Massachusetts, they don't, and I haven't researched it really. They don't recognize common law marriage, and I'm really curious then why they don't, because the Enabling Act for all the statutes of Massachusetts say we are importing the common law of England, and then every fucking law follows after that. So it's almost like a computer program, right? Common law of England is the foundation to which all the other laws are interpreted. So, like, how can you not have a common law marriage when the entire foundation of the law is common law? I've never really figured that out. Because the common law marriage is just considered, you hold yourself out as man in life, you cohabitate, and you consummate the marriage. That's it. Those three things. If you meet those three factors, you're common law married.
Like, why would it stand for anything though?
What do you mean?
I get what you're saying about it being rooted in common law. That's a good point.
It brings you into, you know, by proxy of it being common law, that you're going to be a part of having the state involved. The state wants to get involved, right? It benefits the state.
Now, the common law marriage is just to make sure you just don't fucking knock a chick up to the curb, right? To make sure she can. It's some level of security. It's a level of security for society. Didn't you just freaking running around? Hey, baby, want to get married? You bring her home. Yeah, this is my wife for 5 minutes. You bang her, kick her out the door, and then you're like, oh, she's not my like, I have nothing to do with her. You know what I mean? When you're acting like man and wife previous to that, right? They don't want to, like, people to invest in each other and basically get ripped off, because that type of relationship, it's not really clear cut, like you defrauding somebody.
Get involved.
Well, because it costs something for a woman to get pregnant and fucking have kids, dude. It's not like cost free for her.
Do you think that it's good to have that put up, you know, for purposes of like having people stay together and not just like, you know, hook up and leave the person whenever you want? Like it's like of some form of accountability, I suppose. But
You
then,
could just
if
make
you don't
divorces
have that,
extremely
the
hard.
opposite would be like people are not held accountable.
Optimally, people should have ecclesiastical marriages. That's how it should be.
I mean, that's what I agree with. But I'm saying to have the state say, okay,
The
it's
common
been
law
6
marriage is kind of
months,
like
you
a
guys
last
are
ditch.
now.
Well, common law just means the custom of men. That's all that means. It's nothing fancy. It's common law is considered the unwritten law. It's like basically it's the custom of men that we've had forever, right? And it like the way it works is if you can prove that within the living memory of someone alive that this custom existed, then it's part of the common law. So if you can find a 99 fucking year old lady that remembers fucking common law fucking marriages like when she was a kid, right? That's part of the common law, right? So it's an unwritten law. In the Roman law, it's called lex non scripta. But the point is that if you're gonna pretend you're man and wife, dude, right? You and the girl, you're living together. You're telling everybody, hey, this is my wife. She's telling everybody, hey, this is my husband. And you're screwing each other. It's only right, I think, for the community that you're held that it's some bind between you two, right? That you can't just walk away the next day.
Yeah, but
without consequence. You know what I mean?
But the two parties that are engaged should be the only ones that are held responsible. Do you think that the community should?
Well, I mean, yeah, but the state has nothing to do with this, right?
No,
so the only way this is by those two people against each other. There is no outside shit, right?
Yeah, because
and then you would have to be like, well, you would have to. They wouldn't go by like the marriage statutes of the state, right? Of like what the separation shit is. It would be completely the common law rules of how the dispute would be settled in court would be totally different than like a modern divorce proceeding. They'd have they wouldn't be anywhere similar.
I think it would be more of like a peer pressure style type of settlement routine.
Well, I mean, she would. Let's assume it's to her getting a divorce. She would actually have to prove that she was entitled to like half the proceeds of the marriage, right? But she'd have to actually prove it. She wouldn't have to be all going, I deserve 50% because the statute says I deserve 50%. She would actually get like, hey, dude, in this house we both lived in, I made that chair, I made that bed, I sewed all those clothes. You know what I mean? Like, she'd have to actually prove that she, like, whatever she added of value, she actually have to do it, right? So she isn't unfairly, right? So, like, it's like this. Yeah, like, you have the two people together, they have a community project, and they made a bunch of shit together. She has a right to the proceeds of half of that. Or he does, right? That's only fair. Do you think that's fair? That they both contribute to community property, they both have a right to that community, their half of the community property. That's fair, and that's what a common law.
Yeah,
it wouldn't even be a divorce.
If they shared the the life that they lived together and they contributed, but
Yeah.
let's just say, right, for the sake of saying that in the common law, the one party was unwilling to be putting in the work. You know what I mean? So how could you settle the difference between the two if one party was just really not giving the support? Because the reason why they're getting separated is because one party was just doing something that they're not supposed to, right?
Well, that's what the trial's
Making
for.
the other one disappointed. Well, no,
Well, that's what the trial's for. You're not really funny, you freaking loser, you cube.
Oh, who's that guy?
God, these people, dude, degenerates. I understand what you're saying, Alpha, and I agree with you, but like that would be like a mitigating circumstance in like a trial. I'm not like super familiar in like separations of common law marriage and all that. Divorce would be different than a secular divorce. But secular divorce is right when you have like a state marriage license. That's like a highly regulated thing. There's a whole procedure. Like everything is very formalized.
And that's they're incentivizing it as a protection
Streamlined.
for, well, you know what, it's like, oh well, you know, go ahead and have the state's going to make sure it's the arbiter between you two, so there's no confusion, right? So like when you say it's time to leave and the person's being, you know, they did something naughty and you know they were with someone else, and you're just like, hey, you know, on grounds of that I want a divorce, and then the state's going to be like, oh, cool, well, you're entitled to 50%, you know, and so, you know, when you leave you can part ways. But like with the common law, it's not anywhere. You didn't use, the state wasn't involved. You wanted to stay away from that. You know, you didn't want, or either that or you just didn't get around to it, whichever one. But then again, you know, it's like if the two parties acknowledge the fact that they weren't involved with this, they didn't have the state involved, and you're going to keep it to like the common law, and you know, one party's like, okay, we were together and this person was just complete trash. They didn't want to put in any effort into the relationship, and at the end of it they cheated and whatnot. So I want to get at least half of whatever I put in on this thing, and you know, to prove that, you know, it's going to take a lot of effort, more than it would if you had the state involved. But the problem is, like, you're going to have, like, he said, she said, right? And you know, you might have parties on both sides that are going to be like, okay, well, I'm the friend of this person. You know, it's just going to get really messy, and then at the end of it, there's going to be like, how do you hold somebody accountable when they were never involved with like a formal, like, state included, you know, understanding that there's going to be an arbiter that's going to.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
I mean,
but-
I listen, but the thing is, it wasn't as much divorces because it was a pain in the ass. Like, it was difficult on purpose.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and what do we have now? Oh, I'm gonna go get married to Justice of Peace by fucking in Las Vegas by Elvis and get divorced the fucking next day. Like, it's fucking stupid now. And like the things with the domestic, like a lot of people don't realize, like all the like the code, like so, a lot of the laws are like, so if you have like, okay, here's a legit, like we're gonna look at all the cases of say trespass in the roles of the fucking of all the cases. Okay, what's the general rule for someone being found guilty of trespass? Okay, now we're gonna codify that and we're gonna create a statute and we're gonna make it fucking black letter law that this is a fucking violation. That's what they've done with divorce, right? In marriage, they looked at all the fucking laws, the common, like, because there was no state fucking divorce proceeding, right? There was no state marriage. But you didn't have to have an ecclesiastical marriage. So what they do is they look at all the cases and marriage divorces, right? And they're like, okay, what's the kind of like the general rules that have been applied to all? Well, we're going to codify them into black letter law, and we're going to have a fucking state marriage. And we're at us when we have a divorce proceeding, and our judges are going to find this fucking code of how to enforce fucking divorces. It's literally how it worked over history, right? So like. But the thing is, they streamlined it to a point where it's too efficient. Now people just like can run fucking, oh, let's get married 3 days later. Let's get divorced. But it doesn't account for extenuating circumstances. So California, you know what I mean? It's 50%. You just automatically get your shit.
Yep.
Which is wrong. It's supposed to be, you're supposed to be justly compensated for what you put in. Right, that's it. It's not supposed to be you get a windfall, and
that's how it is. You know, because it's
they've turned what was originally made for justice into an injustice.
Yeah, and nowadays it seems like it's more used as a way to get, like, you know, take advantage of. You know what I mean?
What people do, man.
In some natives, but they're pretty advanced, and you know, people think they're like behind times, whatever. But you know, people that live up in the hills of farms in Spanish countries. Once the boy gets with the girl, they're married. Once there's no like dating, and then the boy gets with the girl. I mean, they decide to have sex or whatever. You know, young people do that. They're married. That's it. And parents will be like, yeah, that's your wife now, and that's your husband. That's it.
That's funny. I was talking about that on X, dude. They're like, someone was talking about an X saying that like, how like Gen X is this fucking, we were like the most promiscuous generation. And I have to agree with that because we had like a serious teen pregnancy fucking problem when I was growing up. But the way it kind of worked, kind of like what you said, what would happen is all the girls still slept around. But it was like they slept around and then like the dude that got them pregnant was the one that ended up married. And I think that's how it's always been. Is that everybody just fucking each other. And then like the first guy to get the girl pregnant, shotgun wedding, he's marrying her.
And that was a disaster too, by the way.
Well, I mean, it's all a disaster at this freaking point, right?
Yeah.
Like,
No, I
which is the
think-
good way?
I think the one that I'm explaining is more like.
I mean, how was that a
communities where-
disaster?
where
Hold
the
on, Jesse. How was that a disaster? I mean,
Well, think about it. You are walking into already somebody who's doing all of that, and then now you're forced to get into this, like, no matter what, relationship. So you're gonna have to take on the person's baggage while you're the unlucky one, right?
But this was happening at a very young age, right? So it'd be fucking teenagers. It'd be like a 18 and 19-year-old or a freaking 17 and 18. I know fucking two people that were both 15. The girl and the guy were both 15 at the time they got pregnant. Like, and they end up having the kid.
The odds of that.
That's crazy, dude.
The odds of that relationship, lasting to the very end, that's
Well, yeah,
be
they were
astronomic-
both immature.
astronomically high. Like,
Well, let me tell you what happened. He did try to step up, but like there's a limited amount of things he could do at 15. He's like not, but like as soon as he was 16, went out, got a job. They were together for I don't know, like 5 or 6 years. But eventually, what ends up happening is the sewing circle fucking bitches got in his ear, got in her ear. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You're like, you could do better. Excuse the woos, blah blah.
mm-hmm.
And they split up, and as far as I know, I mean, this is fucking probably like 20, 30 years ago now. But as far as I know, she was just getting like, broke up with him, single mom, just getting ran through. So, like, you know what I mean? She just stayed with
External
him.
forces. As soon as you see a young couple like that, I mean, if that even makes it anywhere, it's just you have to go through your late teens, early 20s, 30s, and to make it through those years, the external forces that come at you, like, I don't know, it's insane, bro. Like,
Yeah, agree, dude. Because, dude, they say misery loves company. Well, misery fucking certainly hates other people being happy.
yes, it's like I'm saying, like when Gen X was coming up, the teen pregnancies and stuff like that, and it's just it was like, I don't know, man. Like in the days when we were growing up, bro. Like you never, bet you can't tell me somebody that you knew a long time ago that they're still together today. Like I don't know, but is it on one hand that you could tell me how many couples that started like that and they're still
Hold
together?
on, let me think. I think there's one.
I know one couple that stuck around after high school. Apparently, they're still together and married. But, like, that's one.
Yeah, I can't think of anybody other than me. But that wasn't like when I was in my teens or anything.
As opposed to what Jemsy was saying, like when the boy and the girl get together, that's it. That's the one you're gonna be with, and there's not gonna be no more. And the families knew that they all came together. Like you did, it's because it's a family thing, Families were involved.
Yeah, that's the main problem with all of this, all society. This is the elephant in the. This is the thing that's like it's invisible and no one really sees it. Is the lack of extended family. That element, right? The not having the grandmother, like uncles, aunts, everybody all in the same fucking house, right? Like that, or at least on the same block or the same area, where there's an extended family that takes care of everybody, right? So like when people do this, right? It's like they get married, like okay, got married, we were happy, we were freaking screwing around, and now she gets pregnant. You're gonna go buy a house in the countryside somewhere. Well, now she's home alone with the kid. right? Her mother lives in some other state. Her sister lives in some other fucking place. This other person lives some other place. He doesn't know anybody in the neighborhood. I actually heard a woman talking about how like when she got pregnant at 19 and that she was alone. She didn't know anybody, right? Because they moved to a neighborhood, right? That she doesn't know anybody, and like everybody's fucking working or whatever. So basically, she's home alone, freaking, and the husband's working fucking 60-hour work weeks. He's never there, so she's just basically home fucking with a baby, and that's it. And eventually, obviously, you fucking ate away at her. And now, of course, what women do, oh, it's the husband's fault. He's never home. Blah, blah, blah. You don't pay attention to me. I'm doing everything. And then they end up splitting up, right? Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, if she had an extended family, right? Like, oh, hey, mom, take the baby for a little while. Or, hey, sis, take the baby for a little while. Right? I mean,
we used to
trade kids, right? So, like, for a while, we lived in the same place. Her sister got two sisters. We take their kids, they take our kids. You know what I mean? Like it was just a thing, right? It just
it's different because now that you see that when two folk get together, right? Two young people, and then you're just like, okay, well, two tribes. It's not just the two people; it's the families, and families stuck together for community and for power and for protection. And these days, like that's the way it's supposed to be. When two
that's the way it's supposed to be.
They got together. It was like, okay, it's not just you two. We're all coming, together. You're bringing two tribes together in this union.
And the thing is, it keeps people together. And the way it keeps people together is because you got two people, so there's some marital strife. When one of them fucks up, it's obvious to the entire extended family, right?
Yep.
And because there's a multifaceted relationship with many people, right? So you got aunts, uncles, there's somebody each one of them is going to trust. If that person comes to them and goes, hey, you fucked up, they're going to respect that and they're going to change it, right? On both sides, right? When someone in the extended family is going to go to one side and go, hey, this is what you could have done better, you fucked up. And the other person's going to hear, this is what you could have done better, you fucked up. And they'll both go, yes, we both fucked up. And they'll both change it and they'll stay together, right? Because the family wants everybody to stay together. It's like everybody's trying to make it work with everybody. It's a man.
That's the way it was, Indio. Like that.
I almost want to start crying, dude. It's so fucking sad, this current state of affairs, dude. Like, this current state of affairs is horrible. It's like worst case scenario shit.
If the way people come together these days, like at social places, and then like you expect something like that to be forever, when you don't even involve like the families. The families are supposed to be. The nuclear family is just so broken up these days, bro. Like there's no involvement with families. It's like you don't know the other family. The two people getting involved, or just them two, like an island. Like that's not the. I guess I disagree with that.
After you meet a girl, right? Oh, meet my family. That's how you know she's serious. She ain't serious until she says, "Come meet my family," and you're like, "Fuck." You were just a freaking one-night stand that lasted for a week. Now I gotta come meet your family.
See, and the both parties know it's serious when that happens.
Exactly. Then everybody knows what's going on because,
Always like every time we have like truth topics, it spans across like different things that we talk about in here, like different talking points, because it's like flat Earth is just like an amazing truth, right? When we talk about it, it's obvious truth actually, but like when we talk about that, it leads us to like other places where people have been taking their minds off of like what it's supposed to be to what it is today, and accepted this, like, if you want to call it a new norm, and so they accept it because they become very complacent to the new way, right? I think that's what it is. They become lethargic and just complacent. They don't really care anymore, apathetic. They're indifferent. It's just like it fosters like this negative, vibe. They have an outlook towards life that's just it's stupid, dude. Like you got depression and people that just don't want to live anymore. It's like, well, you wonder why. I don't know. It's the people like, well, what would it change my mind if I knew the Earth was flat? It's like, dude, if you don't care about truth at all, I can't help you, bro. Like, if coming in here feeling indifferent about flat Earth is like, then you can. It's like you can take like a glimpse into their mind. If they don't care about truth, of supposed to be self-evident for everybody should understand, then what do you think is going on in that individual's mind about life in general? They have like a very bleak outlook. If that's the case, if truth is as held to no regard in their life, then it's like can you imagine anything else that involves truth? They don't give a shit. They're just like superficial, self-centered. Like, yeah, it's
Are
no
you just
wonder.
on about everybody that isn't within flat Earth?
No, I'm on about anybody who doesn't hold truth in high regard.
Oh shit!
Because in any arena that we talk about truth, some people say, yeah, this is right here, this is bullshit over here. But I like this. I love this topic. This topic is politics. Oh man, I'm so into that. I really want to know the truth about that. Really? But on this other topic, you really don't care? How's that? It involves your life. Like it doesn't make sense. So you can get to see like people just care about themselves and what really interests them instead of truth overall.
I just think people hold different things at value, bro. I don't think it's too deep.
No, it's not too deep. But what it is people don't like to be challenged anymore. We were saying it before. It's complacency, dude. It's just people feeling
have
like
never liked being challenged. That's not a new thing, bro.
Yeah, but when you're challenged and you actually start to see if you know anything about any topic, and then you don't know any answers, like when you're asked, or at least you don't want to admit that you don't know. Like saying "I don't know" is a powerful statement, right?
Yeah,
Do you agree?
It's a good tool.
Right, but when you don't say "I don't know," what does that tell you about the person you're speaking to? Like if, let's say, I don't know about a specific topic in politics. Let's just say I don't know a specific topic in politics, and you're questioning me like, so, who was voted in Parliament, 2 years ago or whatever. You know what I mean? And I'm just like, well, it doesn't really matter, man. I just don't like it. And you're just like, just tell me if you're talking about the
If you
subject.
don't know,
and
you don't know.
And I'm refusing to tell you that I don't know. What does that tell you about me?
Just weak character, usually, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. So if I was to admit to you from the jump, and I would be like, yeah, I really don't know. And I admit to you that shows, at least from my perspective, that I'm willing to just like not make it a point to
attention for, yeah. I know what you're saying.
I'm not prideful. I don't care if I know, like you probably do know more than I do on that regard. But like, that's the thing. When we talk to people about that, that's one of the things that I look into. It's psychological, right? So it's the person, if they don't want to give up any ground and they're really like holding back to say, I don't know, that shows that anything else that you have a conversation about, it's not just that one topic. It's a glimpse into like what problem they have with any truth topic.
Right, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
So
that's a good indicator. Yeah, no, you're right.
I consider it like a litmus test, right? So if you're just doing that, if you're just having a conversation about something, perhaps most people don't really know any of the topics that we cover with Flat Earth.
Just globe shit, yeah.
That's the common people don't really know that. So we've been, having these conversations, and when I hear somebody just being apprehensive to say that they don't know, to me, it's a clue that anything else we have conversations about, they're just going to be as obtuse as all get out because they're not going to want to admit.
No, you are right. So I learned how to do it. I remember pretty much the time in my life when I learned how to say shit like, "Oh, I don't know. Let me find out." Like you do notice the difference before and after picking up that skill. Like you most definitely do. No, but I don't think people are born with that. I think people are born wanting to be defensive naturally. I think that genuinely is a skill you've got to develop.
To an extent. It just depends on. But at the same time, it's like if they're asking questions like, "Well, it doesn't really matter to me, man," well, I go to work tomorrow. It doesn't really matter to me. And it's just like, okay,
Yeah,
so
just-
now you're indifferent about this topic? No, it's not that you're indifferent, my friend. It's that you're complacent in where you're at with the knowledge that you think you have. You're resting your mind and thinking like, yeah, it's already figured out, bro. Like, the fuck you getting all upset about? You know, in their mind, that's how it is. It's foregone conclusion. Don't worry about it. Fucking people work that shit out. You guys over here in a Discord, you know, just really all hyped up about flat Earth, and it's a non-point, man. We got bigger fish to fry. I've heard that many times. Right? Come in here. We got to worry about bigger topics. Fucking flat Earth isn't important. Like that shit.
He's like a pretty big one.
or even you know,
Well-
those are the types of like intros to conversations that end up leading into like, you know, the brain in a jar syndrome type stuff. Oh well, it doesn't matter. How can we really know for sure? You know, I could just be a brain in a jar. You know, like total complacency, total.
That's still where I am, bro.
Did you know that there's different levels to solipsism? Like, I fucking thought it was just a worldview that it was pretty cut dry. Fuck no, dude. As far as I'm concerned, I've already met like just like there's a fucking meter, right? And people fall within a spectrum. And I'm like, the fuck? Because some people would hold to that worldview and say, well, I can only say I think, therefore I am. So I would just say that's the only truth I know, and everything else I probably don't. I say that I can know anything. And there's those that say that they can know truth, even you know what I mean. There's different levels of it, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, why wouldn't it just be cut and dry? Like, you just don't know shit. You could be schizophrenic. You could be a brain in a jar. You really don't know anything. Like, you could be.
That's how
this
cut
whole
and dry.
experience is a hallucination, for all you know.
That's how cut and dry it actually is, and that's why people say, "Oh, we can't do anything 100%." That's why I'm a 99% or whatever it's called. Like,
But not you. I'm talking
not
about
me, but it's like in general, just people in general, like people in general, bro. Like
Yeah,
there
from the
isn't much we can
conversations I've
actually
had,
prove.
There was one guy who actually was saying that there is objective truth. No, it was no shit. He was a solipsist, but he was saying there is objective truth. I was like, no shit. How the fuck do you work that shit out? Because you say you don't know anything, but you could agree that there's objective truths at the same time. That doesn't work. But he says within his, this is kind of a weird way. Within his subjective experience, there's objective truths.
Yeah, I think I heard him a couple of days ago.
Were you here when I was speaking to that guy?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, and he was saying, yeah, pretty much that, bro. Yeah, exactly that. Good combo. It was a bit
You
circular.
guys don't think that's confusing for an individual to have that perspective? I'm asking the group here.
That is very weird, but the first thing that would come to mind as like an analogy to that is like, let's say you have like you have different video games, for example. Each individual video game is your individual in their own worldview. Within that game, as many as there are, and as infinite, possible orientation permutations of different games there could be. Here's one with a particular set of rules. Right? Does that make sense?
I don't know, man. I don't understand the mind of somebody who's confused. I can just identify it. I don't deep dive into like what they're thinking, Because
even within the game, the same set of rules, you could still have two players with vastly different experiences. I totally get what you're saying, though. Like,
no, but he's saying that. Okay, so
no, I'm just adding to it.
But do you get what I'm saying, though, Vic? So the experience, the experience itself is subjective because that's what he's saying. Yeah. Overall, it's subjective.
Yeah, that's what he's.
Yeah. But there's certain values within the worldview that can be objective. It's kind of like a mind. It's a mind fuck.
It's kind of hard to wrap my mind around. I guess it would.
Yeah,
it would be kind of like. It would be kind of like, almost like going back to a prior conversation. When you probe the room, it's like, oh, is fire hot? Yes, no, right? It's like we can quantify this fire is like 400 degrees Celsius or something like that. For you, is it hot? No, because I don't feel it, but my hand nerves are all busted up. I don't feel it. To me, it's not hot. But to another guy, it burns the shit out of them. They feel it right away, type of thing.
Well,
but we know the fire is a certain temperature, right? There's the objectiveness. Then there are the two subjective interpretations. But in reality, both their hands are burning off. Just one guy doesn't feel it the same, right? It's the feeling, like the actual internal experience type of stuff that I think they're hinting at with that, right?
Yeah. So we were talking, and I guess it was understood by the person that I was speaking to when I think you were here when we were talking about his fire hot. The guy said, "Well, we know in the past that fire's hot. Today we know it's fire's hot, but in the future, like 10,000 years from now, it might not be. Maybe."
Yeah, I was there for that. I was there for that. Yeah.
But how does that make you feel? Like, I mean, because it's almost like, well, at some point in the future, because of all of our knowledge today, we can understand fire is hot. But 10,000 years from now, that's not going to be the case, perhaps.
I think the main issue, the main issue with that, I think, is that it's not, it's by no means. The guy saying that has no data points, for example, suggesting that, fire, it burns at this degree at this time, and then now it burns on average at this degree, and actually can draw a trend line and extrapolate out. Or, water boils at, 50 degrees Celsius this time, but now it needs to be at 100 degrees Celsius. Like there's no actual data points to make these types of extrapolations. So the guy was
that
just
would be his case, wouldn't it? That would be his.
But
case.
that's his problem. Right?
His case would be because we don't have a complete set of information to say that. Therefore, I am saying what I'm saying because we don't have a complete set of information, because we haven't been to 10,000 years later. So because of that, it's incomplete to say that we have all the data, because we haven't reached that point to say that at that point we know fire is going to be hot 10,000 years from now. Like, I've heard of the like I've dove into that, like the arguments, not the mind of the person, just the argument.
Mm-hmm.
But just listening to them, and I'm trying to like critique it in a way that it would make some sense if I refute it, right? So it has to make sense to the people that are listening, that when you give a refutation to something like that, it has to make sense. Because if he is giving a point to say that, well, we don't have all the data. We do have some data now, but it's not all the data from now until 10,000 years. Because we have the data back then, history, we got the data now, current times, and the future, we don't have that. It's incomplete to say that we have all of it to say that fire is hot.
But what's interesting with that, though, is with his argument, all he would really need at a bare bones, crude kind of standpoint or initial starting point is 2 data points. They don't even have that. And what they do have might actually suggest that it's static. So what he's taking a leap of faith in that, here's a set that we have, everything is more or less static, but some magical thing can happen at some point where it takes a step up.
Yes, he was saying that. Like you're right. He was saying something could happen supernaturally that suspends reality and how we know it into something different, and then fire won't be hot. It'll actually be cold or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that.
Okay, it's like parallel universe type stuff.
Yeah. When you engage with somebody who is thinking that way, their mind is very scatterbrained. Like they're trying to think in many different directions to not actually be held accountable to saying objective truth can be known, right? Like we can say things are known. So they read all this, like, they go through like different people that they read on, and these people are giving them ideas to say, like, there's the internal process of the mind, and then the external, like how you view the world around you, and your senses, how you interpret things, and then how are we gonna come to understandings of, you know, the data that we are, you know, interpreting?
Yeah, you're right. With that type of
Are you processing that?
Yeah, you're right on that. With that type of outlook, you can't, because it gives them a sort of master key to hand wave almost anything.
Yes. And that is the reason why that if you've heard me engage with these guys, it's almost like it's like chess. When you're playing chess with somebody, you can see, you know, a couple moves, you know, down the board, but in their mind, they're seeing like 1,000 chessboards, and all of us are playing like we're, you know what I mean? That's like a multiverse kind of like, and different scenarios are happening. In some of those games, they're losing, and some they're winning. But you know what I mean? Like they're not playing on the same field we are. Like the physical natural world is demonstrating itself to you and me, basically self-evident, and we see these truths to be self-evident, right? Because there's no way out. We see what we see, and the interpretation of the data is what it is. However, you know, they would say that because it's a very experienced data that you have that's personal to you, it could be interpreted as subjective and not objective.
Yeah, they're kind of operating like at any given point in the chess game. Even if, like, you know, take the analogy that they're on the board with you, they're playing one at a time, that they can just, or at any point, there might be a rule change. Like the knight jump around from one corner to the other corner over everybody in one swoop. So it's like, why bother playing the way it is set up, where the knight does L shape?
Exactly.
Okay, because, you know, from 5 minutes from now into the game, you know, the creator of chess might come, or the spirit of the creator of chess might come down from the heavens and say, "Oh no, from this point forward, the rules are changed." It's like it's stupid to think like that. You know.
Well, but that's what you're dealing with, right? So because they want to make it sound like reality is malleable in that way, but not really, because we don't see that. There's no way that you can say that it is, because you don't experience it. But however, if you leave enough room to the possibility that it could, then you're actually thinking a bit more deeply than somebody who just is very simple-minded and says, "Well, I just see what it is, and it is what it is."
Right. So that gives them a bit
what we do. Like an empiricist would be like, well, "No, the data is this."
Right.
You know?
Yeah. That gives them the sense of self-aggrandizement or something like that.
Yes.
You know.
Intellectual superiority is the name of the game. So if you can outthink the person you're speaking to a place where they can't argue, then you've won.
I concur.
So, and you know, when you're dealing with these minds, especially educated ones, you know, the ones coming, you know, they're in uni right now. They're fresh from those lectures, you know. They're looking at certain TED Talks and, you know, just online personalities and such. And they come in here and they're ready to go, you know, because they got all their ideas and they're gonna combat, you know, empiricists, you know, empirical reality, and they're gonna see if they're gonna be able to thwart the efforts of that with, you know, with their Jedi mind tricks. So a lot of the times, man, you're dealing with I'd say there's few and far between people, but I'd say the ones who can do it better are that I've seen so far. Somebody like that's come close. Now, I'm not saying that's actually achieved, but that's come close would be like Dogs Are Gods. He's come close. He can rival somebody in that level. And it's not anything that he can't prove it, but like he's gonna tie you up in knots with the ability to not be able to pinpoint what he's actually saying about reality, because in his mind, his subjective experience trumps yours.
Right, of course. Eggs too, though. Would you say?
Eggs has a different way of doing it, but yeah, it's similar. Eggs has a different way of doing it, but it's similar. He's not as combative. He's not looking for the win. He just wants to make the argument
Right.
so convoluted that that nobody knows what's up or down. Like, you know.
Right.
So, yeah, I've experienced it from a lot of these people that come there, and that's why I say, like, every interaction is very interesting to me, and I can identify with certain keywords that they're using and the mannerisms and the the way they carry themselves and phrase things, and I'm listening to everything, dude. I'm trying to get a pulse on them when we're having a conversation.
I was thinking like sorry, were you done?
You go ahead.
Was it?
No, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say one name came to mind, more of a newer addition in the last couple of months is Pickle or Newt. Newt is also very good at that type of stuff,
Newt, I'll say with this, Newt tries, he tries, but he's not on the level like with dogs and such. You can put him on a scale. He's probably like 2 rungs underneath dogs. That's the way I see it. Because there's some times that he gets too upset because he can't do it, so he'll start doing ad homs, and to him, that's his way of like capitalizing on the moment. But if you're in this battle of wits, you have to at least keep your head above that. So you have to be a little bit more sharp and not let yourself get taken away. When you do ad homs, that's because you're going to capitalize on a moment that you've already overcome the other person with their thought process. You know what I mean? I don't know how to explain it to you in a way that
I follow. Yeah, I see that. I mean, Newt it's hard because he speaks slower but grander, right? And like he just sounds high all the time, so it's really hard to keep up. Maybe that's
his other problem is he drags on a little bit.
And dogs too. It's almost like he just took a hit of adrenaline or something. Like it's I don't know.
Dogs. There's a few. I know their weak points, and I can tell you, dog's weak point is that he's very dogmatic. If you understand that he's always going to have a fallback on with his like solipsist worldview and being dogmatic in his position, you can counter it fairly easy. Because somebody who's dogmatic will say, I can't think of anything else but this. So, I mean, he proposes that the earth is a globe, right? But everything is globe. I see globe, I hear globe, I taste globe. Like and you can't do that. Like you can't do that because everybody's experience is not going to be that. Like we all agree. Like to some extent, people that are honest with each other are going to be like, yeah, we see the earth. It looks flat. I get you. But we're like amoebas on a beach ball, right? So it's not really flat. So it's a giant beach ball. But he's like, nope, I see it curved right here. It's curving as all get out, man. 8 inches per, like it's curves everywhere. Like it's like nobody's experiencing that. So him being dogmatic is probably the worst.
But it's an early open door to be like, okay, well let's confirm that, right? Sometimes in conversation there's a bit of a push pull for a good 5-10 minutes or something like that. Then that door opens whereby it's like, okay, let's look at the actual evidence for it. Then the Eratosthenes comes up, and then blah blah blah, and then okay, well let's look at something concrete, right? With that type of thing, it's like, oh well, there's the door right there, So it can be advantageous sometimes, but yeah,
you could easily snatch his confidence when it comes to because he's a bit prideful and confident, but the confidence can be taken away when you say, okay, so you sound like you're really sure about this. How sure are you? Or can you be, actually? Are you 100% sure on this? No, AV, I already told you. I can't be 100% sure. Well, really? So your confidence level about this being certain now just dwindled. So you can see, and that when the audience sees that and they admit it, it's a double whammy, right? Because I'm saying it, they're hearing him say it, so it's a confirmation of him not being confident on the thing that he said he was confident on. It's amazing.
It is fun to watch. That's why I'm in here basically every day now.
Yeah. But most people, let's say Joe Q Public, doesn't really have the same type of mind for this. You have to actually be, for lack of better words, working out in like these types of discussions. That the more that you're in here every day, the more that you're training your mind to think about the way conversations are put forward, the nuances, like the way people say things. You could almost get a glimpse, like within, I'd say, the first 5 minutes that you're talking to somebody, how it's all going to play out. And then you could easily direct the conversation in any way you want, like once you figure that out. The mind is
That's called manipulation, bro.
Well, it's important, right? Because isn't that what people are doing right now all over anywhere?
No, I'm just playing with you, bro. I'm just
but think about it, Pads. Like, I want you to think about this. Everywhere you go, everybody's being manipulated by something. Tell me one thing you're not being manipulated by. Think about it.
You mean in one way that I've not been manipulated?
Yeah. Name one thing that, like, as far as like people's mannerisms and like just encounters that you have, that you're not being manipulated to think a certain way.
Influence versus manipulation is a tricky one, but yeah, not much, bro. I'm either being influenced or manipulated by. Manipulation just applies intent. That's all. Influence is natural.
So at some point, you're gonna want to do something based on what somebody said. It could be either like during the process of somebody saying it, or maybe after the fact. You know, you went away and you thought about it. You're like, yeah, you know what? That commercial I saw was a pretty good commercial. I want to buy that soap or whatever. Everybody's doing that, man. It's like to say I'm not manipulative as to be a liar.
No, I was just playing with you. It just sounds very manipulating. That's all.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying, but you get what I'm saying. It's almost like derogatory. It's almost derogatory in a sense by saying it, but we're all doing it to some extent. We all are.
And I would add that, you know, the term influence is probably a little bit more applicable because in this conversation, it's one thing to want to get the other person to see or to accept what you have put forward. And it's another thing to try and direct the conversation to a particular end whereby outcome is unknown, right? Like when I come in here, I always have a little thing in the back of my mind. It's like, okay, today maybe a Globie will actually bring concrete proof and I will have been wrong, right? I doubt it from what I've seen, but that's there, right? So in a conversation, leading it down or influencing it down a path whereby certain answers would be, or certain questions would be answered. Either way, you know, that's more influential than it is manipulative because it's not with the explicit goal of, I'm going to force flat earth down your throat. See what I mean?
Yeah.
That's not.
I was just playing with it. It's just because at the end you said within the first 5 minutes you can usually see how it's going to go, and then obviously you can control it all whatever you said from there. I was just playing.
Yeah. No, I'm actually saying that when you can see where the person is, where they're coming from, and where they're going, you can wait at the end of that. You can be at the end waiting for them. Like you're okay. Let's say you and I are walking the path of logic, right? And people usually hate that shit when I say that. But it's like we're walking the path of logic, and they'll do the set of answers and questions, and you know our conversation. We're going to arrive at a place where you can either know or not know this particular topic, right? One of the two outcomes, you can either know or not know. So we're going to arrive at that place no matter what. And we do. Because at the end of it, the person that sticks around that has endurance will either admit, yeah, fuck it, dude, I don't know. Is that what you want to hear? And I'm like, yeah, for sure. Or, you know, they're like, I do know, and this is the answer. And then we're going to kind of duke it out a little bit, figure out if they really do know. it's still going to wind up being that they don't know. But through the process of like them actually going through it, they'll figure it out.
Yeah, one way
or another, man.
Yeah.
But you want them to try because otherwise they haven't got it out. So go through everything. And then there's those who are just fucking just being angry and obtuse, which then I have to stop them. And the audience doesn't like, some of the audience doesn't like that, but
only when you cut them off mid-sentence. That's funny.
yeah. Well, most of it has to deal with because, you know, curating this platform is not an easy thing. Because the third-party listener is just going to be like, oh, that's fucked up. Why didn't they get to finish saying what they were saying? We have a different viewpoint than most. So we already know the reason why we're doing it, but the people listening don't. So there's a lot of questions. Usually we have to kind of give a little explanation, but in the heat of the moment, you got to just keep rolling forward. You can't stop for everything. Well, I muted this person, yada, yada, yada. So.
Yeah. Mods bear responsibility, man. Yeah. It's not just a power trip like a lot of people will claim, you know. Oh, your power
and
trip.
Things get explained after the fact because during the process, it's very difficult to stop and explain it to people and be like, what's going on? Let him speak. It's like, no, it's not going to happen.
How many mods do
results that way?
How many mods do we actually have on this channel?
About 20, bro.
Yeah, there's about any given time. There's about 6 of us on any given time.
Fucking so many.
7.
Yeah, at first I used to think you guys abused the hell out of the mute button, but then I stuck around. I just, started listening. I realized so many of these guys, they just pivot and they just run right to the realm of 2D, then to the philosophical, and they have absolutely no argument, and they contribute in nothing, and they just sit there and bloviate, right? And then they, like you were saying earlier, they come with this like air of superiority where they try and talk over you at you like they're performing for a stage, but they're not saying anything.
But what better way than to prove him wrong than to mute him?
Well, he kind of just pins him down. He pins him down. He grabs him by the fucking ankles, keeps him on the ground, and says, "Look, you're gonna stand your ground. You're gonna build your argument, right? You're not just gonna go run off and talk for 20 minutes about irrelevant shit that's not gonna bring anything other than distract people from what the actual discussion is." And that's what you see so many people try and do.
Yeah, most of the time they come in with the premise. If you notice they have something on their mind, they open up with the premise. This is my claim, such and such, such and such, right? And then you engage with that claim. You're like, okay, so this is how it is, and so on and so forth. And then they're like, yeah, but what about the ice walls? And you're like, hold on a second. We didn't flesh out the... No. But you're not answering my question. You're not answering my... I want to know about the ice walls. How come we're not... You're scared, aren't you? You don't want to talk about ice walls? And this is a manipulation tactic, right? So they're trying to get me off of the point by saying this. And see, they throw out this red herring, right? So this little obfuscation tactic of theirs. And a lot of people in the chat who are... They don't really know about the way things happen in here. They bite, right? You got Joe Q Flat Earth coming in here and be like, I got this. I'm going to answer that. Can I answer about the ice walls? And I'm the dickhead, right? Fuck no, dude. I'm talking about something. And the guy's like, oh, wow, okay. And I'm just like, I'm fighting my team versus, and it's difficult because the red herrings are the worst. But see, it's how they can escape from being held accountable. It's a difficult thing.
I think a lot of what you say is true, bro, but some of what you say is just pure wrong, man. I'm not going to lie. So, there's a difference between people coming in here maliciously to fuck with you and change the subjects versus somebody who's coming here who's just working through their own thoughts. So you might mention one thing and that triggers the brain to go on to something else, which for them is the logical step. The issue then comes when you go, no, stop it, we're on this one spot. What you're actually doing is, to the genuine people, is you're stopping their natural thought process from progressing, bro. So for a lot of the people, you are right, yeah. The dickheads that come in here and they have got intent on the brain, shut them down. I would never disagree. But sometimes there are people and you can feel their logical steps of No, just entertain them for 30 seconds, Alpha. Then pull them up on
dude.
it, and it'll be
You
easier.
can't feel. You can't feel somebody being genuine. You can hear them being.
No, they're trying to be genuine in what they believe. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
can
saying they're
hear them being
genuine,
like I'm correcting you. You're not feeling them being genuine. You can hear them being genuine. It's a difference, right? Feeling them is like saying, dude, my gut feeling that this guy he's genuine, or I'm listening to him and this guy doesn't sound genuine, or he is genuine. The difference is you get a feeling because a person's coming across a certain way, or you're hearing them say something and it's triggering you, right? You're just like, yeah, this guy right here is genuine. So I listen to people. I don't go by my feelings. I'm listening to what they say.
You've misunderstood what I said.
No, I'm telling you, the indication of them actually being genuine is in what they say, not how I could feel that the person might be genuine, but I'm listening to the sentence structure. If they're saying things like, okay, man, just let me, tell me what you think. And then I'm telling them, they're like, all right, I get it. Or they're going to be like, nah, man, that's not like that. No, it's actually a globe. Like, if you hear what they're saying and how they're refuting or they're accepting, it's going to change the way that you respond to them. And so you don't understand that because you're a third-party listener. You don't really know the nuanced ways that people get away from that. So to you, it sounds like the guy's genuine. I'm like, no, I heard what he said. He's not responding. He's not responding in a way that a person that's genuine would be. You get me? So it's in how
they're an expert on communication, yeah. But I have listened to you enough to know you do miss the boat on it sometimes, bro. Where people like, could you be genuine flat earthers?
Because you are going off of your feelings and they're subjective. I'm going on what they're saying. Yes, dude.
Listen.
Yes, most of the I even tell. Listen,
I tried to correct you.
Listen, this is the problem. I tell the listening audience, I'm like, look, I've done this many times, and as many times as I've done this, you'll hear a person come here and they'll say X, Y, and Z, and the outcome of that would be this and that. What happens when a person comes in here? They follow the pattern that I say, and the outcome becomes what I've said.
That's
so
your
it's
issue,
not
bro.
like it's not different to that.
That's your issue. You think you've created a blueprint for all interactions ever, and you're going off it. It might be very good, like pattern based.
It's not ever. It's not ever. But I have had a lot of conversations. So most of them are already in this arena. Most of them in this arena are already going in a pattern.
I was going to say that, but you interrupted me. That's what I was going to say, bro. But you interrupted. Yeah, I get it. It's
they have certain
patterns. You will
patterns.
see a lot of similar trends, but that's why I said I've seen you miss the boat a lot of the times as well, because you're overly.
Yeah, name one.
Pattern.
Name one.
What? Pull up like a time and a date to when you did it.
Yeah.
So like, what's the contention?
Bro.
Well, hold on. What's the contention though? Is it kind of like you think?
It's just not everybody's a communicator.
That he should let them like run off the rails a little bit, and just get everything like what they have in their mind. Just let them get it out.
No, fuck no. So that'd be a massive waste of time, bro.
Well, no, I mean, if like give them like 20 seconds. Is that kind of what you're saying?
When somebody says something slightly wrong, and this is just a feedback on communication, Alpha, it's not like a personal attack on you. It's just I think you could do
I don't care.
better job.
You can critique what I do.
But yeah,
I don't care.
Well, just an observation.
Yeah, Alpha sucks. We agree on that.
No, you're good at it. But I just, like I say, you just miss the boat sometimes. But yeah, rather than like if somebody's
name one time. That's a claim. Name one time.
Yeah. Like I say, I haven't got receipts, bro. I haven't got a time
there
and a day.
You go. I'm all about receipts, bro.
But in what way, though? In what way?
Bro,
you know what I mean?
Bring the receipts.
What's the contention?
I'm trying to explain it, but like apparently I've got to name a specific
receipts.
time and date. All I'm trying to say is, bro, is sometimes it might be worth somebody
bring the
finishing
receipts.
a sentence. Just don't be silly, bro.
No, I'm not. I'm actually being genuine. Bring the receipts.
So you want me
Show
to go
the
back
individual that I missed the boat on, and I'll tell you what happened. If it was you, if you're correct, the receipt will stand to be proven that you are right. Show the receipt.
Just throw an example. Like make a hypothetical example if you can think of
one.
Well,
I think the very last guy that I heard you speak to, you did it. What was he called? The guy from yesterday. Shade. Bro, I don't remember everyone's Discord name. That's why I said it's a bit fucking silly. You know,
it's not silly.
Listen to you speak.
Let's say.
Was he called Shards or Shades or somebody that you spoke to yesterday? It
Spike? Don't tell me it was Spike.
Nah, not Spike. Nah, there was a couple of guys with S's.
I think it was Spike. It was Spike.
No, it wasn't Spike.
Yeah.
It was
It was
SH.
Spike.
Boys,
You
I'm
were
telling you,
here.
it wasn't
You
Spike.
were
I remember
complaining in the
Spike.
text chat. It was Spike.
But it wasn't Spike. Spike was chatting shit and he couldn't provide his evidence. I'm not talking. Do you still believe it's Spike?
That's who I spoke to
All right,
yesterday.
You also spoke to somebody else called Shades
hypothetical.
or Shads or Shad.
Oh, Charlie?
Who?
Charlie?
No, it was an SH. But anyway, he was
Something,
explaining some shit, right? And what he was saying was wrong, but he didn't quite understand how he was wrong, right? And rather than just jumping in and explaining and asking to find terms, you could hear his own explanation was going to lead him to. He must have been able to see how he was wrong and contradicting himself if he'd have just spoke his full sentence. But because you kept interrupting and asking him to define terms and do this and do other shit, it took 10 minutes for him to actually realise off what he was saying, he was wrong.
What
but
interaction
if you'd
was
have just
that?
allowed him like 30 seconds to just go through his spiel, he
You
would
have
have
to
came
point
to
out
that
the
real.
interaction, man. I can
know,
tell you
yeah.
what went on.
All I can do is, Alpha, next time you
Okay.
do it, I'll take like note and like
Do
I'll
it.
bring the receipts next time, yeah? I've
Do it.
listened to
Yeah,
2 minutes.
that'd be good because then he can reflect.
Specific. Yeah,
Do
yeah.
it.
It's not. Again, you're good at what
I
you do. bro.
challenge you. Listen. If you're listening to me, because this is an open platform, I challenge you. If you're listening to me, bring the receipts.
Yeah, but you understand how, considering the amount of hours that I've listened to on the spot, I'm not just going to be able to bring receipts for like times and dates. I mean, I don't
Well,
live my life around this.
I'm asking if a charge. If I'm listen, let's put it this way. If I'm charging you with something, I better be charging you specifically with the thing I'm saying I'm charging you with. Otherwise, I'm going to toss it out and say that you're talking shit. Yeah,
as you will, bro.
Or
yeah.
me talking shit to you. So if I say that you are, I don't know, building a
No, we
straw
get it.
man.
We don't need a big analogy. We don't need. We get it, bro.
Dude,
Yeah, I'll bring
relax,
receipts.
man. You get in your fifis, man, when I'm starting to talk to you about stuff
I'm just
because
about to
you
enter a
don't want to
warfare
be
game,
wrong.
bro. A Warzone game, bro. It's just we don't need a big fucking shit.
Yeah, but you don't want to be wrong at the same time. So
no,
you're
I
not
told you I'll bring
intellectually
receipts. I
superior,
am
bro.
wrong in this instance. No, I should have brought receipts.
All I'm saying is,
like I
if
said,
you
I'll point it out
are
next
going to
time.
bring something forward, listen for future references, if you're going to bring something forward, you better bring receipts. Otherwise, you're talking
Right.
shit.
Yeah, thanks for that.
What is the topic of discussion?
A second ago.
Yeah, you
Bro.
goddamn right, dude. That's the way I operate.
What, repeating shit?
What'd you say?
You've lost me.
What'd you say, CJ?
I said, what is the topic of discussion?
Topic of
Communication
discussion
feedback.
is the shape of the Earth or lack of it.
Okay, so what is your opinion on the shape of the Earth?
No, it's not my opinion. We're asking people such as you coming in brand new to the channel. What do you think the Earth is, sir?
Well, I've been informed that the Earth is round.
Okay, you've been informed that it's round. Now, is there any evidence to back up that claim?
I'm guessing there is, yeah, but I haven't really looked into it myself.
Interesting. So, what do you think would be the best evidence for it to be a globe?
Well, to be honest, I don't know. I'm not a physicist.
No, you don't have to be. Obviously, you were told a story about it. Yeah. I assumed you went to school.
Yeah.
Okay. What did they tell
Actually,
you
I
at
mean, I didn't really take physics in school though.
So you know nothing about the Earth being a globe.
Bro, like I just know it's round, bro. Like it's NASA pictures and all that, you know.
Okay. But the pictures that they show you, you know, the thing that looks like a globe, a sphere.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the Earth looking like that personally?
I mean, but like there's pictures. Like I haven't seen like pictures of I haven't been to Mount Everest, but like I've seen pictures of Mount Everest. You know, same shit. You know.
Yeah, but Mount Everest is not like an extraordinary claim. You can actually go there. You can travel there. You
But
can't
like
really
you're
travel
making
to the
like
place. You
we've
can't
been to
really travel to
space.
this. It's not an extraordinary claim. The
We've been to
extraordinary claim
space,
is that the
bro.
Earth
Come on.
looks like a sphere from a position where you can't get to. But Mount Everest,
But
you
we've
can
been to
travel there.
space. We've been to space just like we've been to Mount Everest.
Well, you haven't.
Yeah, but somebody else has been to Mount Everest just like somebody else has been
Yeah,
to
that's
space.
fine. See, the thing is, somebody's been to Mount Everest and they said, hey, I'm going to show you a picture of Mount Everest. And you say, okay, there's a picture of a mountain that you call Mount Everest. If you wanted to challenge that claim, you could say, let me go over there and see what you're talking about. When you visit that place and you see Mount Everest for yourself, you can climb Mount Everest. then you know that it's exactly what they said. But the
Yeah,
problem
but
is when the
I know
hold on,
Go
CJ,
ahead.
CJ. But the problem is when they're talking about the Earth being a globe and they show you images of it being a globe. The extraordinary claim is that logistically you can't travel to the same place that they are taking that image. So it's not the same like Mount Everest. It's an extraordinary claim.
That's just gonna depend on whether you trust them or not. So
Well, it's not about trust though. It's about being able to verify the information that they're giving you. So not so as to not believe a story, right?
I
You
mean,
don't
I
want to believe
trust
a
them.
story, do you?
I trust the experts. Like I can't verify
Yeah,
it
but why?
myself, so
Yeah, but why
I'm
would
gonna
you
trust
trust
the
experts
experts
when
because
why
they're
do you have to?
experts.
Because you have trust. You have to trust someone, bro. You have to trust someone.
Because they're experts. You
You
know,
don't
I
have
have to
any
trust them.
society without trust, bro.
Yeah, you don't
Exactly.
have to like it's that's not a standard for investigating any claim. Trusting someone,
Yeah,
right?
but to understand what it is to investigate any claim is also regulated by society, bro.
Exactly, bro. Like
Regulated
if
by
I'm not a
society.
doctor, like I'm not an expert on medicine, and if I have a suspicion that I have a disease, I'm gonna trust what my doctor says because they're the expert on
Yeah.
medicine. Just in the
Yeah,
same way, I'm gonna trust the
they
physicist.
did the
Well, there's consequences. Check this out. You go by
All right,
definitions
here's the
made
thing.
made
I'm
up of
talking to one guy.
society,
I'm
bro.
not going to talk to two people. So that's what we're not going to do. All right. So when a doctor tells you something, right, and they say this particular illness is taking over you or whatever, you can investigate that claim, right, CJ?
I mean, if it's like a really complicated like cancer or something, then like even if I like look at the X-ray, I'm not gonna know what to look at. So the doctor's probably gonna be the one investigating it.
Let's just take for example, a doctor says you have that, right? That illness.
Yeah.
Are you just going to say like, okay, I have that illness? Or will you say, wait a minute, let me check it out. I might get a second opinion. I might look into this to see if I actually have what you say I have.
Yeah, I might ask.
You might do, CJ, hold on a second, bud. You might do some more research to find out the information if it's true or not. So you could further that and not just take their information and say, I trust what you're saying. I'm going to trust you.
Say it's like okay, maybe like I go and like get an
Can I
X-ray
ask a
done.
quick question? And I know I'm mute. What's the
Go ahead.
consequence of not trusting experts that tell you about outer space?
Not much, bro. Like your life's not gonna change much if whether you believe the Earth is round or flat. Like it doesn't really matter.
Different
that
to
much,
trusting
be
a
honest.
doctor, right? Different to not trusting a doctor.
Yeah, it's not like it's the matter. It's the matter of like a disease or something. You know, the matter is of the shape of the Earth. Like your life is gonna be the same tomorrow, whether the Earth is round or flat. At the end of the day, but it's gonna be a different story. Like if you're trying to like talk about a disease, you know what I mean?
CJ, does truth matter to you?
Yeah, truth matters to me, but the way I get truth on things I'm not an expert in is I trust the experts on it, just like I would trust a doctor.
But what you're doing is you're actually lending your mind over to somebody else to say that your trust in somebody has
Exactly.
you're trusting people to the highest regard to say that you value trust more than you do truth. Trust is more
I mean, not
valuable
even
than
just
truth.
one person either. Not even just one person.
Because here's
either.
the problem, right? Let's
I might get the
take a look
opinion
at
of
the
a
issue.
second doctor, opinion of a
Let's take
third
a look,
doctor.
CJ, let's take a look at the problem. Let's say you trust somebody, and for whatever reason, they have malicious intent. Now, you don't know this, right? They have malicious intent that you have you're not even aware of it. So you are trusting somebody who has malicious intent. You have no knowledge of it, yet the trust that you put into them is squandered by their ability to maliciously do something behind your back or whatever, use it for personal gain or whatever the case, right? So the trust that you put in them is broken, not because it was anything to do with you, but they did something backhanded, to break that trust. So truth, however, let's put it in a different spectrum. Truth was something you highly value, not trust. Truth is they told you you have an illness, right? And they were maliciously thinking about doing something, like using, saying that you have this illness so that you can pay them money, so that you can be on this medication or whatever the case, right? And let's say that you held truth to the highest regard and not trust. Well, truth will lead you down the path of doing research. You're going to find out whether or not you actually have the illness and test and verify and see if you can find out. And maybe when you do all that investigation, you're going to find out you really don't have the illness that they said you had. And truth will win and not trust.
Yeah, but
Follow?
like even if I do my own investigation, I'm not gonna have the experience of a doctor who's been through like
It's
10
not
years
the
of
point,
school,
CJ.
right?
The
Like
point
10
I'm
years
making
of
right
college.
now, the point I'm making right now is that when you put your trust into someone, it could be taken advantage of. Whereas truth is
Yeah, I
the thing
agree.
you hold of highest regard, and that can't be because you've already
That's
covered
why
all
you
your
have to make
bases.
sure. Yeah, you have to make sure that there is no malicious intent, right? So I would not trust a
So that's
doctor that
truth.
had malicious
That's
intent.
truth. That's truth because you're investigating. That's truth. That's not
Yeah,
trust.
but I don't think
Trust
like
is
the physicists of the world
yeah.
have malicious intent. If that's what you're getting at.
CJ. The problem is
Yo,
trust
guys,
is
have
not
you already
truth.
heard the Earth is flat?
I don't think the
Thank you for that,
physicists of the
Anal.
world have anything to sell to me. So like, how would they
Yeah,
have
that's not the
malicious
point
intent?
though. The point is trust is not truth, right? It's not the same.
Yeah,
So when
but
you
you're
trust
saying that they
somebody,
would have
somebody can take
malicious
advantage.
intent.
When you trust somebody, you don't know if the person you're trusting could be somebody that is trustworthy or untrustworthy. You don't
Yeah.
know that. So you're giving that
No, you
up
can try to
to
figure it out though.
yeah, listen, CJ, you're giving that up to trusting somebody. So this is the issue that I'm saying that occurs, right? Whereas when you hold truth to the highest regard, then truth is something you're going to keep in your mind. You're like, wait a minute, they said I have this particular illness. Well, I'm going to challenge them. I'm going to see if I actually do have it because I want to be, I want this thing to be true and not untrue.
You can hold
So
truth to the highest
what's the
regard
difference?
and do your investigation to figure out if there's malicious intent. So you could
Yes.
figure out if
Yes.
somebody is trustworthy or not.
Yes, but then truth is what you hold to the highest regard and not trust.
Yeah, I
Whereas
agree.
right now your worldview is built on trust, not truth.
I would say it's both.
You're correct.
But I don't trust anybody that I
No, one
think has
one
malicious
is more than
intent.
the other. Either you trust or you hold truth. It's not you can't
I
it's
would say
one on
truth is
top of
above
the
it.
other.
I would
One's
say
on top of the other.
truth is on top.
Yeah, well then that means that if somebody told you you're sick or something, you're going to find out whether you're not really sick. You're going to
Well,
find out.
I would figure out if the doctor is trustworthy or not. You know.
Yeah, but you're going to find out truth about the scenario and
Well,
you're not
like I
just going to
said, even
see
if I
the
do,
thing about the thing about trust though is that when you hear people tell you, okay, the earth is a globe, and you're just nodding your head, okay, that's
well,
trust. You're
let me give
trusting.
you a scenario. So, like, imagine if I get like maybe like I get a surgery done, and then like while I'm under, they do an X-ray of me while I'm unconscious, right? So like I don't even know anything about it, and then they do an X-ray of me, and they figure out like I have a tumor inside my body, and it's growing, and it's like malignant. It's going to be cancer, or it is basically first-degree cancer, whatever. And I have no idea about this. And then the doctor tells me that like there's an X-ray, and according to the X-ray, there's a cancer inside your body. So basically, like I could do my own research, like you're saying, right? I could try to like figure out like what the X-ray means. I could like do my research on what the cancer is, whatever type it is, etc. Blah blah blah. Try to figure it out, whatever. But at the end of the day, like the doctor is gonna have way more knowledge than me. They're gonna be able to read the X-ray. They're gonna be able to figure everything out on the X-ray. They're gonna be able to tell me what the disease is gonna be, etc. Blah blah blah. Everything. So what I'm saying is, I would have to make sure that obviously the doctor is trustworthy. Like I could do. I'm not saying like you shouldn't do your own research. Like that's a good thing, but like at the end of the day, I'm gonna trust the doctor to like figure out like what the treatment and stuff is
Yeah.
gonna be, right?
And maybe in that scenario, yeah, you're going to put trust ahead of truth. But if
Yeah.
you say if you
No,
wake
no,
up and
but
they
that's
said
like
all if
in pursuit of the
they
truth
broke
too, right? Like if I'm trying to figure
no,
out what the
it's
truth
one's
is,
on top of the other. CJ,
if
one's on
no,
top of
no,
the
no,
other.
like if I'm trying to figure out what the
Yeah.
truth is in regards to like treatment, like the truth about the treatment to whatever disease I have,
Yeah, but what you
then I'm
said,
gonna trust the
the
doctor.
scenario. Hold on, CJ. The scenario you gave was only one way. It wasn't both. It was only one way. You said because you were making this whole shtick about just trusting the individual. When you woke up from the surgery or whatever, and they told you all this news, you said I would just trust them. That's what you said, right now.
Well, I would have to figure out they're trustworthy to begin with, but yeah.
Yeah, so that's valuing truth, not trust.
Yeah.
You
yeah.
switched over to truth now.
Yeah, I guess I value truth more than.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Do you mind
See,
if I
that's the
intervene
thing.
real quick? Because I think
One
you're
will be
missing
one way.
something really
No,
important.
no. Hold on, Kane. Hold on, because this is me and CJ are working this out. So one's on top of the other. So you have to remember that. So if you
I think
do,
you're missing a really important detail, though.
What's the
no,
detail?
there's nothing being missed. I think he's actually explaining it the way he wants to. And if you
Something being
explain it,
missed, and if you want,
Yeah,
I
so
can
like
what's
explain.
being
I
missed,
would
Kane?
say like, okay,
What's being
if
missed?
you're making the claim that like
So
somebody's
one
had,
thing
Hold
you
on,
brought
CJ.
up earlier
Hold
when
on.
you were talking about figuring out whether you do have the illness or not was getting a second opinion, right? So
yeah, so
one
No, I
thing,
think he
like one
said
way
that.
that you can get to listen. No,
He
you
said
said
that.
that. So
No,
no, you
he
said
did.
that. You can go in. No, you did. You did.
You're just gonna
So
bypass. You're gonna no. You're not just gonna bypass what I said. He said that already. He already exclaimed that. He gave the scenario where he woke up and he just trusted the doctor, and then he said, "But you could also hold truth to the highest regard, and then do the research yourself and find out." I didn't miss it. You did. You weren't paying attention. He already covered that.
and you're gonna get a
I was listening to him.
second opinion. You can get a third opinion, and basically like
Yes.
consensus is gonna be important here too, right? So like I would say like the consensus of like experts on whatever the subject matter is also going to be important. So if if there's no consensus, like if all the experts disagree, then I'm going to be like, well, maybe there's no like knowledge in this domain.
It really
But
does.
if there is consensus, then like I would say, yeah, this is probably the case that if there is consensus on the shape of the Earth, or if there's consensus on like whatever causes cancer and whatever like lung cancer is caused by smoking, right? If there's consensus on that, I'm gonna be like, okay, I don't know the details of it. I'm not like a biologist, but if the biologists are saying that smoking causes cancer, then I'm gonna trust them just in the same way I'm gonna trust physicists,
Yeah, but now you're kind of doing the flip flop where you're actually doing the trust over truth, and truth is like at some point you think about it, you're like, no, I'm going to value truth over trust.
How
So
would
you're
you
switching back and forth.
How could you test that though? Like he is making a valid point. Like I can't go and test physically the lungs of smokers versus non-smokers over a decade of 40 or 50 years. Like I
All right,
just haven't got the means or ability to do that.
think
But I
about
trust
this.
that it's been done.
No, wait a minute. Wait. No. You're making an impossible scenario. Are you saying?
Exactly.
Let me put it to you this. Let me put it to you this way. Are you making it sound impossible for him to get this information? Impossible.
No, but like
Yes or no?
he has a valid point.
No, wait, CJ, wait. I'm asking Pads. Are
For
you
him to
saying it's impossible for him to get this information?
Get the information or to conduct it himself?
Yeah, any research that he needs to, research that he would need to investigate this a lot further, and he possibly look into it that way. You're saying that it's impossible for him to do that?
No, I mean he can go and get all the data.
Okay, so
But what
that's
he's
the
saying
point.
is that data
So that's the point.
is going to
Hold
be
on, Pads.
riddled
That's
with
the
trust.
point. No, I'm sorry. That's the point. If it's not impossible, then he could figure it out somehow.
What?
And I'm not saying that he's going to have an easy road to do it. It might be a very difficult one, but if he can figure it out, then it's not beyond him to actually do it. You're making it sound like it would be impossible for CJ, and nothing's impossible if you put your mind to it, and he really wants to research it. He could figure it out himself if he so chose to. It's a choice he's making.
I agree with you. Like truth should be valued the highest. But it's what I'm saying is the point I'm getting at is trust is okay. It is still even though everybody should value
listen,
truth,
Pads. I'm not even talking about that. If you're following the conversation, it has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with the trust value. What it has to do with hold on, CJ. It has to deal with the value of actually being able to put an emphasis on truth. So let's say if he chose to, he could find out. If he chose to, he could say, I want to research this. If he chose to, listen to what I am saying.
I can't choose to do certain things.
Oh, wait a minute. Now you're inserting your voice where his voice needs to be now. So he needs to be the one to say that, not you.
Okay, so the issue here is that like there's like hundreds of topics potentially that you can ever explore in your life, right? Like the shape of the Earth is like one of the hundreds of thousands of topics that you can possibly ever explore in your entire lifetime. So when it comes to like trusting experts, the reason I say you should trust experts is because you can't do research into every single topic in
That's
existence
fine,
that you
CJ. Is
encounter.
this a choice? Is this a choice you're making? Because you have the ability to choose to research this and actually find out more information that the Earth isn't what you've been told, or you can trust the information that you've been told so far to stay in the same position that you have. You have a choice, don't you?
Yeah, so like if I trust the experts, there's two options basically. Like all the consensus of experts, physicists, astronomers, everything on the shape of the Earth. Either they are wrong or they are lying with malicious intent, like you were mentioning earlier.
Yeah, but that's a
So
false dichotomy, though, CJ.
what
You've
would be
just
the
built a
third
false
option?
dichotomy. The false dichotomy is that they're doing it with malicious intent. What if they don't even know that the information is wrong? What if they're passing it along to you like it's the gospel truth? Because they've been told by their superiors or the ones who told them that it's the way it is. So they're
But the
just doing it.
physicists are doing the
Listen, hold
math
on,
and shit.
CJ. I'm giving you that other option. Because you try to make a false dichotomy, I'm giving you the other option that it could be, right? The other scenario, which is it could be passed down to them traditionally, perhaps through school or some other means, but it's not the other way where they're outright nefarious. Like they're doing it because they want to trick you. Like that's not you do that false dichotomy is not going to fit the realm within the range of what could be, right? It could be just that they're doing it traditionally. Something was handed down to them and they're passing it along to you. That's all they're doing. They're not teaching you at school to to thwart the efforts of you learning the truth. They're doing it because that's what they believe is the truth. Huh? I mean, that's the other way.
But that would require
And that's
like
what I'm saying.
thousands of people to like be duped, basically.
Okay. Yeah. So think about it like this. Yeah, I agree with you. But if you I give you one scenario, one example. Think about it like this. All right. So every year we have a traditional celebration called Christmas, right? I'm pretty sure in your country, wherever you are, they do it. So if they're
Yeah.
celebrating Christmas and during this holiday, all the adults are telling the children, hey, there's a jolly red guy. He's gonna come down your chimney and give you gifts and whatever. All this stuff. There's a whole celebration. There's a whole thing. Gifts are given out, and the young people, the children, they believe because it looks like something is happening. Right? There's an event taking place. There's a jolly guy flying around with reindeer doing this. There's even NORAD is contributing to put like a little Santa tracker. There's a whole bunch. It's got a production value, right? So all of this is happening. Did he leave? Fucking hell. Oh well. There goes my analogy. Oh well. We got Amazon in the house. What's up, Amazon?
You are right, though. I think overall, like people should be valuing the truth over trust. Like if anybody
Yeah,
says
I
to
mean-
put one over the other in terms of like a pecking order or a hierarchy, they are defo wrong. But as long as like the outcome is like trust is a valid form of gaining like communication, there is some credit to what you were saying.
That's a choice, isn't it?
Yeah. No, you are right. Yeah, it's 100% choice.
All right. Well, and that's what we're
Interesting
presenting.
topic.
So
Interesting.
Well, I mean, it has to be presented that way because if it's not, then it's forced.
Yeah, no, as long as they people. Yeah, I don't think
You
people
don't
think about
listen,
it, bro,
dude.
You know,
You get. I mean, you do your research, right? People always say that shit. Did you do your research? Have you ever heard that phrase? People always tell me, "Did you do your research?" When you in any topic that you're
heard
getting
it
into,
way
did
too
you do
many
your
times,
research?
bro.
That's the problem, man. And what happens is people don't do the research on whatever topic. They're just fuck it. We're just gonna trust the thing. And what happens when people do that? They get taken advantage of. Like, and you hear it far too often. It's like, well, it's almost cliche at this point. We got Blake that just jumped in. Blake, welcome to the chat.
Hello.
How's it going, man?
I'm just doing something right now, sorry.
I'm just saying what's up to everybody jumping into the channel. Do you have any questions about the topic of this room? I mean, you jumped in here, so I have to ask.
Not really, no.
All right. See if there's anybody else in there before I meet Kane. All right, Kane, you're unmuted.
Yeah, so I clipped the part where you said, where you mentioned second opinions. Just to make it clear, you did say it. So thank you for muting me for no reason.
No,
But what I
muted
was
you
gonna
because
bring
you were
up earlier, if
interrupting.
you don't mind. Yeah, sure. So you allowed me to talk, and then you interrupted me while I was talking, and then you muted me for interrupting. That's really funny. But yeah, just so I can make my point now. So you mentioned second opinions. I think that it's a very fair way to determine whether someone is telling you the truth. Okay? Is to go to different experts that are unrelated to each other and see if they agree on their point. Right. So, for example, if I'm gonna go to a doctor and they, I don't know, I get diagnosed with cancer. Okay, I'm gonna go to, like, if I don't trust my doctor, I'm gonna go to a different doctor who's unrelated. I'm gonna be like, hey, do you think I have cancer? Okay, and they tell me yes. And now I go to a different doctor that is also unrelated from the first two. Do I have cancer? Yes. Now I do it like 5-6 times. Okay, what are the chances that all of them are lying to me?
Oh, bro, who do you go to about a second opinion for space?
Different space agencies that are unrelated to each other. So, for example, I can go and look at different space agencies from
all the
even countries that
same.
hate each other, for example, right? So maybe if one of those countries wanted to hide the shape of the Earth, the other one would maybe want to, tell the truth about it. So
What if one of them
the
did?
country that is lying, yeah, right?
What if one of them did?
What if none
one of them
did,
released a
right?
video
Like, that
of a
is
flat Earth? What if one of them took a flat Earth visual
now
from
the
space?
question now the question is, right, if all of them say the same thing, what are the chances that all of them are lying? And what is the reason that, like, what is a likely reason that all of them are in on this scheme to make you think that the Earth is a globe? Like, what is the reason for them to do that? You realize that there is nothing that makes sense. Justify
What would
that?
you say if one of them released video footage and the Earth was flat? What would you say? Would you
I would say you're
discredit
right.
that video?
It's like I would say you're right. Yes, but like, what would you say? if,
Okay.
like,
So therefore, you have to discredit every video from space. Stop talking, dude. You don't listen to anything.
I'll stop.
Holy
I'll stop it for
shit!
you. Go ahead, Pure.
You can't just discredit the one you don't like. Like, if you're gonna say, all right, this space agency, this global space agency, because they can't all be in it together, right? So they all have to have the same credentials here, right? They're all the same authority. Why would they lie? Bullshit, right? So if one of them releases a video that you don't agree with, therefore you have to discredit. If you discredit that video, you discredit every single video. And now you have no footage from space and no fucking argument.
That is a tricky one, though, isn't it? So, because we've discredited one video, do we discredit all videos from I don't think that's right.
Let me let Kane
I don't
respond.
know.
You
It's tricky.
Do you agree? Listen, do you agree that if I ask 100 different doctors who are all unrelated to each other, okay, do I have cancer? 99 of those doctors tell me I have cancer, and one of them tells me I don't have cancer. Which side am I going to trust? Am I going to trust the 99 doctors, or am I going to trust the one doctor?
It's not
right,
really
exactly. So now
it's not
what
a
is
good
happening is that
comparison,
listen, what is happening is that
legal
you are
repercussions.
trusting the side that you want to trust.
Not analogous.
You are trusting the
It's
side that you
not
want to. It is
analogous.
analogous. What do you mean?
That's
Yes, it
the
is.
issue,
not.
yeah. Like I
It's
legal.
because
Don't ask
the
me
entire
why,
world,
right?
the
Don't
entire
ask me why
world
it's not.
agrees
Just say it
that
isn't.
agrees
Just
on
say
the
it is,
shape.
right?
The entire world agrees on the shape of the Earth. Now, if even
You're
let's
a
say that
fucking yapper, bro. Shut up.
single person tells you, oh well, no, I actually we made this video where the Earth is flat, and now you're gonna be like, oh, see, the Earth is flat, but every single other space agency calls bullshit on it.
What if everybody in
now
this
what
room
is
called you a
happening? What
retard?
is
Are you a
happening?
retard?
Listen, what
If
is
everybody in
happening
here
is that
calls you a
you
retard?
are picking and choosing who to trust because you are
wait a minute,
biased. That is the reason. You're actually insane
supposedly
for believing this bullshit. It's crazy.
Kane, you've supposedly set up a standard right now, right? Your standard is consensus,
which is a very
that
fair
true?
standard. Say it again.
Consensus, is that a standard for you?
Yes, but consensus between experts is a standard. Yes.
So
Very
there's
fair
a caveat. There's a bit there's consensus between experts. Okay, so let me ask you a question. What is an expert?
Expert is someone who has studied the field.
How
They're
long?
studying, right?
How long?
I don't know. It depends. Like they can be an expert.
No, it doesn't depend. There's a standard. The standard needs to meet a criteria.
You realize
What
that
is-
like
for
how
how long?
long doesn't necessarily mean
because
that
a guy
they
could be
know
listen,
more about it. Yes.
Kane, you the reason why I'm interrupting you, and I have to, because if your standard is a guy that just got into college and he just started learning about this, that guy, is he an expert?
Not necessarily. No, I don't believe. that
Okay,
he's
so
an expert,
what?
no.
How long, sir? Does somebody have? What makes him an expert?
Well, it's more about the knowledge than the time that they studied, right? So if they know
it's about
a
the
lot about the
knowledge.
field,
So so now a person has knowledge. That's what makes him an expert. Yes.
yes, that's literally the definition of expert.
Okay, knowledgeable. So tell you what, I'm gonna have to stop because you're gonna jump all over me when I say this. Just wait. So the people in here have been doing research for over 10 years, looking into this topic. I would consider them experts because by that standard, they have a lot of knowledge on the topic. Therefore, by your standard, they're able to tell you whether or not those agencies are wrong. By your own standard that you set up, that I gave you the free ability to say whatever you wanted to say, and you based it on knowledge, now this is the knowledge that they're going to tell you that it's not a globe. They've done the research. The people in here. There you go.
Do you realize that the people?
Yes, by your own standard, yes.
Okay, I was gonna finish. So the people in here are worth less than that.
But by what standard are you saying they're worth less?
Why?
Let me hear you say that. Tell me what. Why are you saying Why are you saying that they're worth less? Because I gave you they're very knowledgeable.
Number of people, dude. You could be like the.
No, dude, don't dude me. Why are they worth less? You're gonna have to make your argument sound. Why are they worth less?
Number. Also, let me clarify
what?
this. You are not
What?
experts, okay?
Yeah, I know. I'm asking you what's that determination factor for you? How are you determining that they're not worth anything?
Look, okay, so there's a few things. First of all, your number. Okay, you're very little. Like you're very few people. Okay.
Yes. We're very few people, but that wasn't what you were saying. What makes an expert? You said what makes an expert is their knowledge, and I'm holding you to that. But now you turn around and say people in here are worth less. Now I want to find out why you think they're worth less. Make your case.
Also, I mentioned the other part of the argument in the side chat.
Make your
I said
case.
if
or here comes
99.
another mute.
Listen, I'm making my case. Can you please let me make my case?
About the people in here, why they're worth less.
If
not anything else.
99 experts, okay, who are unrelated to each other,
About the people in this Discord, and not about 99 doctors that we don't know anything about. Only about the people in here.
you stupid. Like you cannot grasp
No.
the
No. Okay, now I'm going to stop Pads because this is not one of those moments. Okay, he made a claim and he said the people in here that are knowledgeable are worth less. So I want to know why he's saying they're worth less, and he's going to another topic.
I think
He cannot proceed forward until he tells me why the people in here are worth less, even though they have over 10 years of knowledge on the topic. So it's up to him. He's carrying this burden that he's going to have to tell everybody here why people in here are worth less. Go.
I said it multiple times. It's because you're less
No,
than
you
1 in
haven't.
100.
We're less than 1 in 100, but that's not a standard just because we're few.
Way less. No.
It's no. Yes. You said by knowledge is the reason what makes somebody an expert. Knowledge. So your worth less argument doesn't hold any merit because it's not the number of people, it's the amount of knowledge according to you. I'm holding you to your standard. So your worth less argument is not holding any merit because now that you're saying it's the number of people, you've changed your standard to the number of people instead of their knowledge. Do you understand?
I understand, but maybe you should let me make my point.
No, absolutely.
How
If you're only going to stick to the
let me talk for like 1 minute, and I can assure you that it will be all clear. How about that?
Yeah, no,
Is
I've
that
already
okay?
made it clear. I made it
Give
clear.
me 1 minute, 30 seconds. Give me 30 seconds. All right, so I'm holding you to the exact same standard as a.
Nope. You're not going to hold me to a standard. It wasn't my claim. This was your claim. You said that people who are knowledgeable are the experts. And I told you, people in here have 10 years of knowledge on this topic. So that makes them experts according to you. You said they're worth less. I asked you why. You said because of the number of people that are in here. I'm pointing it out to you very clearly why your standard has been shifted to knowledge, then to the number of people. Your standard for what makes somebody an expert has changed. So it's not the same anymore because you're trying to move the goalpost to suit your needs, to make it sound like you have a valid point and you don't. I'm exposing you in real time.
Once again, I'm making the point in the side chat because you're not going to allow me to.
Yeah, because you're not making any sense. You've already shifted.
No, I am making sense. You're not allowing me to speak. If I stopped you, like in the middle of your sentence, every single time that you try.
You can't do that. You're in this house. It's my house. When we go to another server, we'll be in your house. But the point that you made is already invalid. You've shifted the goalposts as to why you think you could believe that somebody's telling you the truth based on experts telling you that you could trust that information. And you said it's their knowledge. That's the reason you would trust them. And I said, well, okay. It's not the amount of years that they would spend being an expert. No, it's the knowledge of what they know. Well, check it out. The people in here have been doing this topic for over 10 years, so they have tons of knowledge on the subject. That makes them experts, according to your standard. Then you said, no. It has to be the number of people. You have very few people. That makes them worth less, according to you. So you shifted the goalpost.
Look at the side chat.
Nope.
Okay,
I've
then
already
allow me to make my point.
Nope, I've already exposed you.
Hey, then what is the point of talking? Am I allowed to make the point?
Was to actually show whether your
you exposed something that I did.
Yeah, I exposed that you said that the only people you trust are experts. Yeah. For the listening audience, because it seems like everybody in the audience is fucking confused. It looks like, well, if we were in another place with a fair moderation, we'd have listening to what a good debate would sound like. You guys are some fucking idiots, dude, if you're not seeing what's going on here with this fucking clown. He's fucking Jedi mind tricking you into thinking he has an argument. Did you not listen to what he was saying? I'm fucking handing this shit over to you on a silver platter, and you're fucking whining in the text chat. Fucking really? It's a goddamn shame, dude.
Once again, I'm gonna try and make my point. If
you don't have a point.
Listen, I have a point. You're not letting me make it.
You've been exposed.
I make it, and I make my.
You've been exposed. You have been exposed. There is no point. Your point has been shifted from experts and what makes an expert time in to their studies. You know, how much time? You're like, well, it's not time. It's knowledge. What they know. Okay. Well, that makes the people in here knowledgeable. Then they're experts according to your standard. No. They're worth less in here because there's not that many of them. Yeah? You changed it. And so you want to continue to speak to baffle with bullshit instead of actually just saying, you know what, I was fucking wrong. I made a mistake. And we got clowns in the text chat advocating for your position because, oh, let him speak. Fuck that, dude.
If I may, I mean, Kane, if you think about it, man, If you think about it, man, your standard that you put forth before, by that standard, there would never be any innovation, right? In any particular field. Think about it. You have a certain set of standards in certain fields, whether it be engineering or whatnot, where there are certain status quos, certain modus operandi, and everyone builds certain things the same way. There are all experts with the same codes of conduct, et cetera, and there are numerous of them, right? A large number of them. And here comes a guy, says, I'm going to do something a different way. I'm studious, but here's a novel way of doing things because this other way, whatever, XYZ was wrong if we wanted to achieve a certain goal, so we're going to do it this way. He's one guy versus a million, right? By your standard, he's outnumbered and therefore worth less, when in fact what he does actually revolutionizes ways of thinking and ways of doing things. Your argument is null and void, sir.
His standard, as what he says, he trusts individuals who are giving him this information about Globe. It's not what it seems to be, obviously, according to him even. So he couldn't make up his mind as to what would constitute an expert. And he shifted it many times just so that he could try to save face, because he wants to say that he trusts in these experts who apparently, according to him, were supposed to be knowledgeable and they have information, and it's not just time in. Time in would be an individual who spent time in a university and studied for many years, perhaps, and there was no standard of that. It was just somebody who's super knowledgeable. That's what makes an expert. And then it was, well, you got to have a lot of people, not just 10 or 15. So he wanted to go to a numbers game. You get what I'm saying? So this is what it was going into, and then on and on. Shifting the goalposts, shifting the goalposts, shifting the goalposts, and it's going to be an endless mindfuck until we're just never getting to the bottom of what the standard is for him to say of what makes someone trustworthy. You get me?
Yep. I'm willing to bet $5 that if this conversation does persist, I don't know if it will, that the goalpost would then shift one more time to credentials. Sounds like a guy that's waiting to appeal to that. Just waiting,
Most definitely. But at some point, 2 is good enough. When he shifted the goalpost already twice, there's no need to keep continuing to let him shift the goalpost a third time, a fourth time, a fifth time, a sixth time. So it becomes a clown show.
He's too worked up, man. He's emotionally fucking jittery, and all his arguments seem to be emotionally based. He's looking for someone to appeal to, everything, how I feel about it. That's why he has to change, keep moving the goalposts, because he can't get his thoughts together.
What it does is it fosters this idea that he's trying to be genuine, because he's trying to figure a way of how to put it into words. But what I'm getting him on is that he doesn't have a standard. So when he doesn't have a standard, then he can't put people who he says he trusts in a position to give him informative information to trust. So if he says, well, I trust the experts. Okay, who are those people? These experts that you trust. Well, those guys are the ones who put time in, and which is what I asked him. Are they the ones who put time in? He's like, no, they're the ones that are super knowledgeable, that be very knowledgeable. Okay, so by your standards, that's why I stopped him. By your standards, the people in here are super knowledgeable. They would be experts. Then he said, no. They're worth less because there are not that many of them in here. So if there was 1,000 of us in here, maybe that might change his mind. You see, shifting the goalpost doesn't help his position, because then we don't know what the standard is. We're going to be chasing a ghost, essentially.
But it doesn't even work, because it goes against his own standard once he discredited the Chinese space program. It doesn't even track with what he's saying prior. He already discredited a whole entire Chinese space organization, like by saying no, that video footage can't be real.
And so just pinning him down to like what he thinks would be the experts, because of course those aren't experts, obviously, because it was just one agency. So then you want to know what are experts to him, and then he doesn't even know what experts are. It's an endless circle jerk.
But unmute him, let him spaz out real quick, then mute him again while he's spazzing.
Do you want me to make the case? Because I never moved the call.
No, the case is actually closed.
So you embarrassed yourself and you ran away. That's fine.
Yeah, you got bested in this.
Yeah, keep running away. That's fine. That's fine. You can keep.
No,
running
we're not
away.
running. We were just.
You
finished.
already ran away.
We reached the finish line.
Thousands of miles away, dude.
It's already done.
You literally ran away like a scared chicken.
Yeah, that's schoolyard antics that I don't fall for.
Yeah. Keep running, scared chicken. You fucking scared chicken. You're embarrassing.
He's getting so mad.
I'm gonna let you.
I'm not mad. I just think that you're fucking pathetic, dude. You're fucking pathetic.
He's mad.
Keep running
He's so
away.
mad, Alpha.
Yeah.
He's
this is the guy that Raised by Goats wants to.
You know
take
what? Yes,
by his shoulder.
I'm
Come here.
mad. Yes, because I am not allowed to fucking make.
Go to another room.
Yes, you did it. Good timing, bro.
Yeah. Tell you what. Go to another room with Raised by Goats, and you guys have a nice little chat. Have a one-on-one. Call him up. Tell him, dude, Alpha Veritas is a bitch. Yeah, call him up. You can moan and groan all you want, but not in here.
Every
Go
tantrum.
holler at him
and
another. Yeah, you'll feel better. Call me all kinds of bitches and hoes, whatever. If it makes you feel better. At the end of the day, Kane, you're still wrong. Leaves a funny taste in your mouth, huh? Being that wrong. I let you explain what experts are, but you're the one that actually went down that path. Aw. You'll be okay. Go have a sandwich, man. You'll be better later. Go have a cookie. Yeah, but by your standard, man, people in here are experts. They're very knowledgeable.
Kane, go have your tantrum, man. Come back later, and maybe bring your brother Abel though. He might be able to tag team with you or something. Could probably use it.
Go punch your pillow, fucking pure rigor. Scream into it. Ah. See, I said he was going to call us bitches and hoes, and he did it. You'll feel better later. He'll reset and come back in here. Yeah, you goddamn right, Mick. Nothing but smoke, baby. You could stay in here. I tell you what, Kane, you staying in here helps our numbers. You know why? We're number one, dude. Did you know that? See, I think that's how to do it. Yeah, look at the voice activity channel. You, Kane, you losing right now contributed to that voice right there. See that? 17,604 hours of pure globe annihilation, bro.
Do you know why that is, bro?
Because we're awesome. That's why.
a lot of people use a lot of different channels in it, and they flick about between them. Flat Earth, I don't see many Flat Earthers in a lot of other channels. Like I know a lot of people there, a lot of like the server mods and stuff. Speak to all of them, like well, not all of them.
Yeah,
but,
good
like,
for you. Yeah,
I
good
just
for
don't
you.
see just a reason as to why it might be the case.
Yeah, the reason is because we're awesome. That's why.
Definitely the biggest fucking room by far,
Yeah,
bro.
definitely the most awesomest too. Congratulations, Kane. You're padding our numbers. So stick around, bud. Possibly you can get some popcorn and, hear me shellac another Glober. If you stick around long enough. Yeah, it's awesome because there was a guy that came in the other day and he's like, man, I've been listening to you since 2021. Well, the channel. And he's like, yeah, and you guys are the reason why I don't watch sports anymore. I come in here and I don't think the earth is a globe. I know it's flat. That's all due to you, Kane, helping us out, bro. You're making more flat earthers by the moment. Yeah, we're on YouTube, Rumble, Twitter. You're famous, bro. Your voice will echo through time, making a lot of people that used to be Globers slap their forehead and go like, oh my God, I used to believe the earth is a globe. Yet. Thank goodness for that soundbite of Kane. What else we got in here? T-Dub, are you still here?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, still here.
So Kane thinks we're worth less, dude. Is that true?
Absolutely not. Because he wasn't even willing to evaluate the merit of our of the content of what we say. Like, he has to hear what we have to say and then evaluate the content on its own merit, not just assert that because there's few of us in our expertise that we're outweighed by those that are numerous in their fields of expertise. I mean, there has been instances where somebody has gone to multiple different doctors and been told the same thing, that either there was something wrong with them or that there wasn't something wrong with them, and it took one particular doctor to pinpoint the problem and say and solve it and save their life.
Yeah,
But you can't go off those values that he's holding.
Yeah,
it's
here,
not
T-Dub,
safe.
hold up on this one, because this covers into medical stuff. So we want to frame it like, watch the TV show Dr. House and come back when you're smarter, kid. There are
That's a good point.
specialized teams that look at rare illnesses that slip between the cracks. And if you don't understand
Exactly.
this, that is a serious problem, a very serious problem, that you think Motrin and water, don't ever get a second opinion. There's a reason why you have to consent when you see a doctor. The doctor says, do you consent? Yes or no? This guy is really. This guy's extremely bricked. I've been wanting to jump in on it, but I've been talking to him for a while, and he's just awful, just completely awful.
Yep.
Well, not only that, like I was saying to the other guy, I said, like, what's the consequence of not trusting so-called outer space experts, right? He said that there is none, right? There is when it comes to medical things, right? There can be dire consequence, right? That's a huge difference there. It's not analogous. So in that case, then, because you have no reference, you have no way to like directly, test the veracity of the claim, right? Unless you can, so you have to look at, okay, what are the claims in this instance where there is no consequence of whether I believe it or not, right? Okay, let's look at that. Oh, it turns out that I can kind of go and see if there are like side consequences, like what do you call it? What do you say when it's like a derivative, right? A derivative, consequence. All right, what's the claim here? Oh, that the Earth is of a particular size. Oh, does that have any, consequence to what I can go out and observe in reality? Oh, they're saying it should. Okay, does it? Let's go have a look. Oh, it turns out that's not there, right? That consequence doesn't exist. Like, so you've got to evaluate each claim on its own merit, right? From what these so-called experts say, right?
Yeah, this is a straight-up idiot the other day who said that George Lamondre, Nikola Copernicus, Newton, all these deeply theistic people were actually closeted atheists. Like, they were in on it. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck is... Like, the astronauts who pray to Jesus before they launch, they're just pretending. They're really atheists. It's all atheist. The Big Bang, science, space... all of it demonstrates atheism. I'm like, what the fuck are you on about, dude? There isn't any atheists in space. There isn't any atheists who have been to low orbit. Like, what are you even talking about? Like, no space program has any atheist in it. It's a disqualification.
Does he know the space program at all? Like, does he know any of the actors there? Like,
none of it. It was one of the most incredible conversations ever. That somehow, like, he's going to say they're all conspiracy theorists. Like, they all know there isn't a God. They're just pretending. Like, they're just absolutely pretending. Like, they're it's just some sort of cultural thing. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? And I tried to help him. I said, hey, let's use atheist logic for flat Earth. And he says he can't. And I'm like, I lack belief in models. Doesn't get it. Okay, you lack belief in gods. Lack belief in models, still doesn't get it. Use a lack of belief. Start there. You think you can believe something or not believe it, like an orc in Warhammer, and it just becomes true. Like, slap some red paint on your tank. Now your tank fires, faster. Like, it's more explosive. You can just believe it, okay, or not believe it. Use your Warhammer Orc 40k logic. And go with it. Okay, let's go with it. And he's like, well, I can make a prediction. And he's like, philosophy and prophecy. I'm like, dude, this guy, he's too far gone. He's too far bricked. He's going to have to
I was asking him earlier, and I think this is the most confusing thing for him, as to what constitutes an expert. If you ask him that, he does not know what constitutes an expert. What is an expert, right? So we're going through the list, and he was, going through it, and I was like, well, is it somebody, that goes to school and just puts the time in? And he's like, well, what would constitute an expert? So, going through that, it's like, if somebody put time in, would you say somebody who just, went to college and they just arrived in class and they've just started learning, is that an expert? And he's like, no, it's not somebody who has put the time in. It's somebody who's knowledgeable. So I muted him. I'm like, okay, you're going to jump all over me when I say this. So the reason why I muted you is because by your standard, the people that are knowledgeable are experts. Then that makes everybody in here who've been researching the topic for over 10 years an expert, because they're super knowledgeable about the topic. That makes them experts by your standard. So I unmuted him. Then he went off to say, well, it's not, they're worth less because there's not that many of them. There's only few of them in here. That's why they're worth less than an expert. So he's shifting the goalpost from being knowledgeable to now being worth less. So the ones in here, it's not about knowledge anymore. Now it's about a numbers game, consensus, right? How many of them? So we didn't get to that part because he shifted the goal. And so he doesn't know what an expert is actually or what constitutes one. So he's baffled. He doesn't know what an expert is. He's confused, right? But that is the thing
painful.
to ask.
It's really painful to hear someone so deeply contradictory in their own worldview. Then come into this channel where we don't talk about that stuff. Nothing's subjective here. Everything is completely objective. He just walks around, just slaps expert stickers on things he agrees with, and anything he doesn't agree with, that's not an expert.
Yes.
And then he says, well, his epistemology